Oh shit, we back in a bit. Man, I was in the kitchen trying to get this motherfucking thing going. I got my coffee. We everywhere. Okay, let me tweet the link real quick. Yo, chat, Cassie's on the stand going crazy. Cassie's on the stand dropping 50 points, bro. Cassie said she ain't finna choke like Jason Tatum. No Diddy. That was a quadruple entendre. That was crazy. Let me tweet this bitch. And we off to the races, gang. We off. Oh, man. I heard Cassie already in tears, gang. This shit crazy. Holy. All right, back to back like Lethal Weapon. All right, come on, let's get it. Yo, chat, what's cracking? What's cracking? I didn't even do no intro today. We're going to get right into it. Cassandra Ventura has taken a stand. This is day 2 officially of the trial being started. We anticipate that she's probably going to be up on the stand for a little bit, for more than one day. But they did finish. My bad. They finished up with Flores. No, actually, the sex worker, Philip. They finished up with him this morning. And Cassie has officially taken a stand. It's the first time she's actually appeared. And we're going to get right into it, people. This is Cassie on the stand. So actually, let's pull up and we'll get the details about, okay, so this is going to be day 2. We'll get the details that what Philip said. And we're going to roll right into the Cassie testimony. She's going to testify until lunch. So she has about an hour. She's on the stand right now. She's going to testify at least until lunch. Check this out, though, okay? All right, bet. So this is this morning, so 2 hours ago, right? Judge Submaranium, basically, he's like, yo, we're going to try to get through these issues effectively. So usually at the beginning of these cases, like even if they have witnesses on the stand, they'll try to get through anything that's raised at the end of the day or any motions that are raised that they could get those out of the way that they could carry on the trial. So basically, he says we're going to get through these issues efficiently as the jurors are, and as we have the jurors waiting. We have a letter from a juror that will make court exhibit 1 on the videos. So a juror wrote a letter. What the fuck? It says on the videos, when will they be offered into evidence? And AUSA Johnson said this afternoon. So something is happening with the witness. By the way, yesterday, just to catch you guys up, very big, important development. And I'm seeing different outlets. And this is why it's so important that we actually, I really wish there was cameras or audio, because the fine details do matter in a trial to this magnitude, where it's all about perception. Did they want it? Did they consent? Did they ask for it? Like, for example, this idea of Cassie getting pee in her mouth. It's supposedly mentioned that Cassie requested that. So Cassie asked the sex worker, hey, have you ever done that? We could look at, different outlets reported it a little bit different. Some people said, did he force her? But then somebody who was there, they said, the person on the stand, the sex worker said, Cassie was the one who asked me to urinate on her. She asked me if I ever done that, and she told me to do it. Apparently, I was doing it wrong because they both told me. So it looked like Diddy maybe have been supervising, but Cassie's the one who solicited the pee, okay? Now, again, that's going to be a source of contention this whole time. Did Diddy force her to get piss in her mouth and pee on her? Or did Cassie want it and Diddy was just supervising or pleasuring himself watching? We'll figure this out. We don't have to think about it too much longer because Cassie's about to hit the stand. So anyway, all right, cool. So they have a letter from the juror. So there's some type of situation going on. Don't know why a juror would be writing a letter, but it's going to be court exhibit 1. And they're claiming that on the videos, will they be offered into evidence? Now, this is another thing they're trying to figure out. They're trying to figure out, will they allow the press and also other people who are what they call interested parties that are in the court to see the porn? Will they be able to see the FREeKOFF videos? So the judge is kind of mulling it over. Right now, they're leaning towards, yo, just play them motherfuckers. Whoever is here, let them see. This is a public case, even though it's not recorded, audio or visual, but let these motherfuckers see it. The judge then says, this is about evidence that's coming into the case. The public has a right to know what's happening in the trial. I don't see how we could navigate that concern. There's a potential impact on the jurors of signaling some evidence requiring sealing. Interesting. The AUSA Johnson said we wouldn't just show the videos in the courtroom gallery, and the jurors and everyone else would wear headphones. So all the little moans and everything, I guess they're saying, rather than just like play the porn, they're saying that we'll give the jurors headphones. So these materials are sexually explicit and involve nudity. So one has submitted a letter. I don't know if we can see the letter. Oh yeah, I think it was submitted in the docket. So yeah, so I'll put it up on the side. Diddy's lawyer says this is adult pornography. That's what it is. So it's narrowly tailored. Our application is only that the visual images and the audio is within the ambit of the sealant order. We could ask questions tastefully. He also then says, what would New York Times or Wall Street Journal do with this? Note, they're not the only press. He says sometimes things get unsealed and published, okay? And he actually cites two different things, which is Eric Adams. What is this? Yeah, okay, cool. The judge says on the two incidents with Miss Ventura, so there's at least two videos with her. When we discussed this last week, the defense then chimes in and says the assault in Connecticut, messages between Miss Ventura and Combs, it's relevant. The judge says, let's see if there's any issue. AUSA Johnson says it should be excluded. So they're trying to get something with Cassie not be brought up when Cassie takes a stand. Remember, this is pre-motions because Cassie's touching the stage today. She's actually already on the stand. Tenny Garrigo says he suspected she was cheating on him. So they're saying, hey, if y'all gonna show her getting her ass whipped, we're not defending it, but we want to give some context. He thought she was cheating on him. She ain't answering the phone. She got into a bar fight, tried to kill someone. So it's relevant to his suspicions and her substance abuse outside of their sexual relationship. So they might want to get into what type of drugs she was on and that she probably indulged in during the relationship, even when she wasn't with him, to probably show, hey, y'all could say Diddy drugged her, but this chick was a crackhead regardless. She was taking all type of drugs even when she wasn't with him. Tenny then says she was taking drugs while close with her family in another state. So that goes again to prove my point. I overruled the government's objections, so the judge decided with Diddy. This can be asked about. So they're going to be able to ask about her drug history or conduct, even if it doesn't have to necessarily do with Diddy, just to establish a pattern of how Cassie get down. You could tell Diddy's lawyers are trying to set this up. Cassie's a freak. She's a freak of the week. You feel what I'm saying? She's a freak whether she with Diddy, whether she ain't with, even when she ain't with him either, right? Cool. So now prior consistent statements. We're talking about a sequencing issue. Are they on direct or in rebuttal? Then AUSA Johnson says in their opening, they said Ms. Ventura made her own choices, okay? They ask who really had control in this relationship. Begging the answer that it was Ms. Ventura, Exhibit B 315, the threat to release a sex tape, they said that she only had. So they're saying that Diddy must have threatened her with releasing a sex tape, and she's the only one who had a sex tape, right? Cool. Shapiro, which is, again, I think we talked about her before. She is the appellate, lawyer for Diddy, the appellate specialist. She's still a lawyer, but that's her role on the team. She's saying, we're going to submit that these are hearsay until redirect. The judge says if they come in, they're in. You don't object. Shapiro says we do. What we said in open was that Mr. Combs, and the judge then says, you seem to say she was lying about threats to release videos. So look like the prosecutor said we got threats from the opposite, from Diddy to Cassie about releasing some sexually explicit videos if she didn't comply, right? According to what Diddy said, or Diddy's team in opening, right? So Mark Agnifilio, they said that there were never no threats, and all the videos that were going to be used in the case, only Cassie had a copy, but clearly the governments are probably going to show that, yo, nigga, we found some shit that you had. You still had videos of Cassie, so what are you talking about, right? So Shapiro then says the predicate for prior consent statements has not been met. Judge says, I find that it has for this exhibit. The defense opening said there will be millions of reasons for people to testify here. That's the attack that was used as to B3162. The judge then says, but the standard has not been reached to B332 and B339. Okay, get Mr. Phillip in the witness box. So they're going to finish up with this witness. That's the sex worker, and bring in the jury. All rise. Everybody's sworn in. Cool. Then we get this guy who we keep seeing his name, Xavier Donaldson. He seems to be the specialist. And what I'm thinking Diddy's case is that they have 9 lawyers. It was supposed to be 8, but it's 9. And I think what they're doing is that they're specializing a few people for a few things. Like, for example, Brian Steele looked like he took the part of whenever that video comes in, the 2016 hallway beatdown, Brian Steele is going to be dissecting whoever testifies to that to make sure they get that out. This Donaldson dude looked like his expertise, no Diddy, is sex workers. So like, all right, you bring up this guy who said he was slanging cock for money, he's going to ask the question. I think he's done a decent job. I think Brian Steele did a slightly better job, but he probably had an easier job with the worker. Here we go. Okay, cool. So he says, so to continue. So now the sex worker's back on the stand. They're going to continue. By the way, we're going to get to Cassie very shortly. So to continue, you return to Gramercy Hotel. The male dancer, Philip, says yes. Donaldson then says, so while you and Miss Cassie Ventura were having sex for hours, Miss Ventura took the lead. Philip said no. Donaldson says, did you take the lead? Philip says, we were equally doing our thing. There wasn't a leader. So they're kind of describing the sex that supposedly we're probably going to see, okay? Donaldson says, you decided that together. Philip says yes. So they're also asking who took the lead, who's deciding, to kind of establish a pattern of, did this seem consensual, right? Donaldson says, fair to say she was in complete control of everything she was doing, right? Philip says, I can't really say that. Donaldson says, wait, you didn't wear a condom, did you? He says, I did not. Donaldson says, did your boss told you that Cassie paid for the hotel? Philip says, yes. Donaldson then says she paid with her credit card. Then Philip says, yo, I have nothing to do with that. She used her card to pay for the dancer. Donaldson then says, okay, that assault at her apartment on 11th Avenue. Philip says, I believe that was on West End Avenue, which I think that's Cassie's apartment. Donaldson then says, you claim Mr. Combs told her to come over. She said she had personal information on her computer. So wait a minute. And he threw a water bottle at her. So this got a little bit muddied last time in the whole mix chat. The conversation that was being had was that this sex worker claims he couldn't get hard anymore to fuck Cassie, and he had to stop fucking Cassie because he would witness abuse. He said sometimes he would come there to fuck Cassie. He would hear in another room Diddy beating the shit out of Cassie, and he said that turned him off, and he couldn't perform. He said Diddy was, these are details we didn't really get yesterday. So I watched a few other streams while I was off stream to kind of, parse through some information that slipped through the cracks. Also, apparently, Diddy used to press this dude, like, because he said one time he's fucking Cassie. He claims he's a little bit traumatized by how he's talking to her and the whole situation, but he's fucking her. He can't nut. And he says, he's trying to like kind of end it. So he fake nuts. So he's like, I nutted, right? And Diddy's there like, nigga, you sure? Like Diddy's almost trying to like confirm. And Diddy looks at Cassie and says to Cassie like, yo, you sure he nutted in you? Because Diddy instructions was for him to nut in Cassie. You get what I'm saying? So crazy shit, right? Like beyond crazy. All right. It says, isn't it true Mr. Combs told you, yo, man, I'm going to have to deal with this and you need to get the fuck out. So, okay. And then the person said, that's not correct. I'm wondering, what's this about? Wait, let me go back. You claim Mr. Combs told her to come over. She said she had personal information on the computer. So wait a minute. And he threw a bottle at her? Okay, so there was a time where I guess he threw a bottle at her. Isn't it true Mr. Combs told you, yo, man, I'm going to have to deal with this. You need to get the fuck out. Bill Dare says, that's not correct. Donaldson says, in 2023, didn't you tell the prosecutors, yo, man? So I guess they're reading from his, I guess in discovery, the defense got his interrogation or recorded statement with the prosecutor where he detailed what supposedly happened. So now they're trying to use that while he's on the stand to kind of show if he's lying, changing the story, embellishing. You got to try to get these guys' reputation really down low that you could make sure, whatever point you're trying to make that these guys are liars or not remembering the story as how it went kind of flies with the jury. So you're trying to point out this person pretty much lying or bending the truth. Cool. All right. AUSA objected. It says not in evidence, right? The judge then says sustained. He said you could only use it to try to refresh his recollection. So we've seen this a lot chat, a lot of times they won't bring in evidence a interrogation video or a recorded statement with law enforcement unless they'll refer to it. But usually we see it in the YSL case. You could only introduce it. And we've seen it in the YNW Melly case. They did that a lot. Remember the lady was on the stand, the mom of the girlfriend, and she kept playing dumb. She was like, oh, I don't remember. And that was the only time they could use her statements prior to say, hey, okay, well, we have the transcript here. Could you read what you said? And that's how you kind of get them to admit, because people will catch selective amnesia when they get on the stand, right? Obviously, and by the way, that's the best way. If, say, somebody's on the stand, they're not trying to perjure themselves. Perjure themselves will be lying. So you know what they do? Oh, I don't recall. I don't recall. Oh, I don't recall. Well, all right, you've said this before, so let's get your recollection up to date. So the judge is saying you can't use the statements as evidence, okay? You can't use it as evidence unless you're trying to refresh their memory, all right? Cool. Dawson says, did you date a model named Malia? The male prostitute says, yeah, Malia. And I didn't say I dated her. We were friends. Donaldson says, well, you were with her and you saw Cassie with someone, not Mr. Combs. He says, yes. Well, that's an interesting thing. You were with her and saw Cassie. Oh, okay. Ooh. So supposedly I'm guessing he's on a date with his girl. He runs into Cassie. Cassie's with another man. Okay? So he says, yes, I saw Cassie. She wasn't with Combs. He says, you told Malia you saw Cassie socially. He says, yes. Donaldson then says, you thought Cassie wanted to see you one-on-one, right? Nothing to do with Mr. Combs, right? And then Philip says, I don't see what you mean. Now, I mean, I get what he means. He's saying, did you and Cassandra Ventura develop your own relationship where y'all wanted to fuck outside of the watchful eyes of Diddy? And you know what that's kind of proven, right, chat? That's proven, well, if y'all want to fuck outside of Diddy watching y'all have some other shit going on. And also, it shows that Cassie is consensual, and without the either consent or the direction of Diddy, she wants to continue these relationships or do these things, right? Cool. It says, I don't see what you mean. It says, in front of the Dream Hotel, that's what you thought. Dude says, no. Donaldson then says, you only saw her inebriated one time? He says, well, I seen her passed out on the couch. Mr. Combs told me, I don't think it's going to happen today. Donaldson then says, that the time with the other male, you rotated. So I guess we talked about it yesterday. He came in. There was supposedly another guy that may have came in before. There was lube that was used already. So they're asking, did you rotate or did y'all switch? He says, no, not correct. Donaldson says, well, did you watch? He says, yes. So he was watching another sex worker have sex with Cassie. Donaldson then says, you thought you were in a relationship with Cassie, didn't you? The sex worker says, no, I didn't. Donaldson then says, you wanted to get alone with her, to date her. Philip then says, well, if she would have let me, I would have. And then Donaldson then says, did you get jealous of Diddy? He says, no. Now, this is a really interesting line. What they're kind of doing, and I think Donaldson's starting to do a better job of this, he's trying to paint this sex worker as someone who developed feelings for Cassie. Now, why is this relevant? Well, if this is a government's witness, this is a federal government's witness, he's trying to testify to the fact that, or testify to the allegation that Cassie didn't want to do this, blah, blah, blah. Well, if you come in to slang dick, you start falling in love with her, you want to get him out of the picture. You want to get him out of the picture by any means necessary, right? So maybe you fell in love with her. Now, maybe that turns into later on you willing to testify and say a version of the story that makes him look like a monster rather than what they claim it is, which is everybody was consensual and willing participants. Okay, cool. All right. It says, did you not tell them that Mr. Combs would tell you it's my turn? Oh, shit. Skip Bayless. Holy shit. It's my turn. Nah, that's my shit. Oh, nah. Imagine Diddy in the freak-off room like this.
My turn.
Yes.
You told me it was my turn. My turn. You told me it was my turn.
You can talk all that you want to, yell and scream, you lost.
It is my turn.
You lost the game.
It's my turn.
Yo, no way Diddy up in there like
my turn. You told me it was my turn.
You can talk all that you want to, yell and scream. You lost.
It is my turn.
Okay. Now, let's go back. It said, did you not tell him that Mr. Combs would tell you my turn? All right. Then AUSA says, objection, can we have a sidebar? Donaldson says, I guess they go up real quick. They talk. They back to the desk. Donaldson's continuing. So didn't you tell the government that you would feel jealous because you actually liked Cassie romantically? Philip says, I don't recall that. It says, you don't remember that shit? You know you don't fucked up, right? Yo, put that up on the screen. So they put up, I guess, part of the either his testimony or something like that. Not testimony, but his interview with the feds whenever they interviewed him. And he said, put up 3570, whatever that is. And AUSA says, just for the parties. And Philip says, I don't recall that. So I think this is a good ending, and they end the cross-examination of Philip right there. I think this is good for Diddy because guess what just happened? You basically just proved that this guy might be a little bit untrustworthy because he liked Cassie the whole time. Even now, he's not even willing to admit that, you know, he really was fucking with this chick and probably liked her and was down to Snake Diddy. So this is gonna be interesting. So AUSA is now coming back on redirect. They gotta clean up what this nigga just dug, right? Pause. So the redirect. AUSA says, yo, please explain why you say Mr. Combs directed you. He said, well, he asked about positions, but Mr. Combs didn't tell us what to do. Use baby oil. Then they say the timing of handing of cash. How much did the amount compare to your stripping services? They say $3,800 more. Then the AUSA says, how much were you paid to perform? When could you, I don't know. And it says $700 to $5,000 or $6,000. It says when you couldn't perform. It says they paid me nothing then. So they're doubling down on this. Hey, this was strictly dick for cash. If I couldn't fuck, I didn't get paid. AUSA says, did Ms. Ventura call you after the Dream Hotel? He says, yes. He says, do you know who she was with? He says, no. He says, did she answer your text messages? He says, never. Well, almost. He says, you said you wanted to hug her. Why? He says, I could see she was afraid. He says, what did you do? He said, I could not engage. I was messed up. He said, what did Mr. Combs say to you? He said, it was time for you to go. He said, in the Gramercy Hotel, who was in the room? He said, Sean Combs, myself, and Cassie. He says, well, when you appeared to enjoy yourself, was Sean Combs always in the room? Yes. So now they're trying to flip it back again to say, oh, look like, I don't know if you guys get that little subtle nuance they're trying to put in there, right? So the AUSA on redirect is kind of almost saying, bro, when Diddy wasn't in the room and you're saying that you wanted to hug her, it's not because you liked her. You felt pity for her. Like, you felt like, yo, she's in distress. And this whole thing about her was enjoying herself and she was loving it. Wasn't she only like that when he was in the room? So they're basically trying to say that she was acting like she was into this shit, right? Okay. It says, was that the same man who called her bitch and beat her? And Philip says, I didn't see the beating, I presume. They then object. That's sustained. He said, did you hear the slapping? He says, yes, I did. And the AUSA says, nothing further. The judge says, recross. Donaldson says briefly. And let's keep it going. Says, this document, did you see where you said, I'm on the Upper West Side? She says 10 West End Ave. Hit me when you get here. Philip says, yes. He says, did you see your text? Don't give a fuck if I'm a little tipsy. I love y'all niggas. Yes. Then he says, was that after the beating? He says, yes. Donaldson says, nothing further. So what they're showing, or what Diddy's, team on, hold on. Sorry. Yeah. So pretty much on recross, what they're trying to show is that despite this brutal beatdown and Cassie's so scared, after he gets kicked out of the room because Diddy was going to beat her ass or whatever the case is, Cassie hits up the dude to fuck. So minutes after, I guess maybe Diddy went home. I don't know what happened. She hits up the dude to fuck, right? And apparently that's why they're having it being read. It says, Do you see your text? Don't give a fuck if I'm a little tipsy. I love y'all niggas. So basically, this whole thing where he's saying he's scared for her, he's watching how Diddy's like this controlling, abusive person. You texted her, I love y'all niggas. Basically on some, man, that's how we have fun shit. You get what I'm saying? That's how we have fun. That's what happened. So they plan to link, and I don't know, I guess maybe they did link and fuck, right? Cool. All right, there's another sidebar before the next witness. They did have a sidebar, and the jurors, they then took a break. They had some issues to deal with. They wanted Mr. Ventura's husband not to be allowed in the courtroom during her testimony, right? And this is one of Diddy's lawyers that hasn't been mentioned yet. We're going to Google who she is. This is Ana Maria Estavio, okay? Now, you'd imagine why they don't want Cassie's husband in the room, because as she has to recount some of these details that are not only traumatic but very sexual in nature, it probably will evoke more emotion having to say this in front of her husband, the man who she currently loves and she's building a life with. They don't want her up there sobbing too much. She's probably going to cry, but you don't want her like fucking struggling like snotty. You don't want that. So you're trying to say, could the husband step out? Like, let's get this shit going on. Now, this person, let's see who she is. She handles a variety of high-stake matters involving financial fraud, insurance fraud, money laundering. Okay, wow, this is interesting. None of these things kind of look like anything Diddy's charged with. Weapons offenses, narcotics, immigration, health fraud. Wow, wondering what her thing is on the team. Interesting. But she is on the squad. Let me type in her name with Diddy to see when she got hired. Yeah, give me 1 second. She's a partner, blah, 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 da, da, da. Okay, she's on the appellate side. She joined Shapiro. If she's with Shapiro, she's on the appellate side. No, never mind. It's the wrong Shapiro, sorry. Where does she come from? All right, we'll find out more about her if she continues. All right, cool. So they want Cassie's husband not to be in the room, right? And so we may need to call him as a witness, and they come up with a good excuse, right? We may need to call him as a witness later, depending on the direct. And then Johnson says, "I'm not sure how Mr. Fine's testimony will be relevant." The judge says, "Tenny," or Miss Garagos. Tenny says, "Give me 15 seconds," and he says, "If he wants to come in the courtroom today." But we ask he may be excluded when the testimony gets into post-2018. Okay? I don't know what the agreement is with that. AUSA Johnson says, in my initial examination, I will ask about post-2018, but only about devices. By the way, I think in 2018 their relationship ended, right? Garagos, judge says Garagos. Tenny says that's okay. All right, so we'll be back in a couple minutes. Now we get Cassandra Ventura. She's going to take the stand. This is the moment, chat. This is the moment. Wow. All right, so it says, all rise. The government calls Cassandra Ventura. She takes a stand. She is extremely pregnant. AUSA Johnson starts the conversation. How old are you? Cassie says 38. Says, what is it you do for work? She says, I'm a musician and an entertainer. AUSA Johnson says, how long were you with Sean? She says 10 years. So if we're going probably 2008 to 2018. AUSA Johnson says, did you guys get in arguments? She says, yes. It would result in violence and dragging. AUSA says, what else did he do? She says, stomp me in my head if I was down. How frequently was he violent? Too frequently. I would get black eyes, bruises. AUSA Johnson says, let me show you a video. They show the LA hotel video that we've all seen. He says, where was this? Cassie says, the Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles. It was after a FREeKOFF. Oh, wow. Cassie herself calls this shit a FREeKOFF. I always thought this FREeKOFF thing was some colloquial made-up name. Nah, they really calling this shit a FREeKOFF. Okay, damn. Says, how did you feel when he first asked for it? So they're asking what a FREeKOFF. Confused, nervous. I wanted to make him happy. AUSA then says, did you agree to one when he first proposed one? She says, yeah. Then there were more. It wasn't something I wanted to do, at least not frequently. She then says, I didn't know what no could turn into. AUSA then says, what do you mean? That would make him angry. The AUSA then says, what were you afraid would happen if you said no? Ventura then says, through time, he had blackmail materials. AUSA says, what did you give the government? She says, laptops. So she's admitting she turned over laptops to the government. Okay? AUSA says, I've handed up GXB. Do you recognize it? Ventura says, yes. I've reviewed this drive. It has communications and documents pertaining to Mr. Combs. They said, did you review the photos on him? She says, yes. The AUSA says, what is this photo? She says, this is a photo of me in 2004 with Kerry Morgan. Let me see if I could Google that. Kerry Morgan, Cassie, 2004. Let's see what photo this is. Is it this right here? Ah, yeah, right. Okay, all right. It says, when did you sign with Bad Boy Records? She says in 2006. It was a 10-album deal. Did you release anything after late 2006? No. Who's in this photo? Kim Porter. So they show her a picture of Kim Porter. It says, she was Sean's ex before me and the mother of his children. By the way, interestingly enough, we don't really see how they refer to Diddy. Everybody refers to Diddy that's gotten on a stand as Mr. Combs. You could tell the familiarity that Cassie has with Diddy. She starts calling him Sean. You get what I'm saying? AUSA then says, where did you celebrate your birthday in this photo? So they're just showing her photo after photo. She says in Las Vegas. Kerry Morgan was there too. We're out on his patio on my 21st birthdays. VMAs. And the AUSA says, what happened then? Sean kissed me in the bathroom. I ran back to my hotel. I told Kerry. When you got back to New York, so it looked like that might have been one of the first time they met. I don't know. What? Was it? Why would she run back to her hotel to tell her friend that Diddy kissed her? Whatever. Okay. It says, when you got back to New York, it says, I'd visit him in the Trump Hotel in Columbus Circle. His apartment was being renovated. The AUSA then says, what were you doing with your music career? She says, trying to come up with a concept. Sean called all the shots. What's the age difference between you and Sean? 17 years. How did you feel when Sean invited you to hotels? Nervous? Excited? I thought we were going to talk about music. He introduced me to oral sex. I didn't understand it. Damn. Holy. The AUSA says, did you visit Sean in Miami? Yes. I went with Kerry Morgan in Dallas, Austin. What did you and Sean do together? Sexual intercourse. He gave me a blue dolphin ecstasy on a boat. Had you once taken ecstasy unintentionally? Yes. How did you take ecstasy unintentionally? She said, it was Gatorade. Ooh. Maybe this is where the drug is going to come in, Chad. When you took it intentionally with Sean, how did it feel? Like I was rolling. At the time, what did you think? I just thought we were spending a lot of time together. I thought we were monogamous. Was it made public? No, I was his artist. Also, he had a family and his children who was linked to him publicly. That's what the AUSA asked. Ventura then brings up, yeah, Kim Porter. So how did Sean treat you at this time? So we had fun. Oh, shit. Then it says, what was his lifestyle like? He had all these assistants. He could get things done. He traveled quite a bit. What's this photo right here? That was Sean and I at the strip club, like maybe 2007, 2008. Halloween. It says, how did Sean's mood vary? So even the AUSA now is taking on this term of calling Diddy Sean rather than Mr. Combs. So how does his mood vary day to day? Oh, I guess Cassandra probably said day to day. AUSA then says, well, when it swung, could you describe it? Ventura says, well, anger, zoning out. Then they say, how did it impact you? She says, greatly. The next thing I knew, I was getting hit in the face. There were also psychological abuse. He told me to watch my mouth, change my face. Oh, shit. How would he keep tabs on you? Ventura says, we didn't live far apart. He'll send security to come find me. Or a trusted assistant. Like who? David James, Christina Karam. By the way, we keep hearing this. We all think that this person would be seen as a co-conspirator. By the way, we have no idea if they're going to be, they're not charged, but we don't know if they have taken a proffer with the government or they're going to be testifying against Diddy, but I would say no. Remember, that person was the one sitting in the bathrobe with Diddy on Star Island while he was getting investigated for all of this. AUSA says, was your relationship exclusive? She says, no. Okay. We're waiting for more updates, but Cassie is on the stand currently, chat. Whoa. Explosive. Let me see how they were walking in this morning. So I'm opening up. Okay. So, yeah, she's testified that she was scared to say no. By the way, here's the thing. I had seen it. Oh, fuck. There was some more details yesterday. I don't know if I can find it. It's Philip Diddy. So, again, my man who's in court tweeting, he's not getting every word. He's a fast tweeter, but he's not getting every word. So, there are other outlets, and that's why at the end of the day, we got to look to other people to kind of like fill in the gaps because there's a lot of things that are missed. So we did see this yesterday. So this is a sex worker in Cassie. Apparently, and again, this is kind of like, if you ask me, remember, I'm not in court. I'm not seeing, by the way, they also said Cassie started crying. Okay. So I don't even think he tweeted that yet. But apparently Cassie has started, they said 10 minutes in, she started bawling. Cassie crying. They said 10 minutes in, she's already crying. Wait, fuck. Oh my God, hold on. Cassandra. I forgot that they ain't gonna shorten her name. What the hell? Where did I see that? I saw that somewhere. Maybe I saw it through Inner City Press. Give me 1 second. Anyway, we're waiting on the next tweet. I'm trying to see how people showed up to court, even though I'll wait till it's lunchtime and we don't have constant updates. But I'm going to recap what happened yesterday with this guy, Daniel Phillips, because he said some really other interesting things that we missed yesterday just only reading tweets, right? So remember, he's getting paid between $700 and $6,000. Combs watched while he masturbated, but also he had his own relationship with her because she would request things from him that he didn't know if Combs was asking for. So, for example, he would also text her on one-on-one basis. She opened the door, asked if he was okay. Oh, here we go. Philip believed. Okay, this is the first time. Give me 1 second. He did not recognize Combs. Okay, let's keep going down a little bit. Combs would tell them to rub more baby oil on each other and tell them where and when to ejaculate. God damn it. Y'all remember that Dave Chappelle joke where he'd be like, yo, women are too controlling. Y'all probably know. It's an infamous Dave Chappelle stand-up. And he's like, yo, bitches are too controlling. It's like, yo, tell me where to come, not when to come. You get what I'm saying? Like, some of y'all might be too young for that. But it's an infamous stand-up. I can't remember which one. Let me open up the chats. I haven't even opened up chats yet. Let me open up chat. Somebody on the King Academics page will know what we're talking about. But apparently Diddy's in the back telling them where and when to come. You feel what I'm saying? He was always sitting in the corner masturbating. Though he added out on occasion, Combs would switch places with him and engage in sexual intercourse with her. On one occasion, Ventura asked him to urinate on her. Rarely did they use condom. In these encounters, it would last any time from 1 to 10 hours. After sex with Ventura, she would go into the bedroom with Combs and leave him waiting on the couch for hours. Sometimes they would come back out, tell him to leave, and other times they would bring him into the bedroom for another round of intercourse. So this guy was just like literally paid dick. Yo, it looks like maybe Diddy would watch Cassie get fucked. He's jerking off in a corner, and then basically Diddy would bring her. I guess it would be in a. These happen in hotels. So if you think about these guys are rich, so you got to think about a presidential suite or the biggest suite in most hotels. You're gonna have like a living room area, or sometimes you might have 2 rooms, right? I gotta imagine they have the fuck spot, which might be in the living room or whatever, and then they go in the bedroom. And it appears that the dude would fuck Cassie. Diddy's in the corner just jerking off. Then Diddy would take her into the room and go cuddle with her for hours or something. I don't know. This is whatever. Here we go. Sometimes they would come back and tell him to leave, and other times they would bring him into the bedroom for another intercourse. They said Combs videotaped him having sex with Ventura once or twice on a cell phone and a camcorder. He pretended to come. One time he pretended to come after Combs instructed him to nut. He's like, nut in her. You know what I mean? This is some Vince McMahon shit right here. Like, nut in her. That's what I'm thinking this is going down. There's no player way to tell a nigga to nut your bitch, right? There's no player way. What voice do you think this nigga Diddy had going on? It's after Combs brought Ventura into the bedroom, he repeatedly questioned Philip if he was sure he came. So he kept asking, nigga, you sure you nutted, nigga? Nigga, yo. I'm done if Diddy's like, yo, nigga, show me your dick. Show me your dick, nigga. You sure you nutted my bitch, nigga? Nigga, show me your dick, nigga. Come here. Come here. Let me see if them balls are still full. Nah, hell nah. This shit going crazy. This nigga Diddy was pressing that nigga. You this is crazy. Yo, it said their interactions became more and more intense after Combs took a picture off the driver's license and said it was just for insurance, just in case. So I understand that was supposed to be threatening me, okay? Many of his objections were overruled by the judge. Donaldson was trying to object. This was when the AUSA was crossing. One point that Combs allegedly offered Philip MDMA or Molly, which he said he never took drugs, but he made him immediately feel sick, nauseous, but he felt euphoric. He left that night with a wad of cash. Still under influence, he began roaming the city. Oh, that's what we missed. So he got paid thousands of dollars to fuck Cassie. And you know what I've noticed, chat? It looks like, you know, it said the range of money he would get paid was from $700 to $6,000. Why that range? I think the more he did or more he had to tolerate. Because sometimes he may have went there, he had to fuck Cassie for maybe 1 hour, up to 10 hours, but he might have seen some shit too. He might have seen Diddy give her a right hook, you know what I mean? Or seen Diddy do some wild shit. So you could tell he was not only getting paid, and of course I'm inferring right here, I'm putting my own opinion in, but he wasn't only getting paid just to slang dick. Looks like he was also getting paid to just like, yo, keep this shit discreet. Shut up. Whatever you seen, if I slap the fuck out of her, shut up about it. So apparently he says after he took this goddamn MDMA, he went to Times Square and he gave out all the money. So they gave him extra bread that day, right? They probably gave him extra bread because they're like, damn, this fool is drugged out. Like, because he probably acted a fool off of the Molly. He said he went to Times Square and he gave out all the money. This nigga slang dick for free and gave it away. This nigga like the Robin Hood of Times Square. He fucked for the bread and gave it away for free. Shit. So he ain't care about the money that Ventura and Combs gave. Said it was exciting to be around famous people. At one point, he started beginning to witness Combs physically abuse her. One time he saw Combs throw a glass bottle in her direction, then hit her and drag her by her hair into another room. She was screaming and pulled her into the bedroom. He said, I could hear what sounded like him slapping her. She was screaming, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Philip said Combs said to her, bitch, when I tell you to come, you come now, not later. Now I'm thinking about this in a different mindset. I'm wondering if he's shouting this at her. Maybe come isn't when I tell you to come over. It's when I tell you to come. Like, you know, body function come. You better come. Like, yo, Cassie, come right now on this nigga dick. Come on his face. He's in your pussy. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Okay. I was shocked. It came out of nowhere. I was terrified. I didn't know what to do. When he asked why he didn't interview or call the police, says, in my mind, if I try to do something to stop it, I might lose my life. He added that my thoughts were Combs was with someone with a limited power. My life was at risk. He started witnessing the abuse. He said he had difficulty staying hard in the presence of Combs. Once or twice, Combs gave him Cialis, which treats erectile dysfunction. So Diddy was just like, nigga, your dick ain't working today? All right, hold on. Pop one of these, nigga. Pop a Viagra, nigga. We need that shit rock hard. All right, bet. Philip said that on occasions in which he could not sexually perform, he was not paid. He detailed another incident at the Essex hotel where he heard loud screaming and slapping noise from behind the bedroom doors. He then vacated the hotel, so he just left, leaving, Combs left, leaving Philip alone with Cassie. According to Philip, Ventura jumped into his lap and began crying and kissing him. Interesting. Which she had never done during any previous encounter. Philip asked Ventura why she was staying in an abusive relationship, and she insisted she was okay. The two of them began having sex. Philip did not have any trouble performing then. So basically, he's saying, he's kind of giving this idea. He said, I was always creeped out. This nigga Diddy's a creep. It's hard for me to stay hard while this nigga is, like, you can imagine this nigga just, like, Diddy, damn, nigga, calm down, nigga, what the fuck? Calm down, boy. Like, this nigga that's behind you be like, yo, nigga, if you shoot your come over here, nigga, we don't have to fight, nigga. What the hell? Like, Diddy moaning in the back and shit like that. Take that. All type of fucker going on with Diddy. Of course, I get why he can't stay hard. Nigga, my shit can't get hard because you too hard, nigga. The fuck you doing, Diddy? God damn it. Diddy over there jacking off so much he throw his toothpick in the fucking action. This nigga Diddy, man. Holy shit. I bet. Oh, chat, this is crazy. Yo, I wouldn't be able to stay hard neither. You just hear this thing. Yo, Diddy, could you chill, nigga? Oh, shit. While they had intercourse, they noticed Mr. Combs sneaking back in the room. Yo, Diddy is... Yo, I don't want to use certain words because, again, this is a criminal trial, but Diddy's sick in the way of his kinks. I don't want to say he's doing anything illegal yet. But the nigga beat her ass. It's almost like role play for him. Think about this. He beat her ass. He storms out of the freak-off room. She's all emotional. She's like, oh my God, Sean just beat me. She jumps in the prostitute's like lap, starts making out with them. Oh my God. The dude's like, why are you with this guy still? Remember, he couldn't get hard earlier. Now his shit rock hard. I ain't gonna lie, chat. One in the chat. All my real niggas gonna put one. Anytime a bitch start crying on your shoulder, especially when they ain't yo bitch, man, your shit is rock hard now, nigga. She crying over another nigga who done fucked her over. It's time for you to fuck her. So, yeah, that he has no trouble performing now. Creep ass Diddy. Imagine just hearing that squeaky noise. Diddy probably poked his head like, oh, there's some fucking going on in here. Hold on. Let me get back up in my corner. Oh, Diddy snuck back in the room to watch. Diddy snuck back in the room. Yo, I would have snuck back in the room and said, what the fuck is y'all doing? Y'all are fucking and I'm not here. He snuck back in and said, oh, this is what I'm talking about. Yo, Diddy on some shit. One time at Ventura's home, Combs invited another male sex worker who ended up getting a verbal altercation with Combs, and he accused him of looking at him during a threesome. After he accused... So Diddy didn't like these niggas looking at him. He said, look at her, nigga. Look at her, nothing her, just don't look at me. Chat, I know we're ad-libbing here, and by the way, we're waiting on tweets. So, I'm just giving y'all a little color commentary. Is one in the chat, and by the way, we got to make sure we do our polls. Make sure our polls are good in every place we're doing this. Does this give a slight of I'm not gay no more type vibes? Whereas like, it feels like a thin veil of Diddy kind of getting his homoerotic fetishes off, but not being confronted about it, and just kind of have like, because some people would say, no, this is just him liking live porn. But no, it feels like he was really caring about these men. Like, yo, my nigga, let me see your dick. Did you finish? Yo, bruv. Like, come on. Like, it felt, some of this kind of, and the reason why I bring that up is that he sets the stage for this kinky, like, threesome, cuck-like thing, but it gives him the best excuse where you can't be like, he's gay, and he protests on some other shit. Like, he gets in an argument with the guy when the guy looks at him. It's like, nah, nigga, what the fuck? I told you to fuck my bitch, not look at me, nigga. What the hell? Anyway, Philip was never paid for sex before meeting Combs and hasn't been paid for sex since. When he asked why he continued to meet up with him, in the courtroom he said that he considered Cassie a friend and wanted to check up on her, and he feared that Combs might, whatever. All right, cool. So, by the way, which I think today Diddy's lawyers kind of showed it was much more than that, right? You weren't only checking up on her. You and her kind of had your own relationship. You said to the prosecutors, you wish you would have been with her or you could have been with her. So you were romantically involved or you were fucking her under the advice or the direction of Diddy, but you and her were starting to have this like intimate relationship where you got jealous of Diddy, even though Diddy was paying you to fuck her. So Diddy's lawyers did a good job of putting that out there to show that this guy might have some motive of him spinning the story where Diddy's the monster. You start liking this girl. So the guy who's now making her fuck you and you feel like he's being abusive, keep in mind what Diddy's team did. They did it off the top. And if they didn't do this off the top, it would be a big problem. They admitted, hey, Diddy beats his bitch. Diddy was always liable to backhand a hoe. I'm sorry, I hate to use those words, but that's what it is. They're admitting that. But they're saying this ain't a domestic violence case. If it was a domestic violence case, it would be charged in whatever that would be charged in LA for the Continental Intercontinental Hotel. They're saying this is sex trafficking. So they're down with all of these allegations of Diddy putting hands on Cassie. They just want to show that's not what forced Cassie to continue or participate in this type of behavior. Okay? And that's where the sex trafficking, because you gotta show sex trafficking by fraud or coercion or threats of violence. You get what I'm saying? And we're not seeing, even the sex worker didn't say, Cassie's saying it now. We're going to get back to Cassie in 1 second. But the sex worker never said, yeah, I heard him say to Cassie, if you don't fuck him, I'm going to fuck you up. You know what I mean? So anyway, let's pause there real quick and then let's run back to the Cassie trial or the Cassie situation. We're going to play this as well after. Here we go. Cool. Here we go, child. They should be breaking for lunch shortly. All right, here we go. Here we go, people. Okay, so how would he keep tabs on you? Remember, we're seeing this Christina Karam name now. By the way, I seen somebody put a picture of her. This is Christina Karam. She was there with Diddy while this was all being investigated. So I wonder if she'll play any part in this proceeding. AUSA says, did you see other men? Okay, so they're asking if she was a cheater, right? She said, yes. Did Sean see other women? She said, yes. He told me, I am Puff Daddy, and I was insanely jealous. AUSA says, did you move to LA with him? She says, yes. He wanted to be close to his kids who were there. AUSA says, where did you live in LA? She says, 875 Comstock Avenue. You know me. I'm so nosy. I'm so nosy. It's my turn. Imagine Diddy screaming that from a cuck chair, bro. Crazy. Ooh. Oh, these are nice ass apartments. Holy. Oh, this is where Cassie lived at? Man, there's a lot of fucking happening up in here. Holy. You remember that show on MTV back in the day where they used to raid your room and they got to go through the blue light? They'd be like, yo, this mad semen up in this shit. What the fuck? Yo, you go through this shit, man. You just got to put the blue lights everywhere. There's a lot of fucking that went up in here. Holy, okay. Cassie was living all right. How many bedrooms is this? This has got to be a building, though. This guy looks cool. All right, whatever. All right. So how tall was the building? She said no more than 17 floors. Where does Sean live? Sean lived at 200 South Mapleton. Damn. You see, this is going to be a problem for Diddy. This chick got a good fucking memory. She know the exact address. Oh, they blurred it out. It's Diddy's house. Ooh, yeah, you can see it. It's a big ass house right here. Yeah, this is the house they raided, I think. Yup. This is the house they raided. It's on Zillow actually right now. $61 million. $61 million. Diddy did say he was going to sell this bitch. Beautiful house. Yo, I think, where's the backyard? They used to put a big ass bed. Diddy was giving us signs all along, right? He used to have parties here, and in the backyard, he would have a huge bed that everybody used to be on. It's like he was telling niggas y'all never seen him? I know y'all niggas seen it. Stop capping. Diddy was telling us the signs all along, man. Diddy backyard bed. What the fuck? Yo, when you plan the party and be like, yo, Diddy, what you want us to have in the backyard like decorations? Nigga, fuck them decorations. Nigga, just put a big-ass bed, nigga. Fuck that. Fuck that shit, man. Look at this nigga right here. This nigga just had a big-ass bed. It's like this nigga was like, yo, just in case, how many people we invite? 200? I know niggas ain't in a 200-person freak-off. Like, just put the bed there. Let's see what happens. Just put the big bed there. He ain't get this shit from IKEA, did he? IKEA got some shit like this? Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Oh, nah. A 50-foot bed? I see why he needed 1,000 baby oils now. Like, come on, bro. Like, y'all was thinking it was tripping at first. It ain't that wild. Sean would use a golf cart to get back and forth. Yeah, that crib is big. Who paid your rent in LA? They said, well, Sean did. Except I had a house in Studio City. Why'd you pay that? He said, I could afford it then. And I wanted to have some control. And it was accepted. By whom? By Sean. So she basically said, Diddy paid for one place, which is the apartment she was living in. But she had a house in Studio City. And the reason why she wanted to have both is that she didn't want to be completely controlled by him. Interesting. Holy shit. All right, we're waiting on the we're waiting on the next tweet. We do have it. It says, how many songs did you write while you were with Sean? Ventura says hundreds. Most of them never got released. Some got leaked on the internet. Some on mixtapes. So how many albums are your deal who were not released? 9. So I think she dropped one album. That's it. Did you get paid for them? Nope. It says the FREeKOFFs became a job. There was no time to do anything else. That's CASSIE. The FREeKOFFs became a job. There was no time to do anything else. But to do them, then try to recover. It says, how much time in your week would the FREeKOFFs take up? The longest was like 4 days, but it would take up significant periods of time. The judge says we're going to break there, but Cassie's admitting that she has had 4-day-long FREeKOFFs. And she basically admitted that recording music took a backdrop to the amount of fucking they were doing. That's crazy. She said the FREeKOFFs became the job. Yo, she got signed for 9 albums, nigga. And she got signed for 10 albums, dropped 1 album. Nigga. Diddy's a cold nigga, man. He had her with 9 dicks in her mouth. She thought she was going to drop albums. He ain't dropping a motherfucking thing. God damn. All right. I did see something about her tearing up. Let me see if I can find that. By the way, let me play this real quick.
City Press here at the Southern District of New York Courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Today, Tuesday, May 13th, 2025. It's day 2 for real after the jury selection of the U.S. versus Sean Combs trial. Yesterday, we covered it in great detail. The jury selection in which the juror from the UN made it on, despite his claims that his Office of Counterterrorism doesn't work with U.S. law enforcement. It's not credible. But then there were the opening statements, hammering hard. Tenny Garagos did it for the defense, among their 9 lawyers. And she said this is about private personal conduct and that he may be a terrible person, but it's not a federal RICO charge. The government hammered away, saying you're going to hear from Jane, Cassie, Mia. And then the witnesses began. There was first the LAPD officer who went to the 6th floor among the famous kicking incident. And it turns out that he filmed his own version of the security camera footage and preserved it for, he was going to just show his wife, but he preserved it for eternity. Now, the cross-examination of him was done by Brian Steele, who tried to point out various inconsistencies of things that he hadn't put in his written report at the time, but only remembered later while speaking to the prosecutors. It wasn't a bad cross at all. Coming off his Young Thug work, score 1 for Brian Steele. Now, the next witness was I called him Male Dancer, but his last name was Philip, not with an S. And this is where it got pretty gruesome. Not gruesome. I mean, yes, gruesome. He was invited up and began to perform. But he stopped being able to perform once he saw the violence, he said. He was a kind of a compelling character in a way. Now, the defense chose to have Xavier Donaldson, who I like and know quite well. I mean, I cover him more than these other lawyers because he's on the CJA panel and represents many criminal defendants here in SDNY as appointed counsel. He's taken a kind of his first line of attack was to try to say that the male escort or exotic dancing firm of Mr. Phillip games SEO, so he must be a fraudster. That's not really going far. He didn't finish his cross, and it's going to begin today. And we're coming up on the courthouse. You're going to see the madness in front. So we'll see what he does. And today is going to be the day of Cassandra Ventura. So this is a longer than normal intro, but it's a case that we're covering in great detail. Now, we're also covering the crypto beat, among many others. And yesterday there was a development. Ever since this Todd Blanche memo in April, crypto prosecutions have
file this public abuse. My wife, for what purpose? I mean, that was a little strange.
Well, you're not going to believe this happened, even though he didn't report it to the police.
I think it's going to be difficult. I think the defense would like you to believe that video's been doctored somehow, but I think they're going to have trouble sustaining that.
Hey, would you like a civil law question?
Yes, please.
Yes, this is our litigator here. Question from Teodora Bodurova. Can
Give me 1 second,
Cassie
Ted.
sue Diddy again if Diddy's found guilty as charged?
So, Cassie, if you remember, sued Diddy. And that was the first thing we really heard about this. That was before the video. There was this blockbuster lawsuit in November of 2023 that really put these allegations out there. And she was very detailed. In fact, the front page of her lawsuit had a trigger warning on it. It was so detailed. That case was settled the next day. And I would have to think that the settlement included an agreement that she wouldn't sue him again for anything. Usually, if you're going to settle like that and pay the kind of money she would have gotten paid for settling that lawsuit, you get what is known as a general release. And a general release means you don't sue me for anything that happened. Now, here's one caveat. Up to the date of this agreement. Up to the date of this agreement. So then if you the next day punch me in the face, I have a new lawsuit against you.
Yeah.
Right? But at least up to the agreement, she can't go back now and say, I want more money.
Well, for the same conduct, right? I mean, if he comes out and he did something to her, or allegedly did something to her after the agreement was signed.
Yeah. Presumably they got it. And it also, you have to make sure the release covers all of his companies, all of these other individuals who were involved. It has to be a general release of everybody. You don't want to leave any wiggle room to have a lawsuit.
We have a follow-up question to this from Fads. So why did he settle if he was innocent?
Well, I mean, people settle all the time when they think they're not liable. People, the thing that really surprised me when that case was filed is that the case was filed. Typically in a case like that, you draft the complaint and you send it to the defendant and you say, dear sir, please pay me a boatload of money or I'm going to file this publicly in court. And if there's any merit to it, or if just for publicity reasons, the defendant decides to negotiate and pay, and it never goes to court. So it fascinated me at the time that she actually filed that publicly and he settled it the next day. That, unfortunately, was pretty telling, that he didn't put up any fight on the lawsuit. He didn't even want to litigate it. He didn't even want to go to discovery. He wanted to settle it immediately.
And if he would have settled it before she filed it, I think we would have been in a very different position than we are today.
Oh, I totally agree, because that lawsuit, I think, is what sets this ship sailing.
I agree. Okay, update from court. Prosecutor asks Cassandra Ventura, did you see other men? Cassandra Ventura responds, yes. Prosecutor asks, did Sean see other women? Ventura responds, yes. He said, I am Puff Daddy. I was insanely jealous. Did you move to LA with him? Yes. He wanted to be close to his kids who were there. It goes to a theme from yesterday, where the defense owned up and said, yeah, he's jealous, he's angry, he's violent. He engaged in domestic violence. That 2016 video is indefensible. When you hear her testify like that, does it help the defense? Does it help the prosecution? Because the defense got in front of it. They didn't say he's a saint.
Well, it helps the prosecution, but the defense did the correct thing in opening statement, and they had to do it. They didn't have any choice. I mean, the defense couldn't walk into this trial and say he's the victim of a conspiracy to invent evidence against him. That was never going to work. The thing's on video, and there's lots of other evidence. So they were going to have to say he is not a delightful guy. You people on the jury probably aren't going to like things that he did. He did engage in things we consider domestic violence, but this is a racketeering case. And I liked that about the opening statement. They made that very clear. You're going to have to judge the crimes alleged here, not whether you like him or dislike him.
And look, I think the defense.
Okay, perfect. That was great. That was a great mute, right? Okay. So, how do I do this all the time, right? I know y'all like, yo, how does this guy stream and do this every single time? Sorry. All right. No, what I'm saying is that, so Diddy's strategy is very clear. It's very clear. Yo, yes, I used to whip some of these bitches' ass. No lie. But I never sex trafficked these women, okay? They tolerated the abuse because they were getting some shit out of it. Yes, I wasn't the best person. However, I was not someone who was sex trafficking and doing whatever. And a RICO for sex trafficking, that sounds major. We thinking about people just being in a truck. Like you just grab a bunch of women, put them in a truck, and bring them to another state just for them to get fucked. So what ends up happening is that Diddy, he admitted to the beatings, but this is not a domestic violence case. This is not about Diddy just physically assaulting women. It's about him sex trafficking women, right? So they admit the beatings, but they're saying no to the sex trafficking. Also, because they're admitting the beatings, this is why Diddy submitted that motion or was arguing in pretrial to be able to argue. And I'm wondering who the lawyer is, but they probably have a bunch of experts they're going to try to bring into this. Remember, Diddy submitted this motion to say, hey, I'm not pleading insanity, but I was mentally incapacitated during this whole time. I was drunk. I was high all the time. I was going through deep depression, and my mental state wasn't as someone who was normal and insane mind. Now, that doesn't mean, because he's not pleading insanity is almost like pretty much, it's tantamount to like a guilty plea. Say, yeah, I did this shit, but I wasn't in my right mind. He's not saying he did it. He's just saying, I want to introduce this argument that, and it's to humanize him because he's admitting the beatings. He's going to be like, yeah, my mood and me beating these women were because, yeah, I was going through a lot. I was drunk all the time. My mood was all over the place. I was going through depression. Again, he's not charged for the beatings, but he needs to humanize himself because you never know how the jury might look at it. The jury might be like, well, if you beat their ass, you did the rest of the shit. You get what I'm saying? So they're going to have at some point, and this is going to be under the defense team. So clearly Diddy's defense team, whenever the prosecution rests, they're going to bring in some mental experts. I think they even argued about some of the experts that would be qualified to come in that are going to then try to say, hey, his behavior, even though violent, isn't a sex trafficker, but it's someone who went through years of untreated substance abuse, bipolar disorder, never recovering. By the way, also here's the thing too. Remember, they've mentioned Kim Porter a decent amount, even on cross. They're gonna say there was traumatic mental effects from Kim Porter passing away. All of these things are going to matter. You get what I'm saying? So it's clear what Diddy's defense seemingly is going to be. We're waiting for some outside the courtroom stuff. I wanted to see like videos. I know TMZ had them earlier of like people walking into the courthouse and this and third. I wanted to see if there was maybe a video of Cassie walking into the courthouse. Looked like they may have brought her in through a separate entrance. We haven't seen any videos of her, period. Let me look around. If you guys see any videos of people entering the courtroom or leaving the courtroom, please do let me know. Let me go live on this shit to see. Okay, they're waiting for people to come outside. Okay.
But jurors try not to express emotion. They try to stay straight-faced. They're not there reacting the same way you and I would if we were watching some testimony on television. So it is very hard to do, but you can sometimes, and you certainly try to.
Question from Slaytan. To what extent might Cassandra Ventura's visible pregnancy influence jurors' emotional response and perception of her credibility? Will that have an impact on the jurors without them knowing?
I think it could. I mean, again, that's something that could cut both ways. I mean, in one sense, a juror could say, well, it appears that she's moved on and she has a life and she has a family, and actually she seems to have come out of this okay. And that could be something that a jury could consider. It also, you know, I think jurors have some sympathy for pregnancy, and it makes them like the witness a little better.
We have another question from Angelina. Who is Diddy's lawyer? He's got a lot of lawyers.
Right.
So he's got Xavier Donaldson, he's got Mark Agnifilo, Tenny Garrett.
Chat, what do y'all think about this idea? And I think this is going to be profound, right? Like, now, me particularly, and I don't know where you fall on the issue, I believe both were legal, and if it was consenting, obviously she's saying it wasn't consensual, at least some parts of it, but I guess initially, it was consensual. I don't know. This idea of the 17-year age gap, right? It's been made a thing of in this trial. I do think it's being put out there to kind of affect the thinking of the jury to kind of show, hey, this guy was bringing this young girl into a lifestyle she knew nothing about, and they even accentuate it when on the stand they get Cassie to admit. Cassie admits that Diddy introduced her to oral sex. It's like that kind of sounds crazy. Like, damn, she wasn't even sucking dick. So you was over here coaching her to suck dick too? This is crazy, bro. This is crazy, dog. Now, knowing Diddy, he probably was coaching her to suck somebody else's dick. But regardless, that probably is going to affect how the jury is kind of processing all this detail. Okay, cool. Y'all are legal despite 17 years, but the 17 years kind of matters now because she wasn't even sucking dick when you start getting with her. So you want us to think, right? Remember, this is the idea that Diddy wants to get out is like, nah, she was a freak just like me. Well, she's admitting she never sucked cock before Diddy. Diddy introduced her to oral sex. So I think the jury's going to look at them and be like, well, it looked like even if she did get to the level of freakiness that you were at, you pretty much, like, you created this person. Like, you're the one who did that. And maybe you did it in a way that is sex trafficking in a way. And you know, because, again, the thing with sex trafficking is it's all about, you know, the use or movement of women for the purpose of sexual intercourse with promise of some type of, you know, either financial compensation and usually through the means of force, fraud, coercion, or something of the sort, okay? It's kind of like a really intricate way how they kind of describe it. But That's how they're trying to connect that to say, yo, he gets this young girl. She don't even suck dick. He turns her into this super freaked out sex robot. He promises her a career, 10 albums. She drops one, never drops another album. She says she got 200 songs in the stash. He don't drop none of them. He's constantly giving her a case of the beats, giving her a WWE SmackDown. Like, shit is going crazy. Essentially, she's sex trafficked. So that's what they're kind of trying to say, right? Okay, all right. Let me see. There's a few other things also continuing to happen. There's a few other things. Now, I'm gonna assume they will ask about the P. They will ask about the P. Now, here's the funny thing. While we're waiting, if another video feed, I think they just went their own break. We do want to see the outside of the courtroom stuff. Could we see it? Anybody? No one outside the courtroom? Okay. Is it this? No. Okay, nothing outside the courtroom yet. If anyone has an outside the courtroom feed right now, just let me know. I'll put that on the screen. What's interesting to know, Cassie and Ryan Leslie. So if you don't know the story about Cassie, Cassie was supposedly the girlfriend of Ryan Leslie first. This is a meeting in 2006. How old was Cassie in 2006? How old was Cassie in 2006? Cassie was 20 years old, okay? So before she started sucking dick and doing all this freak shit, not saying sucking dick's freak shit, but, you know, she's basically saying really sex, or at least sex to that standard Diddy introduced her to. She was with Ryan Leslie. Now, this is when they had a meeting. So now this whole time, this meeting's a farce, okay? Diddy wanted Cassie. Diddy knew Ryan Leslie had Cassie. He basically had that nigga bring Cassie, like, we're going to have a fake label meeting. And then he just started getting cool with her outside of the presence of Ryan Leslie. And then basically she chose up, and then it is what it is afterwards, no?
I wanted to get us all together so we could get this, everybody can hear from me how focused and excited I am about the project. I wanted, you know, Cassie to, everybody to meet Cassie. Y'all know that's Cassie. And hear the story directly from Mau Mau's. And then really get down to some business about, just so we can be on the same page of what the plan is, as far as from Tommy's concerned, and from we're concerned as also a label and Warner Atlantic, so everybody's on the same page. I think the best thing to do is to kind of give an overview or a history of how we came to the project. Can't know where we're going unless we know where we came from. Ryan is a producer that I've been working with for the last 2 years. That was brought to me by Ed Woods, who Ryan is signed to their label, and also as a producer, and has done some stuff for the label. And somebody's like one of my go-to people, new actor, just need a record right away. Somebody that can go in the trenches, musical genius.
Now, Ryan Leslie spoke about...
Yo, what's up? It's your boy Ryan Leslie, a.k.a.
He spoke about Cassie leaving him for Diddy after she signed to Bad Boy.
Less represent. You know, it was... She was close to everything that I loved, you know what I mean? So music is just something that I love, and she's clearly just, you know, when two people have that much personal interaction and time, they spend that much time together, it's inevitable that a strong personal bond is going to be formed. And the type of chemistry that we had musically and personally, the relationship that we had was inevitable.
So you guys had some sort of romantic relationship during that time?
He's going in, right?
I mean, you know, that's pretty much how how you answer the question.
Yeah,
you know, you're not denying the fact you had a romantic relationship.
I'll say I love Cassie. I love her. You know what I mean? And, you know, I fell in love with her. I fell in love with the music. I fell in love with her family, and everything that it took, you know, for two young people in New York City hustling together. It was inevitable that we be in love. You know what I'm saying?
Now, at what point sort of rift that happened to you? Because from what I understand, you don't talk to Cassie as much as you used to.
Right.
Is this true?
Yeah, that's 100% true.
So, was there a situation where a rift happened between you two? Was it anything that you could pinpoint?
I mean, there's definitely
That's early Vlad, by the way. That's Vlad.
a lot of factors, a lot of situations, a lot
This
of
shit looked like it was recorded on VHS tape, bro. Don't it?
nuances that I could pinpoint, but I don't feel comfortable talking about them publicly because they involve, they involve people and involve situations that, to this point, really don't have anything to do with my professional career. You know what I mean? Well, they don't have anything to do with my current professional career. So I don't feel comfortable talking about them, and I don't think any of the people involved would feel comfortable about me talking about it. So I wouldn't do it unless I could make some phone calls and say, hey.
Yo, chat, don't it come across like he's scared of Diddy? Like, this is way back. It's like, man, I don't want to talk about this shit, man.
Hey, I'm on Vlad TV right now. Do you have any problem with me airing some of this stuff out? I'm sure they would probably respond and say, you know what, homie, I would have a problem with you airing some of that stuff out. But yes, I do believe that there are some specific, moments, specific discussions, specific moments in time, specific disputes, specific characters.
Bro, he is watching his words. And I understand why. Niggas getting dangled off the balcony. By the way, tell me why I just seen this again. They said Wale had to deny again that he got dangled off the balcony. Wale denied his dangling balcony. Remember, Diddy was running around. Diddy thought he was Tupac. That nigga Diddy thought he was Tupac, bro.
Your name was brought up in something with the Diddy situation.
Why are you asking me about that stuff?
I was going to say, to clear it up, you weren't involved in it.
I never got in an altercation with that man.
Yeah.
I've never been in an altercation with nobody in the industry.
Yeah.
I've had close calls, but not him. Definitely. Like, that, it was made up by somebody who was just trolling and it just went.
Yeah, I know you were, because when they throw people's names in it, when you have nothing to do with it, I know that's like.
It's a.
Dangling a nigga over the balcony is diabolical, bro.
It's a topic to go, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Like, no.
Yo, why wouldn't everybody talk about Diddy? It's like, you can see the uncomfortability. It's like, yo, bro, what's going on in here?
That played into this,
Yo, this nigga's saying a lot but saying nothing at the same damn time.
The dynamic change that has
yo, even Vlad looking at him like, yo, nigga, what the fuck are you talking about right now? Look at Vlad's face like, yo, nigga, what the fuck are you talking about? The fuck are you talking about, nigga?
That went down.
Now, Cassie is still signed to you.
Yes, she's still signed the next election.
And her deal is through Puff.
Yeah.
So was there any sort of strain, the fact that she is, kind of seen with Puff a lot and they have some sort of relationship in terms of, like that sort of, triangle kind of approach where, you guys had a relationship, you're signed to Puff, she's seen out with Puff. I mean, does that create some sort of strain in your personal life?
Well, I think that as a human being, right? It's just some of these questions, like they was.
Yo, this nigga stuttering worse than Flacco, me, add everybody up in the mix. This nigga stuttering like a yo. Diddy was really the guy, huh?
To me, that they would have obvious answers. You know what I mean? Just if you were to put yourself in my position as a human being, right? And so, there are definitely some, there are, and...
yo, this dude ain't saying nothing for the last 2 minutes. Not one sentence finished.
There were definitely those moments and instances...
Yo, he's not saying nothing. Listen to this, chat.
Sort of, triangle kind of approach where, you guys had a relationship, you're signed to Puff, she's seen out with Puff. I mean, does that create some sort of strain in your personal life?
Okay, so the question is there a strain in your personal life? That's your girl, but Diddy keep being seen out with her, and she's signed to Diddy. is there a strain with you and Cassie? Listen to this non-answer.
Well, I think that as a human being, right?
Anytime a nigga just start with some random bullshit, listen, man. As a father, like, what the hell? We ain't talking about that. As a human being, like, what the hell? This thing acting like we talking like this is an alien movie.
It's just some of these questions, like it would seem to me that they would have obvious answers. You know what I mean? Just if you were to put yourself in my position as a human being, right? And so there are definitely there were definitely those moments and instances where you question what's really going on. But for us, on the outside, because even in terms of her relationship with Puff, I'm on the outside. I didn't make it a point to try to get into whatever business was going on. And we're in the entertainment industry, so our lives, we make the decision to make the choice to expose ourselves in that way. And I took a lot of that, a lot of the sentiments and a lot of my reactions to those situations, especially my reaction.
God damn, this nigga shook. Holy shit. Did they go outside yet? I think they're about to be outside. Hold on. Okay.
The testimony isn't necessarily
the gallery
on Cassie for
her.
As far.
Here we go. Why are we getting buffering?
Yeah, well, Jesse, when she had first kind of entered the courtroom, can't necessarily describe it as a tense moment necessarily, but I can only imagine what was kind of going through everybody's minds. You have Diddy's children on one side, his family on one side. You have Diddy, who was looking at Cassie as the moment that she walked inside that courtroom today. She was wearing a long brown dress. She is very, very much so, appears to be in her third trimester of her pregnancy. And so she kind of walked very quietly and very slowly up to the witness stand, took the swore the oath and that type of sort, and then sat down for the prosecution's questioning. And as far as who her support was inside that courtroom, that included her brother, what we presume to be her mother, as well as even her husband, Alex Fine. And he was kind of the topic of some of these arguments outside of the presence of the jury, mainly about just some testimony that they're expected to happen, especially later on today or even possibly tomorrow, because she is expected to be on the stand for a while. But as far as when she got onto the stand, she was very soft-spoken when she was answering ASA Emily Johnson's question. She, we've been following this case from the beginning, from the moment that she had filed that federal lawsuit that was just very shocking, a very bombshell lawsuit that we all know was settled the following day. But as far as just kind of comparing the allegations to her witness testimony, it was kind of a difference in the sense that we had only seen her allegations through words, through paper, through court filings and that sort. But, when she got on the stand, it's now, for jurors in their minds, they're putting a voice and they're putting a person to, a name finally. They're seeing just from her side of the view, just kind of her relationship with Diddy. Much of the testimony was very foundational. When did she meet Diddy? How long before, the two engaged in sexual intercourse? As well as, she was briefly asked about the CNN video, and she did confirm that she was leaving a FREeKOFF when the vicious beating kind of happened. As far as just some other big highlights, we were shown a lot of photos of her and Sean, as she refers to him in court, as well as her friends. We saw a photo of him being Diddy, Kim Porter, another friend, and Cassie all at the 2006 BET Awards. We saw a photo of Diddy with Cassie, another friend, and another potential witness to this case, all sitting on a couch. We had seen photos of their trip to Miami. We saw photos of them at a strip club together here in New York City in 2007. For Halloween, she had spoken about just, her time working as an artist for Bad Boy, and just that pretty much, some of these allegations she had talked about in her lawsuit, but also that Diddy controlled a lot of aspects of her recording career. She signed a 10-album deal. However, she only put out one album plus a mixtape. A lot of the songs that she had even recorded had just gone either, unreleased, or they were leaked and that type of sort. And so some of those were like kind of the big highlights, I would say. They were kind of touching base on who all else kind of played a role in, as far as, security. She had named people like D-Rock and Bounds and Uncle Paul Pauly and Malik. As far as assistants, we heard one of the big names being Christina Coram, as well as David James, Neil Dominic. And so that was kind of touching base a little bit as far as, how Diddy's staff kind of interacted with her. But for the most part, another eye-opening point was just that, Diddy had security around him 24/7. But she also had said that, sometimes the security's job was to kind of check on her and make sure that she was doing what she was supposed to, essentially, that, if she wasn't answering the phone when Diddy had called, that he would send his security to go and find her. And so, as far as just some of the testimony, I'm sure we'll get into more details as far as kind of, the FREeKOFFs and that type of those types of allegations. But, it really did start off pretty foundational. And I was pretty surprised at, how composed she was keeping it all while on the stand. Again, she was very soft-spoken, but she answered the questions directly if there was something that she was confused about or wanted Emily Johnson to rephrase or just to ask again. She was open about that. There were very brief moments of laughter, but that was just because, it was nothing that had to do with any of those graphic allegations or anything like that. But it was just, pretty much she was asked, like, why didn't you release more albums? And she's like, is that a question for me? And then there was a little chuckle, but for the most part, it was very much a serious tone. A lot of eyes were on Cassie. A lot of eyes were also on Diddy's children when they were talking, for example, about Kim Porter and just how that relationship had ended while Cassie was starting her relationship with Diddy. And so we got to kind of see finally for a while now, because it's almost been 2 years since she had filed her lawsuit at this point, that we kind of got to see her explain her own view from her own mouth, as opposed to us seeing these allegations in like lawsuits and that type of sort.
So I have two questions for you. One, how is the jury responding to her testimony and more of the graphic points of her testimony? But also, what was Diddy doing? What was Sean Combs doing? Was he looking at her? Was she looking at him at any points? So again, what was the jury's reaction and what was the reaction between Diddy and Cassie?
Well, let me tell you, it was a very packed courtroom, so it was really hard to kind of see all the jurors and their faces. But from the little view that I got of just seeing these jurors, they were listening intently like they have been even since yesterday, taking notes, kind of watching back and forth, both, the prosecution asked their questions and then going over and kind of looking at the witness, that being Cassie, while on the stand. Now, as far as Diddy goes, he was watching very intently. Like, let me tell you something. He is very much so participating in his defense. He is jotting notes down. He's passing these notes, because we do know when the cross-examination comes down, it's going to be Ana Maria Esteval who's going to be doing that line of questioning once the defense does get to the cross of Cassie's testimony. But as far as Diddy goes, he definitely kept his eyes on Cassie for the most duration while she was on the stand, which I can only imagine was felt intimidating on her end, possibly. I'm obviously not in her mind, so I don't know that 100% or anything like that. But as far as Cassie looking back in Diddy's direction, even when she had gotten off the stand, she didn't look at him once. She just walked immediately outside through the gallery, didn't look at him, didn't look at his children. There was no type of like soft smile, none of that. I think, even she might not have noticed her husband was right there in the courtroom too, but she kept laser focused, got out of the door, and then that's when everybody else kind of left the courtroom for lunch break.
Pretty surreal, to say the least. Let me ask you this. At the beginning of the day, we kind of got a sense of what's going to happen next. Everybody's been talking about the FREeKOFF tapes or these sex tapes and how they're going to be visible in the courtroom, whether or not the gallery is going to see these tapes. I imagine when she's going to have to talk about these tapes, she's going to have to view these tapes. What was the discussion earlier this morning regarding the tapes, how a witness will be questioned about the tapes, and whether or not anybody in the gallery will ultimately see them?
Yeah, so there was a lot of concerns about these exhibits, mainly more so, I guess, from us on the press ends portion, just seeing that these photos were sexually explicit and very graphic in nature. The government planned to show some of these images because they, according to the government, were 6 still images. They were nude images of victims that were sexually explicit, but the government kind of came up with a solution that, they would provide headphones to the jurors so that way, we wouldn't hear any type of audio of, these exhibits that were going to be portrayed. The government wanted to keep this material out of public record. The defense, meanwhile, says it's pretty much adult pornography. And so that's when we kind of started connecting the dots that these were, videos and images of, these freak-offs that the government is kind of talking about that's central to their case. The defense says it's a privacy issue, and they question what us in the press would pretty much do with these types of images. And you know what? We have a right to kind of talk about them, especially not in a salacious manner or anything like that. I don't think that was any of our intents on, being in the courtroom while these images were played or anything like that. But apparently it seems like, a point for the defense that, they were just wondering what the press would do about it, especially with so many eyes on this case. And so, they wanted to address this issue. The media did have a response through a lawyer. Not 100% sure what outlet they were with, but the media's response was pretty much that the press needs to see these. The testimony isn't necessarily suitable for these images because, the big question is, was this consensual or was this coerced? And so the media lawyer, offered maybe just the pool reporters to see these types of images, so that way there would at least be some media in the room, so that way we could report about.
Yeah, so this is the big thing. Like, shit. They've even brought up, they say, yo, there's mad screaming. It's probably, that video probably nasty, man. Astroglide everywhere, baby. That shit probably look like a slip and slide, man. Some shit you see at Great Adventures, my nigga. Like, come on, you hear Diddy just like skin fapping over there. Like, it's probably really nasty. Like, you're hearing Cassie moan like a pig. Like, it's just probably crazy. So they said, we don't want to play this shit over the big speakers in here. This shit, Diddy's kids is probably, imagine Diddy's kids like, what? That's how daddy get down? Crazy. He got daughters and shit like that. So what they want to do is headphones. Get these motherfuckers AirPods. They can hear it, but, it's not going to be played throughout the whole gallery where niggas like, what the fuck going on in there? Second of all, they're like, not everybody needs to see this. And they're trying to see if, because it's a matter of public interest, they can't be like, clear the courtroom, right? Because that could be something that, some of these journalists, which, by the way, Matthew, I forgot his name, the Inner City Press guy, he files mad motions and lawsuits himself when they try to prevent access. Like, sometimes they'll try to prevent access to journalists, and because it's a matter of public interest, they can't do that. So sometimes he'll go to court himself and make sure they're allowed to do whatever. So they're trying to do the right thing when they know that it would be pretty much unethical and out of the ordinary to say no one could see it, but they're trying to see if they can limit the exposure. So that's why they're like, maybe we only pick certain journalists, probably give a warning that maybe his kids could, I don't know, And I don't know if Alex Fine, which is Cassie's husband, want to see Cassie get plowed by multiple men. I don't know.
There would at least be some media in the room, so that way we.
Yo, chat, a FREeKOFF watch party is diabolical. Like, a FREeKOFF watch party up in the courtroom, diabolical, chat.
Could report about this, and so from the media's response, they completely objected to total sealment of these images and says that it's a First Amendment issue. And so this is going to be taken up probably at a later time, possibly when we all come back from the lunch break, just to kind of get a better picture of it. But it seems like from both parties that they're kind of fearful about these images getting out. But on our side, we have a right to report on what's going on. I mean, look at just the media campouts just behind me. A lot of people have interest in this, not just for salacious headlines or anything like that, but because this is a very high profile and criminal case. And of course, we will respectfully report on it if we are able to see these images.
Real quick, Elizabeth, I want to get you back in that courtroom. 30 seconds. If you could just explain what the scene is like today.
Well, the scene is very much so a lot of high energy, a lot of anxious energy, and maybe I'm just saying my own personal feelings because it was pretty tense this morning as a lot of people were just trying to battle to get inside that courtroom because everyone wanted to be in there when Cassie took the stand. Everyone wanted to see her to raise her right hand, swear an oath, and to get inside that courtroom. So there was a little tense moments from people either cutting in lines or people trying to get ahead as well. But as far as, from the family's perspective, I had mentioned yesterday that the daughters had walked out during Daniel Phillips' testimony. That wasn't the case today. Everyone stayed in court, stayed in place. They were listening to all the testimony that was going on today. And so for the most part, it just seems like, okay, this is day 2. A lot of people are just wanting to know more information. What are we going to be getting out of this case? Is this a criminal case, or is this, very much so possibly a domestic violence case, as the defense is trying to kind of paint it out? But as far as the mood inside that courtroom, it's very tense, I will say, mainly because a lot of people just have their eyes on this very important testimony from one of the biggest witnesses and one of the biggest players inside this case today.
Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much for being our eyes and our ears about what's happening in that courtroom. No cameras, no audio equipment, but we got Elizabeth, and she does a fantastic job. Thank you so much. And
okay. All right. So let me see. I hear that we do have some videos of like the family walking in. I'm trying to find it for y'all. By the way, if you guys do want to get a question in or a comment, just either become a member, and I think that they allow you to submit a question that way, or just send a donation or something like that. I could easily see it. All right. I think. Hold on. Sorry. Here we go. So this was them leaving court yesterday. I don't see anything. Oh, you want to see Cassie's husband leaving court yesterday? This was yesterday. This is after hearing all the details about how the sex worker was handling Cassie.
Is Cassie afraid to testify, or do you think she has?
I need you to step to the side. Step to the side, please.
How are you guys feeling?
Step to the side, please.
Watch out. Watch your back.
Oh, sorry. Why does this nigga look like he one of them agents from what's that shit with Morpheus called? Like Mr. Anderson. That's what he looked like. He looked like that Mr. Anderson nigga. Somebody said, what if the jury loves Diddy directing? What are you asking right now, bro? Hold on, let me load up the chat. If you guys are asking questions, I will entertain it. But you said, what if the jury likes the videos? I mean, that would be weird. Like, I don't care how the videos look. You're here for a sexual assault case, my nigga. Like, you're here for sex trafficking, and you're seeing someone cry about it. Even if you don't even believe her. Like, if you're turned on by the video, you're fucking weird. Right? You know what I mean? Like, even if we don't believe her and the video looks like she was lit as fuck and she's getting it in, if you like the video, it's like, that's kind of weird, right?
Right. How you doing, my brother? Everything cool? What's the temperament inside?
What's his name? Alex, open happy at the end.
Okay, and Northside Capo said, yo, she was with Ryan Leslie, a star, and she never sucked dick before. So you don't believe her. Northside Capo says he don't believe that Cassie never sucked no cock before Diddy. Remember, according to Ruger, thank you for the gifted membership. Remember, her story is that Diddy is the person who introduced her to sucking penis.
What do you hope to happen?
Are you hoping that he's found guilty? Congrats on the new baby.
How you feeling, man?
How are you feeling about tomorrow?
How you feeling, man?
Back up.
What are your expectations from this trial?
How you feeling, man? How you feeling? Where's the photographer? He asked me, how you feeling, Alex?
Damn. So much press. Back up, nigga.
That's right.
How'd it go in there today?
It's probably hell getting... If you guys ever been to this region, it's hell getting in and out of this courtroom. Definitely hell. Okay. Let me go back to this. Oh, and the parents or the family, this is the family, they're doing this thing where they're all holding hands. Probably also not to get lost in the shuffle, but it does show some solidarity.
Congratulations at NYU, champs.
Give us a little space. Give us a little space. Give us a little space.
I saw a few smiles. That's
Yeah, Diddy has some very beautiful daughters, man. They look very pleasant. Very pleasant. One thing I like about Diddy's, like, I'll say the daughters more necessary than the sons. I've never seen them look crazy online. They look very like classy. They look dope. Like again, and I think in 2025, having daughters is the most like, yo, you want to look up and you're like, yo, my daughter on OnlyFans? Like, not saying that obviously they would do OnlyFans or something like that, but I don't think we've seen embarrassing moments with Diddy's daughters. They've always looked really classy. So salute to them.
Step to the side.
And I'm pretty sure the apple don't fall too far from the tree. I'm pretty sure they get that probably from Kim Porter, right?
Excuse me.
Give us a little space. Give us a little space, please.
All right, man.
Come on, give us a little space. Have a good evening, guys.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Back up. Back up.
Hey, man. Now, this is the mom's. This is King. Why do I keep calling him King? That's his fucking Instagram name. This is Christian.
Sean, man, be good, bro.
I think this is Janice.
King. We love you, bro.
Don't know who this is right here. Don't know who that is.
Justin.
By the way, I've been trying to see if Christina Karam, the assistant, I've been trying to see if she's gonna pop up in court. Haven't seen her yet.
Be good. Okay, we love you, bro.
Okay, you threw up a little peace sign.
Hi, Justin. How you doing, man? Good.
Again, I'm probably reading too much into this about. Somebody said, "Are you going to the trial act?" King Rick, thank you for the donation. I'm going to try to pop in one day, of course. Shit, I'm not gonna lie. I think today is the big day. Today is the big day. Well, not today, tomorrow, and probably Thursday. Yeah, I know I have my show on Thursday, so there's no fucking way I could do this, right? But anytime after Thursday, I know 2 days after that's still my birthday, but I'm down to pop in for one day or right when we're about to get closing. Right when we're like, I don't think I could go to this every day. Chat, look at this. This is like, again, I've been over this area in New York. This place is hell to get in and out of. And even though they block off most cars. Okay? But I do want to show up one day. By the way, you know what I realized? Myron Gaines is actually here, and he said he was in court. Myron was in court.
We love you, Misa. We love you. Bless you, Misa.
Now, supposedly, so Misa is the mother, and I'm actually quite surprised that Justin Combs, that's Justin Combs' mom. Like, your mom is on a walker, bro. Like, I know he's probably a good son. I don't want to, go at nobody about being a son. But your mom's on a walker, bro. You can't walk ahead of your mom and hop in the Sprinter, bro. You got to help your mom up in there, bro. That's how it goes. You got to help mama, okay? But anyway, also, you know what I've noticed about Justin? I don't know. I've seen him in another video. He kind of I feel like he's always looking down. And I'm probably reading too much into this. I'm pretty sure he has a positive outlook about, his father's, trial. But I've been looking at him and he kind of looks a little down. I don't know. But again, he does walk in front of his mom and his mom is on a walker. I don't know.
How you doing, man? Good? We love you, Misa. We love you. Bless you, Misa. How was the whole thing, man? Everything was good?
Quincy, who's the guy with the glasses and the chain as well? How you doing?
Lucy, salute, brother.
We're not familiar with you. Who are you, sir?
I think this Quincy nigga always looks like a rock star, bro. By the way, thank you for the 10. Big Play 2008. It says, Act, the moderators, you said you were, what? The only one that could unblock Cardinal Rule from the chat. Okay, so your name is Cardinal Rule? Which chat are you blocked from? I don't want to force you to donate again, but just tell me what channel you're blocked from, what name, and I'll go on the channel and I'll block you right now, bro. Okay?
Whole thing, man. Everything was good?
Quincy, who's the guy with the glasses and the chain as well? How you doing?
Lucy, salute, brother.
We're not familiar with you. Who are you, sir?
Chat, am I tripping? Who is this right here? Is this ain't one of those lawyers? It's not Gloria Allred, is it? Remember the chick that was sitting next to the Diddy victim? Gloria Allred. That's not her, is it? Is that her? Gloria Allred Diddy. You remember? Look, she was doing this.
We'll take you now. It is long overdue for...
This is not her, right? That's her? I ain't gonna lie. On phone them grave, I would have had to swung on you. You over here, you got bitches lying on my daddy and shit, man. Bitch, I'm slapping you. Yo, shut up, bitch. Get out of here. Yo, that's not her, right? That's her? Man, you not gonna stand right at my Sprinter you trolling me now? While my daddy finna go to jail for life? Oh, hell nah. Fuck out of here. Yo, why is she over there like watching the family? Like, that's creepy as fuck. She represents one of the alleged victims. She represents this woman. When did this woman claim she's... Oh, this was one of them old chicks. She got fucked back in 2001. Man. Nah, actually, I wouldn't have done nothing to her. Listen, Diddy got a big family. If I see her, I'm gonna told the twins. Yo, you see that bitch I was talking shit about daddy? She right there. Drag that hoe. Yeah. Drag that hoe. I'm serious. Damn, she really in the cut. I wouldn't even recognize it. She in the cut. Yo, you know, yo, everybody there, like, I ain't gonna lie. Shout out to the family. Shout out to the family. What's the name? Armand Wiggins. Apparently, he ran up on Tyrone Blackburn. He ran up on Tyrone Blackburn is the one who represented Lil Rod. Look how Lil Rod and them show up to the fucking shit. They show up like they think they had a rap concert. Look at this shit. Wait. Oh, wait, where is it? Oh, look at this. This is them right here. They show up like they think they had a rap show, nigga. This nigga think he swear he Travis Scott. This is Lil Rod right here. He swear he Travis Scott.
We're subject to a gag order by the court. So I'm attorney Tom Blackburn, and we're not allowed to make any statement, so we're not saying anything.
Okay. Are you representing anyone specifically?
Yes, several people.
Some of the victims?
Several victims.
Several of the victims. Okay. Thank you. What are you guys looking at?
Tyrone Blackburn.
How are your clients feeling?
Just answered her, and I told her they were not making any statements because of the gag order.
I'm ordering some more coffee. By the way, I think I know DoorDash King. I'm ordering some more coffee from McDonald's. I'm gonna order 2 more of these bitches because I'm gonna see how long we can stay on today. Yeah, let me.
Thank you.
Yes, I answered her question and said that I'm not making any statements because of the gag order.
This nigga Lil Rod, this nigga think he's showing up to Summer Jam to perform, man. Yeah, this nigga not even like the prosecutors don't even want him in the case. This is how you know. Come on, chat. This was other than the CASSIE lawsuit. This was the one with the most amount of like greatest shit, right? By the way, thank you, Jahi Johnson said your big act the greatest. Thank you, my boy. This nigga had the most allegations in his shit. Had shit about Stevie J. Told my Stevie J was over there sucking niggas' dicks. Said Meek Mill was getting piped out. Like this the nigga who said all the shit. The prosecutors, the feds, don't use him at all. He shows up anywhere. Now, he still got a civil lawsuit going on, so I guess he's just showing up to, you know. But I ain't gonna lie, this is where, like, yo, King gotta go handle that. I keep calling him King. Christian Combs. Weren't they trying to jump Ray J for saying no Diddy? Y'all remember this? Ray J No Diddy. Y'all remember this? Hold on. He was just like, yo, I just ran into these niggas and they tried to jump me.
Did Sean Diddy Combs?
Wait, what the fuck?
She had.
Oh my God. Y'all remember this? And then we're going back to the case afterwards.
That.
What a firearm is.
I mean, listen, Ray.
Oh my God, I can't find it. Ray J. Diddy's son's jump. He said, they tried to jump me over some no Diddy shit. All right, is it this?
Stop hanging with you. You know until you called me. They tried to rush you for real.
Rolling up with the intensity.
I can't find his audio. It's like, we live, Charlemagne. Yo, I just ran into Diddy's sons. These niggas just tried to jump me over me saying no Diddy. Hilarious. Anyway.
How do you feel about people saying that you're a clout-chasing lawyer?
Just like I answered that woman's question earlier, I'm not speaking as pursuant to the gag order. That's how I feel.
Holy. Okay. All right. All right, we getting back to it, chat. We getting back to it. I think we're pretty much almost back in action, ain't we? We back in action. I think if we get back to inner city, we should be good. Okay. I know he probably also vlogged outside. Let's see what's cracking. Okay. During the break, I went. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, hold on. All right, they're back. 116, they are back. All right. And the judge says, welcome back, everybody. AUSA says, who was your manager at Bad Boy Records? Cassie says, James Cruz. He says, what did he tell you? He said, well, he said that he was managing me with one hand tied behind his back. Everything he had to check with Sean. The AUSA says, well, how did you make money if your records weren't being released? She said, well, I did host parties when Diddy approved them. What comments did Diddy or Sean make about your physical appearance? He told me I look too Mexican with my hair like that. Hilarious. Diddy was tweaking out, huh? All right. All righty then. James Cruz. Did James Cruz ever speak about? Did James Cruz ever?
You had the opening.
James Cruz, Cassie. So that was her manager. Did James Cruz ever say anything? Oh, this is James Cruz right here, right?
What was your role at Bad Boy Records?
Well, it started really easy. It started as head of mix show and street team. So if you recall, Bad Boy was probably the first. If you talk to Steve Rifkin, it was the second, but it was the first street team ever. And Puff brought me over, and Jason Jackson was the vice president. And Jason Jackson decided that he wanted to go manage Lauryn Hill. Now, my role was not so much as being a mix show director. I didn't know nothing about radio. I didn't know nothing about street teams. All I knew was that if Puff threw me in a lake of water, I'd do the backstroke in 2 seconds just to show off to him. And he said to me when Jason left, what are you going to do? I said, well, I guess what do you want me to do? He said, sink or swim, you run promotion. And at that time, I was not necessarily the favorite person at Bad Boy because, you had a bunch of interns that were there for years that wanted the role. The company was changing. It was becoming more from a smaller boutique label to becoming a juggernaut movement of social consciousness and awareness. And Puff had the vision to start to position the company in a certain way. He brought over Josh Takeman, he brought you over. There was a marketing division being created. I think Nantucket Nectars was like the first huge deal Josh was working on. Mm-hmm. And I was babysitting the street team with the street team van. And we were sleeping, driving back and forth to all the shows, but we had to be in the office by 10 or we get a day's pay docked. That's a true story. Remember that? So, my role became so much more important. Then I had to deal with Arista, the parent label. And I learned from two great guys, Tom Maffei, who I thought was incredible.
Good guy.
And Clive Davis. And being in those rooms, just the aura and presence just made you want to be better. It's like playing next to Jordan. You're going to have a better game next to Jordan. Playing next to Puff, you know, I want to be Scottie Pippen. He could be Horace Grant, but we played better next to Puff. It would just happen. If we played on other teams, we played great, but we just played better next to Puff because he made you want to step up. And then probably for 2.5 years, we moved over to 1345. And I'll never forget, it came the time where we probably were like the hottest team on the face of the earth. And I had just gotten married and just had my first daughter, Alexis. And I had an offer from Bob Jameson at RCA. He offered me $500,000 a year. 27 years old right now. $500,000 a year plus a huge expense account, and a huge budget, promo budget. And I had an offer from Dave McPherson over at Epic. And Puff calls me into his office. He goes, "So you're leaving, huh?" And I go, "You know, it looks like it." He goes, "What you gonna do?" And I explained to him my options. And I said to him, then there's this other thing over here, this management thing, Chris Lighty, violator management. He goes, "Are you stupid?" I'm like, Puff Daddy calling you stupid. And this time, this is P. Diddy. This is the guy I don't like. There's 5 personalities, we'll get into that later, but P. Diddy's the one I don't like. And P. Diddy calling me stupid, and I go, "Huh?" He goes, "You know retail, you know marketing endorsement deals, you know promotion. You go and learn management, there'll be no stopping you." And right there, he picks up the phone and calls Chris Lighty and says, "I'm loaning you my #1 guy."
Okay, so me knowing Puff, he was ready for you to get out the building.
Yeah, he was done.
Like,
he was done.
Puff don't let Puff is like the jealous girlfriend. If anybody is looking at you, he's like, hell no.
No. But see, there's a difference there.
Tell me.
Sometimes you need a coach to show you where to go. He was preparing me to be his manager.
What's up, guys? Thanks for sticking with me.
By the way, Cardinal, I am looking to see how I could get you good. Trying to figure it out. I don't know. When I figure it out, I'll be able to unblock you. All right. Okay. So it looked like James Cruz even was pretty much kind of co-signing some of this stuff, right? Huh. All right. Anyway. So looked like Diddy was kind of confronting her saying, "Yo, listen, you're looking a little bit too Mexican. We're trying to make some music. Shit ain't gonna work." And she was trying to do whatever to kind of like appease him, right? So here we then go. AUSA says, "How do you like your nails?" She says, "White, French tipped. What about your hair?" "It varied. I shaved my head in 2009. Your body." "He told me to work out and prepare." Yo, training for the FREeKOFFs is crazy, chat. He told me to work out and prepare for the FREeKOFFs. Yo, you got to train for, you need more stamina. Yo, baby girl, you keep getting gassed in the 4th. You need more conditioning. Get ready for the FREeKOFFs. Going to the gym for the FREeKOFFs is crazy, chat. How'd you feel? Nah, this is crazy. The FREeKOFF workout plan is undefeated. Like, you ever heard about the Kanye workout plan? 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and get that to me, right? Imagine what was going on in the FREeKOFF workout plan, bro. This is crazy. How'd you feel about his comments? It varied. What else did Sean pay for? He paid for cars. Did he give you cash? Yeah, but he would take things away depending on how he felt. What else did he take away? He said, "My self-confidence." Who would take things away? Staff. Say, I assume staff. And then defense would say, objection. It says jury will disregard. That's last answer. It says, who took your laptop and your phone? He said, security. He said, how long would they be gone for? However long I was being punished for. Damn, Diddy was running a fucking tight ship. Okay. Now, this is kind of like an interesting thing, right? For example, we in culture, let's talk about Quavo. Quavo took back the car from Sweetie. I'm pretty sure they were, while arguing before they broke up, I'm pretty sure Quavo was just like, all right, bitch, get your funky ass on out of here and give me my car back. Or if she was acting up, I'm pretty sure he probably tried to take it back. I'm not trying to throw Quavo in the mix. I'm just saying, we see niggas take shit back, right? We see 6ix9ine took his Birkins back from Jade. We see Future supposedly took his watch back from a girl. How much of that is control versus, yo, I'm going to take this shit back if we ain't working out? Now, this seems to be a little bit different, admittedly, because it appears that she's calling it punishment. I'm being punished so I don't have A, B, and C. That's the thing, right? It's kind of interesting. Shorty had FREeKOFF training. Yeah, that's crazy. The FREeKOFF training grounds got to be crazy. Like, that's where I want to see the questions at. So how would you exercise to get prepared for the FREeKOFF? There's that one. I know y'all gonna say I don't know nothing about the gym, but motherfucker, there's that one machine at the gym, my nigga. The one where you like work out your neck muscle. It look mad homosexual. Like any nigga that I see doing this, I'm like, what is he doing? I see females more doing that. She must be using machines like that. Because what type of exercise would you have to do to be better at FREeKOFFs? Like what fucking machine would get the back shots a little bit better? Like, would the elliptical help? Like, I don't know. Got her ass riding the little Peloton bike. I don't know what the fuck she could have been doing in the goddamn gym that would be helping out the FREeKOFFs. 24-hour fitness? Man, 24-hour FREeKOFFs, man. Yeah, the FREeKOFF boot camp is diabolical. I'm not even gonna lie to you. What type of exercise could she have been doing? Crunches? And then going by what they were doing, if this is all about FREeKOFF training, was she drinking protein or a different protein, gang? Yo, here's your protein shake before you work out. What type of protein is that? All the sex workers' semen just mixed up in one. You said cardio? Okay. Oh, that Stairmaster probably did hit different, huh? Somebody said men do take back their wedding ring. So, we're getting, we're obviously tongue-in-cheek joking a little bit. We're not trying to downplay her possibly being a victim or anything, but we're just trying to, kind of analyze these situations as we're seeing them in text. We don't have video and audio, so I do have to do some ad-libbing. So for anybody who think I'm insensitive, I'm not trying to be, right? Getting back a little bit serious, though, we do understand that what's kind of being put out and the picture that the AUSA is trying to paint is that these gifts or these things that Diddy did were money, power, and control. Now, it's going to be a great point, and it's going to be who's the better lawyer, if you ask me. Now, Cassie's going to say that, but I'm going to be honest with you. If you my girl and I find out you cheating, I'm taking back my motherfucking car. I'm taking back my goddamn phone. If shit, I think that's kind of normal. But the AUSA is going to paint this like he had complete autonomous control over her life, and it was almost used as if you don't do what I want, and not only just like, in a relationship standard, but it's like if you don't do these sexual acts, which that then becomes sex trafficking. You get what I'm saying? So it's going to be, because I could tell you, Diddy's side is going to say, yeah, he took these things back from you after he caught you sucking the trainer's cock. Like, duh. Yeah, his security found you with another man, and yes, he took things back from you. Yes, he was, and also it might come to this, he was trying to break up with you. Who knows? It's going to be a matter of who do you believe more, or which lawyer could be more convincing on how you're going to see these situations, because they're painting it as security would take her laptop and phone. And by the way, they're going to, they're going to trip her up on? Okay. So you're telling me that security would take your laptop and phone or take back things that he gave you, but then he would also come check up. It's going to be very interesting. All right. Anyway, we should have a new tweet. I'm trying to make sense of this chat. Again, I'm not saying all my, what the fuck is this? I'm not saying everything I'm saying is all the way right. How often were you in contact with Sean's staff? She said daily. She said, who are in these photos? She says, Christina Karam and Miss Fletcher. She said, what did you call Karam? She says, KK. And she says, who is this? This is D-Rock. He was Sean's security. Has D-Rock ever spoken? We've heard about D-Rock, Cassie. Has he ever spoken about this? Roger Bond. Yep, Roger Bond did admit certain stuff, saying, hey, certain things I didn't see because D-Rock was the security that was out of town with her a lot. Let's see. Hold on. So D-Rock has never talked, right? It's interesting. Roger Bonds, who has spoke, he says Cassie was just as wrong as Diddy. Chopper also reviews Diddy. He revealed he saw Diddy take Cassie from Ryan Leslie, and he says Cassie and Diddy abuse went both ways. This was the Cassie interview from the day after the Diddy hotel video. Let's see this.
So what's more fun? What's more fun, the shy guy or like the guy who's like, I know I'm kind of cool?
I mean, I like a badass guy, but I feel like the challenge of a guy that's shy.
So supposedly, let me see. This was after in 2016, I'm guessing. Oh, so after the Beating and the Dragon, this is her.
Is actually interesting.
If she did have any bruises, I'm guessing makeup probably covered it, huh?
Thing too.
Interesting.
Changes, but I want some peace of truth. I'm constantly assailed, and I'm wanting, waiting, wanting love deferred, but I won't stay. No, you never said just what you wanted when you wanted.
The fuck? Sorry.
Welcome to.
Okay, I'm trying to get this D-Rock person's like account.
That Cassie was supposed to be hosting. And that basically allowed him to make an excuse for Cassie to fly out to Miami without Ryan Leslie.
Okay.
During that trip, Cassie claims that Diddy gave her tons of drugs, kept her high throughout the whole weekend, and that was the first time that they actually had sex.
Okay.
Do you remember that weekend? Were you around?
Yes, I was around.
Okay. Do you know about the fake flyer?
I don't know about the fake flyer, but I do remember when she came back and they went out to the club a couple of times, and it was a couple of times when they would stay in the studio to 4 or 5 in the morning. I wouldn't be allowed to go to bed until they left the studio. And, you know, being nosy, we all would just stay around and kind of watch and say, yo, how long do you think it's going to be? You know, how long do you think it's going to take before he breaks the safe? That's that type of conversation. And then we all realized when she didn't stay in her room one night that we said, okay, this is it.
Right. And the two of them started to become serious. Right. He bought her a car. He got her an apartment in Manhattan that was walking distance to his apartment. And she said that when he first showed her the apartment, her parents.
Right. Yeah, we got to figure out some more about D-Rock. Ron J77, he says, does anyone remember the first public performance from Cassie? Because it was terrible and Diddy was visibly upset. He probably did some wild shit to her that night. What was the first performance? Cassie's first performance? Let's look at it. Cassie first. What's her first performance? Is this? It says 11 years ago. What's the first performance? Is it? It's kind of look like it might be. Maybe it's this. Oh. Send a link of the performance if you can, or at least describe it how I could search for it. Anyway, all right, some more tweets. says, how frequently were you in Sean's residence? She says, all the time. AUSA says, did they all have safes? She says, yeah. He says, or Emily Johnson, which is the AUSA, says, what did you observe in them? She said, cash, jewelry, cameras, videotapes, guns in New York, LA, Miami, and Alpine, New Jersey. Damn, Diddy had an Alpine, New Jersey spot? Never heard of that. Diddy, Alpine, New Jersey. Alpine, New Jersey is one of the best places. I think Lil' Kim lives there now. Mary J. Blige lived there. It's like one of the highest towns with property value. Like houses are usually 10 million plus, easy. Yeah, like the real estate there is crazy. Oh, Diddy sells. Okay, damn, this is actually a modest home in Alpine. In Alpine, you see like 40, 50 million dollar houses. So this is actually modest. Yeah, Alpine, New Jersey is like the top of the top. Okay. All right. Cool. So Alpine, New Jersey, and so they had houses all over the place, right? Do you recall the incident between Sean and Suge Knight? She said, yes, we're having a freak off in LA. D-Rock came in and said, Suge was down at a diner. Sean drove there. So what was your reaction? I cried. I said, don't do something stupid. So it looked like she cared about him. And I think what's kind of coming off to the jury is that I don't think Cassie is sitting here saying, I never loved Sean Diddy Combs. She's kind of admitting like, yeah, I love this guy, but he mistook my love and it turned to abuse because he started making me do things that weren't of love and he had other things over my head, if you get what I'm saying, right? All right. Now, we heard the story about that, if you guys don't remember. Do you remember this story? Diddy, Cassie, D-Rock, Suge. Right here. Gene Deals told the story. Oh, well, let's go to Roger Bond.
Lawsuit that Cassie filed. She mentioned...
I was around, you know what I'm saying? And I came to work. I think I flew into LA the next day. And they told me what happened. Yo, we seen Suge last night. So what happened? Yo, we was at Mel's Diner. That's the name of it. That's about 5 minutes from Puff House. That's on Sunset. And they said we was going to get Puff some burgers. And when we opened up the door, my man D-Rock opened up his door and Suge opened up his door at the same time. So D-Rock was Biggie man. So Suge knew exactly who he was. So Suge looked at him and said, what the fuck you doing out here? And he looked at Suge and said, what the fuck you think I'm doing out here? I'm working. You know what I'm saying? And next thing you know, he said, Suge put his hand around his man and it was 20 or 30 people that came to the spot. But he also said that Puff assistant slid off and called Puff and told him that they was in trouble at the Mel's Diner. And
now, real quick. Hold on. What the fuck? I'll put this on in a second. Real quick. This is going to go into Diddy's defense. The prosecutor got Cassie on the stand, and essentially what they're asking about is some stuff that kind of goes into hearsay. He's not charged for grabbing a gun and going to go see about Suge, right? And the only way this story gets to get involved is that they're saying, oh, we were having a freak-off when he stopped the freak-off to go holla at or grab guns to go see about Suge, right? And the idea that the prosecutor is using this to help try to prove sex trafficking kind of shows a lot of the prosecution cases based off Cassie's lawsuit. Cassie pretty much told us a lot. I think that helps Diddy because Diddy's defense is going to be, yo, y'all filed a criminal case, alleged RICO, which is a very serious charge. And, you know, it's very effective, but still, you have to convince people of this. You claim sex trafficking all over what this woman filed in a lawsuit that she wanted to get $30 million for. This was a shakedown, you know?
That Puff came and picked him up. Now, in her lawsuit, she talks about guns and everything. I don't really know about that, but I know for a fact that he came and picked them up from Mel's Diner. But you can't see inside the truck because the truck is all blacked out. And he said some woman rode up next to them in a convertible Rolls Royce and said, yo, 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 what's up, what's up? But they knew 9 out of 10 that them girls was Suge girls, and they was trying to see who came and picked them up. And if it was Puff picking them up, it would have been a problem. But I was actually off. I came to work the next day, and they told me the story.
Being Diddy's bodyguard, was there any other people, any other famous people that you ever had to bodyguard for? Or you might have been called on maybe on a night off or anything?
I bodyguarded for Loon, which I
Okay. Should have some more tweets. So that story, it's now relevant because it was during the FREeKOFF, supposedly. AUSA says, were you ever handed a gun? Ventura says, yes. We were going to the club downtown L.A. We had taken mushrooms. I was high. I was told to put the gun in my bag. I was freaking out. It says, who was present? It says a driver, security, and Sean. Another time I saw them get dressed and grab guns and leave in an SUV. AUSA says, well, how long were they gone? She says 30 to 40 minutes. AUSA says, let me switch topics here. How soon into the relationship did Sean mention voyeurism to you? And voyeurism is what we're going to talk about or think about in the sense of Diddy wants to watch sex happen or performance art. You know what I mean? Look at sex as a performance art. Sometimes it could be having sex in front of somebody else, right? Because there are people that have kinks that they want to fuck somebody, but they want somebody to watch them. Or in Diddy's case, he doesn't want to participate or participate sometimes, but he wants to watch it, right? So that's, some voyeurism right there. By the way, I don't know what angle they're trying to get to with the did you ever grab a gun for him? I guess they're trying to say she was being forced to, almost carry out what could have been potential crimes for him. And they're trying to establish and really nail home this idea that she had no choice in the matter. And she was just doing these things because Diddy wanted her to. Okay. Then now they're going to talk about the voyeurism. And apparently when they get together, and this is what we're going to get into some stuff now. We're going to get some stuff. Because now they're going to talk about how did Diddy introduce this idea of you getting piped out by another man, right? She claims this happened the first 6 months or after the first year of being together. That's when Diddy pretty much start bringing this idea to life. Okay. By the way, here.
I never said he had a special person to film everything. I said he had his assistants carry his personal bags around. And when I was there, he had an assistant named Tommy that would carry his Louis Vuitton bag around. And back in those days, it was a camcorder. So it was one of them little small hand camcorders with the little tapes. But he didn't actually tape them. His job was just to carry that bag around. But nobody knew what was on them videotapes. Whether it was, because at that time, people was videotaping everything. But this was his personal camcorder. And to be honest with you, our mind never went to the point of freak-offs. So we actually thought this was his personal videos that he was doing, whatever the fuck shit he was doing. But we didn't think it was freak-offs and that it was of man.
So this is a former security guard. He's alleging that there was a type of designer bag that had a camcorder and supposed tapes. In hindsight, he's kind of saying that's probably where the FREeKOFF videos were. Did he carry around the FREeKOFF videos like that? I mean, after hearing some of the stuff we're hearing, I know these are just witness testimonies at this point. He could have been.
Regularly bodyguarded.
Wait, sorry.
And all type of other shit like that. It was just like everybody got their job. And along with his personal stuff was his job to carry his...
Mr. Unclean, I see you say in the chat, you say, yo, if she's not a star witness, I wonder who could top Cassie's testimony. Well, it got to be her or Jane Doe, right? So I think it's her. She has a standalone charge, right? So whatever, Let me bring back up the indictment. Fuck. I'm gonna bring the indictment up. A lot of the things that he's charged with hinge on her. So she gotta be the star witness. Unless somebody was there watching all these things. And even then, they can't speak to how she felt when she's the one who was coerced, supposedly.
Medication to carry. The only thing we carried as security was the money.
Chat, is my audio going in and out? Let me make sure. It shouldn't be. You guys might have to refresh or something if it's going in and out. Mic check. Is it going in and out? Pause. No, Diddy. You guys might have to refresh because it looks fine right here. I'm telling you. Yeah, please refresh. Please refresh.
Money. You know what I'm saying? So we never even really thought about it until all of this FREeKOFF shit came back. And then it rang in my mind like, oh shit, this must be them tapes that Tommy was carrying at that particular time.
Okay, well, he has this bag. How long does he have this bag? You know, how much footage do you think you seen him get or maybe think that he got during your guys' time working together?
I have no idea. You know, that bag was with him every day, just like the regular bag with all his medication and stuff like that. So when he did FREeKOFFs, how he did FREeKOFFs, or what time, or we were.
Some people are saying that refresh worked. So if you're hearing audio issues, I think it's a YouTube only thing where, I don't know, maybe they're encoded or maybe it was something on my side. So just refresh. Don't know if it's happening on King Academics page. I know it's happening on the Academy. So just refresh. Otherwise, we should be good. By the way, shout out to everybody on Kick, also on Rumble.
Never know that.
Chat, we're 27,000 strong up in here, man. 27,000 strong from all platforms.
So I can't say how much footage he had in that bag.
But that bag was around every day for 10 years.
Now that bag was that. Well, I can't say it was every day for saying because I can't tell what exactly that bag was there every day. I know that was a bag that when Tommy had it, he had that bag. If he ain't had that bag, then it was in a safe or it was with Mr. Combs.
Do you think Diddy would have been smart enough to get rid of this stuff before the feds raided his house?
He didn't know the feds was going to raid his house, evidently. Or he didn't, like, sometimes it's like you think you're invincible. You have that God syndrome. You think nothing is going to happen. So, or if they raid it, they're going to raid it a certain type of way. And they're not going to come and knock down everything and find tunnels and do this, that, and the other without somebody that he thought would be able to call him to give him a heads up. Evidently, they kept this one so hush-hush because they knew that it was somebody that would give them a heads up. These guys didn't even know where they were going.
Oh, okay. Were there any guys that you actually, became friends with besides Diddy? Any celebs?
Nah, I never really was on that. To me, it's like, I'm cool with everybody.
Okay. We should have some more tweets here. So now we're gonna see about the voyeurism, right? And apparently, if we're hearing it from, well, we're gonna hear from the horse's mouth. So the voyeurism started like pretty much a year after they started fucking around. They ask her, how old are you? They start fucking around like 21. She said she was 22. AUSA says, why did you agree to try a FREeKOFF? She said, good question. I just wanted to make him happy. They then said, where and when was the first FREeKOFF? She says, one of his homes in LA. And they put up an exhibit, Exhibit 2A 627. It says, who is this? It says, that's the first Escort. They say, do you know his name? She says, no. AUSA says, I'll call him first Escort. Were you aware if he was paid or not? Ventura says, yes, he was paid to dance and to have intercourse with me. AUSA says, what drugs did you take? She says, well, ecstasy and alcohol before things started. The AUSA then says, did you disguise your appearance? She said, Sean said we should disguise ourselves. So I wore masquerade mask. AUSA then says, what was a session in a FREeKOFF? She said, until the escort finished. So the escort had to come. Then they say, how many sessions with the first escort? She says, I could remember at least 2. So we're getting into it, chat. We're getting into it. All right. So if you notice the way that the AUSA is doing with Cassie, they're doing it really slow and deliberate. They started off, first of all, by talking about how she met Diddy, some of the control methods that he was supposedly using, talk about her career. They were talking about a lot of things building up to now this. By the way, if you ask me, this is 2 o'clock right now. Court's gonna dismiss around 5. I don't know if the AUSA is gonna finish their direct. So I don't think the defense is coming until tomorrow, right? I think they're gonna slowly, methodically break down all of these encounters that she can remember, all of these details, and really evoke a passionate, probably tearful Cassie that's going to recount how much Diddy supposedly forced her to do these freak-offs, and some of the probably gruesome details that I guarantee we're going to be reporting. They're going to ask about the urine, all of that, all right? So it's happening. Okay. Next up.
Which they good buddies, okay? They're gay. Both. Diddy and Ross. And Khaled. They're all gay, okay? DJ Khaled.
Okay. He says, how did you feel? So they're asking her how she felt after the FREeKOFF. She said, I was high, so I didn't feel much. I did feel dirty and confused, but he was happy with me. The AUSA says, why did you feel you couldn't say no? I didn't want to make him angry or upset after he had shared this part of himself with me. So it looks like Diddy must have said to her, like, after a year, to say, hey, listen, I love you. I got this little kink, all right? I don't want you to feel like I don't love you because of this kink, but my kink is I like other people fucking my chick. And it looks like Cassie felt like he was being open and honest. And after Diddy came out like that, which, by the way, as much as we've talked about this whole thing about Diddy being gay, we ain't hearing nothing about Diddy's kink supposedly being him wanting to get fucked in the ass. If anything, we've hearing that he got mad that the nigga, one of the porn stars or escorts, looked at him while he's fucking Cassie. So it looks like he comes out to her, comes clean to say, yo, A, B, C, and D. And Cassie feels obligated to not make him feel weird about what he came out about, right? She's trying to normalize it, and she's also trying to acquiesce. That's how she's putting it now, okay? How frequent did the freak-offs become? She said weekly for a consistent amount of years. She said, when was your last one? She said, 2017 or 2018. AUSA says, how long were you awake during the freak-offs? She said, I never slept. I took drugs, ecstasy, Molly, cocaine. Yeah, this is getting there, people. Has she done an interview since 2018? Have we seen her do an interview since 2018, chat? That would be very interesting to know. Have we seen Cassie do an interview since 2018? All right. Let's keep it going. By the way, we're just waiting for other tweets to come up. And I wonder, when she said she never slept during the entire time, and I'm pretty sure the defense attorneys are going to ask this, she said she never slept during the freak-offs at all. And she was staying up on ecstasy and coke. She had also admits that the longest freak-off was 4 days. Did she stay up for all 4 days? Now, granted, I don't know if she's just saying that, hey, for the most part, I never slept. But the defense is definitely going to come back around with, so you didn't sleep for 4 days. And if she admits that, oh, yeah, I did sleep a little bit, that might at least blow up that argument of her saying she never slept, just to kind of like ruin her credibility a little bit. But right now she's saying she never slept. She also admits she was high. She did admit to feeling dirty and confused. She says, I couldn't tell him no because I feel like I'd be making him upset after he shared this part of himself with me. How frequent were the freak-offs? Weekly, for a consistent amount of years. Wow. Now, to all my chat queens and chat niggas in the building. Like, I think everybody, when you're with a girl, right? And I think this is normal. Like, say you with your girl for a long time. Maybe now and then y'all might do like a threesome or something like that. Or you do something like maybe y'all go on vacation. You do something that maybe a little bit non-ordinary out of the sexual encounters you have with that person at that point. That's the thing. I thought these freak-offs weren't like that regular. I thought it was just like, yo, Diddy would get a big win in music and he wants to celebrate and he does a freak-off. You know what I mean? Like a lot of these, I know a couple of celebrities when it comes time to, I know 2 celebrities in particular. They have annual orgies on New Year's Eve. Facts. And I be looking on their shit to be like, and I be looking on their story to see who they invited to their orgy. I'm like, oh shit. Okay. Holy. I know. Facts. You feel what I'm saying? And by the way, chat, it is my job to collect all everybody's secrets. So I know it. Every New Year's Eve, they go on vacation and it's orgy. New Year's Eve. But they don't do these orgies every week. They don't do it every month. Well, from what I know, maybe they do. I don't know. But I just know about those ones. So I guess with the Cassie thing, I'm like, that kind of helps her case and the AUSA case. Because at this point, if y'all are doing these, and I'm going to just call it non-standard or non-traditional sex acts or these freak-offs that kind of seem like events, pretty much it's almost like he turned Cassie into a sex worker. He's telling her to train for the freak-offs. Yeah, you'll go train for the freak-off this weekend. Yo, look at y'all motherfuckers, man. Y'all just saying all type of shit in the chat, man. Oh, boy. Yeah. So they were saying train for the freak-offs. Jesus Christ. And it was every week. Consistently for amount of years. Wow. So do you recall all the freak-offs? She said that would be impossible. Oh my God, how many was there? She said, did you want it to stop? I said, yes, I was humiliated. I didn't have those words then. I couldn't talk to anyone about it. Oh, she's crying. Diddy, reserve the top bunk, nigga. Which is a good bunk, top or bottom? Pause. Oh, the crying starts. It is. Her belly's hanging over on the thing. She got a kid in the gut. You know, the baby there like, mommy, I want to help you. No, I'm not trying to play around. Chill out. Motherfucker, she's crying on the stand. Diddy's looking gray as hell. You got to imagine, too, Cassie's looking probably beautiful. She's glowing, pregnancy glow. Diddy looks like a grayed-up old pervert. Let's be honest. He don't got none of that just for men shit to keep his beard black. He's as gray as Santa Claus. The wrinkles start coming out, all type of shit. I imagine the jurors are hearing this. She's crying. They're looking at her. She looks beautiful. She's pregnant. And they look over to this nigga, and this nigga look old as father time. Gray, wrinkled up, looking nasty. And they're like, nah, this ain't right. Nah, this ain't right. Oh, yeah. Diddy? Oh, man. So now she says about, because that's going to be a thing. Did you ever say you want to stop doing the freak off? She says, I brought it up gently. I didn't want him to just do it with someone else. Ooh, interesting. So that's an angle I think some women could be able to, maybe identify with, right? She's saying, I didn't want to stop doing this thing that he liked because he would just go get another woman to do it. And we keep hearing this idea that, even Diddy's own attorneys were kind of use this angle to say these people were doing things to try to keep Diddy. It's not like Diddy was telling them to stay. They wanted to do whatever to stay with Diddy, not the other way around, because the benefits that they got from Diddy. But so she's kind of admitting it, but still admitting it in a sex trafficking way, where it's like, yeah, I kind of did it, but I just didn't want to get replaced. Like, I brought it up gently, but I didn't want to go too crazy on it because I just wasn't trying to get it replaced. He says, were you able to express your concerns to him? They say, objection, lead-in. Judge says, rephrase. Says, why would you talk to him gently? She says, I didn't want him to be angry. Yo, who in the chat said that? We don't need cable? He said, man, I need a CASSIE, no bluffing. Well, what's wrong with you, man? Now, that's going to be very important. Keep in mind, I didn't want him to do it with someone else. Could be viewed many different ways. And this is what I keep telling you. This is all about, even when you got the Brian Steele, the Tenny Garagos, you have Xavier Donaldson, you have, of course, Mark Agnifilo. Obviously, you have AUSA Maureen Comey. You have AUSA Emily Johnson. It's all about how could you get those 12 jurors and the 6 alternates to see it your way. Because when I hear this, if we hear this on face value, we don't know nothing about CASSIE. We don't see the video of her getting beaten and dragged. We know nothing. If you just reading 2 people text messages and she's like, I'm only doing this, or you see someone explain saying, I'm only doing this because I didn't want him to do it with another bitch. It sounds like, oh, okay, so you ain't want to get left. You want to do this shit. And by the way, I know relationships where women or even men do things because they don't want, like, I've heard a girl say, I gave my man a threesome because I didn't want him to go fuck the bitch without me. Now, you ever had or heard a homegirl say that, or your homie tell you that's why his girl's agreeing to some shit? I don't know if that's sex trafficking. That seemed like you trying to keep your man. I don't know if that's sex trafficking. Now, granted, the thing with this CASSIE case, or not CASSIE, is the Diddy case, everything has to be in total, you have to look at it in an overall perspective. Because if you look at one thing, you might be like, man, you were just trying to keep the gravy train. You look at everything else, you're like, maybe. And we're going to see who is going to be able to testify to how the victim, there has to be some type of expert that comes in and testifies to how a victim of sex trafficking or some of those type of abuse, how they think and how they process things and what they do. Because to make this point, I would say, it sounds like you're doing this willingly, but in the cycle of abuse and victim mindset, she might not be, right? Okay. Let's see. Okay. All right. Hey, memes, get me this that I can post on the gram, okay? Thank you. That's a really interesting point about this testimony. Why you ain't stop? Why you ain't tell me you want to stop? I ain't want him to go do it with another girl. Can we do a poll on that? I think this is a good place to really ask some questions. Now, we have to juxtapose both sides to this, right? Because she also says in the next sentence that, well, I didn't want him to be angry. So it kind of also gives this hint of she's fearful. But initially she says, I just didn't want him to do it with anyone else. Can I see a poll? Somebody start one on the Academy channel. Let me go to King Academics. We need a poll. We got to figure out this. What do you guys think about that? I want to post this on the gram too. I got to get, the gram be having the best The gram be having the motherfucking best comments, especially my Instagram. Give me 1 second. All right. All right. Give me 1 second. I'm just posting to the gram. Ooh, there's some more tweets too. Cassie admits she didn't want to bring up stop doing the freak off to Diddy out of fear he might do it with other women instead. Okay. All right. That was a good post. See how quickly I post? See how quickly I post? I bet. Okay. Memes. Keep sending it to me. All right. Let's go to these other tweets, my people. All right. I'm on King Academics page. Let's look at all of the... I want to see some polls, man. Pause on that, but no Diddy on that. No Diddy on that. Seen some polls? Oh, shit. Pause. Shit. Anyway, okay. The AUSA says, what is this? She says, this is the email between me and Sean. The AUSA says, what did you call him? She said, I called him Pop-Pop. Why did you call him Pop-Pop? He asked me what I called my grandfather. I did it, but now I think it was disrespectful. Wait, was she calling Diddy Pop-Pop? And they're saying, why you call him Pop-Pop? And he wanted whatever endearing term she had for her grandfather. That's weird now. If you ask a girl to call you the same thing they call her grandfather, that's crazy. That is a little bit crazy. I ain't gonna lie. That's some other shit. Diddy, you were tweaking, bro. Is Diddy I can't wait till everybody comes out of court to tell us. Is Diddy's kids in the I would love to see what's Diddy's daughter's reaction to this. They're watching a pregnant woman crying on the stand, talking about what their father did. And even some of these things where they're like, yo, he wanted me to call him Pop-Pop because that's my grandfather, and I call my grandfather Pop-Pop. The AUSA says, what did you write? I really need to fuck. So it looked like she wrote an email to Diddy. I don't know why they were emailing. AUSA says, why did you write that? Ventura says, I wrote that because I wanted to be with him. AUSA says, I'll read your message. I'll read your message. You read yours. What? The so I'll read Sean's message. So Sean says, so this is Diddy. You don't want to do anymore? I guess they might be talking about FREeKOFFs. Ventura then reads her own email messages or correspondence to Diddy at the time saying, I'm so predictable. So it looked like because they know Diddy, what the prosecutor's doing, chat, they know that Diddy's lawyers is going to eat Cassie alive. On that stand, when they get to, Shorty, stop the capping. You were loving this shit and you never wanted to stop. Be honest, right? So they're putting out something that we didn't even know was there. This is going to hurt them, but they have to address it now. So there was a message between Cassie and Diddy that clearly Diddy has, because everybody gets everything in Discovery, that Diddy is asking Cassie, you don't want to do the FREeKOFFs no more? And Cassie seemingly, we didn't get to it yet, but she seemingly is not going to say a strong no. She already gave the pre-answer by saying, I don't want him to do it with another woman, so I never really said, let's stop it. But you know when Diddy's lawyers get up there, all 9 of them, they might stand all at once. Bitch, stop fucking playing. Didn't the nigga ask you if you want to stop sucking them escorts dicks and you said, nah, you like it? Stop playing. So they're going to be on her ass. So they're trying to do some counter shit. Okay. Ooh, this is getting juicy right here. Pause. And also, they're addressing this idea she introduced sometimes having sex. She would message him, I really need to fuck. Now, she's saying, and this is, you know, again, we're not in court, so we got to parse how we kind of look at these things and kind of like we got to use some like common sense. When they say, why did you write that? It says, because I wanted to be with him. I'm wondering if she's taken the angle of, hey, at times I would just throw the idea of sex because he was a sex addict and he loved the free. I would throw it out because I just wanted to be around him. I've heard that sometimes. Like a girl would be like, yeah, no, yo, you ignore me you ignore me until I ask you to fuck. You know what I mean? Like one of them ones, you know, one of them ones like, yo, you ignore everything I say until I say, yo, I'm horny. Then you're like, what up? Where you at? So I think maybe that's what they're trying to get to, right? To say, even though you're offering sex, the real reason you were doing it is because you just wanted to be with him. It's not that you wanted the freak off, but it was the way for you to be with him. Okay? So now, again, hopefully it's an update. Chat, am I lying? Yo, Creeper Gaming, I'm lying? Come on, you don't know one of them ones? You know one of them ones. You know you got that super eater in your phone. The super eater that want to be more than an eater. And you ignore every message she sends you until she says, yo, I'm horny. And she sends you a naked picture. And you respond mad quick. WYA. It's time for the eater to clock in. She tell you all type of shit. She be texting you left on red, left on red, left on red. That one message, I'm horny. Titty pictures. WIA. I'm telling you, man, one of them ones still. Everybody knows it. Stop playing. Come on. We gonna have to add, you gotta add some brain power to this shit to understand what's going on. And I'm telling you, chill. All right. Okay, cool. Let's get to it. She says, so now the AUSA, I think they're back in their voice. It said, what do you think this meant? That he knew I didn't want to do the freak-offs anymore, but then I backpedaled. So you catch it, right? You catch it. So essentially, and this is what I'm saying, the defense is going to have a field day, chat. They asked Cassie, you don't want to do this no more. And she doesn't say no. She actually backpedals. Diddy's defense team is going to use that to say, if he forced you, how the hell he give you mad different times to say no or leave? How? By the way, everything is going to be seen differently. When he would kick her out or when he would take stuff back from her, that's going to be seen as, did Sean not try to break it off with you? And yo ass love the lifestyle, love this, and you keep coming back. If you say this is against your will, why you ain't leave? If you claim you ain't want to do A, B, and C, why you ain't stop? Why you ain't tell him when he's asking you, do you want to stop? So you could tell they know the defense is about to drop 60 points on Cassie. So they're trying to they're at least trying to add some astroglide to the floor, at least a little bit of baby oil, you know what I mean? Okay, so cool. So she's admitting she feels like the sentiment, and by the way, I'm surprised they didn't object to this, but they did ask her what she thought it meant, right? She said, I thought by Diddy asking that, he knew I ain't want to do the freak-offs no more. But I backpedaled. And then AUSA says, why? Well, I backpedaled to not make him angry. He could be violent. AUSA says, where'd you get your outfit? She says, pleasure chest. Pleasure chest. I feel like I've heard this before. Pleasure chest. Cassie, pleasure chest. I think maybe Roger Bonner, Gene Deal was always talking about like some of the places where Diddy would go go shopping. Gene Deal, sex shop, Diddy. He said he caught Diddy buying a butt plug. Who y'all think the butt plug was for? Cassie or him?
Story before about how y'all was in Atlanta and he was buying some toys. Can you elaborate on that,
Oh my God, brother. Come on, man. Listen here, man. I know the fans want to hear some of his intimate secrets because he is a celebrity. He is a public figure. and everything like that. And maybe I shouldn't be telling the business like that. But you know my motto, fuck them and feed them beans. You understand? We was in one of those X-rated stores where they buy toys, movies, and everything at. And this shit was just funny, man. So he's going around, he's, you know, they give him a bag. They give him a big bag when he come in that joint. They don't even want to know what he putting in the bag. I swear for a living God, I've never seen this before in my life. So he's going down the aisle and just getting stuff. I'm about 3-4 steps behind him. He going down the aisle getting stuff like that. So it was this rack that's set up by itself. You know what I'm saying? And he's at this rack and he was getting like 4, 5, he was just getting them like that. So I wasn't paying no attention to him at first, and stuff like that. But then when I went into the rack said butt plugs. I said, hey, yo. Man. I said, hey, yo. Fuck is you getting these for, man? And he said, can I do my shopping by myself? I said, I'll be at the door. You're right. So he came with this big ass bag, and he ain't even let the dude know what he had in there. He just gave the nigga a wad of money like this, and dude said, all right, cool, and walked out the store.
Damn. All right. Okay. AUSA says, did you get piercings? Ventura says, yes, Sean came with me. AUSA says, which of his homes did you have freakouts in? She says, Miami and New York. AUSA says, what about his other homes? Well, I did it in my homes, all but Studio City. It looked like Studio City was her safe place. Remember, that was the one that she was paying for? And she said that she had that home because Diddy paid for the rest of her homes, and that was her safe place because she didn't want him to fully control everything about her, right? AUSA says, what about in other cities? She said Atlanta and Ibiza. Ain't there a song about Ibiza? I had a freak off in Ibiza. What song is that? I had a freak off in Ibiza. No, I took a pill in Ibiza, some shit like that, right? There's a song that, right? Took a pill in Ibiza. Damn, this shit might have been about Diddy. Yo, Mike Posner got to get called up to the stand next, nigga. What happened in Ibiza, nigga? What are you talking about? Holy shit, okay. All right. AUSA says, in what hotels in New York did you have freak-offs in? The Trump Hotel, Gramercy. AUSA says, Intercontinental? She says, yeah, 44th Street, yes. AUSA says, elsewhere? The Mondrian, Oriental, Fountain Blue. She says, what names were used? Jackie Starr. I used Frank Black. Oh, she used Jackie Starr, and Diddy was called Frank Black. Interesting. Frank White. Didn't they call Biggie that? Frank White. Why does Biggie call himself Frank White? Frequently referred to himself as the Black Frank White. His name was taken from a drug lord character played by Christopher Walken in the film King of New York. So the star of this film, King of New York, which, by the way, all plays into itself because Diddy considers himself King of New York, right? Frank White is the star and the infamous drug lord. Diddy's fake name to check in these hotels was Frank Black. Okay. And Jackie Starr, where could we see Jackie Starr? Jackie Starr. There was a porn star named Leela Starr, right? Leela Starr. I think. Yeah, there's a bitch named Leela Starr. Where did he make up that from? Jackie Starr. So we're either keeping the Jackie or the Star, and it probably some other famous person's name or fictional character. Somebody say he the freaky Frank White. Y'all know about Leela Starr? Biggie Smalls came from an old 70s movie? Oh, shit. Somebody says, who? Kelly Star? Somebody says Jackie Legs. What? Somebody said this is the freaky endgame. Somebody said the plug was Ja Rule. The plug were for Ja Rule. Y'all stop playing. Y'all think the plugs was Ja Rule, bro? Yo, Ja! Somebody call Ja!
Say, I know a lot of people want to hear these stories and everything. Just to clear the facts up what's going on. But it all started, we was in Atlanta. And this story starts when I'm with Puff and he's in the exotic bookstores and he's doing shopping, right? He's shopping, getting his stuff and everything like that. So, you know, this is the first time I was ever in an exotic bookstore with Puff. So, you know, I'm giving him his space. He's taking things off the shelves and stuff like that because they gave him a brown paper bag. When they gave him a brown paper bag, he was just putting stuff in there. So I said, damn, you know, he got to go put it on the counter and, you know, show everybody what he's getting. So as he's going, I'm just looking at the places where he's picking stuff from. So there's one part he picked up some things from up here on my left side. And then he picked like quite a few of them down. I was like, okay. He put them in the bag. So when I went by there and I looked up there and it said butt plugs. And I was like, hey, yo. I was messing with him. Because people don't understand, you know, we was like friends. He was a part of the same gang. So I'm still going to tease him. I'm still going to mess with him and everything like that. I could do that. It wasn't just no security thing. So I say, yo, what are you getting this for? And it said butt plugs. And he was like, yo, can I do my shopping by myself? I said, yeah, you could do it by yourself, brother. And he started walking and everything like that. So when he got I just waited at the counter. So when he got to the counter, he didn't even have to show the guy nothing. He just gave the guy a wad of money. I mean, like, he gave him.
One thing I say about this nigga Gene Deal, he's the master of telling the same story 4,000 times and never changing one detail. Like, he seems really believable. This nigga tells the same story 4,000 times, not one detail is ever changed in the story.
But the guy stacked something like this. And Puff wasn't the dude that carried no 20s and no 50s and nothing like that. And I mean, like, he just said, boom. And we walked out the store. So we had to leave Atlanta and go to North Carolina for a show. You understand? And it was him, this rapper, Sarah, and this other girl. We all got on a G5 jet, and we flew to G4 jet, and we flew to North Carolina. So later on that, I think that afternoon, same day, this rapper and him, they all in the room together.
Oh, nah.
You know, it's Sarah, the girl, Puff, and this dude, this rapper. So I'm here at the door and stuff like that, like, yeah. So then next thing you know, somebody rang the doorbell. We had the presidential suite where we was at. So I opened the door and the dude said, yo, I'm here for my cousin. I said, who your cousin? And he said, Ja Rule. I said, well, he busy right now. He said, he busy doing what? I said, he with Puff, they're in the room, they busy, they don't want to be bothered. He said, well, I'm going in there. I said, bruh, you ain't going in there because he told me they don't want nobody to be bothering them. And he was like, yo, I don't care, man, I'm going in there. That bull like that. I said, yo, bruh.
If Diddy traded out Ja Rule for a nice young tenderoni like Meek, Diddy might be the GOAT. Just like how you traded out Cassie for motherfucking Young Miami, Diddy might be the GOAT. He just keep trading them out. Hey, yo.
They're like, yeah, so then next thing you know, somebody rang the doorbell. We had the presidential suite where we was at. So I opened the door and the dude said, yo, I'm here for my cousin. I said, who your cousin? And he said, Ja Rule. I said, well, he busy right now. He said, he busy doing what? I said, he with Puff. They're in the room. They busy. They don't want to be bothered. He said, well, I'm going in there. I said, bruh, you ain't going in there because he told me they don't want nobody to be bothering them. And he was like, yo, I don't care, man. I'm going in there. That bull like that. I said, yo, bruh, Jesus Christ had to come down here and take the air out of my body before you get in that room right there. Watch. He tried to bum rush me. I grabbed him and threw him against the piano. When I threw him into the piano, Puff and Ja Rule runs out the room.
Bro, why somebody gonna say, Ack, you gargling the liquor? You just trying to show us how Cassie was gargling the piss. Yo, stop playing with me, man.
Puff got his towel, Ja grabbing his towel, but they butt the naked. And so then Ja was like, yo, what's going on? Yo, G, that's my cousin. He know me well. You know, and Puff was like, yo, G, what happened? I said, he tried to get in the room. I told him he couldn't get in the room. And he was like, Puff looked at Ja. He said, yo, Ja said, you ain't want to go in that room because there's a lot of freaky going on.
Wait, what?
Oh, yo, G, that's my cousin. He know me well. You know, and Puff was like, yo, G, what happened? I said, he tried to get in the room. I told him he couldn't get in the room. And he was like, Puff looked at Ja. He said, yo, Ja said, you ain't want to go in that room because there's a lot of freaky going on.
What would I do without my baby? Like, yo, imagine you at the door. All of a sudden, what would I do without my baby? Like, this shit was going crazy up in that room, right? I'm real. The way you walk, the way you talk. I'm real. Yo, Diddy, we gonna clap that. We gonna clap that. We gonna clap that. Yo, this shit was going crazy up in that room, chat. Holy. Yo, Diddy, we gonna clap that. Like, this shit was probably going crazy in there, huh? Yo, Diddy bringing out the butt plugs. Yo, Ja, guess what I got? Bro, wow. Yo. Oh, shit. Oh, no. I'm from New York. I got 100 butt plugs and clips. This ain't what you want, and I know. I'm sorry, Chad. I'm sorry.
So I was like, oh, he said it was a lot of freaky going on. So that was basically that story, man. You know what I'm saying? They went back in the room. Dude felt a certain kind of way, and he left out. So I seen them at the concert the next day, and they tried to, form up against me. But my man Frank was like, I told my man Frank, I was like, yo, Frank, put yourself in that position. Somebody trying to get in the room, and Ja told you don't let nobody get in the room. What would you do? Now, y'all can do whatever y'all want to do, man, but I ain't taking no losses.
Yo, Ja, what happened up in there? It's murder. Like, what's going on, bro? It's murder.
He said, yo, you good, and that was it.
We gonna clap back.
When Ja said, you don't want to come up in there, a lot of freaky stuff is going on. You got to use your mind. What they was doing with those butt plugs.
Yeah,
that was crazy.
Oh, nah.
Yeah, that was real wild.
Nah, man. Nah, this is getting out of hand, chat. This is getting out of hand, bro. This is getting out of hand, chat. Okay, so she was going by the name Jackie Star. We're back in court. The joke time is done. We're back to serious business, okay? We're the #1 news channel in the world, okay? Fuck CNN and ABC and shit like that. All right. What were the supplies for the FREeKOFFs? Astroglide, baby oil, condoms. He said, who brought the supplies? Security, Sean's assistants. What brand of baby oil? Johnson's & Johnson's. How was it used? Sean said, you need to be glistening. Were there FREeKOFFs where you ran out of baby oil? The defense says, what the fuck? Objection. How is this relevant? AUSA says, and by the way, Your Honor says this is irrelevant. Okay. Looks like they move on. So you mentioned Astroglide. Defense says, same, objection, irrelevant. They're having a sidebar because, again, I think the AUSA is trying to hammer home these points of the details of the freak-off. And Diddy's team is like, whoa, why y'all got to get all into that? So the judge is, rather than have this guy do constant objections, they said, let's do a sidebar. Let's figure this out, and we're going to see. Now they're back. It says, we were talking about Astroglide. How is it used? Ventura says Astroglide is used as lubricant. If you ran out, what would happen? Ventura said, we'll call either the staff or the bell desk and give them a tip. AUSA says, were the freak-offs lit? What? Oh, my stupid ass. I'm thinking about like colloquial word like lit. Like, was it popping? No. Was there lights, right? Ventura says, initially it was a candle. A strong smelling candle. Glade. Okay. The Glade candle. Let me see. Glade candle. Okay. Astroglide, baby oil, condoms, butt plugs, candles. Okay. All right. We're getting to them. We're getting to it, chat. We are getting to it. Nah, these details is crazy, chat. These details are crazy. Where is Ja? Somebody call Ja. Yo, the idea of Ja Rule getting doused with baby oil and having to Harlem shake that shit off his body is crazy. I don't know. All right, done with that bottle. Okay. So we're at the point. By the way, it's just a time check. We're 2:30. We probably got 2 more hours of her being on the stand. You can see they're going through this. Really, they want fine-tuned details. Remember, we haven't gotten to, well, we're not going to see videos, but they're not playing videos yet. They're just having her describe every single thing. Now, I wanted to hear what she was going to say if they ran out of baby oil. Looked like Diddy was very upset. If yo, y'all ran out of baby oil at the freak-off? Nigga, it's like running out of food at the cookout. Like, no more baby oil at the freak-off? What the fuck? So, we're going to see. Someone said, call 50. Has 50 commented? Yo, I know 50's watching this somewhere. Like, yo, ain't no fucking way, bro. Ain't no way. Somebody get Ja Rule on the lines. Look, it said, these is crazy. They said this was R. Kelly's first world tour. Holy shit. 50 going on another tour? This is crazy, huh, chat? All right, people, we waiting on the new tweets. If you guys do have questions, make sure you submit them via the platform you're watching on. Shout out to Rumble. Shout out to Kick. By the way, you guys hang around. I think I'm going to do an extra hour on Kick later on, so just keep it cool, keep it calm. Y'all know every time I talk about R. Kelly.
Do you have your passport? Did you get your
This is the craziest recruitment sex trafficking video ever.
Girl, would you like to come back with Rob to America? America. Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots?
This nigga was talking to these bitches like it was like a new puppy from you're adopting a new puppy. Do they have their shots? You know you a freaky ass boy where when you start going to other country to bag bitches and you gotta ask them, you got your shots? coming back, Sean. I'm coming back. Pause. Nigga was winking at chicks in the crowd like every wink.
Oh, Frosty! Yeah. Fucking Friday edition. But that's the way we drink our De Leon tequila. Frosty, we get it ice cold. We go and put it in, you know, stack that in there. Ice cold. This is a Frosty right here. This thing ice.
This was when life was so good, huh?
Cold right there. Orange slices, that's how we do our shots. Yeah.
Damn. He giving this nigga the manual. Give my boy Justin the manual.
Woo! And we not telling y'all to drink. We just celebrating life. You know what I'm saying? And it's fucking Friday. And it's fucking Friday. You know what I'm saying? Drink responsibly. Cheers. Cheers. With an orange though. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, by the way, you know, I've been kind of like, you know, worried about the kids, right? Like his daughters, and I guess even sons, hearing about some of the explicit things that their father is being accused of. But you know what I started realizing? Wasn't Diddy also fucking the same girls as his kids? Like, Diddy really a wild boy. Didn't all of them supposedly hit, what's that chick name? Let me not even call her name before she, you know what I mean, try to sue me. But, yeah, supposedly Diddy was smashing some of his kids' girlfriends anyway. So they probably knew that this nigga was a freaky frog. Right? Like, do you think they're in court like, oh my God, my dad was doing that? Like, or they were like, man, we know Daddy used to get down. Daddy was a nasty nigga. Do you think Diddy's kids looked at Diddy? You like, I'm going to use a movie reference. I'm going to lose some of y'all. How old are y'all, some of y'all in here? I be forgetting how old my audience is now. I think I think my audience is early 20s. Like on average. I don't think, do I still got teenagers who watch me? I don't know. I think all y'all grew up. Most of y'all grew up watching me. I got some 30-year-olds. I got some 40-year-olds. But I think like 20s, right? No, Friday after next. Y'all gonna know the freaky scene I'm talking about. This scene right here.
Sugar, I'm coming. Ooh, you got a fan.
This Diddy right here. Yeah. Auntie Sugar. Friday after the next. There was a whole lot of freak shit going on.
All right.
Right here.
It's the Bombay.
Low key, this nigga was on some Diddy shit. He wanted Craig to fuck Auntie Sugar, you know, right?
Said ain't no gravity up there.
What numbers did you pick?
What's the other scene? There's another scene, the freaky joint. Yeah, she was freaky as a. Oh, right here. I mean, some of y'all too young for this. That's Diddy right there. That's Diddy right there. That's Diddy right there. That's Diddy. Freaky ass nigga. Wild King Night. FREeKOFF time. Who remember this movie? Y'all remember this movie? If y'all remember this movie, name your favorite or most memorable one-liner from this movie. I know mine already. Actually, I'll use one. You can't use that. From this movie, the most notable line, no more locked doors. Okay, y'all got to pick another one. Pick another fucking like line from this movie that's like epic. No more locked doors. See? Oh, man. Okay, y'all know my baby Joker. All right, chat. All right. Oh, yeah, baby D did fuck the car. All right, cool. Let's get back to it, chat. Chat, once again, for people who are new to tuning in, I want you guys to all sub up, please. Thank you for watching. Thank you for following or subscribing or whatever. And also thank you to my chat niggas for keeping this show on the road. We're giving you a little bit of laughter, a little bit of comedy. We're not taking this case or this Cassandra Ventura's plight as a joke, but we're waiting for tweets. We're not in court. We're waiting for tweets. We're trying to give some context to some of these tweets. We're trying to also, this is what I can't do if I'm at the courthouse. I can't get to pull up a video that mentions something about what's mentioned in court. And we could just kind of have a 360 view. So just please understand that we're covering the case, but, you know, from here to there, we might do a little 1-2, okay? All right. There should be some new tweets now. Let's get to it. All right. Okay, here we go. Now, it says, where the freak, it said initially it was candles, strong smelling Glade. The AUSA says, any other use of candle wax? Ventura then says, a few times they poured it on my body. So it looked like they were into some freaky shit. You pour the hot candle wax on her body. AUSA says, who set the temperature of the room? She says, Sean, I was expected to do freak-offs on my period. Oh my God. Yo, get me that one. I got to post it. This is like rage bait posted right here. Yo, I need, what do you call it again? I need memes. Send me this shit right here. My dog's upstairs crying like hoes. I'm gonna give it some attention a little bit. Okay. Sean says, no. Ventura says, Sean set the temperature of the room. I was expected to do freak-offs on my period. Holy shit. That's kind of crazy. You know what kind of puzzles me about all this? Like, if Diddy, I don't think Diddy ever, do we think that Kim Porter did freak-offs? I don't think so. I'm wondering if Diddy maybe has this, like, you know, way of, and this is where, again, I need y'all to think out of the box. I need some real nigga, put your real nigga hat on. Put your real nigga hat on for a second and understand the point I'm trying to say or ask. Hearing some of the things that he subjected Cassie to, or he allowed Cassie to do, or Cassie wanted to do. Who knows at this point? We're going to figure it out. I'm wondering if Diddy, and I know we're like this because he's a freaky ass nigga, but I wonder if he had a way to separate. Because, and this is why I said put your real nigga hats on, because men, we do separate, not to this extent, but we do separate. We do separate. I'll give you a little story. Like, a chick I was with caught me cheating. I wasn't shit. Went through my phone, found the videos. I'm piping some bitch out, right? Somehow. After she done getting mad, you know what she says to me? She says, why don't you fuck me like them bitches in the videos in your phone? And I had to explain to her, I said, I don't give 2 fucks about them bitches. I actually like you. And that's like a different type of way as a man of how I fuck. I'm sorry. I know this is TMI, but I'm just trying to get you to, I'm getting to a point. Men, we could separate. Like, the way you deal with a hoe is not how you deal with wifey. I know publicly Cassie was wifey, but the shit that, like, some of this stuff is just flat out nasty. Why would you want her to have unprotected sex during her period with a sex worker? Like, that's even nasty for you. Like, that's some nasty shit. I'm making an assumption here, but I don't think the mothers of his children he ever had do that. So maybe he was on some shit like, yo, I don't ever plan to have kids with this woman. I just want to smut her out. I'm Diddy. She's a bad bitch, but shit, I'm Diddy. So I'm going to just smut her out. Yeah, like, you know, she's linked to me publicly, but I'm just going to smut her out, but I'm never going to have a kid with her. Because even the Gina girl, he seems like, I know he has a bunch of kids, but I don't think he was looking at these women as we're going to build families together. These women were just sex objects for him. Do you get what I'm saying, Chad? Do y'all understand what I'm saying? Do y'all understand what I'm saying? It's like, I don't think that he would have Cassie do all this if he wanted to have children with her. I think he looked at her as a sex object because some of this shit is now flat out disgusting. Like, to me, that's disgusting. It's one thing you fucking your girl and she on her period. It's another thing you let a sex worker or multiple sex workers fuck her while she's on her period. That's nasty. Okay, some of y'all got it, some of y'all didn't. But so I'm wondering, I really think that he was looking at Cassie because, again, I do think he was abusive to all women, right? Kim Porter reportedly he was abusive to her. But I don't think he had Kim Porter that freaked out, like on some yo fuck all my friends shit, or just do all type of like some of these things is like once you get to that stage, you don't want to have kids with that person no more. Like, yeah, you'll fuck on her, but you don't want to have kids with her no more. Like, you know, at some point y'all gonna stop fucking around with each other. You're gonna have to replace her. It's no way he was doing this and thinking, all right, one day I'm gonna give her kids. And sometimes, and maybe Cassie or whoever, Gina was definitely saying that, Gina Hill. She was saying, I was getting down with whatever he wanted to do, hoping at a certain point, I even had 2 abortions for him, hoping that eventually he would make me his, and eventually he would want to have a child with me. I don't think Diddy really wanted to. Now, granted, I'm trying to read into his psyche. Maybe this guy is just a degenerate that wants to have kids with women that he is smutted out to the max. I don't know. And not to throw my man Adam 22 under the bus, but, you know, obviously people like that do exist. Where, you know, and chat, all my men in here, y'all know what I'm talking about. You get to a certain point with a chick, even if you fuck with her, once it start getting to that, you're like, yo, all right, yeah, I'm gonna still fuck you, but we ain't doing a motherfucking thing but this. I'm wondering if Diddy really ever wanted, and I never hear Cassie talk about, and they were together for 10 years. Like, Diddy was trying to plan a family with her. It felt like he was looking at it like, you're young. And by the way, this is also a thing too. Shorty's young. She's probably not thinking about a child. She thinks that eventually you're going to give her a child or have a family with her. So she's just going through the moments. But really, you didn't plan, you're not trying to put a baby in her after you have 4,000 sex workers fuck her. Do y'all get what I'm saying? So I'm really trying to like look at, like, to me, and you know, I'm trying to just cover the case, but obviously we're giving some color commentary as well. To me, this is nasty. Like, first of all, his whole kink is a little bit odd. But if you, how you have your girl do a freak off on her period, how you let another nigga fuck your girl on her period? I understand you fuck your girl on her period, if that's what you into. But you're going to let random sex workers just fuck her on her period? Okay, we didn't end there. She says, Sean set the temperature of the room. I was expected to do freak offs on my period. AUSA says, well, did you want to do that? She says, no. AUSA then says, did you want to be urinated on? Defense says, objection. The judge says, what grounds? It says, asked and answered. It said, overruled. Cassie then says, I did not want to get urinated on. Now, that would be directly contrary to what the sex worker said. The sex worker, Philip, said, Cassie asked me if I've ever peed on someone and then instructed me to pee on her. So that's, again, these are things that I know the defense is going to go crazy and be like, hey, did you ever ask, they're going to ask her, like, did you ever ask someone to pee on you? Now, she might, in a slick way, say, yeah, I asked somebody to pee on me, but I didn't want to get peed on. I asked because Sean told me to ask, right? So, okay. Asked and answered, overruled, no, I did not want to. AUSA says, how did it feel? Ew, what the fuck? How did the pee feel? What type of questions are these? How did the piss feel? It was disgusting. It was too much. I choked. No one could think I wanted it. So basically, she's saying the dude starts peeing on her, and he starts peeing in her mouth, and she starts choking. It's like some Guantanamo Bay waterboarding shit. They were waterboarding her ass with pee. Nah, this is crazy, man. This is crazy, child.
Seen it. Like, let's do that.
It's crazy. Man.
No, it's not. Alex said that they had rap out of order. Everybody.
Hold on.
In my Escalade, man, I'm paid, I got it made. Take me to your special place. Close your eyes, show me your face. I'm gonna piss on it. Others wanna love. I don't even want none of the above. I want to piss on you. Yes, I do. I'll piss on you. I'll pee on you.
Trip. Anyway, okay. So she didn't want to get peed on, according to her. She said it felt disgusting. It was too much. I choked. No one could think I wanted that. They said, why were you choking? Yo, they're getting in the details of this shit. Why were you choking, though? Why were you choking on the pee, the urine? It was too much urine. It was too much piss. Who else urinated on you? Sean. They were using her like a urinal, like a fucking porta potty. All right, everybody need to clear their bladder? All right, come on. Cassie, open up. Come on, line up. They were treating Cassie like the bathroom, the nearest bathroom to your terminal when anybody ever get on a long plane ride? When everybody get off that plane, that first bathroom, niggas is lined up ready to go take a piss. Yep, that was Cassie. All right, everybody line up. Cassie's getting pissed on today. Who else urinated on you? Sean. Did you want Sean to urinate on you? I didn't want nobody to urinate on me. AUSA says, how often did it happen? Often enough. Damn. So which hotel charged the most for the damage to the room? The Intercontinental in New York. They redecorated the whole room for ridiculous money. Back to the urine, man. Fuck all that. Back to the urine. Oh, shit. The AUSA is on it. Let's get back to the urine, man. Let's get back to the piss. Let's get back to the piss, man. The judge says, hey, Ms. Johnson, only a few more questions. Chill out now. Why did you say no to the piss? God damn. It was obvious I didn't want to be on the ground. Oh, she was on the ground, being urinated on by two men. Where'd you find escorts? Initially, Craigslist. Now, I'm going to be honest here with you, chat, and I know some of y'all have seen, we're keeping it a little bit light here. Again, I don't want to make fun of this woman or her plight, and I do sympathize with her. As I'm reading this, and it feels sad. It feels sad, and I'm going to be honest with you, just me reading it, I know, there's a part of me that think Cassie was freaked out and she was into this shit. But maybe it's just the details, and I think that's why the AUSA is getting into the details. Bro, it feels sad. This woman is so desperate for acceptance by Diddy, she's so desperate to try to get a career in music. She's desperate to keep living this lifestyle. She's just sprawled out on the ground with her mouth open while two men just pee on her. That seems kind of sad, bro. The judge says we'll break here. I don't think that's for the rest of the day. I would imagine it might be a bathroom break or something like that. It feels sad, Chad. I ain't gonna lie. It feels sad. It do feel sad. Now, I'm not saying she's 100% right. I'm not saying she's definitely the victim. But just imagining that lifestyle where it's your whole life revolves around pleasing this man sexually. There's nothing else. There's nothing else to look at or to hope for. And I could imagine she was battling with those emotions over the years because she probably in 2006 when she got signed and then 2008 she starts fucking with him. She's having high hopes oh, nah, I'm going to be a star. I'm going to be up there. I'm going to be like J-Lo. I'm going to be like this. And quickly she realizes that's done. You're never really going to pop off. You're going to be the glorified trophy wife or trophy girlfriend, because you're not a wife, of Sean Combs. And maybe she enjoys the red carpets. She wasn't a movie or a show or something like that. But primarily what she had to look forward to each week was these freaked out sex escapades with random dudes. She's getting peed on, nutted on. She's getting slapped up. She's, again, I know there is a side and an argument to say she was with it, though. But it feels like a sad existence. That's what I would say. It feels like a sad existence. I see Young Charles in the chat. He said, I actually wanted that fame and the money. Nah, that's a part of it too. Somebody said 10 years. Don't let that cloud your judgment. She was with the shits. That's going to be the interesting part about it, right? You know when Diddy's lawyers take, or is their time to either cross, well, definitely on cross, when they cross-examine her, they're going to make that point so crystal clear. You were with Diddy for 10 years. Did he not at multiple times offer that y'all could stop doing FREeKOFFs? Did he not at multiple times saying y'all could be over? And this is going to be very often. I'm telling you what's going to happen. Because remember, Diddy's fucking with other women too. She was catching him too. He was catching her too. I'm pretty sure at times when she was wilding out on him, I'm pretty sure he told her, yo, if you want to leave, leave. We can be done. Now, obviously that's in a toxic relationship type of whatever. But they're probably going to bring up how many times Diddy allowed her to leave. Because a part of this is them trying to say Cassie had no choice. She couldn't leave. She was financially controlled. She was physically threatened. And these are the things that coerced her to keep doing weekly FREeKOFFs for a decade. Very, very crazy, man.
Goes, and I think
this is crazy. Hold on. I'm getting some more videos and shit for y'all.
However long I was being punished for. Thoughts?
Yeah. Well, that's that.
King Buck, thank you for the 5 memberships to the Academy. Appreciate you, my boy.
Gets at it when she's being punished, right? She's in a relationship with Sean Combs. So you don't think even when there's a person who has a lot of staff because he's rich and famous, you don't think of them getting the staff involved in the domestic part. So the staff shouldn't be involved in punishing your girlfriend. And that gets you into sort of predicate act territory.
If you were the prosecution, should you dedicate just a full day to everybody who worked for Combs and helped him facilitate this alleged illegal activity? Do you just dedicate 1 or 2 days, just staff member, staff member, staff member, staff member?
So I don't know how I would do it exactly, but if I was prosecuting the case, I would try to build an org chart. I would try to build a demonstrative I could show the jury that would have Sean Combs on the top and lines that flow down to his various staff members. And then I would add to that demonstrative the specific things those various staff members did to CASSIE or otherwise relevant in the case, and try to show that it all flowed down through this enterprise, through this organization.
We have a super chat question. Thank you so much from Get Lawyer, who everything was coerced and everything was against her will. Could 100% be true, but also may be difficult. I go back to what I said before. It's not a classic sex trafficking case where you have a shadowy organization who is kidnapping girls from another country, selling them off to somebody else. She testifies, explains what happens to her. She was trafficked. This is different. And I wonder if Get Right 904 Mike DeBeast's concerns are legitimate.
So
I think they are.
As I hear that question, they're asking, why should we care if the cross-examination goes hard? And if you have the views that question.
Now, chat. You know, if you're wondering where I'm falling on things currently, again, I'm not in court, so I'm not really. Again, remember, she's crying. They already told you she's sobbing. That has profound impact that we can't read through the context of a tweet, through anything like that. It's gonna make you look at things differently. And I even told you, like, you know, I felt it was sad. And because it's sad, you want to almost agree with her, or you at least empathize with the pain that she's even feeling going through this again, or recounting it. I'm still leaning on the side that this is a consistent domestic abuser, that he put hands on her, whatever, but they were in a toxic relationship where she may have put hands on him. Now, what we haven't got to yet is, will the AUSA, again, remember, they they're playing chess. So they know the move the defense is going to do when the defense gets Cassie. They said, Cassie, did you ever tell him no? And it's like, well, I wanted to tell him no, but I didn't tell him no. And they're addressing a text message or email where essentially she backpedals from saying she didn't want to do FREeKOFFs anymore. What's probably also going to have to be addressed at some point is, did Cassandra Ventura also put her hands on Diddy? Now, granted, in how we talk about things in public opinion, for the most part, people don't care about women who hit men. Like, we don't care about, supposedly, the real true story with the Chris Brown and Rihanna thing is Rihanna went through his phone, seen some shit, started beating the shit out of him, and Chris Brown start hitting back. Obviously, a man is like usually 2 to 3 times stronger than a woman, so I completely get all that. But sometimes, again, Diddy's admitting that he beat her or he's put hands on her. It might help contextualize this and just kind of drive home the point for Diddy and his lawyers. Their whole thing is saying, and they said this, if we were on trial for domestic abuse or domestic violence, assault, we would not be in a trial. We'd have pled guilty. Yes, he did hit her from time to time. Sexual, sex trafficking and a RICO for sex trafficking and prostitution, no. That's fake. That's false. So here's the thing. I'm pretty sure they're going to drive home this point to say, yo, this was just a domestic violence, toxic relationship. They're going to point out and they're going to ask Cassie, did you ever hit Sean? Did you ever hit him first? Did you ever go through his phone, seeing that he was fucking with another girl? You seen him say XYZ and you put hands on him, right? Remember, she also said that when Diddy posted the thing online calling Kim Porter his soulmate, she was like livid. And also at that point, she was almost done. How did that shit go down? I expect the prosecutor to at some point that out and have her explain, because it's better if you do it in a softball way rather than her getting a 102 mile per hour fastball that she got to deal with from the defense. Hey, did you ever hit Sean? And maybe she's like, yeah, after I felt like he was forcing me to go suck 10 dicks in a day. Like, yeah, I hit him. Like, people could understand that. Like, of course, like, yeah, you got hit because you're trying to force a girl to suck a fucking dick. You know what I mean? Yo, he peed on me and I almost choked and I punched him saying, stop. Okay, that makes sense, right? Like, you know, people are not going to look at her putting her, not that, again, in public opinion, nobody really cares about a woman who put hands on a man. But it does matter for this because that is Diddy's point. Diddy's entire point is that we were toxic. We used to put our hands on each other. We were beefing. She hit me. I hit her. But they're not charging me with hitting her. They charging me with sex trafficking. So I think at some point they're going to try to tie the possibility of her putting her hands on him to this idea of her feeling controlled or sex trafficking. They have to tie it there because otherwise that just seems like a mutual domestically violent relationship. Okay, cool. By the way, I think Roger Bonds spoke about that. He also said Cassie would, he said, I saw Cassie hit Diddy.
Into a lawsuit, there was another incident that happened in New York after a party with Jay-Z. It was an Escalade. And she said that Diddy started to beat her, kick her, and so forth. He forced her out of the car on Fifth Avenue in New York. She eventually got a cab and got to her apartment in Manhattan, where she basically came home, cried in fear, and she spent 3 days in her apartment. Do you know about this incident?
I know about the incident, but I wasn't there for that night. Because when we went to New York, Paulie would take over.
Right. Paulie was the New York guy.
Right.
You were the out-of-town guy.
Yeah.
Got it. But you did see a fight when you guys were in a Cadillac at one point.
Yes.
And you guys were driving.
Yes.
Describe what happened.
Her and Puff was fighting, and I broke it up again. And I put Puff in the front seat, and I put Cassie in the back seat. And he was just sitting there, and I was like, yo, y'all can't be acting up like this, man. And then Cassie had punched him in the face, rightfully. She punched him in the face, and they started fighting, and I had the window open. And people started pulling up. Oh, shit, that's Diddy and Cassie in there fighting, and I'm trying to roll the window up at the same time. So in my mind, I was happy because I actually seen her fight back. In my mind, I was happy. And then when we got to the house, I pulled both of them out. And at this time, I was able to grab Puff, and I was able to start walking him up the hill. We lived in Beverly Hills. So I started walking him up the hill. And then Cassie ran behind me, and she kicked him. You know what I'm saying? When he went to chase her, I grabbed him again. And I was able to stop it. So these are the things that people don't talk about. So I was able to stop it at that time, and then later on, they went in the house. It was almost like they would stay in the room for 2-3 days at a time, doing nothing but getting high. And then when they came out the room, it was like a different person. Cassie would be like a whole different type of person. She was very quiet. She started really not talking. And that's when I started realizing, like, she's at the point where she's just terrified.
Well, when she punched Diddy in the face in the car, I guess she had a ring on?
Yeah, she had a ring on. She had a monkey ring on. And the reason I remember this monkey ring on is because Uncle Paulie had left this same ring in L.A. one time. And
Hold on 1 second, Tam. I'm just grabbing some liquor.
Your Bonds, when you get to the house in L.A., yo, I left Cassie ring. So I said, okay, I'll get it. So I got the ring and I put it in a tissue. And you know how you just empty your pockets out one day? I emptied my pockets out and I threw the ring away. And this ring was a $10,000 ring. So I just threw it away. So when I went back to Ralph's to look in the parking lot, it wasn't there. So I went to, well, I forgot the jeweler name, famous jeweler on Fifth Avenue. It's Loren, something Loren. And I went to her. She knew who I was. And she gave me the same ring again on a payment plan. And I said, yo, I can't go back and tell them I lost this ring. And she said, okay, I'm going to give you the ring, Bonds, but you got to pay me $1,000 every month. And I said, okay. And lo and behold, it was a see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil ring.
The three monkeys.
The three monkeys.
Yeah.
But this was a see no evil. So the ring that she gave me was a hear no evil. Everything else was the same. And once again, when Cassie got in the room alone with Puff, for some reason she was afraid, and the next thing I heard was, Bonds, pick up the phone, pick up the phone. And I picked up the phone, and he said, yo, what happened? You lost the ring? You lost Cassie's ring? And I said, yeah, I lost the ring. He said, why you ain't tell me? I said, why should I tell you? I said, you always arguing with people about not handling things themselves. So I went down to the jeweler, I took responsibility, and I got another ring. He said, yeah, but that's not exactly the ring. You had to really look at it and see that it was different.
Now, some of y'all are going to say, what happened to Diddy's, Cassie's father or parents? Listen to this.
They had an abusive relationship that went both ways. Like you said, in the car, she punched him in the face with a ring on that, I guess, cut him.
No, I didn't cut him.
I didn't cut him, but it left an impression,
right?
On his face. And both of them were hit each other, but him more than her.
No, I'm not. I'm going to say, when I say hit each other, I'm going to say it's 1 or 2 incidents she hit back. But let's be real, Vlad. I've had fights with my wife, you know what I'm saying? And she can hit me. It's nothing compared to if I was to hit her.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So when I say that they have an abusive relationship, I say sometimes she did fight back. But when I say fight back, this is after years.
Yeah.
This wasn't like the beginning, because at the beginning she would just ball up and crawl up. And to see him hit her would be like, you mad about something else. Like what are you really mad about? You know what I'm saying? And it became a point where, like, even everything that they talk about, like, you wouldn't know that all of this was going on because the immediate crew thought that was wifey. Like, she was off, nobody could say nothing to Cassie. So it was like, I love her. And it was times that me and him talk. And he would say, Bonds, I don't know what to do. I said, what you mean you don't know what to do? it's coming a time where I'm gonna have to make a decision between Kim and Cassie. You know what I'm saying? You know, Shorty want to get married. You know what I'm saying? And I remember one specific time he asked me that. We was in the Hamptons, and I gave him an answer, and I said, even though you love Cassie, I said, you know, Kim is your ride or die. She got the kids. And what I didn't know was, and he didn't know, is that he butt dialed Cassie. And the next week, Cassie came and told me, she said, Bonds, I heard you. I said, you heard what? She said, I heard you tell Puff to take Kim over me. And I was like, she said, nah, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. And we never spoke about it again, you know?
Well, yeah, I mean, from people I talked to that were close to Puff, they all told me that Puff refused to get married because he loved his money too much. And he couldn't comprehend potentially getting a divorce and splitting some of his money.
He told me that out of his own mouth. He said, I'm not giving nobody 50% of what I got.
Yeah. From people I've talked to that were around Cassie during this time, Cassie really wanted to marry Puffy. And I remember a private conversation I had with someone, you know, an executive that everybody knows. They were, you know, basically hanging out one day, and he said the whole time, the whole ride back was, hey, can you convince your friend Puffy to marry me? You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to get married. I'm tired of just being his
I'm looking for this father part. Did I miss it?
girlfriend. You know, can you talk to him, convince him to get married? She wanted to marry him.
Okay. So remember I was talking about earlier? Looked like Cassie, you know, and I think this is kind of normal too. You're with this guy who could get any woman he wants. He already has a family. He already got everything he wants. He's in the era of, I just want to fuck a young bitch. He don't want to wife up one young girl, but he's probably stringing her along. He's probably telling her like, yo, if you act right, you do everything I tell you to do, you don't be a headache, you going to be the one. I'm going to marry you. And she's probably going on that thought for a long time. But let's be honest, based on what Diddy was having her do, I don't think he was trying to marry her. I don't think he was trying to have kids and no family with her. He was just getting his rocks off. She was just like a joint he could freak out. And it was clear to me, I'm going to be honest with you. I think Diddy was more obsessed with power than he was obsessed with her. He was obsessed that this woman would do anything for him. And it's one of those things that he might have loved that idea than he loved her. You get what I'm saying? He might have loved the idea that she would do anything for him more than he loved her, if that makes any sense to y'all.
Mm-hmm. But he never wanted to marry her.
I agree.
Yeah.
Definitely.
You know, and, you know, during these abusive situations, you would sometimes take Cassie to the hospital?
Yes.
To the Beverly Hills Hospital, and you would go the back door.
Through the back entrance, yes.
Okay. And
it's been times that I took her there, and it's been times I took Diddy there. Where I don't know if it's called the overdose. I don't know whatever you call it underneath them circumstances. But it was times that I had to take him through the back door for there also.
Okay. And the hospital basically just asked no questions?
No questions. It was like it was already taken care of through his staff.
Wow. Okay. And during this time, and you had kind of hinted at this before, Puffy asked what Cassie called her father and her grandfather, and that was Pop Pop?
Pop Pop.
Oh, shit, this did come up. We just heard Cassie say it.
Okay, and during this time, and you had kind of hinted at this before, Puffy asked what Cassie called her father and her grandfather, and that was Pop Pop?
Pop Pop, yes.
And he had her call him that.
Right. She would say it over the PA system and everything else, Pop Pop. And he got off on that. And I believe one time he was on the phone with the father and said, this is my daughter now. She called me Pop Pop. She called me Dad.
Oh, shit.
That's always been weird to me, man. You know, when girls call me daddy in bed, I've always would stop them. I'm like, nah, I don't like.
Yeah, but Pop Pop was the name for the grandfather. Like, I think just freaky sex shit, a chick might say daddy or poppy. And I hope they're not thinking you're their actual dad, right? But a chick calling you her grandfather's name. What?
That sounds almost like incest. Like I just don't like it. But
Right.
I guess he got off on that.
I guess so.
I guess so. And he would send Cassie's parents on vacations and give them money and everything else like that to try to placate the situation.
Yes.
And they would take it.
Yeah, they would take it. They would take it, and her brother came and I think he gave her brother a job working with her. You know what I'm saying? He would do all the things to calm it down, to satisfy, especially after they had a big blow up or a big fight. And he felt like the mother and father knew about it.
Wow. Okay, we should be back, chat. We should be back. By the way, let me just see any updates on TMZ. Any updates on TMZ? A crypto CEO got attacked. All right, whatever. By the way, we'll give an update on Tory afterwards. Just chill with me, chat. Chill with me. We are vibing today. Y'all all good? Where y'all at, by the way? Y'all at work? On the way back from work? Y'all cooling? What y'all eat for lunch? Got to do an update check on y'all every now and then, right? All right, so let me just do a refresh here. Let me see what's going on over Kick. This is check-in time, people. This is check-in time. Yo, one hitter 7110. I see you over there, my boy. Butterfingers. Shit, look like Diddy might have had them butterfingers, except it was baby oil fingers. This man Will, I see you over there. TLG Tristan, I see you. Shout out to everybody over at Kick, man. I encourage everybody to make an account over at Kick. We're doing an extra hour after this. We're going to be on Kick, people. We're going to be having a good old time. So please, rock out with me on Kick today. All right? Shout out to my Rumble squad real quick. By the way, Kick, I'm going to get y'all niggas on the screen. I also just updated my PFP on there. We got about, 2,700 people on Rumble. Shout out to y'all. Let me see what's good with y'all. It's an act. We in the gym right now. Exclusive beats. You in the gym listening to Diddy About to Get Life? Shit. Tyree 504, I see you, my boy. He said, yo, yeah, Diddy need to get locked the fuck up. Streety 301 says, man, I'm at work trying to avoid my clients. Where you work at? Jewel Lavella. She says, I'm at work. I'm vibing and listening. The job just treated us to pizza. Oh, y'all got treated to pizza on a Tuesday? So I'm talking about. Born Hustler says, yo, Rumble is actually the biggest. Never Worried 24. I see you over there, my nigga. Scooter 2650. He says, what's up, what up, what up? DDV says, fuck Kick. He beefing with Kick. www Zio. He says, W stream. And Iceman Sosa 99 says, gang shit. And why you say fuck R Block? I thought R Block was Rumble Block. He said, we at the crib, man. We just cool. And I, Prince Cali, what up with you? And Lewis Rich, you're my guy. I always see you over there. By the way, Slim Gem Podcast Network, salute to you. Let me get over to the Academy, or actually King Academics. No, let's do King Academics first. Shout out to everybody over the King Academics channel who is watching. Let me see. Oh, shit. My man Wavy Stacks says, yo, I'm truck driving right now. You know, I'm running it up, man. Yo, listen, shout out to all my truck drivers. Let me tell you this. You know, I have a few friends that do truck driving, delivery. I understand how, number one, you guys are really important, but I also understand how tedious that job could be. And sometimes even like, you know, it's hard to keep concentration. I'm one of the people, I can't drive for too long. So if you listening to me helps you on your job, trust me. You help me, I help you, I love you, and I hope you love me. I appreciate you guys. Shout out to Justin Carper. He says he's an Amazon delivery driver. Okay? Well, my only thing, Amazon been good. Not FedEx. UPS been getting a little sloppy with me, Chad. I ain't gonna lie to you. I think because I got so many signs at my gate. Yo, I got a sign on my gate that says, fuck the dog. Worry about the owner with the gun. I got all type of signs on my fence. I think sometimes they're like, yeah, we're not even going to walk up that shit to go to the door. Fuck that. You know what I mean? We're just going to leave it here. And I have the thing that allows delivery people to come up. They don't even fuck with my shit no more. It's all good. Oh, love from India. Who's from India? Oh, yeah, I read your shit before. Kushagra Bard. Oh, see, I'm going to fuck up your name. Bardwash. Okay. My man Dwayne is smoking hookah. Didn't somebody come out and say smoking hookah? If a guy smokes hookah, that's gay? Who said that? Who said that? Travis Paul, you watching me from London, man. I miss London. Hopefully next time I come to London, I'm gonna be doing an event. Hopefully I see you. Somebody says, Blasian China Fashion says, was that the hospital Bank went to? What are you talking about? What hospital? Are we talking about the hospital that Diddy went to? Great question. I'll rewind on that topic. Let me just rewind on it for a second. Where is it at? Where is it at? Oh my God, where is it at? Roger Bonds. Yeah, we're gonna figure this out.
No questions. It was it was already taken care of through his staff.
Sorry. Yeah, we're gonna figure out what hospital. Yeah, so if it's in LA, there's a bunch. There's like this big hospital that they do most of the stuff. London, UK. I see you out here. Manny 17. I'm telling you, my truck drivers. Yo, chat. Hey, yo, Verselli. I know you're probably watching, or if you're not, Claudia or somebody who works with me, whatever. Yo, we gotta, and I don't know if y'all could do this. I want to get, do you know how people who drive, they'll have like a sticker? They'll be like, oh, so-and-so for Trump or so-and-so for Obama. We're going to get a sticker you could put on your truck. I don't know if y'all could do that though, because maybe I work for a company. But a chat nigga thing, especially if you be watching us, you could put on like a little sticker you could put on your truck, especially if you be watching. I'm telling you, there's mad truck drivers who watch me. I guarantee you. I know. Shout out to my boy Keon Gray. He says he's on the road too. Who else in the building? My man YYY says Freed Amanda. Oh, by the way, thank you guys for the donation. Kay, our beautiful chat queen from London, she says, yo, could we get a stream for the B-Day event? I love you, Ak. I love you too. Yes, you will get a stream. Now, again, this is a little bit of intermission. We're going to get right back to, we're taking some time that the Cassie tweets could build up that we could get back into it. Chat. So for Thursday, it's going to be a little bit tricky. Remember, and I'm taking this coverage of this Diddy trial shit really serious because we've covered this for so long. What I'm going to do is, I think I'm going to be able to stream, I'm going to start at 8 a.m., okay? I'm going to start at 8 a.m. I'm going to stream desktop first, 8 to 12 or something. And then afterwards, I'm going to try to get my hair done the night before. I'm going to stream desktop to cover the Diddy trial, maybe till noon. Or whenever they break. Then I got to get over to the venue. We got to do meet and greets. We're going to do whatever. And I'm going to try to do some IRLs there for all my people who watch me. So I appreciate all you guys. All right. Thank you to my guy, Mr. Club Kicks Blackwell. Thank you for the 20. He says, yo, Ryan, real toxic behavior. Facts. He says, Diddy and Cassie were heavy into drugs. You saw how big Puff got when he got off them. Come on, people. We see it so often. We're calling it what it is, toxic. Chad, for the people, and I know they call y'all parasocial, which y'all probably are. For the people who be invested in my shit, I know about some toxic relationships, okay? You got a motherfucker, you hate him, love him, and hate him again. You can't stand him, but y'all know what I'm talking about. So there are toxic relationships. This is a little bit extreme, though. Because people don't usually, it's not 10 years of you having men fuck your girlfriend. I don't know if I told you. I don't do TMI. I think the liquor is getting to me already. I was going to tell you a TMI. Actually, I'll give it a TMI. And this is like weird kinks. Okay? This is like weird kinks. So there was this girl I was dealing with back in college. She's actually linked to mad shit. She was a girl that my homie, like one of my homies, like my homies, we were competing. Like me and my homies had like toxic shit about, we were just competing to get bitches in college. My homie who was living with me, he recorded me one day of me talking about how many bitches I had on campus. I was a DJ. Sent it to her. This chick stopped fucking with me a little bit and he started fucking her. Like my homie really stinked me. Long story. We'll get to that one day. So anyway, he actually, like, I find out this and third, Shorty stops fucking with him because she was fucking with me first, blah, blah, blah. Now, what ended up happening is that as time went on, my homie was doing the most. And it's one of those things where, like, you ever see two dudes, like, we weren't competing over the girl. Because I used to say, back in college, this was my seventh bitch. Pause. Like, if I had a roster, I don't really think I had a roster, but it was like, she's the chick. She wasn't really like, whatever. But the mere fact my homie felt he could take my bitch, now I'm on timing. I got to keep this hoe. You get what I'm saying? So now I'm giving her attention that she should have never got because my homie wants her, right? By the way, I'm going to give you a little bit of advice. Y'all young niggas, let me tell you this. Women do this. Women know this intuitively. Every woman knows this. Never brag about your man to your friend or another bitch. You tell your man how this is for women. If you're a woman and you tell your friends or you brag to other bitches how your nigga could fuck or he got a big dick, they're gonna go fuck your nigga. That's how it works. That's what happened to me. I went to go tell my niggas how this bitch was fire. He went to go get the bitch. Okay? I'm so forgiving. I actually didn't cut him off afterwards. It's all good. Anyway, I'm making the story fast because we gotta get back to Cassie. Cool. So I didn't really give a fuck about her, but then since he thought he could, it was all about ego. So I'm like, yo, you think you could take my bitch? Nigga, I'm act. I bet. All right, so now I gotta keep this hoe. Anyway, he started doing so much weird shit. The nigga was recording me in the crib. Like, nigga, we lived together. He was recording me and sending it to the girl, be like, you sure you wanna fuck with act? Yo, I just talked to him in the kitchen. Like, he said he got like 8 bitches on campus. Like, you sure you wanna fuck with him? Snake me. I found out this later. Anyway, I realized he was doing so much weird shit. I'm like, yo, you could have this chick. Like, I'm competing off ego. You seem to like her. He did like her. He dated her for like 2 to 3 years afterwards. Cool. They break up after 2, 3 years later. I guess I turn into whatever I turn into. She comes back around. This is about like 4 years ago. She what year is this now? Yeah, she comes around like 2020. This is after I broke up with Angelica. Chick pops up. This is a chick from my college. All right, cool. I was like, yo, whatever happened with you and my homie? I thought y'all was good. She was like, nah, I broke up with that nigga, blah, blah. Whatever, cool. Now, this is a relevant part. She tells me, tell me if I ever told y'all this story. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. She tells me that, when she's telling me she has a boyfriend. So the whole time I'm like, bitch, why are you at my house with a boyfriend? Then she tells me the wildest shit I've heard from a woman that's ever said it to me. She says, check this out. She was dating some nigga in Miami who was like, I don't know if she took coke, but she would tell me like, yo, he's always coked up. And I'm like, yo, I remember you in college. Because if I'm talking about anybody in college, this is before I'm act. This is regular, nigga, I'm only drinking Smirnoff and shit like that. I'm like, what the fuck? Y'all niggas is taking coke now? So I'm like, how the fuck you? Anyway, here's the point where she tells me. She says she has a man. So I'm like, why are you at my house and shit? She says, and she gives me the craziest scenario. I promise you. Did I tell you the story? Somebody said the story too long, he's lying. No, I'm not. The mere fact you think I'm lying, bro, I tell you everything about my life for the most part. Like, the only thing I would tell y'all is like, y'all be wanting to know current day-to-day shit about, no. Like, you'll hear later about now. You won't hear now about now. So, Shorty tells me that her guy in Miami, he's on kind of what Diddy's on. Well, she doesn't say Diddy because this was way before. She says, because we used to just only fuck. She says, hey, we could fuck because now we've been chilling, talking about the old times, talking about all the bullshit. Now she's like, oh, by the way, I gotta let you know. You know, I told you I had a man. Yo, we could fuck, but there's one caveat. And I'm like, what? She says, we have to record it and send it to my man. I promise you, I swear. I'm like, what? She's like, my man allows me to fuck niggas, but he tells me when I could fuck them, how I could fuck them, and he tells me if he has to watch me fuck them. So like she was like, yeah, we have to tape this, and I was just like, bitch, you out of here. I said, first of all, I know you knew me back in college, but it's big act now. Stop it. I'm not. You think I'm like an OnlyFans star? Anyway, she then tells me about their relationship. The dude, he brought her out to Miami. So this is in the time I haven't spoke to her in years. Remember, I left college. I ain't talked to college people in a while. She said the dude had 2 of his friends fuck her in front of him. Like he was on some Diddy. She was in a corner watching. I said, wait, you let 2 of the nigga's friends fuck you? She's like, yeah. Mostly from what I was getting from it, she was saying the nigga had bread and the nigga was paying for X, Y, and Z. And she was just like, I'm going to let it happen. So I'm like, you're with this guy. And so, you know, just to end the story, we didn't record because I'm not recording no video to send to your cuck-ass boyfriend. Then another time she came over, She told me, she said, today he told me I can't fuck, but I could give head. But if I give head, I got to give the video. So I said, wait. And she was really honest about it. And she was serious. She was like, if he says today I can't fuck, I could only suck dick. I could only suck dick today. And I was like, is this really a thing? After watching all this Diddy shit, this is a thing. This is a thing, bro. Nah, that ain't wifey time. Anyway, I'm going to end this story by saying she got married to another nigga, some white guy. She got married to some white guy probably like 8 months later. So I don't know if he knows all of that shit, but who cares? So there is this underworld of niggas like watching their bitches getting fucked. All right, cool. So we're back into it, I think. I'm back into it. Okay. All right. So she found escorts on Craigslist. They went to break. Now they're back. Okay. All rise. Some Iranians back in the building. AUSA says, Ventura, in what cities did you respond to the ads on Craigslist? She says, in New York. AUSA says, did you respond on Backpage as well? Ventura says, yes. AUSA says, who directed you to communicate with the escorts? Now, this is where they're trying to make that tie to say, no, Diddy made me do it. Defense says, objection. We don't know if the judge sustained or overruled, but the AUSA says, who, if anyone, in the defense says, same objection, assumes a fact that's not in evidence. AUSA says, they're trying to put it in a different way. Did you ever reach out to escorts independently? She says no. AUSA says, did you ever not use an escort who arrived? Ventura says, one couldn't perform, so Sean sent him on. AUSA says, what was a safe escort? Ventura says, not a cop, and someone who wouldn't run and tell everyone about their experience with us. AUSA says, wait, why not a cop? Cassie says, I learned this whole situation was not legal. Defense says, objection. By the way, keep in mind, and this is nuanced. Nuanced stuff to consider. Prostitution is illegal in the majority parts of the country. It's also illegal nationally. So federally, it's illegal. Okay? Even though in places like, for example, in Nevada, there's places where prostitution is legal, even though it's like one of those things where marijuana, right? Marijuana is illegal federally, but it's legal in New Jersey. Will the feds come to New Jersey to lock up a New Jersey resident for using marijuana? No, they won't, because they usually have some discernment and say, well, state law allows you to use marijuana. But technically, federally, marijuana is illegal. Okay? So, what happens with this idea of escorting? Escorting is like a skirt around way to escape prostitution. An escort, you usually pay for their time. Their time doesn't mean sexual services. A prostitute, you pay for their services, which are sexual. That's explicitly prohibited, banned, illegal in the majority of places, including federally. An escort, you could hire an escort and talk to her for 2 days. It doesn't, now granted, colloquially, it implies that the escort is to fuck, but it's a workaround. So the AUSA is trying to bring up via CASSIE, hey, I know you're hiring escorts, but did Diddy, was he aware that some of the things that y'all were doing was a gray area that could be illegal? And that's what they're getting to. So Cassie says, I learned this whole situation was not legal. Defense says objection. They're going to object because the idea of escorts isn't necessarily illegal. The judge says the jury will disregard that last answer because that's non-factual. Hiring an escort isn't essentially illegal, but hiring someone for pay for sex services is illegal. So the AUSA continues by saying, how did the cash get there? The judge jumps, security, or he brought him himself? No, this got to be CASSIE. I think this has got to be CASSIE. It says security either brought the cash or himself. Okay, yeah, so they correct themselves here. Ventura says that, right? It says, AUSA says, the escort Dave. Do you know his real name? Ventura says Clayton Howard. The AUSA says, who is this? Then they show the photo to the witness, which is, they showed it to CASSIE. She says, Daniel. AUSA says, what service did you use? She said, we use a dancer service. So it appears that now that we're getting more information, CASSIE was soliciting these let's call them sex workers to have sex with her in these FREeKOFFs via Craigslist, Backpage, and dancer services, right? So they would hire male strippers at times. And then I guess when the male strippers got there, they would be like, hey, bro, are you down to fuck her? Clearly, I would imagine if there's a first time, they're in masquerade, they would hope they can't understand. And I'm going to be honest with you, Cassie's a fucking attractive girl. Like, I'm going to be honest, I can see, Cassie's motherfucking really, really attractive, if you ask me. Yeah, Cassie's bad. Let's go back. And this is Cassie now in her 30s, right? Cassie in her 30s, like, Cassie's still bad. You show up and you a dancer, you're thinking it's going to be some old, ugly, fat-ass bitch. Instead, you see is Cassie, looking fine as hell, oiled up and lubricated with baby oil, and you're like, oh my God, fuck the dancing. I'll fuck her for, I would have fucked her for free. Right? AUSA says, do you recognize Jules? Ventura says, yes. In what cities did you have the FREeKOFF with Jules? So I'm guessing this is another person. So we've heard about like a few sex workers, right? Gigolos, if you want to call it that. So here we go. We hear about one named, here we go. One couldn't perform, then another one, Dave. Then their real name was Clayton Howard. Then we heard about another one named Jules. Ventura says, yes, I recognize him. In what cities did you have a FREeKOFF with Jules? NY, LA, and Vegas. AUSA says, do you know his last name? She says, no. AUSA says, do you know this person? So they're just showing all the many niggas who have put dicking up in Cassie's stomach. If I was her boyfriend or Alex Fine at this point, I'm like, I got to throw up. Like, God damn. Y'all are they're bringing up a dick lineup. Hey, remember fucking him? Yup. Remember fucking him? Yup. Remember him peeing on you? Yup. Remember? They're giving a dick lineup to Cassie right now. She said, I don't know his name. I only knew him as the Punisher. Holy. Crazy. Did you use drugs at every FREeKOFF? She says, yes. I needed to disassociate and become emotionless. Who else used drugs at the FREeKOFFs? Ventura says Sean did, sometimes the Escort. AUSA says, what other drugs did you use? Ventura says Special K. What the fuck is Special K? GHB. Ooh. I think GHB is a date rape drug. Am I tripping? Jack? Wow, GHB drug. Let's. What the fuck is GHB?
Hydroxybutyrate. In terms of GHB, gamma hydroxybutyrate, in terms of neurotoxicity and effects in the body, it's actually one of the safest because it breaks down into
Is GHB the date rape drug? I know it's Rufinol, but I keep hearing GHB. It's gamma hydroxybutyl. Shit, I'm a fucking biomathematics. I have a degree in it, so I've taken all the science classes. But damn, I'm trying to put that together. What the fuck? What type of chemical is that?
carbon dioxide and water. It's something that actually naturally occurs in our bodies already. But when you buy it as a drug, it can be bought as crystals and powder and then diluted, but most often you're gonna get a
I see my boy Arch Nemesis like, nah, that's that date rape shit, bro.
viscous fluid, and then you would typically shoot a bit or mix it in with some juice. In smaller doses, it can act like alcohol in a way. It's kind of just a relaxing, happy buzz. Depending on context and setting, again, and environment, it can be a
They got this soothing music going on. Look like they trying to give y'all an alley-oop to go get it.
A sexual drug for some people. Other people will have kind of spasms and they'll sit there and jerk, and that's just a sign they're doing too much. Some people think, well, it's a depressant drug, so if they've done too much, we should give them some meth or some coke.
Seabrook, stop playing with me, nigga. You know I'm a biomathematics major, nigga.
To counter.
I took organic chemistry, nigga.
Act it. That's just not helpful. It's the body's already dealing.
Yeah, I thought it was a date rate. Hold on, let me date. I don't know if you could type in right. Yeah, you could type that in, all right? Here we go.
One of the ways that people are taking advantage of us when we drink alcohol, and not even necessarily alcohol anymore, it used to be just alcohol, is they're using a drug called GHB, which was formerly known as Rohypnol. Now this
Oh, yeah, that Rohypnol is what we looked up yesterday. That's the date rape drug. Okay, so now it's called... Wait, here we go. Let me... Wow. Rohypnol is... It's not approved for use. It's a powerful sedative, hypnotic drug belonging to the benzodiazepine class. Wow. Really? Supposedly, it is prescribed to treat insomnia, but because it's such a sedative, it could be used to, like, rape people. What the fuck?
Particular drug comes in the form of a liquid. It's a clear liquid, and when
I think the what they call GHB is liquid, because I read all them civil complaints. Those mention. Remember, they kept saying there was like the syringe, and I was just like, I thought this thing was a pill. So the what they call GHB is still date rape drug, but it's liquid, not pill form. Rohypnol, I believe, is a pill form thing, right? Rohypnol is pill form. By the way, both go under the title or the colloquial title of date rape drug, but this is pill form, this is liquid form.
In your drink, it doesn't smell of anything.
Wow.
You wouldn't taste it, and you wouldn't notice any...
Somebody says Special K. We just seen that. It says Special K is ketamine. Really? Nigga, ain't that like a cereal? Special K. That's not a cereal? Now, obviously, I'm going to believe y'all, but like, there's Special K, that's cereal. So this is not what Diddy was given. Diddy was given ketamine. Special K, GHB, and mushrooms. Let me just finish watching this. This is another minute left.
Signs of when you've drank your drink, oh, I've just drank GHB. But it's so strong, it's got such a strong sedative in it that even a small amount of it can actually put you to sleep. So much... You know, if you had too much of it, it would actually, again, like what heroin could do, would slow your body down so much that it just wouldn't continue breathing. But that would be a very rare case of it. What generally happens with GHB is it's put inside somebody's drink. Now, that could be water, Coke, or an alcoholic drink for the purposes of that person to take advantage of them. Doesn't have to be sexually. It could be financially. They want to steal their jewellery. They want to steal this. And in some cases... You might wake up, you may realise what has happened, and other times, sadly, you may not. There is no, guarantee that...
Okay, so now we know what that is. Okay. Wow. I'm wondering if she said she used Special K. I've told me that's ketamine, which I'm still confused. I don't want to keep watching videos about drugs, but Special K, ketamine. How is ketamine given to people these days?
What exactly is a K-hole? So we're talking like larger doses of ketamine, not micro.
Wait, you gotta inject ketamine? Oh yeah, I could never do that. I'm scared of needles, child. I'm scared of needles. I'm pussy. I always told y'all, the reason why I take the COVID vaccine, I'm scared of needles. And they said everybody was dropping like flies, nigga. I said, could y'all give me the vaccine without sticking me with a needle? They said, nah, we gotta stick with a needle. All right, I'm gonna catch y'all next year. Never took the vaccine, straight over needles. If it was a pill, I would have been took that vaccine. So if ketamine is given in this, yeah, I can't get jiggy with this.
dosing, and you're basically hitting that point where you're about to tip into the like plasma concentrations of like anesthetic ketamine. So you're basically starting to like drift off into the anesthetic effects of ketamine, but you
Yeah, I know I drink. Like, how much more powerful are these things than liquor? Because, shit, I drink a lot. Is ketamine powerful more than liquor? GHB seems to be. Or it looks like you add it to liquor, which makes it crazier, right? But what about ketamine?
You haven't quite hit that level, and so you're still awake, you're aware, you're dissociated, and you just feel like you can't move, like you're just like weighed down in a hole. And that's
Damn, that shit look like the shit that Dexter be injecting people with. Is ketamine the same as Special K?
Ketamine is also something that is a scheduled narcotic. It is something that can be found on the streets as a party drug or Special K. So ketamine does have the capability at high doses of causing a euphoric effect or dissociative effect. However, at the doses...
Isn't ketamine like horse tranquilizer, or am I tripping? I never understood the idea of people taking tranquilizers.
we administered under a controlled environment, that is not a common complaint or issue. There's a common misconception that something that causes euphoria thereby causes addiction, and the reality is that's not the case. Ketamine's effect has very little to do with it being in your system. In fact, it's in and out of your system very quickly. Therefore, tolerance and withdrawal and addiction is actually very unlikely with ketamine as compared to other well-known addictive substances like opioids, like Oxycontin or meth.
Okay, these things look like they're giving an endorsement. Fuck out of here. Okay, so we understand that. Let's get to some new tweets. AUSA says, I'll read parts of this email. You read yours, okay? I'll read Sean parts. You read yours. When should I take this thing? When will you be here? Okay, so Ventura is reading what she's saying to Diddy. I guess she's talking about taking some type of drug. I don't know if it's mushrooms. Remember, she just admitted to taking Special K, which is ketamine, GHB, which is Rufinol, or the liquid version of Rufinol, which is called, colloquially the date rape drug, and also mushrooms. So I guess she's asking, when should I take this thing? When will you be here? AUSA says, pausing you there. What did you mean? She said drugs. So she's admitting she was talking about drugs. Now she's talking for Sean. She says, I took mine. I'm flying. So basically, Diddy was trying to schedule that she was going to be high as soon as he landed. And I'm guessing he was on a plane, right? Unless he means I'm flying like I'm already high. I don't know. AUSA says, what does he mean? Ventura says he's high. Oh, okay. So Diddy is saying he's flying. So basically saying, I took either the mushrooms, the GHB, or the ketamine, and I'm already high. So he's telling her, hurry up and take yours that you could get high like me. All right. Now, this would appear to be the AUSA trying to convince everybody that Diddy is forcing her to take drugs. What do you guys think by how this email is reading? Is he forcing her? Is he encouraging her? Is he asking her? Is he just suggesting to her? You guys tell me, does this look, and again, we're going to get some more tweets in a second. By the way, if you guys are on the King Academics page, it's no way we got 16,000 people over there and y'all only have 2,000 likes. This is nasty work, man. This is nasty work, man. Y'all treat me like Ja Rule in the FREeKOFF for the butt plugs, man. Stop playing with me. Could y'all at least get to at least 4,000 or 5,000 likes? If you're watching on the King Academics page, could you please get to that amount? Blessed, thank you for the 10. It says, it's a scary world. You could offer someone an out, but they voluntarily stay and say they want to continue for 10 years to not lose you, but it becomes your fault for continuing and believe in what they say. Again, that's going to be a very big source of contention. I would think that the AUSA is going to try to cover those trails by saying, well, Cassie, not only was she being financially coerced, Cassie was also drunk and high all the time. And really, you say you were under the influence. She was under the influence that she was really unable to make those rational thoughts and decisions to leave, So I imagine that's going to be a thing. All right. Let me get over to the Academy. By the way, if you're wondering, like, I'm going to every platform we stream on. I'm reading the chats. Really, we stream on 5, right? 2 YouTubes, Rumble, Kick, actually 6, and then 2 Facebook channels. I never read Facebook. No disrespect to y'all. Love y'all. Yeah, I'll give you the update on Tory, but let's continue until at least 5 o'clock when they dismiss everyone. Okay? You want to continue this until 5 o'clock when they dismiss everyone. By the way, thank you for the 18 new members on the Academy page. I sincerely appreciate you guys. Jalen Tatum. Jalen Tatum? Or you mean Jason Tatum? He said the Feds are playing a dirty game. By the way, if your name is Jalen Tatum, y'all got to go figure out what's going on with the Celtics. The Celtics they catching L's. Jose says alcohol is actually the worst drug out there. Rest Up says, man, I'm trying to quit weed. I think I'm addicted. I thought people say you couldn't get addicted to weed. Mike Knight says Tory's on PC. Well, I would imagine it would put him on protective custody now that he's been stabbed. Ant-Man says Celtics is over with. Somebody says Access fuck Tory till 5 p.m. No, I didn't say fuck Tory. I said we're going to continue with real life updates on what's going on with this case. Somebody says a hangover is nothing. King Buck, by the way, thank you again for all the gifted memberships. Blessed. I did read what you said. Hey, Double G and Double N. He says, I've been a chat nigga. Thank you for the 50, by the way. I appreciate you so much. He says, I've been a chat nigga since 2017. Started as Big Bro. Now I'm Unk. Day streaming are the best. I work from home and no one is bigger, Ack. Damn, thank you so much, Double G. I appreciate you so much. Ruger Red. He's been a member for 22 months. We've been doing membership for 22 months. He says this case might ruin Cassie's relationship at home. I would imagine that they've had to have that conversation. Like Alex Fine and I want to say no. She filed the lawsuit. She got some money. He's spending the money that she got. When he first met her, she was with Diddy. I'm pretty sure some of what he did to get her, chat, put it like this. If I got a bitch and my security guard or my trainer takes her from me, I guarantee she was venting to that nigga and he was playing the gay best friend till he put dick up in her stomach. So the Alex Fine heard a lot about these things before. It's no way he's hearing about it for the first time. He used to be around her while she was with Diddy. So, and he's now married to her. So he must have heard through her ranting, venting. She clearly saw him as a safe place. I don't think this is going to ruin the household. Now, it might bruise his ego, hearing this and seeing the guys who fucked her. But will it ruin the fact that they have now, or about to have like 3 kids? They have a family. He married her. Her name is Cassandra Ventura Fine. I don't think so. Also, here's the thing. There is a theory out there that the only reason why she filed a lawsuit is because he didn't have that guap. He ain't had the money. And basically, he told her, yo, you was with Diddy all this time. Let's go get some. Some people feel like he is in cahoots with her going at her ex that they could secure the bag for their future. So if this is all part of maybe the continue and secure the bag play, why would he leave the girl over hearing the details? No. If he's that triggered, step out of court. But I think he probably heard a lot of these things before. He probably been with her. Nigga, he showed up yesterday, the day before, and she didn't show up. So it looked like he was going out of his way to hear details. Somebody said, oh shit, he don't got no... The nigga was broke. He was his trainer. Probably getting paid like, how much does trainers get paid? $700 a week to train Cassie? He probably had multiple clients. $700 a week. Diddy's playing with damn near almost $1 billion, or at least hundreds of millions at a time. She's used to multiple cars, 5 houses. She's used to Maybachs, not Hondas. Like, yeah. Let me tell you this, man. Everybody know this. One in the chat, if this is a real nigga opinion right here. I always say it. Men, we don't downgrade in sexuality, which means if you find a freaky bitch who do XYZ, the next chick better do XYZ plus ABC. Men, we don't decrease when it comes to sexuality. Women, for the most part, don't go down for the next nigga when it comes to lifestyle. Nobody want to go from flying on private jet to be in the back of Southwest Airline. Nobody wants to do that. So yeah, she might have loved him, but it probably got some frustrating times. Like, man, I used to be flying on the G5 with this motherfucker Sean. I used to have 15 helpers, security guards. I never had to wait online and no club, no this. Yeah, you're with the trainer. Yeah, he ain't got too much. So at a certain point, the trainer gonna be like, shit, let's go get the bread that you can stop, let's get the lifestyle. That's a fact. Let me tell you this, man. Your girl, well, there's some stupid ass bitches who do that. They'll go from one nigga who got A, B, and C and then go to another nigga who's a homeless bum. But I digress. But for the most part, women don't downgrade when it comes to lifestyle. You think Cardi B was going to leave Offset and go get like a nigga at Walmart? As much as that sound good, these chicks claim all they want is a nigga that don't cheat. Then they go get another nigga who got more money that could cheat even more. Like I was so confused with the Cardi B shit. I'm like, yo, Cardi B, how you leave Offset for cheating and you get with this nigga who's the biggest cheater? This shit don't even make sense. Women ain't gonna downgrade their lifestyle though. Cardi B leaves Offset. She goes to the nigga who got the hundreds of millions of dollars in NFL contracts. She ain't downgrading. Y'all know I'm telling the truth. Y'all know I'm telling the truth. Listen, this is why, Carisha been doing her thing. This is why she ain't pop out with no new nigga yet. Because you pop out with a nigga who all he got is a Cybertruck when you used to be with Diddy who bought you a house, bought you a Maybach. It's hard for these chicks to pop out after Diddy. This is why you seen her trying to get close to Shador, but yeah, it's not happening. There's only one Diddy. Diddy done ruined her. I'm going to be honest with y'all. These women don't want to downgrade. So let me tell you what happened if you ask me. Cassandra Ventura left Diddy because Diddy was probably treating her like shit, probably having her, like her pH balance is off. He fucking 30 other girls. Also having her pH balance off because 20 sex workers a week is fucking her. She leaves, she finds love, but the nigga don't got the bag. Let me tell you this, man. It's cool for the first year. Love don't last that long. Money lasts forever if you got it. After the first year, she's like, fuck all this shit, man. Fuck all this love shit, man. I miss that shit Diddy used to have. You know what? This nigga, I think he came up with the idea. Man, let's sue that bitch ass nigga Diddy, man. Fuck that nigga, man. That nigga probably said, man, I think we got 30 million reasons why that nigga want to give us some bread, man. At least if we got the millions, you don't got to be looking at me like that no more. You can focus back on love. Because trust me, when she got to wait in line at Disney World, she got to get connecting flights, no more private jets. You feel me? Uber Pool, not Uber Lux or Uber Black or whatever. These chicks go from black truck to Hondas. Now, like, love lasts a little bit. They're like, man, this is not cool. So I think his idea was, let's go get the bread from this bitch ass nigga. Trust. Anyway. Hopefully some more tweets popped up. Hopefully some more. We did. It says, I read Sean's parts of the email. Oh, no, never mind. We did that already. Okay. Why did you take more drugs? Ventura says to not be present with the experience. AUSA says, why? Said, because it was something I hated. AUSA says, how do you react to ecstasy and MDMA, which is Molly, I believe? Ventura says, it would make me vomit. AUSA says, what would he say? He would tell me to continue. AUSA says, well, did you continue to have intercourse when you wanted to vomit? She said, no. AUSA says, well, how did the GHB make you feel? She says, drunk, tipsy. AUSA said, what about that cocaine? How did that cocaine make you feel? Shit, that shit made my heart race. I'm not a huge fan of it. AUSA says, what about the mushroom? She said, man, them walls kept coming alive. The judge says, we're going to take another break. Damn, how many bathroom breaks are going to take? We have pretty much 1 more hour. They're taking another break. Okay. Let's see. Holy shit. All right. So we got our drug explanations. By the way, I think we do have Page 6 is live.
Like when it was announced that we were going.
What is this? I want to see this. Let's see supposedly there's videos of, again, I'm going to touch on Tory Lanez as soon as, you know. By the way, Kim K is also in court. Kim K is in court in Paris for the case where, remember, she was robbed at gunpoint? She's in court for that, by the way. We'll give an overview of that later. This is Alex Fine seen leaving after open arguments. Anything else? They didn't have too much about on the Diddy stuff. Oh, here is Diddy's family arriving today.
Coming true, coming true.
Somebody's Jamaican. Coming true. That's Janice. That Diddy's mom's. Mom being escorted in. Now, here's the thing, too. I do believe that, you know, and you might be like, why? I do think that there is some legal counsel that's coming in with the family. Remember, there's a lot of criminal, well, there's a lot of civil suits flying around this criminal case. And I think everybody's showing up with some legal representative, no matter who it is, because these are things that are, you know, remember, you have Gloria Allred there, Tyrone Blackburn over there. I wouldn't be surprised if Tony Busby is in the winds somewhere. You have accusers, alleged victims, and you want all these things to be in the watchful eyes and monitored by your attorney, because shit, a development could happen here that could change the outlook of that case. Yeah, I would imagine this is like a lawyer, someone, legal representative. Maybe a consultant, I don't know. I ain't gonna lie. Diddy's mom's wig game is always amazing. I ain't gonna lie. Her wigs are always lit. I can't even lie.
How are you?
Is there a message for Cassie?
Is there a message to Cassie? Fuck that bitch. That's what she want to say. A message to Cassie from Diddy's mom. Man, fuck that bitch, man.
Morning.
I would have guessed some of these are legal representatives. Maybe this person's like an assistant or a friend or something like that. Now here we go. This looked like the bodyguard. The bodyguard look, you know, suited and booted. Quincy. Yeah, and by the way, it is raining out here today. Quincy popping out. The daughter is popping out. This person looks pregnant. Who is this? Am I tripping? Is she pregnant? I'm not trying to body shame nobody. Twins right here? By the way, don't move by Quincy, you know, helping his sisters go along. Standing out there, you know what I mean, almost like a protective big brother. Fuck with it. You see Christian? So he at least make sure the girls get out. You know, Christian got the rest. Yo, Diddy got a great big family, man. Like, you know, you would hope that Diddy would be happy with, like, his offspring and shit like that and maybe not want to either jeopardize it or be doing this other shit, because they all seem loving to each other too, right? Okay, I would guess, I don't know who this is, but by his demeanor, I would think is maybe security. We see Christian here. Another sister. Is she one of the twins or no? Okay. He's holding her hand, and then you see Justin right here. Holding hand in solidarity. Okay. You see Quincy with everybody else.
Morning.
Now, you know, we've seen weird, let's not call it weird, but we've seen stuff especially during trial week or whatever, where sometimes supporters or close family members, they show up a certain way. Like, I mean, you know, not to use this extreme example, but it's the only thing that comes to mind. When it came to Charles Manson, right? Wasn't he a serial killer? Charles Manson. He had women show up, and they even shaved their head at one point, just stand outside of court, all solidarity, basically saying, yo, we love this nigga. This nigga's innocent, right? Not to, you know, juxtapose that to the family of Diddy and everything. But, you know, I'm wondering how much that matters. Where let's all walk holding hands. Let's all, you know, like, it's that show of solidarity. I'm wondering how much it matters in the grand scheme of things, other than the media. Like, the media, we're going to watch it, but how does that bleed into court? Does jurors, you know, take a note of that? And they might, because the jurors go home at night, right? Like, they're not sequestered where they can't leave. So they go home at night. They might look at the trial. Like, even though they're sworn or they agree to not do it, right? Okay. That's them walking in. You see Christian? A lot of press out there. Yeah, I don't know why I don't know why Misa is always just like walking by herself, like with not much assistance or no security around her either. And she's always like seemingly last to the party. You know, I would imagine that's Justin's mom, I believe. Is it? Watch it. This is Misa, right? Apparently she's wearing a boot for people who... Yeah, she's wearing a boot on her leg. Yeah, she's wearing a boot on her leg. I think she had a leg injury. By the way, I have to also imagine that it's her choice to not be in a wheelchair, because I'm pretty sure she could have been in a wheelchair, right? But it looks like she wants to do this, I would imagine, right? They're helping her up. This is via the New York Post, by the way. And she finally makes it in. Now here's the lawyers. Mark Agnifilo, or Agnifilo. I might be butchering her name. Or butchering his name each time. By the way, surprisingly, we haven't heard too much about Mark Agnifilo, I'm going to be honest. Now, while we read what is being said by, what do you call it again? The tweeter, which is Inner City Press, they stop referring to each lawyer by name. They just say defense. So we don't know who's speaking at this point. I believe this is one of Diddy's lawyers too. He looked like he bought business. Okay. Someone else here. I don't know who they are. Okay, I think this might be Xavier Donaldson, right?
It is the second.
Hold on, this might be Xavier Donaldson. Let's see. Xavier, that might be him. Xavier Donaldson. Let's see if we can find out who that is. Yep, Xavier Donaldson. Okay. Big Money E, he says, yo, Ak, I work at Walmart. Stop using us as the broke side niggas. Been watching for 10 years. Here to go. Tyrell Dave, thank you for the 10. It says, yo, I haven't heard Cassie say Diddy made me or forced me to do anything. She might have associated the beats with the freak off. It's clear he was putting belt to ass for everything, not just the freak offs. Hey, again, domestically violent relationship, maybe not sex trafficking, which again, I think the prosecutors got to do a good job of. First, you know what the prosecutors hasn't done yet? You got to establish this racketeering. I know they've lightly said, okay, he would have his security take the phone. He would have his workers do this. He would have Christina Karam do that. But like, you got to break down. Remember, the biggest charge is the RICO charge.
Diddy Combs will die by decapitation. Every one of you that's trying to convict Sean P. Diddy Combs will die of decapitation. Every one of you white devils.
Morning, Gloria.
Gloria's there, chat. Gloria's.
Thank you, Gloria. Have a good one. Gloria.
Rate the drip, chat. Rate the drip. Rate the drip. Okay. All right. All righty then. So let's get back to the tweets. Hopefully we get a little bit more. They did take a break. They haven't dismissed yet for the day. We imagine that this is going to be the last stretch and the last stretch before they dismiss for the day. So we got about like 40 minutes or so. I don't believe that they've gotten through half of Cassie's testimony or Cassie's direct examination, which is the AUSA questioning Cassie. So if you ask me, she's going to be brought back tomorrow for another day. Maybe they finish up by lunch. If they don't finish up by lunch, I believe that the judge is going to probably see what the timeline is. Maybe they finish up with her by the end of the day. But I think maybe at lunch they will finish because it'll be 4 more hours tomorrow. And then the goal is going to be you're going to get the cross-examination. I think cross-examination is also going to take a full day. Cross-examination is going to take a full day. And then after cross-examinations, we're going to see a redirect and maybe a recross. Okay? All right. Let's see. Holy shit. We played this already. Yeah, I have no idea why they're taking so many breaks, but who knows? It could be a bathroom break. This is outside the court.
Go up. What's going to happen?
Well, Mr. Smart. Short opening statements as a general matter are smart
Okay.
because
Give me 1 second, chat.
you can't go up there and tell the jury everything you're going to prove over 8 weeks. You can't tell them every witness. You can't tell them every piece of evidence you're going to introduce. You can't discuss the law. You can't go over all the counts. You have to give them a general view of the case. And I thought from what I read, both the prosecution and the defense did that. I think an hour is perfect for an opening.
Well, let me also give you an update. Officially, Cassandra Ventura is back on the stand, so we're going to provide you updates and reports on her testimony as it continues. You have to imagine, I don't think I'm wrong by saying that this case rises and falls with her, right? She is the star witness. She is victim number one. There are going to be other alleged victims who testify, but if the jury says, I don't buy it, they're going to go into maybe looking at the other alleged victims a little differently, right? And plus, if they don't buy it and they believe maybe the other alleged victims, you said it before, you can't build a racketeering sex trafficking case on just one victim, or maybe you can. I don't know. I mean, you could, because they're individually charged. There's sex trafficking of victim one and sex trafficking of victim two.
She is the most important witness in the case from what I know, because you have the most serious allegations of his abuse of an individual person about her. And if the jury concluded that that was all nonsense, that she was a consensual participant in a relationship, it would very much undermine the prosecution.
Okay, first update from her back on the stand. Prosecutor asks, who is your manager at Bad Boy Records? And Cassandra Ventura says, James Cruz. What did he tell you? Ventura responds that he was managing me with one hand tied behind his back. He had to check everything with Sean. Why is that important?
Well, because Sean's the head of this alleged criminal enterprise. Everything flows through Sean Combs, so that's what they have to show.
Remember we talked about release of the sex tapes, the FREeKOFF tapes? So we put another poll up there. Should the public have access to trial footage and testimonies? What do you think? What do you think the percentage was?
Should they have access to trial?
Should the public have access to trial footage and testimonies? So I guess that includes everything.
North of 90%, yes.
That's correct. 91% say yes, 9% say no. I'll correct it. I didn't mean actually the videotapes per se, but access to trial footage and testimony. That's my audience. That's the audience we like to hear.
Well, the people who are on YouTube watching us want to see what's happening in the trial, for sure.
Rel asks, what if the hotel video is the only evidence the feds have? It's not the only evidence the feds have.
It's not.
Particularly because it's the Southern District of New York. They don't go against somebody like a Sean Combs unless they have the goods.
Yeah, I don't think this case would be tried in the fashion it's being tried unless the prosecutors were very sure that they had the evidence they needed.
Rachel Stockman, our president here at Law and Crime, has asked a question. Hi, Rachel. Since she is the key witness, do you think it's smart to put her on so early during the trial? I do. I said it before, I'll say it again. I think it was brilliant to not even start with her, but to start with the security guard, to start with the 2016 video, to start with this male performer. You build up her credibility. So when she takes the stand, the jury is a much more beneficial position to evaluate her testimony. It's, again, I go back to what I said. She filed her lawsuit in November of 2023. These were wild, unheard of allegations. You wondered, telling the truth, not telling the truth. As soon as that video came out, it not only corroborated one particular moment in her complaint, arguably corroborated her entire account. She is the star witness. I also think from a practical point of view, she's got to testify early before she gives birth. Right. Because the worst thing about not having victim number 3 is not having victim number 1 testify.
And I'll add one other thing. I'll add one other thing to that. So she's the star witness because of the allegations of what he did to her. She's also, I assume, the witness who's going to cover the broadest topic areas. Right? She was with him for 10 years, so she not only knows what happened to her, but she knows about him, she knows about his businesses, she knows about this alleged criminal enterprise, she knows about other predicate acts, and typically at trial, if you have a witness like that who really covers a large area of what you're trying to prove, you put him up sooner rather than later, because it doesn't make any sense to put on a lot of little witnesses and then bring in the big one.
I agree. Okay, so we have another update from court. Prosecutor asks Cassandra Ventura, how did you make money if your records weren't being released? Ventura responds, I did hosting parties when Sean approved them. What comments did Sean make about your physical appearance? That I look too Mexican with my hair like that. Now, this goes back to what was in the indictment. In the indictment, there was an allegation that Sean Combs controlled all aspects of her life. Her money, her career, her physical appearance. There's a
Is that fair, chat? Is that fair? Is it fair? Let me ask y'all a question. If you're with a significant other, if you say, oh, I like it when your hair is like this, or I like it when you wear this, I think usually when people are in a relationship, they mold to each other. Usually the man does things like, look at Travis Kelce. Depending on who he dating, you could definitely tell. Look, you ever seen that meme? Travis Kelce look before and after Taylor Swift. That boy, he looked different depending on who he was dating. Right? Like, come on. Come on. Like, yo, that's just what it is. So again, I mean, I don't know if that's like a fair thing to say, but I guess it is fair if Diddy was like, you know, saying you need to look like this. And I think the most damning thing, if I want to give that side any credit, is Diddy saying you got to work out for the FREeKOFFs. Training for the FREeKOFFs, the FREeKOFF training is crazy, right? But we've seen where people get with the new person and they rock a new look. Maybe that's what the person's into. Their kink is short hair or they whatever. Now, granted, it's being packaged differently here because Cassie's like, yo, this motherfucker was saying that he wanted me to, he was saying cut my hair because it was some career shit, but really that was just all about control shit. You get what I'm saying? I don't know, man. I don't know.
A question about medical records. Control is a central aspect of sex trafficking, and sex trafficking is one of the underlying crimes of racketeering, right? I mean, that seems to be the value of that testimony, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. He's directing how she appears. He's directing whether or not she can do hosting parties. He basically has to approve everything that she wants to do. That comment about her looking too Mexican is interesting because that comment is not really relevant to any of the allegations, and it's a little prejudicial depending on who's sitting on that jury because it paints him as maybe being a bit prejudiced.
Well, could the defense work with it and say, he's interested in helping your career, okay? He's managed a lot of people.
Oh, yeah.
He was making a judgment, maybe racist or not, making a judgment about how to help you. He's a concerned boyfriend. He's a concerned
He's a
manager.
micromanager.
Right.
We concede. He's a micromanager. He's got his hand in everything. And, you know, if you think that's too much, so be it.
Speaker
but
Tip said, yo, putting Cassie in a hyperbolic chamber for FREeKOFFs is crazy.
Doesn't make him a racketeer.
Do you think the strength in numbers of the people who had worked with Sean Combs, if they testify, chiefs of staff, a chef, assistants, do you think that's going to help the prosecution or could it work to their disadvantage? You have so many people who are now coming out saying they're disgruntled, saying they saw issues, but why they keep on working with him? I wonder.
By the way, chat, we have a poll going on King Academics right now. Niggas is saying Diddy in 5. They're saying Diddy in 5. It's at 62% approval rate right now. Look at this. It's saying Diddy in 5. Look at this, Jay. We have a poll going. Look. Where's the poll? Right here. I don't want to vote. I guess I have to vote because I'm not logged in on the main account. Let's just vote yes. 62%. Yes, 62%. By the way, there's been 1,600 votes. It keeps running up, but Diddy in 5 is trending right now. Niggas think Diddy's gonna beat the shit in 5. Hilarious. All right.
The strength in numbers argument with the people who were around him.
Yeah, I don't, you know, just from what we know about him and his business success, and really, his success story obviously is getting sort of pushed aside because of this trial, but it's really remarkable what he built in terms of entertainment and in terms of business. And so he did have a lot of people working for him. A guy like that had a lot of people working for him. That doesn't make him a racketeer either. And it's interesting, if the jury thinks those people show up at trial and they still like him, that could resonate with the jury.
Well, the defense didn't shy away from the fact they're probably not going to like this guy. I mean, they said it, and I kind of respect them for doing that. Doesn't mean it's a defense. Okay, another update from court. The prosecutor asks, how did he like your nails? And Ventura responds.
Again, I think that's also like, you're splitting hairs. Man, if you with a girl, every girl I've been with, like, they usually be like, hey, how do you like certain stuff? They're trying to appease you. They want to be the most attractive person for you. I don't know if that's necessarily controlling. You control every part of their life. But back to what I've said consistently. This is all about if you put everything in totality, like in a complete picture, it's going to look maybe sex trafficking, or it does look sex trafficking. Because if you look at these things isolated, you're like, wait, a dude wants his girl to look a certain way for him, or a dude feels like this look is better for her career? I don't know, right? I don't know if that's the thing that's, and I think, again, in isolation, it doesn't seem like a big deal, but this is where the prosecutor's job, which I do think is hard, you have to get the jury to sit back and be like, okay. And by the way, this is why RICO is charged. If you don't know like too much about the RICO charge, it's like a RICO charge has two things. You have predicate offenses and you have overt offenses, okay? Overt offenses aren't necessarily crimes. They are indicators that there was knowledge and there was action behind committing a crime, but those things aren't crime. For example, we finna go kidnap somebody. We plan to go do it. You go get the rope and the duct tape. You going to buy rope and duct tape, not a crime. However, it is proof that those acts are part of actionable things towards the conspiracy, right? The conspiracy of kidnapping, we needed duct tape and rope. You getting the rope and the duct tape, two things that you cannot be charged for, those are overt offenses. So what happens is you get like, they're kind of still trying to prove the RICO, but again, remember, when you look at RICO, you're going to see overt offenses, and in overt offenses, those things aren't crimes. So if you just look at just that, like, wait, he wanted his girl to paint her nails pink or white French tips, that's why y'all charge him a RICO? Yeah, no. But if you look at it as she couldn't do anything. By the way, they still haven't gotten to this part. Remember, we saw in the allegations for the civil lawsuit, they said that CASSIE didn't have control of her life, to the point that when she went to the medical facility and she was then diagnosed, or whatever her medical report was, with whatever she went, they gave her medical stuff to Diddy before they gave it to her. And that is going to be brought up. It's going to show the control. It's going to show how much Diddy. So, and that's her thing. I had no choice in the matter. And even if you think I did have a choice, I was doing it for him. So she's coming off like, I didn't make a decision that was for me. Now the prosecutor's going to really, pinpoint a few things to say. So wait, when Diddy walked out of the room after you said he was mean to you and he slapped you up or whatever, you fucked that guy for Diddy, but he wasn't there, right? Or did you fuck that person for you? So they're going to try to establish that CASSIE was really coherent and it wasn't her being bullied or threats of like financial whatever. She wanted to do these things, but the prosecutor's laying it out that she didn't know, she couldn't make a decision to save her life. It was all to make Diddy happy. I think that's a hard sell. Really hard sell if you ask me.
White, French tipped. Prosecutor asks, hair? It varied. I shaved my head in 2009.
Okay. We're still waiting for them to come back from this break. This should be the last break until, the end of the day. We will see.
What about your body? told me to work out, prepare for the FREeKOFFs. How did you feel about his comments? It varied. So, you know, mixed bag there about...
I seen someone said a comment. This is in the King Academics chat. By the way, if you guys want me to definitely see your comments, just send a super chat or something like that. 205 Rider says, didn't she sign an NDA when she took that money? Yes, most NDAs typically come with signing a non-disclosure agreement. However, a non-disclosure agreement goes out the window when you're in a criminal case. So could Cassie, like, if this is normal, by the way, remember Diddy was under duress. He settled that case in less than a day after it became public. We're still expected to think that there's going to be NDAs that were signed, so maybe Cassie can't go on and do 15 interviews about this or make a movie about this or write another book about this or whatever the fuck she might plan to do on a civil side. However, no NDA stands up to the legal justice system, and usually those are one of the first things that get thrown out. So yeah, for example, I got an NDA. You come to my house, you sign an NDA, right? If you see me murder somebody, you can't, and the cop said, you were at Axe house, you see him murder someone, you be like, oh, he had me sign an NDA. No, that's just out the window. Like, you're going to sing like a Tweety Bird. You know what I'm saying? So NDAs do not prevent someone from speaking in any capacity about a criminal act. It prevents them from profiting, prevents them from going on blogs, news outlets, interviews, from third party, you tell your friend for them to say. It protects you there. But if there's a criminal investigation, you have zero protection from an NDA because the government or the state or whatever investigating body, they don't respect those things. You get what I'm saying? And in any NDA, any proper NDA will tell you the only way you could say what you have seen, either at this crib or at this job, because sometimes many places, many jobs or many like buildings, for example, Complex, when they moved to the new building, they had an NDA for everybody who signed, for everybody who came in the building. Why? Because they were developing new things. They didn't want people to come through, peek into a room, see a show they had, and run back and tell everybody or whatever the case is. So they had people sign NDAs. Now, if there was ever an investigation by the government, yeah, that's just out the window, bro. Now, a proper NDA is going to tell you the only time you can speak on this is if you are inquiried through an official government body or investigating agency, which is law enforcement. Okay?
What to take away from that.
A sleazy NDA is going to act like you could never speak on it. But if you hire a lawyer, your lawyer is going to say, yes, you're allowed to speak despite no matter what NDA.
I think, you know, talking about preparing for the FREeKOFF.
Compa Jam. Thank you, my brother. I see you in the chat. He says, man, stop the cat, bro. Cassie ain't no goddamn victim. She's a volunteer. Freak the Gemini. He says, Diddy made her rub the guy's nut on his nipples. Where did you get that from? What? Is that in the tweets? We ain't get to that yet. What? I'll read the new tweets? Oh, shit. Okay, all right. Tell me to shut the fuck up, then. Y'all niggas is mean. Okay, here we go. All right, Cassie is back. Oh, wow. So I'm late. So you may continue. It says, when the drugs ran out, how did you know who to reach out to? Ventura said Sean would tell me who to reach out to. AUSA says, during the session, how do you know how to move to the next step? She said, Sean. AUSA says, what happened after the escort finished on you? Ventura says, Sean would want it to put on his butt. Oh, nah. Diddy is gay. Diddy, you gay as fuck. This is up there with Kanye sucking his cousin's dick. Oh, my God. Diddy would have a nigga nut on his bitch and tell his bitch, bring that nut over here and come rub it on me. Lather me up in that semen. Lather me up in that seminal fluid. What? Hey, memes, get me this. Oh, hell nah. Hell to the no-no. What the fuck? This the wildest shit I've ever seen. What? Hold on. Nah, this is crazy, chat. Diddy is Diddy gay. Diddy gay. I'm writing a caption for Instagram right now. Diddy would request that after the sex worker nutted. This is how you know I'm really typing this shit. Nutted on Cassie that she would come and rub the semen on his body in the next room, on his nipples. Nah, Diddy's gay as shit. Diddy, you gay as shit, nigga. You gay as shit. The zest. I hope his daughter's heard. No, actually, I don't hope his daughter's heard that. Y'all father is gay as shit. Oh, hell nah. Oh, hell to the no. This is the wildest shit I've seen. What the fuck? Hold on. What the fuck? I never seen some shit like this, chat. Nah, this is some bullshit. God damn. Nah, Diddy, you a freaky ass nigga. Hold on. Nah, this is crazy. Hold on. Yo, what's up with Instagram? Every time I type this shit, they're like, yo, we're going to flag this shit. What? Man, share anyway, nigga. That nigga gay. We finally got confirmation. Diddy gay. I don't care what y'all say now. Diddy gay. Diddy gay. Nigga do that, you gay. That's gay. Yo, man, Jamaica. Yeah, Batman thing that. Yeah, that's a Batman thing that. Yeah, man, I rub semen upon you. Yo, that's gay, man. Gay! Yo, chat, we gotta play it, man. Chat.
That make me gay, don't it? Yep.
That nigga gay. We finally got confirmation. Diddy gay. No more ifs, ands, or buts. He's gay. Gay!
I know it's wrong, but I really want my own room. Take it easy on him, Granddad. He's just trying to come to terms with it.
Gay!
Granddad.
If I see gay, I say gay. Where's that one?
This happened to us.
Stuff like this happens to us all the time, Granddad.
We're done for.
Explain.
Yes. Please explain yourself, grandson. Explanation?
Hey, why should I have to apologize?
Blacklisted in Hollywood. Now I'll never host the Oscars.
But it was gay. Why should I have to apologize? I saw gay, so I said gay.
Shit
That
gay.
ain't bullying. That's an astute observation.
It's an astute observation. Diddy liked other men's semen being rubbed on his nipple. He gay. Diddy, I knew you was gay. I knew you was gay, nigga. I knew you was gay. I knew you was gay, nigga. Diddy gay. Diddy's gay. Now, granted, I still don't think you're guilty. I got to be able to parse right here. But you're gay. Open and shut. If she's telling the truth, if you had a man nut on your... I told you, I'm like, what type of man would have another man? You know what I think, honestly? I got a new theory. I think Diddy used to fuck niggas on the side before Cassie. Like, Kim Porter days, I think he used to fuck niggas. I think after with Cassie, he was trying to let her know, like, you know I like dick. And the closest thing he could tell her is that, I want to see another man fuck you. And she was like, what? That's kind of weird, but I guess I'll do it. And he was trying to get his gay urges off that way. Like, okay. That's why I'm like, why is Diddy checking the man's dick to see if he nutted? Gay! Gay! You know that nigga gay. That part of the story was a little bit odd to me. Why did he check it? You imagine Diddy doing a ball check. Yo, why does shit feel so heavy, gang? You sure you nutted, my bitch? Yo, bro, what's up with you? Gay! Ben knew that nigga was gay, man.
Oh, that's your explanation? Do you know what you've done to us? We're doomed. We'll be blacklisted in Hollywood. Now I'll never host the Oscars.
I saw gay, so I said gay. That ain't bullying. That's an astute...
Batman activity, dog. Bonfire for that. Why? What the fuck? I ain't gonna lie, chat. When I went to Everyday Struggle, you know who told me? Nah, I'm airing everything out. DJ Hookah told me. DJ Hookah told me, and 3 other niggas told me. I'm gonna just say DJ Hookah for now. He said, yo, by the way, just to let you know, Diddy's gay. I said, what? How is he gay? He said, bro, check it out. He doesn't try to fuck these 3 niggas right here. I'm like, oh my God, what the fuck? They're like, yo, I don't know, consider yourself either lucky or ugly if he ain't try to fuck you. Like, what the bumbo clot? Come to find out, he gay. Gay as hell. Thank you. Meek, you got some answering to do now. Now we got to, you are the young tenderoni he left Ja for. My bad. I mean, I don't know if I should say that. But, yo, Ja, them butt plugs we need some answers for now. Diddy gay? Yo, how they just, this was like a sidebar. It just came out. This whole time I'm like, yeah, niggas had this shit all wrong. They say Diddy was fucking kids. There ain't no kids up in this. And by the way, to be fair, there hasn't been no kids. So I'm like, yeah, man, they were just saying all type of shit about Diddy. And the whole time I'm like, man, Diddy was just a freaky nigga. Why they say he gay? I mean, it's kind of borderline gay if you like watching another man fucking your girl, but I'm like, it ain't all the way gay, right? So I'm like, you know, even though I'm Jamaican, I understand these little kinky niggas. Now I see this. Diddy's gay. He's gay as a $2 bill. Diddy's the first gay mogul we ever had. He gay. 50, start up on the gram. I gotta send this to 50. Yo, to his sons and shit, don't try to jump me like Ray J, but I gotta send this to, ain't no way. I gotta send this to 50. No fucking way. I've never seen some shit like this. Diddy would have Cassie rub semen on his nipples. This is the gayest shit I've ever heard, bro. Y'all remember that one viral tweet from back in the day? A nigga said he loved Beyonce so much he would suck Jay-Z's dick to taste her pussy. And I was like, y'all never seen that tweet? I used to be on forums, so that used to be a tweet niggas would always bring up. Be like, yo, this is when you know niggas on some other shit. A nigga said he loved Beyonce so much that he would suck Jay-Z's dick to taste her pussy. And I'm like, nigga, you gay. You're fucking gay, nigga. It's okay. You're fucking gay, though. It's okay. We like gay people. No, we're cool with them. Got no problems. LGBT community, we're cool. We're cool. We're cool. We're just...
Observation. Did the laws of the universe change and nobody told me? Niggas gotta apologize for being right?
I'm going to get my belt and change the laws of the universe on your narrow behind. I know that.
If I'm not allowed to call gay stuff gay, then what am I supposed to call it?
Shit's gay! Big rep, yo, listen, I gotta post this on all my platforms. Diddy is gay. Breaking fucking news. I don't care. This ain't no freaky nigga shit. If a man's semen gets on your body, fuck if you ask for it or not, you're gay. You're gay. You're gay. It's okay. That's Batiman activity. What? What would happen after the escort finished on you? Sean would want to put it on his body in the next room. I thought he was in there cuddling with her. This nigga like rub that semen on me. Yo, Sean Combs, you know who Diddy was trying to get like? You ever seen these bitches when they go to Jamaica getting rubbed down with that shit? Jamaica body rub. Like, y'all know what I'm talking about. This is Diddy with the fucking semen in the next room. Batiman dog. Bonfire for that. Fire. That's how Diddy was. With all the fucking semen on his stomach. On his fucking nipples. A Batiman activity that mean ain't that. Me ain't them thing the dog. Why? Me ain't them thing that. Yo, this is how Diddy was in the next room. That's how, the whole time I'm like, yo, how Diddy just watching Yo, Diddy was only caring about extracting the semen out of the nigga's cock. Batiman dog. Yo, Diddy in the next room looking like this. Rubbing semen. Yo, the nigga using semen like lotion, gang. This is crazy. This is crazy, dog. This is crazy. I'm done with this case. I'm done with this shit. Batiman using semen like lotion. Like, I'm out of here. The next thing she gonna tell us is this nigga tasted the shit. Ain't no fucking way, dog. Now I was thinking, I'm like, maybe he was using the butt plugs on her. Now I'm like, yo, Ja Rule, gang. Yo, Ja Rule, if this nigga rubs your semen on his goddamn nipples, I'm done, bro. I'm deleting the Murder Inc. catalog, bro. Yo, I need a statement from Ja Rule now. Ja! Where is Ja? Did Diddy ever taste your shit? Yo, what's the fuck? This shit done fucked up my whole day. Diddy was rubbing the semen on his nipples? Yo, imagine Diddy looking like this, bro, in the next room, dog. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh. Miss Honey 20 says he said you ain't coming to the trial because that guy's gonna be there. Which guy? He said it on Tisa Live. Wait, which guy? What are y'all talking about? Yo, chat, I go wherever I want, man. Stop playing, man. Fuck! So ruined my whole day. Usually on his nipples. Did you want to do that? Nah. Yo, I'm gonna be honest with you, chat. This is a perfect way to end the day. AUSAs are playing a dirty game. They ended the day with some clickbait and some headlines nobody's ever gonna forget. The piss shit and then this shit. Wow. How did you feel? I was an object. I was being heavily objectified by men. Sometimes he would watch by FaceTime. Okay, so sometimes Diddy wasn't there. He would watch her getting fucked. I keep telling y'all, chat, he was using this woman as an object. His real main thing was the niggas. I'm changing up my stance. His main thing was the niggas. I think he done have all the kids he wanted to have. I don't know how he did it. But he wanted niggas. And now, I ain't gonna lie to you, I'm feeling bad for Cassie. Because this woman thought she was with a straight man. This nigga gay as a $2 bill. This nigga gay as Saucy Santana, bro. This nigga is worse than Lil Nas X, gang. And he had this woman for 10 years thinking that this gay-ass nigga was gonna turn straight and give her a family. This nigga Diddy was straight as a circle. I see why Cassie mad. The whole time, hey, any of my chat queens, you ever dated a nigga and then you find out that nigga gay as hell? You like, what the fuck? You felt you wasted your time? I see why she mad now. This nigga was 100% gay. Diddy was a Batiman. This whole time. And he used this poor little girl. He used this poor little girl to get his rocks off because he was a bitch-ass nigga who did... Yo, if you want to suck a cock and taste semen and rub it on your nipples, leave the young girl out of it. Just go suck a cock. Yo, this is why I can't respect these niggas from the 90s. Mr. C, rest his soul, I ain't trying to talk crazy on him, but he loved trannies. And when he liked trannies, he ain't never want to get the trannies directly. So you did all type of weird shit to get him. Nigga, just go get a boyfriend. Diddy, Batiman, wanted to taste and have semen on his body. But instead of just soliciting himself, he tried to use this girl. Come on, the picture is there. I see why this shit is up here. Diddy, you gay, gang. Nah, this is crazy. I thought Diddy was going to beat this in 5. Hopefully beat this shit in 7 for y'all niggas. Because right now... This is like last night's game with the Celtics and the Knicks. I thought, okay, Knicks, y'all cooked. They about to tie this up 2-2. I look up, it's 3-1 Knicks. Celtics is cooked. I thought Diddy in 5 was going good. Hell nah, nigga. Diddy better try to beat this shit in 7. We're finding out his true nature now. Diddy gay as a motherfucker. How did you feel I was an object being heavily objectified by men? I told y'all, when I read that part, it didn't sound right. Wait, you're having random men fuck your girl that you love, that you might want to start a family with on her period? She's laying down on the ground, spread out with her mouth open, and y'all are taking turns peeing in her mouth? you're checking the niggas? Like, you're questioning him like, yo, bro, you sure you nutted, bro? Now we realize why he's questioning if the nigga nutted. Because he's like, where's the nut at? I can't rub it on me. He probably brought Cassie in the room and said, all right, Cassie, put that nut all on me. Rub it on my nipples, girl. Come on, just lather me up in semen. And she said, baby, I don't got no male nut in me. I just got pussy juice. I don't want no fucking pussy juice. Go get the nigga. We need nut. Now this nigga's gay. Diddy's gay. We finally got proof. It's over. We finally got proof. Diddy gay. Diddy's gay. Now, I'm saying all this. I'm Jamaican, so just, I don't know if he was sex trafficking, but he definitely gay. 100% he's gay. Okay? From here on out, when they ask him about Diddy, I'm going to say that nigga's a Batiman. Straight up. He's a Batiman. It's over. It's over. Okay? You have semen on you, it's over. It's a Batiman thing, that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But is he guilty of sex trafficking? I don't know. Holy shit. It says, were some of the sessions recorded on your devices? She says, because they were there. So I'm guessing she says yes, right? Because they were there. AUSA says, if you saw them on your device, what would you do? She says, I would delete them. She says, the AUSA says, why? Well, they were disgusting. I never wanted anyone to see them. They said, were Sean devices used sometimes? Ventura says, yes. I asked him to delete them. Did he? She says, I don't know. AUSA says, did you ever leave a freak off before it was over? She said, yes, at the Century City Intercontinental. And I think that's where the beating happened. I finally had a premiere coming up, which was the next day, which, by the way, we played a video of her at the premiere the day after, right? Bumbleclot. I'm still, like, traumatized. Diddy was in the next room getting lathered up with semen. Leftover semen that was on Cassie. Imagine Cassie scooping up the semen off of her. Like, hold on, Diddy, I got you, nigga. All right, grab your nipple. Imagine Diddy's like, all right, girl, take that. Just rub it all in. This is nasty. Diddy, you a nasty nigga, bro. Yo, Diddy, it's not a crime to be gay, nigga. There's mad Batiman out here doing whatever the fuck they want to do. You got us, you caught a fucking Fed case because you know there was many people who said Diddy should have been admitted that he's a fucking Batiman. Mad people said that. He could have been out of this, say, hey. Cassie's just mad because this whole time I love dick. I just wanted her to fuck the niggas that I could get their nut. I was harvesting male semen. We would have said, all right, that's kind of kinky and weird and Batiman shit, but like, that's not sex trafficking. No charge. This nigga done acted like he was straight this whole time. Bamboozled us. Hoodwinked us. Led us astray. The thought of Diddy looking like this chick in the next room with male semen on his body. I know somewhere Frank Ocean's like, I'm glad I came out. Frank Ocean, all them other Batiman, they're like, I'm glad we just came out. Yo, this is exactly how he would look. How you use nut like lotion? It's like, did he wish he was lactating? Why did he want it on his nipples? He wanted semen on his nipples. Now, this is like confusing to me. Because Diddy got semen too. Pause. He's a man. I wonder if when he nutted from these things, were he rubbing it on his nipples? Yo, chat, with all due respect, hey, pause on this. All my Jamaicans, yo, you see the flagging at the background, yo, never go Louis, yo, I gotta get a Batiman on the stream to explain this type of kink, because I don't know what this is about. We're gonna get a Batiman to explain why the fuck, if you produce semen, you want another man's semen on your nipples. We might have to bring Saucy Santana on stream. This ain't freaked out, chat. This is Batiman activities. Okay, let me stop. I'm just shocked by this revelation. I'm livid. I don't know what to say. Okay. So the Century City Intercontinental thing. Remember, this was what I was going to pull up. So, I want to leave this page up. Sorry. Here we go. CASSIE. Here we go. CASSIE interview day after. So remember, we just kind of played it low key. Her day after the beating. The day after the hotel video. This was it, right? So
that is actually interesting too.
Interesting.
So essentially, she's saying they asked, "Have you ever left before a freak off was over?" So she's saying that was a freak off happening. She said, "Yes, I left it. It was at the Century City Intercontinental Hotel, the place where the assault happened." She said, "I finally had a premiere coming up, and I didn't want to mess it up. But Sean hit me." She said, "At what point did Sean hit you?" She said, "Between sessions." So Diddy was waiting in between sessions, and I'm like, I don't know what that means. Remember, they clarified. By the way, one thing about lawyers, they always try to sequence shit. Remember what a session is. A session is until the sex worker came. Remember how they said it went down. Every time, for the most part, at least Philip, who seems to be the sex worker that was in this, Diddy would watch Cassie get fucked until the guy came. When the guy came, Diddy and Cassie would go in the other room. Cassie has now let us know what they were doing in the other room. She was scooping the nut, because a lot of times he would instruct the nigga to nut in her pussy. I'm sorry for all the crass language, but it is what it is. This is a freak-ass case. He would instruct the guy to ejaculate in her. Now we're finding out she would scoop the nut out of her pussy and put it on his nipples in the next room. And the sex worker would be just sitting there like, okay, what are we doing? And after a while, they would come back in and be like, oh, we're going again. Or they'd be like, they'll invite him into the room. That's how it was going down. So y'all get the understanding of what's going on. So apparently, this is after she done lathered this nigga areolas and nipples with motherfucking male semen. Diddy, for whatever reason, hits her, okay? AUSA says, what happens next? I got to the elevator. Next thing I know, I was thrown to the ground. So they're talking about this footage. Who threw you to the ground? Sean. He grabbed me by the neck in my hoodie, okay? The AUSA says, let me show you the video. Now I'm going to play y'all the video because we got to. Hotel video, Diddy. Yo, Diddy, I ain't gonna lie to you. I think your PR fucked up. You should have admitted that you're gay a long time ago, because you know how in the court of public opinion, we're so shocked that you're fucking homosexual that we don't even want to react to nothing else. Just like how y'all admitted to you beating her to take the sting off of that people could focus on the charges. Now we're like, wait, Diddy's gay? He got semen being rubbed on his body? It's fucked up the entire thing. So now they're playing this video. Here's the video.
We're going to begin tonight.
Here we go.
Telling
most defendants
sitting was in a towel.
Expect most defendants
On day one.
Here we go.
As a fight over a phone. The team acknowledged Combs does have a temper, but pointed out, quote, there was domestic violence, but that is not sex trafficking. As for the so-called freak-offs or Wild King nights, allegedly drug-filled sex parties that went on for days, Combs' attorneys downplayed them, saying their client led a swingers lifestyle, that the gatherings were consensual threesomes. And we do expect to see Cassandra Ventura on the stand. It'll be the first time she comes face-to-face with Combs since 2018, when Ventura attended Kim Porter's funeral. Porter was Combs' ex and the mother of 4 of their children. Testimony, we understand, has wrapped.
Look at how much people are behind there. Okay, so cool. So she says he grabbed me by my neck and my hoodie, and then they play the video we just kind of saw in part. Do I need to play the whole video? I think we've seen it a bunch of times. The AUSA says, what are you doing? She says, trying to use the hotel phone. What is Sean doing? He's taking my bag and my phone. And the judge says, we're going to break for the day. Chat, that is so explosive. I'm going to keep it a bean with you. Diddy's team, I thought it was going fairly decent because there was a lot of things that she threw out there that Diddy's team was going to be able to body her with. This idea of Diddy, and again, I know. Yeah. Some of y'all gonna be like, oh, no, it's only homophobic people that are gonna care that he's gay. We don't care that he's gay. We only care about, we get it. But this is playing out in the media as well. That one detail just overshadowed the fact that I don't think Cassie did that well today. I don't think she did. I think Cassie sowed a lot of seeds to say, she said, oh, I kept doing the freak-offs because I didn't want him to do it to someone else. She sowed the seeds to say, I wasn't trying to lose this nigga. But that little tidbit right there is going to be over all the blogs. That's going to be the main thing. That one salacious detail, that's the problem for Diddy. The salacious detail. Granted, who cares if he's gay? But again, this was always a speculation, so it's a big deal. It's oh shit, Diddy's gay. Diddy likes semen rubbed on his body. That shit right there is going to cloud the judgment not only of people on social media, people in the press, but who knows? It might affect the jury to be like, oh, this was a gay man who used a young, impressionable, financially dependent woman and used her as a sex object to get his rocks off. Not about her, about the men, the niggas that he wanted to fuck but was too scared to fuck by himself. I'm not gonna lie to you, chat. They threw in a monkey wrench, and by the way, think about it. The judge is broke for the day. We're done until tomorrow. It is a strategy among defense attorneys, among prosecutors. You like to end each day, especially with a big witness, and we do think this is a key witness. You drop that bomb, walk out the room. Now everybody got to deal with it. Pink Trophy Media, what's up? Lizzie, what up? Now, I know some of y'all are saying, are you making too much about it? This is him being gay shit. I get it. You're right. All right, you're right. But remember, he's being judged by his peers. He's being judged by his peers. And also, we didn't hear anything about them trying to carve out anything about his sexuality. They're only trying to say he was a swinger. But what I do know, and I'm going to tell you why I do know this, because there's somebody working for Diddy's team. I don't even want to say her name, but she's working with Mark Garagos and Tenny Garagos. They hit me. They gave me their cell phone number. They said, we in court every day. Hit us. We're the PR people for Diddy. We'll give you the accurate information, blah, blah. They do care about what the media is reporting because they do know in a general overall sense, they want this to look or be covered like this is a farce. This is made up after this woman got salty that she left the bag, Diddy, got with a broke nigga, threatened to sue him. She shook him down because he was scared about his reputation being blown up. So he paid her some bread. And then the feds, they were just hella thirsty and came in and took this. And now they're charging with a RICO, which is not only an overcharge, but they're going off of a civil case, which the woman had an incentive because she was broke. That's their angle. That's what they want to be covered. I'm telling you the truth. I have his PR person's number in my phone. They say they're in court. They said, just text us. We'll send you anything that we could send you. And I'm like, all right, but I understand it's PR for Diddy. What the AUSA did is drop a little piece of gossip or whatever you want to call it. Hey, Diddy's gay. So now that you know Diddy's gay, maybe you think about this differently, that maybe he wasn't even interested in this woman at all. Now, keep in mind, this is where this is going to get interesting. I got to read a little bit more about this, but think about Andrew Tate. And I hate to bring Andrew Tate into this, but it makes sense. Andrew Tate's charged with sex trafficking in Romania because they claim he used what's called the lover boy method. It's a basic way of manipulation where you pretend to be in love with someone, and because they're acting on this false pretense that you love them or you're romantically trying to court them for further relationships, this and third, they do things that are either unbecoming or things that they necessarily don't want to do. After realizing that you're doing this in a surreptitious or you're doing this in a fake fraudulent way, that becomes kind of sex trafficking. So the lover boy method is one thing. I think what this brings up, again, I'm not on the jury, but what this then now contextualizes the whole Diddy case to me is that Diddy wanted dick. Diddy ain't want no pussy. He wanted dick. Diddy wanted dick. He was really insecure about his sexuality. We hear about the sex worker who was fucking Cassie, looks back at Diddy, and Diddy gets in a verbal, I don't know if it was physical, argument with the guy to say, stop looking at me. So how could you be that offended if your kink is just being a cuck? That the man looks at you. However, when he ejaculates on your woman, you and her go to a private room where she lathers you in the guy's semen. Diddy was probably gay. Not probably, he is gay. Diddy's a homosexual man who could now be seen to be using this woman as a beard. Like, people have heard that about, these undercover gay men. Like, we had a governor in Jersey named Jim McGreevy or something McGreevy. Nigga was gay as shit. He had a family, because most politicians don't get elected unless you got a wife or some type of, you look like you got a family structure. Bachelors usually don't get elected. He had a wife, had kids. It came out later that he was gay. So his wife was what they call a beard. It's a cover-up. You get what I'm saying? So it's possible to believe that Diddy was using Cassie as a beard. Diddy liked cock. He loved semen. Okay? And in him liking these things and to protect his public image, he acted like he was a cuck. Like, oh no, I'll sit back here while you fuck my girl. Don't look at me though. Who is he jerking off looking at? Chat, let me ask y'all a question. In light of this, who y'all think Diddy was jerking off looking at? Cassie or the man? Now, granted, I believe the best strategy is for Diddy to admit his sexuality. You have to admit your sexuality. Because even if you're undercover gay, even if you's a bati boy, it doesn't mean you're a sex trafficker. There is no charge for you to be gay. There is a charge for you to sex traffic. Now, it could be looked at. You're gay and you're using her sexually to get what you want sexually out of men. That's sex trafficking. That is. Now, if you establish yeah, I'm bisexual, I'm gay, whatever. However, I'm just kinky. That's different. But if Diddy's team ignores this idea that he's homosexual, I think Diddy's going to jail. Cassie has dropped the bomb. She took the pin out of the grenade. She dropped it in the room. She's walked out. We're going to sit on this for a day until tomorrow. Diddy has to explain. His defense has to explain. Were you using this woman as a conduit for you to get to the men? If that's the case, you deceived her because she was, in her mind, she thought she was going to have a family with you. She was going to marry you. You deceived her, and under the pretense that you were, number one, straight, number two, going to marry her, number three, really interested in her, which I think he was interested in her. You're deceiving her and using her as an object to get what you want in a very low-key way. Now, I ain't gonna lie to you. After I just heard that, first person Instagram I gotta go to. What he done say? He ain't say nothing? Shit. Chat, I am gonna lie to you.
Hey, what's up, King Son? Man, you doing it, man. You deserve it, Daddy. You putting in that work. Proud of you. I love you. Yeah.
$50. Sit down on your luck. Not feeling good today? Well, look at the bright side. You could be Diddy. Yo, 58 shit. No fucking way. Bro, I'm shocked and appalled. Diddy was in the next room looking like this. Yo, Cassie, keep rubbing it in. Diddy was trying to get pregnant from the male escorts. Rub the semen on me. That's crazy. You know why that's also especially nasty for any man? Because we all, you know, you're grown. We all jerk off. Semen is like the stickiest, nastiest shit, low-key, bro. Like, nobody's playing with semen. This ain't Play-Doh, nigga. Like, yo, you don't want that shit even touch your hands. Like, what the fuck? What the hell did he got going on, man? Like, you don't even want that shit to really touch your skin. Much less, nah, rub it in, rub it in. Go ahead, girl, rub it in. Got Cassie using the semen like Lubriderm. Now this is crazy. What? Oh, they ended on long crimes. Nah, this is crazy, chat. So everyone's supposedly be leaving court. It's gonna take a while. Shout out to my boy Myron Gaines. He's in the field with it. I watched him like give some valuable details about day one. I don't know if y'all saw. He
You're
actually
live.
Am I? Okay.
Gotta get a little better camera, but like he was rocking out there. By the way, I fuck with Myron. I know some of y'all don't like him for whatever reasons. I think when it comes to shit like this, I think he's good. Okay? I'm not here with him for the fucking KKK Jewish stuff. That's not me. But I think he's good at this because he has a background in law. He knows a lot. I did offer him my studio if he needs to do anything. So this was him yesterday talking about whatever. So he's going to give some details here. Just like bear with me because I think, you know, he's outside the court. Here we go.
This strip thing for the bachelor party. He shows up and no one's there. It's just Cassie. He's like, what the hell?
Oh, here we go.
She's like, hey, is it okay? I'll pay you extra. He's like, okay, no problem.
Oh, see, this is what I'm saying. Watching some of these things give us more details. So apparently the guy who, remember, he was a stripper, then he started fucking Cassie. He shows up one time and Diddy's not there. Listen.
He gets called because no one else was available. He goes for a bachelorette party. Basically, what ended up happening was Cassie called him for a bachelorette party. Nobody was available. He was a member of like this whole bachelorette party strip club thing. He shows up, he basically gets called because no one else was available. He goes to do this strip thing for a bachelorette party. He shows up and no one's there. It's just Cassie. He's like, what the hell? She's like, hey, is it okay? I'll pay you extra. He's like, okay, no problem. So he opens the door.
So
he goes inside.
Just to check, Escort is a male prostitute, right?
Yes, but this guy was a stripper. He wasn't an escort yet.
He wasn't a
Well, escort isn't really necessarily a prostitute. It's like this alternate thing, but it pretty much is. Hey, somebody says, hold on. Let me see. What y'all talking about in the chat? Hold on, let me keep playing.
He wasn't a prostitute yet.
Okay.
So, so he shows up, right? And Cassie's there by herself, or so he thinks. Right? So she opens the door. He goes in, and they rub baby oil on each other, right? He didn't know who she was back then. She was wearing red lingerie, red heels, and sunglasses indoors. And when he went to this hotel to meet her, it was the Gramercy Park Hotel in Manhattan, I think is what he said. Gramercy Park.
Oh, I know where. Okay.
You know where that is?
Yeah.
Okay. Her husband, she said, hey, my husband is here. He's not gay. He's just going to be watching.
All right. Yo, shout out to my boy Jay Will in the building. Thank you for the 10. He says, would you get back with, or he said chat, actually. Chat, would you get back with an ex? We broke up a year ago, mainly because she was too busy. I've had girls since, but I can't forget her. And now she's texting me, acting real friendly. Why did you break up with her? I mean, I guess it depends why you broke up with her. And also, what's your intention with her? Like, if maybe she had some fire sex and you just wanted to keep fucking her, okay, I guess. That's not necessarily getting back with her, but if you want to get back in a relationship with her, it would probably depend on why y'all broke up, right? And probably what's happened in your life since, okay?
Okay. And he wouldn't touch him, right? Because obviously he doesn't know who Cassie is at this point, right? This is 2012, 2013-ish. He doesn't know who she is. And then he goes into the room and he sees someone there wearing a white robe, a bandana over his face, and a hat. And he's like, he didn't know who the fuck it was. It wasn't until he heard the person speak that it was like, oh, that's fucking Diddy. Okay?
White robe and bandana over his face.
He didn't want the strip, the photo slide everywhere. He walks into a room, he sees the guy's, he's wearing a bandana, hat, white robe, referred to him, and Cassie referred to him as baby. At this point, he doesn't know who he is yet.
So Cassie's not calling Diddy, at least when the escort pulls in. He ain't calling him Pop. He's calling him baby. You get what I'm saying? By the way, Ninebreaker, thank you for the tennis. Says Ack was, here we go. Ack was Diddy chasing Cassie in that hotel with nut crust on his, oh my God. They said, was Diddy chasing Cassie with nut crust on his nipples? Bro, there's so much bad imagery, bro. Oh, man. Yo, everything hits different right now, chat. Everything hits different.
I was fucking this bad bitch, she fucking me good, and every shit almost drove me crazy. I pulled up to her crib, I was in that 19 Mercedes. I got this bad bitch from LA, she be fucking me so crazy. I'm still here at night, take my dogs and we getting this we wavy. Oh my God. She gave me that pussy, I was like, oh my God.
Remember that story about the wild party that Meek had with Diddy? And they said they found all type of things there. I remember saying, oh, that sounds cap. Now I'm like,
yeah, I'm rich niggas from the ghetto, too, in that metal. I'm with Diddy on another level. 12 bitches, man, get your show. I'm a guy, give me lit. I'm young as shit. I'm on the mic trying to rap, do my thing.
yo, I Jameson React says, yo, you need an expert to break this down. You need Sneeko because he's been to swinger parties. Chat, okay, I know Diddy's trying to say he was a swinger. I think Diddy's gay. I don't think he's a swinger. I think he's homosexual. He comes from an era that just isn't brave. They're pussy. They're scared to tell people because of their reputation and their whole image. So many people, like all the people who grew up on them that are in their 40s, they don't know them as gay. So for them to admit they're gay is like the hardest thing. These days, if it's like a young artist, they just say they're gay. So I know we're hearing the swinger thing. I'm really just thinking Diddy's gay, bro. Diddy's fucking gay.
What's the move? What's the move? It's your birthday.
I ain't gonna lie. Now I'm remembering this. French Montana picture with Diddy. Y'all remember this picture right here? This picture never really. This picture was. Hold on. The way Diddy was shirtless and was trying to angle his butt cheek towards French. There's not enough Coco Loso in the world of Ciroc that could make a nigga stick the booty out like that. Bruh, he was sticking the booty out. It was sticking it out. It was sticking it out right there. Right. Sticking it out. It shit was nestled in his groin. Nah, I ain't saying French gay. But I think Diddy was trying him. Chat, I'm just saying, we done seen the signs. We done ignored it all this time. Fabulous, we need an emergency message from you. Okay? Fabulous. Fabulous. What was he talking? Fabulous. Fabulous. He might wanted that no semen on his fucking stomach from you. Fabulous. We need a statement. We need a statement, Fabulous.
Yeah, I love this drink. I like when you like this, Daddy.
Yeah, where you put my bag?
Daddy, I like when you scrambling and scraping for shit.
No.
I like that.
I'll be practicing.
Nor you too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Lee.
Yeah, I love this drink.
Where you put my bag?
I like when you like this, Daddy.
Yeah, where you put my bag?
Daddy, I like when you scrambling and scraping.
The worst part about this is like Fabulous got that face that says, yo, every time this nigga get drunk, he get extra gay. Like, he got that face be like, man, he's doing it again. Like, this ain't his first rodeo. Like, you know how Diddy get. It's like, oh, man, he do it again. Jada is on some shit like... Jada, like, somebody on some like, yo, who gonna tell Jada? Jada's like, yo, look at this nigga Jada Kiss. He's like, nigga look like a Ninja Turtle. Jada, I love you. Don't clown me. I love you, brother. I know you're a fat joke kind of. Yo, Jada, like, what the fuck?
When you scramble.
Yeah, you could tell. Yo, he got that fed up woman look right here. Like, man, come on, bro. Did I tell you about doing this in public, bro? Dog, no semen for you, Diddy. Ain't gonna rub my shit on your nipple tonight.
Scraping for shit. No?
Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna go with that one.
Make a
that
wish.
one.
Just blow it out. It's your birthday every day.
Just blow it out. Pause.
Every day's a birthday on Drink Champs, goddammit. I'm in.
He trying to blow something else out. Come on, Nori, you too drunk. You don't get it. Look, Fab the whole time is like, y'all done start this gear nigga up again, bro.
Where I look back on where I became.
Did you miss me though? For real. Just blow it out. It's your birthday every day.
Every day's a birthday on Drink Champs, goddammit. I'm in.
Where I look back on where I became.
Did you miss me though? For real. Because I'm saying, it seems like a thing.
Yo, Meek, immediately we need to see Meek. We need to know what the fuck happened in that changing room when y'all was going in the same outfits, bro. If he said, nah, Meek, you look a little ashy, Meek. Meek, my chest a little ashy. I need something to lather me up before I put this on because I'm trying to show some chest meat. Yo, Meek, you know what I need, right? What you need, Diddy? I'm going to need some of that semen that I can lather my chest up with. Now, I don't know what the fuck is going on. This is crazy.
It's his birthday party.
Puff, man.
But I'm talking about for your birthday.
Huh?
Why won't you party with me for your birthday, man?
We partied for my birthday before. You came to my party.
No, but me and you ain't never really party. You know what I'm saying? Eyes.
Bumbleclot.
Where I became.
This shit hits different now. What? Yo, chat, I ain't gonna lie. This whole time, I thought this was a good old joke. Even when they started mentioning Meek, I'm like, oh, this is a good old joke. Now I'm looking at everybody, I'm like, y'all got 24 hours to actually say something. If none of y'all niggas say nothing, I know what it is. Hey, put it like this. If y'all knew my main mans that I went on 2 mans and everything with, he likes to get semen rubbed on his fucking stomach. If I don't say nothing in 24 hours, you could damn well assume I was with it too. All of y'all niggas, Ja Rule, Meek, Fab, all of y'all. If we got to get a statement to say, bruv, what the hell? What is going on? If nobody says nothing, I see what's going on.
Did you miss me though? For real. Because I'm saying, it seems like a thing.
Chat, let me ask y'all a question. You and your mans that was supposedly partying, bagging bitches, y'all doing y'all thing. If he get exposed to fucking transsexuals, are you gonna stay quiet or are you gonna be like, yo, just to let y'all know, I don't know what the fuck that nigga got going on. That ain't me. That ain't me, gang. I don't do that type of shit. Kevin Hart, Trey Songz, Meek Mill, Fabulous. French, I fuck with you, but even you too, bro. We need some statements, bro. We just need some statements again. We gotta see what's going on. What's y'all niggas been up to, bro? Because we didn't... Nigga, I've never heard a definitive statement. I told you, I always hear these rumors, but I'm like, they always talking about another man. They're like, oh yeah, Diddy try to fuck him. It was some actor nigga. I'm like, well, Diddy try to fuck him? And said, Diddy locked the door. And was just licking his lips, and the nigga had to get aggressive with Diddy. Like, what? What you talking about, nigga? What we doing up in here? Say acting class? What the fuck we doing? I'm like, what? Now, we hear from the horse's mouth. Cassie is saying, I used to swoop the cum out of my pussy and polish it on Diddy's nipples. He gay. So we need to know what type of party these niggas was having with Diddy. I'm sorry. I think that's fair.
Today's a birthday on Drink Champs, goddammit. I'm in.
Where I look
miss
back on
me?
where I became.
Did you miss me though? For real, because I'm saying it seems like a thing with this birthday party,
Puff, man.
Man, but I'm talking about for your birthday.
Huh?
Why won't you party with me for your birthday, man?
Yeah, we partied for my birthday before. You came to my party.
No, but me and you ain't never really party. You know what I'm saying? Eyes, brother. Eyes. I understand. You know what I'm saying? Yo, okay. So check this out. It's me, Tyrese, Ray J.
Yes, yo, Bless. Thank you for the $10. I agree with you too. Ross, I love you too, bro. You know I love you. Pause. I gotta say pause. But we need a statement from you too. That nigga, that crazy nigga who shot up the Trump spot, he said you gay too. You and Khaled. Khaled, I know you don't talk about Palestine, and I know Drake curved you like a side hoe, but we need a statement from you too, bro. We need a statement. Diddy done implicated all of y'all niggas in Batimanism. Okay, I'm sorry. Diddy done implicated all of y'all in Batiman activities. Once we know he was spreading semen on him, and he was partying with y'all, and we're hearing other people saying y'all were getting freaky with him, we now need to know. I mean, again, if y'all want to be doing what y'all doing, like, again, you don't got to tell us, we ain't forcing y'all out of the closet or no crazy shit. But I know, I would have made a PSA, nigga. It would have been signed with all of our monikers, DJ Academics, Little Ack, Big Ack, Livingston George Allen, motherfucking Junior. That's what my mom called him. I would have had 15 signatures. I am not into no Batiman activity, and whatever Diddy done talked about, that's on him. So if y'all niggas stay quiet, I know y'all been quiet. We ain't say the nigga guilty. I think he's not guilty. Even though this kind of like threw a monkey wrench into it. But if y'all niggas stay quiet on this.
Jay and F. Gary Gray. You know, I'm a type of nigga, I like variety, man. I like people that's unpredictable. You know what I'm saying?
What type of variety, chat?
Jay and F. Gary Gray. You know, I'm a type of nigga, I like variety, man. I like people that's unpredictable. You know what I'm saying? I like different personalities. So I was like, I never knew they would become what they are today. But you know what I'm saying? But like, you know.
Chat, y'all right.
Fruits. That sounded like the type of night I want to have in Vegas. You understand what I'm saying? Okay. So So Tyrese kept on talking.
This is a fight. This is a Floyd fight.
Tyrese,
right?
you too.
Yeah. And Tyrese keep on talking about like how you got to get back for church. And we just like, yo, the night ain't start. You got to get back for church. We in motherfucking Vegas, nigga. But like, you can go to church next week. You know what I'm saying? Sending your thing. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing but we in Vegas. Don't be bringing God into this situation. Don't bring God into this situation. You know what I'm saying? F. Gary Gray is like, nigga, shut the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? Then you got.
Yo, low lifer, but we partied already. Yo, y'all feel bad for that nigga Fab. But we partied already. It's like you're trying to get out of it. No, nigga. Nah, nigga. We about to put Baltimore ass later on. What you mean we partied? But we partied already. What you mean we partied already, nigga? We finna party again.
Ray J. So Ray J is like just really like feeling like Ray J.
Ray J, you need to make a statement too.
Right now.
Ray J, after partying with Diddy, you got booty goons. Something don't sound right. I'm sorry. I fuck with you, but we need to hear what's going on. This shit don't sound right. This sound like some whole lot of Jezebel shit.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Fab walked in.
Yo, now everything is making sense. Niggas was squabbling over the cereal? Oh, hell nah. Diddy fighting over cereal. Nah, bro, fighting over the Frosted Flakes is crazy.
We want to thank you. Come here. Don't sit on the bed at night. No homo. No, just don't get close to the bed. Don't get close, but it's just like.
He basically say, don't get close to bed before you get fucked, nigga.
Yo, we want to thank you for hosting the thing, man. It's been a pleasure. You didn't have to do it, and you did it.
No, I definitely didn't have to do it. I definitely didn't have to. First and foremost, I'm not getting in the bed. Shout out to him and what he did. I'm just gonna, if we can, let's just put the camera a little this way, just so we're not. I don't want my shot to even I don't want it to come close to the bed at all. Usher look like he fresh off a goddamn plane. I should.
Fresh off the garden stage. That's my brother right here from day one. We used to wake up and, damn, pause, but like, that's how. Back in the days when he was like 10 and I was a little bit older, his older brother, we used to fight over the Frosted Flakes. You know what I'm saying? Before pause was invented. You know what I'm saying? But it's my brother for real. We used to actually wrestle off of the Frosted Flakes because he used to always get up early. And now he's one of the richest stars in the world. And
Yo, what the fuck did Puff just say? Nobody's gonna acknowledge this but me. Puff just said we used to wrestle over the Frosted Flakes. And we're streaming live. That was stupid. Listen, that was fucking stupid. Listen.
We're having a good time, yo. Oh, your usher made it in the... Hey, yo.
Nah, chat, this is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's why I said let me pick it up. That's why I said I gotta pick it up from right there. This why I gotta pick it up from right there.
Look at it, nigga.
Nah, I knew
he says things, he doesn't even know what he's saying is like fruity. He says something fabulous and he goes, yo, no, but me and you, we ain't party. Like, we need to party. What are you talking about? Then when people say that to me, I get a little uncomfortable. Like, when you see Jadakiss put his head down, like, while we stuck here right now, and the cameras is rolling, everybody see, don't make like it's just me, man. What if he do some like a little fluffy stuff
now
going
you guys
on? Like he said something to me one time, a long time ago. He told me he'd take me shopping. I looked at him like, what you just say? Let me move, man, before I do something. You gonna make me mess up the wedding. Let me get out of no, dude, take me, that's what a guy says to a girl.
I asked 50 about that. And he said you did the same thing to him. You asked him to take him shopping.
Yeah, I thought he needed some clothes. What? I'm a nice guy. I don't have no beef with Fifth. He loves me. Y'all can't see that he loves me? You really
Yo, chat, brother love means something different now, man. Nigga call himself brother love. You got a nut on his chest that he gonna rub on his nipple. This is crazy, brother love. Yo, I ain't gonna lie to you. If my kids had to find out I was gay at a motherfucking trial, I'm done. Yo, you know his kids is like, what? Daddy did what? Nah, ain't no fucking way daddy was rubbing random niggas semen on his nipples. Pause on what I just...
Puff had a brownstone, I believe, on 35th Street and like Park Avenue between Park. It's some brownstones down there. I believe 35th or 36th. And Mace was staying there. And I went to use a bathroom, and it was a dildo on the bathroom sink. And when I came out, I asked him what's about. He like, that's homeboy's joint. You know, I don't know what it's about. He always have girls over.
Wait.
From sink. And when I came out, I asked him what's about. He like, that's homeboy's joint. You know, I don't know what it's about. He always have girls over here, but I don't know. I said, well, this one your sink. This is your bathroom. You're using this bathroom. I don't know where his bathroom at. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's word to my son, because stop breathing. I swear
But you
to
know
God.
what? Guys use dildos on girls sometimes.
That's true.
We seen some.
What he said. I'm not saying he didn't.
Right.
I'm
You just seen it
telling
on
you
the
what I
sink. It was
seen.
just awkward.
I'm not saying that
Right.
that it was for either one of their personal use. I'm just telling you what I saw.
Mace, he really do know a lot about Puffy.
Oh, a lot. Bro, they used to live together. You understand? Remember Cameron said he went in there and there was this big dildo and Mace was saying...
Mace, he...
All right, I think Myron's on, I think. Myron Gaines. Let me see. Okay, here we go.
And talked about meeting with Cassie. Now, I will be honest with you guys. The lawyer that cross-examined this prostitute wasn't the strongest guy. He was
Xavier.
Kind of, asking a bunch of questions, constantly getting hit with objections. And the lawyer and even the judge was like, "Hey, this question is what are you going here?" So this lawyer was not as good as Brian Steele. This on Diddy's team. It was a black ball dude. So he didn't really go too hard when he did the cross-examination. So the prosecution...
All right, chat, hold on. I get a little update for y'all little drama queens. Y'all drama queens. Oh, Mace hit me yesterday. I didn't even see. I'm going to read exactly what his message is. You know, I like to keep it open. May says, neither you, I, nor Cam, or anyone else keeps up with what people who work for us do outside their job. So that's her own personal view. Okay? She had the right to speak as a woman. So they talking about Shorty, the Treasure Wilson. And to receive her own consequences alone for her actions. Next time I'd ask you, give me a call if you gonna hold me accountable. All right. So I never seen this. I ain't never seen this. I'll tell you what I'm typing. I'm typing some shit to them. I'm going to read both messages. I bet. All right, you want me to read this Mace message? Mace said to me, neither you, I, nor Cam, or anyone else keeps up with what other people do outside of work. Neither you, I, nor Cam, or anyone that works. Wait, Jesus Christ, am I drunk? Neither you, I, nor Cam, or anyone else keeps up with what the people who work for us do outside their job. So that's her personal view, okay? And by the way, I agree. That's her personal view, but that's why I didn't violate her. I didn't want to, like, I could just be like, yeah, I'm going to just violate you, but I told her, I say, yo, I like Cam and Mason. I know it's going to spill over to there. I don't want to do that, Shorty. That's what I said. He said, so she had the right to speak as a woman and to receive her own consequences. I agree, which I'm telling you, I don't respond nicely to nobody. My favorite thing in the world is when people overstep, I call them out of their names and I go on 100. I didn't do it with Treasure Wilson because of Cam and Mace. And maybe I shouldn't have brought them up either, but just to be clear, I said I'm not going to go crazy on you because of Cam and Mace. So because what Mace seemingly is telling me is she had the right to say what she wanted, but she going to receive her own consequences. So this whole thing where I look on the Instagram and I'm seeing it is what it is saying, yo, Ack, what's cracking? You better chill the fuck out or we lit. I'm like, whoa, wait, hold on. Calm down. Let's just calm it down real quick. Anyway, he said, next time I'd ask that you give me a call if you're going to hold me accountable. So Mace is saying he's not accountable. And Mace, I apologize for that, my brother. I thought that account was under y'all direction. I thought it was under y'all direction when I seen that. From the bottom of my heart, I thought it was under y'all direction. I've said this publicly. I love Cameron. I love Mace. Me and you, we've had personal conversations. I've seen you hit me up at times when you saw these other bitch-ass media niggas trying to link up or get at me, and you're like, man, I'm glad how you defended yourself. And I respected that. So I was just like, okay, I appreciate you knowing my resiliency. Y'all have talked about me nice. I've talked about y'all nice. When I seen this whole like, oh, this your last warning, I'm like, whoa, like I couldn't tell what that was. So I had to respond. But, you know, and I think it probably goes both ways. Just like how he's saying I would appreciate if you would hit me up. I would appreciate before like an official page for y'all podcast get at me that y'all would as well just be like, yo, make sure the hosts are on board. Because here's the thing. Cam and Mace hold weight in this world. I could have said some crazy shit to her, but if we then get to, okay, now I got to go at Cam and Mace, I got to go with Cam and Mace. So it was insinuated that Cam and Mace, because they're the show or they're the other two people on the show with her, that they was going to trying to flame it up. All right, bet. Let me see. I'm reading this. I don't know. Why did I see this yesterday? He says, until then, remember what people say about you don't mean that's who you are. It means that's how they think you are. Lies and slander don't work on truly blessed people. You're blessed too. Mace, I love you, bro. And by the way, Mace, I sent you my number too, so you could have texted me that too. I don't know why. I just seen this today. It says It says, oh, I got to read what I said because I like to keep it all the way transparent, right? Why this only popped up now? He sent this yesterday. It says yesterday at 2:50 a.m. So it's like close to 3 a.m. Let me tell you what I just said. 5:41. By the way, this is all, you know, I'm not capping. Mace, Okay. I just saw this. Peace and love. Yeah, the internet was going crazy with it. I love you and Cam and couldn't believe they was putting me to respond to y'all. The Breakfast Club girl called me a liar. I wanted to defend myself, but of course, I'm not the most liked. So they wanted you guys to go at me. I'm going to keep typing. Because of Treasure, I had no problem with Shorty. I had no issue with her and tried to dismiss it. I thought the brand account or podcast account was both you and Cameron stance on the entire issue, not maybe some employees who worked for you guys defending her, which I understand. All right. Okay. My number is above. Text me. We can always talk. Cool. Transparent. Y'all know me. I'm the most transparent nigga out here, bro. Y'all clown me for shit, and some of the shit y'all clown me for, it might be true. Whatever. But, like, I'm going to always keep it 100, all right? Shout out to Mace. W Mace. Yeah, bro. I'm going to be honest with you. I ain't want to get into it with Cam and Mace anyway, and this shit was going to hurt my heart. And I was actually waiting for a response from them. I'm like, I told you how much I looked up to Cam. I don't want to ever go with Cam. I love Mace. Me and Mace, like, just watching even how Mace demeanor to certain shit, I really fuck with Mace. And I didn't really want y'all to, like, put me against it. But then I know how the internet works, and I know who I am, right? Like, number one, I would have had to go with them. Here's the reason why I got to go with them. Because if I don't go with them, if they said something like, quote, unquote, checking me in terms of, this is your warning, y'all gonna say, oh, you pussy. You said something about this girl, and as soon as the men came in, you ain't saying nothing no more. So you know what I did? I said, I bet I got to go get prepared for 10 rounds with Cam and Mace. Because at the end of the day, I wasn't going to go back and forth with her. I said what I said, but when I felt like they was coming in, I'm like, all right, me and Cam and Mace going to go 10 rounds. Fuck it. Bro, I don't like pick and choosing. And I know y'all little narratives. Oh, I can only do this with women. All right, bet. So forget Lauren, because I already ethered her. I don't got to respond to the Breakfast Club girl no more. Treasure, I'm not going to really go back and forth with her. I was just trying to say, like, why are you picking sides? Just chill out, shorty. Then I thought Cam and Mace was just like, nigga, yo, bro, you talking to our co-host like, nigga, we'll violate you, nigga. And I'm like, well, I'm going to look like a hoe now if I'm like, oh, nah, I love y'all too much. All right, bet, let's get it. And I'm glad it's not that, because I do like these guys. But, yeah, y'all know the whole truth. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, bro. All right. Let's get back to it. Oh, I'm actually, I'm in a good mood now. I do fuck with Cam and Mace. Somebody said 10 rounds. Pause. I know we just talked about Diddy, but what's up? All right, chat. We good. Cam and Mace, listen, you're right. I think it goes both ways. That's the only thing I'm going to say. I think it goes both ways. Mace, I could have hit you directly because we've had conversations. I could have hit you directly, but y'all could have hit me directly too, because it just came from the It Is What It Is page. So I'm thinking it's both of y'all. I'm really thinking, or it's one of y'all. I ain't gonna lie. I'm like, Cam's such a slick talker. I be thinking it's Cam. Cam is a shit starter, bro. So I'm like, oh, damn. If Cam, you can't be a bitch and respond to her, and as soon as Cam respond to you, you're like, oh my God, I love Cam too much. All right, it's gonna hurt me, but fuck it, let's do it. So anyway, all right. I think we kind of close that arc. Is that cool? Somebody said, Ack, you just talk shit to make money. This is pro wrestling. I love Cam and Mace, though. Bro, yo, it's easy to go at niggas that I don't like. Like, well, if they have some relevance. Like, Mealy Mall and them niggas, I don't like them. Somebody said I'm glazed. Yeah, because I like them guys. That's all. Like, I had to make the hard decision. I'm like, all right, prep for 10 rounds. However, I kind of still want to watch their show. Okay, I'm glad. Yeah, I am happy because I like them. But yeah, I'm glad. I am glad. I'm glad. So you call it whatever you want to call it. I'm glad. I'm glad. Okay, Mace, I love you. Cam, I love you. Even though the post felt like it was Cam typing, and I'm like, oh my God, Cam is too slick with the mouth. Pause. No Diddy, literally. Okay. All right. Somebody said, Ack, you just be sensitive. No, bro, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. Like, I just try to defend myself, dog. Just let me defend myself. You feel me? And Treasure Wilson, I got no problem with you, girl. I got no problem with you. I know Lauren might be a friend. I understand that. But you could sit this one out. That's what I was saying. Just sit this one out. And I'm not gonna I might constantly violate Lauren because she was out of pocket. But with me and you, I got no problems with you. And I do have some respect for you because you on a show that I fuck with and I like Cam and Mace. Okay? So I'm going to just leave it there. I think we cool. And back to the bullshit. All right, let's go. So former Fed explains why the Diddy trial. Okay, so this is Myron explaining it right here. Chat, can we say W? Hey, chat, everybody who's watching, go show some love to Mace. Everybody go to his Instagram. Just be like, yo, Mace. W Mace, appreciate you for clearing that up with Ack. Because, you know, also, I watched the audience. And a lot of the audience was just like, yo, bro, we like this girl. She's a very likable figure. We like Cam and Mace. I watch their content. They clearly watch mine. I'm not trying to be beefing with everybody, honestly, bro. I'm really not. I know some of y'all think that's just my thing. I'm not trying to be beefing with everybody. Okay? So just please show Mace some love. Tell him that I appreciate him. Okay? All right. Anyway, let's get some more details on this Diddy case. Wait, why did I check my messages? I must have checked my messages for something else. Did I check my messages for something else? Okay. All right, let's keep hearing this.
She came back on redirect, and then he asked the prostitute, hey, did he direct the sex in the BJs? Yes. He made between $30 and $100 in the first meeting to 5 to 6. The first meeting he was supposed to be stripping, he got $30 and $100 more than he was supposed to for the stripping, right?
$3,800.
Then he made between $700 to $6K every time he showed up.
Hey, no, we got to put the same energy and everything. Whatever, chat nigga, all my Academics TV pages, y'all put it out there. We have done a ceasefire. I love Cam and Mace. It seems like they have some love for me. Let's just leave it at that. I know y'all want to see World War III, but sometimes World War III isn't worth it or it ain't pretty. Let me tell you this. There's a lot of, like, in this media space, a lot of us going to be here for a long time. You never want to really, it's like U.S. and Russia. Russia got some shit and U.S. got some shit. You don't really want to go to war, so it's sometimes tense, but then you bring the level down. You get what I'm saying?
Cassie paid him when he performed, but when he couldn't perform, like he couldn't get an erection or he couldn't ejaculate, they wouldn't pay him. Now, what he claims is once he saw...
So Chad, here's my new theory. Diddy had a semen... He was running a semen extracting factory. He was trying to get all samples of semen from different men to either taste. Maybe there are some people. Well, actually, I know a fucked up homie who he tells bitches that his nut works to help them with aging. I don't know if it works. Well, pause. Like, it's clearly a lie. But what I'm saying is, I don't know if that saying works with women trying to do whatever with him sexually. But there are some people who believe that shit, that, oh yeah, no, semen helps cure pimples. Like, fuck out of here. Like,
Diddy hit her, the first time he saw her hit her, he couldn't get hard after that. He couldn't be able to get aroused, right? He only saw her one time outside of sex. He recalls Diddy was saying for them to have sex again. Okay, so let me tell you guys a story real quick because it's pertinent.
What the fuck? It said a video unavailable. What happened? Oh, did he delete it? Oh, he went private. What happened?
A pool, y'all.
Who else is out there? Myron, why'd you make it private? It was a quick live, but he made it private. Myron, maybe he's gonna make it public again. Let's go to Law and Crimes. Law and Crimes is definitely gonna do something. Huh? Nothing. Okay, let's go to somebody. Got to be live right now. Fuck.
Money, Debbie, not guns dressed in all.
Hey, chat. I've never watched this person's content, and I'm not capping. So please don't. Her name's Tisa Tells. Is she cool with me or not? I don't know if these people be beefing with me. Like a lot of these people, they be having whatever they think about me. I never really talk about them. Is she cool with me? Should I play it or is she a hater? I have no idea. If she cool, I'll play it. Someone said there's a photo going viral of Lauren London at a 2009 Diddy party in white dress while 6 months pregnant with Weezy's baby. Oh, shit. Mm-hmm. Oh, she don't like me? Okay, all right, let me backpedal off that page. I'll just backpedal off that page. Yeah, why does she don't like me? There's so many people that I don't know, whatever. I may have did something. Okay, who else is there? Fox 5 is there. Who else? We're just kind of looking. We want some like people who are in court to kind of tell us what the fuck happened, right? Let's just put in Diddy, and then go to live.
All right, we have Fox 5 team coverage on the big story tonight. We're going to kick things off with Stephanie Bertini live in Lower Manhattan. Stephanie.
Yeah, it was a day of
Why y'all calling the shit like, yo, Diddy liked man milk lotion?
extremely powerful testimony. Cassie, whose legal name is Cassandra Ventura, is now 38 years old. Now, she was only 19 when she met Sean Diddy Combs. They initially met in 2005. He was 37 at the time. They initially had a relationship that was professional, she said, but then it turned into a romantic relationship, which, of course, was a very high-profile relationship. Cassie is now married to somebody else, and she's pregnant, expecting her third child with her husband. She was on the stand today. You can see in these courtroom sketches, clearly emotional as she shared this powerful testimony. She talked about different things, but when it came to her relationship with Combs, initially he signed her to his record label, Bad Boy Records, Cassie said in court, and then once it became a romantic relationship, she described a relationship that was good sometimes, but also bad, she says, and included some abuse. She also talked about having a relationship with him in which she was controlled. She also talked in detail about these freak-offs, which are central to the case. Cassie sued Diddy in 2023. They settled right away, but then other victims started coming forward, and it's amounted into what is now a federal case, racketeering and sex trafficking charges. Diddy has maintained his innocence the entire time, of course, a very high-profile case. My colleague Lisa Evers is with me. Lisa, you were in court today. Talk about, like, what happened in court that really stood out.
Well, it was a very emotional day. You know, Cassie Ventura took the
Shout out to Lisa Evers. She is a veteran in the game at this.
witness stand for the prosecution. She is basically the cornerstone.
Oh, wow. They show her crying. Look at Diddy. Remember, she's pregnant. She's probably looking beautiful, glammed up. This is the AUSA Emily Johnson. You see the judge over here. And Diddy, he is fully gray. I ain't gonna lie to you. I think this is a bad image. Diddy looks like a nigga who has robbed women of their youth, robbed them from the cradle, Not necessarily because she was 21, but still, you know, the optic of Diddy looking old and gray, this woman recounting her early 20s that Diddy supposedly forced her to fuck. And I mean, they haven't given us a number, but it feels like it's more than dozens. It feels like it might be over 100 sex workers. Would y'all agree? Feels like Diddy kind of forced her to fuck over 100 sex workers. That might be a problem.
Her entire story and experience is the cornerstone of this federal racketeering case. And she was rubbing her belly at times, as you would when you're pregnant with an unborn child. She got emotional at times, talking about this toxic relationship that she endured for many, many years, trying to paint a picture of which was very dismal and very upsetting for her, too. At times, she actually broke down. We saw her reaching repeatedly for tissues to try to blot away the tears, Steph.
And she talked in detail about these freak-offs, Lisa?
She did, and she said they started within the first year after her personal relationship with Sean Combs began, that they'd last from 1 to 4 days. It was almost always her having sex with a male sex worker while Combs watched. Sometimes he would get involved and participate. There was a lot of testimony about baby oil. He had a thing about baby oil. It all started with baby oil massages. He would be involved with it, and she would have to end up eventually booking these male escorts under the name Jackie Star. That was her code name, her pseudonym, to get them to come to these freak-offs, which were happening with such regularity that she felt totally degraded, and she felt that's all she was good for.
Did you notice his demeanor while she was testifying?
Yeah, there was one point where Combs was kind of shaking his head a little bit, and then one of his attorneys put his hand on his shoulder, basically like, just calm down. But I think the thing that was really important today was yesterday we saw his 3 daughters walk out when the escort talked about the sex escapades that were going on.
So the daughters are like, yo, I'm good. We're out of here, bro.
And the freak-offs.
Why they got Diddy looking like this, man?
His entire family was there today, all the adult children, the sons, and those 3 girls who had to leave the court yesterday because they were apparently so upset by that very disturbing testimony that we all heard, Steph.
So this testimony, Cassie, we learned a bit about her life, at least this section of her life. What did she say that kind of painted that picture?
Well, she said when she first met Combs, she was on a high because she had, a 10-album record deal with Bad Boy Records, which was the hottest label at the time. But it quickly became clear that he was interested in her personally. Their personal relationship developed, and basically he and his staff.
By the way, while Diddy was in court, he made a heart symbol. How you doing? Like this? He made a heart symbol to the gallery, which obviously goes by brother love. But I think this was him in a nonverbal way sending love or showing a symbol to his family. But of course, you have everybody else, including the media, who took notice of it. So this is how he looked.
Control over every aspect of her life in terms of her finances, in terms of where she lived, and she was constantly trying to please him. She was asked by the prosecutor, why did you stay with him for these freak-offs? And she said, I just wanted to make him happy. That's all I cared about. And she said, I was young and confused, and there was a lot of drug use going on there.
The allegations are really that he used his power to orchestrate this whole thing. That's what they're arguing, essentially.
Well, exactly. And it was also key. There was a lot of detailed testimony about the involvement of his 3 personal assistants as well as his bodyguards, because that is key to the government's case to show that this was an enterprise, that this was a criminal enterprise. And so they clearly established that today, Steph.
Lisa Evers in the courtroom for us. We're going to throw it back to you inside, Natasha and Steve.
Very well. We appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay, here's another breakdown.
How would you describe Cassie's demeanor when she took the stand today?
When she walked in there, Rachel, she had on a brown dress, form-fitting, visibly pregnant, head held high, and did not make any eye contact with the defendant, with Sean Combs.
What was Sean's reaction when he saw Cassie enter the courtroom?
Attorneys say that this is the first time that they've met since 2018 when she attended the funeral for Kim Porter, which is the mother of Sean Combs' 3 children. So to watch Sean Combs watching her was really interesting because they haven't seen each other in at least 6 years. But he can't say anything. This is a moment for him where he has to be silent. And right now we're hearing what she says in terms of what happened during the course of their over 10-year relationship.
Is he showing any reaction to what she is saying on the stand?
I can tell you that immediately, the moment she opened her mouth, you could see that Combs was listening intently to everything that she has to say, as well as those jurors. People know that she was that star witness, the key person in all of this. When you think about that civil suit, that came out in 2023 that was settled the day after. She really is the person that connects all the dots. When you look at the indictment and you look at some of the charges, she's the one talking about the freak-offs and what was involved and how she had to act. The prosecution is asking her questions to show that she wasn't in control. She said that Sean Combs directed everything from what she had on to the lighting in the room to how she was supposed to interact with the person that she was having sex with. And again, just to reiterate what is a freak-off, the freak-off essentially was something that Cassie said she learned about through Sean Combs about a year into their relationship. He described it as voyeurism, wanting to watch her have sex with someone else. And she said that she did it because she was 22, 21, she was young, she didn't know any better, and that she wanted to please Sean Combs.
And at some point in time, she actually had said that she looked forward to the freak-offs. Why did Cassie express looking forward to these said freak-offs?
When the prosecution asked her, was there ever a time that you enjoyed the freak-offs? This is when Cassie got choked up and she said, I did, but only because I got to spend one-on-one time with Combs, and I really did love him.
And that is speaking to the psychological abuse in addition to the physical abuse that she potentially experienced as well.
She's definitely laying out someone who was young, who was influenced by wanting to have this record career. She signed a 10-album deal with Bad Boy Entertainment led by Sean Combs, and basically describes being enamored by Sean Combs, loving him, not knowing about certain things sexually, and him sort of telling her, teaching her about that. And what you hear is someone that was young and she even said, I was young, I was naive, I didn't know any better. But she's really telling the story of someone who thought she was going to be with someone in this music industry that was going to help her career, that cared about her, but quickly learned after the freak-offs that wasn't the case. And what I thought was also interesting is she said that after that first freak-off, she said she felt dirty. She didn't want to do it. And when she brought up the idea of having a conversation about the freak-offs in an email.
Yeah, that is definitely contradicting, though. So I get it. She claimed she didn't want to continue to do it. However, she also said she knew he was going to do it. And by the way, chat, what I'm explaining here, and I need, again, at times I might have like a symbol or something or a signal when I'm trying to tell you to understand things, but we got to use our brain. There's a lot of women, let me tell you this, like chat, like I'm not capping with you, I'm looking you in the eyes. There's a lot of these women who intentionally date rappers. They like the lifestyle. They know none of these rappers are going to be faithful. They know that rappers do A, B, C, and D. Most of them cheat. Most of them have multiple women. Most of them are going to do this. Most of them are going to embarrass them. But they like the lifestyle. They like the gifts. Here's the thing. A lot of times, and think about some of these phrases. They cope with not being okay with certain shit by saying things like, I'd rather cry in a Rolls Royce than cry in a Honda. Now, if that's your mentality, I don't want to hear you 20 years later or 5 years later or 7 or 10 years later saying you were a victim. You knew what this was coming with. You knew that this guy wasn't going to be monogamous. You knew what was going to go on. Like, you wanted the lifestyle, right? You're picking this lifestyle. And for you to be like, oh, no, come on, you're seeing it. What Cassie said that was so important. Cassie said, if I don't do the freak-offs with him, he's going to do it with another woman. Come on, chat. What that tell y'all? What that tell y'all? Does it tell you that he gave her no option to leave? Does it tell you that she had to do it? Or did it tell you that she wanted to still keep this man in whatever capacity or whatever relationship or whatever closeness she had him, and she was down to do things that maybe she didn't particularly like? Okay, well, if that's what he's into, you ever heard the saying, what one nigga won't do, or what one bitch won't do, another bitch will do, or what one nigga won't do, another nigga will do? She took that mentality and applied it to say, rather than me letting him go get another woman to do it and I could leave, I'm going to go do it. Like, I'm going to be honest with you. I think that was a very intricate moment. Now, I get it. This whole case is laden with a lot of abuse by Diddy. And that's what makes it so complicated. Because if we make the point to say, Shorty, you got the choice to leave, and you literally said, if you didn't do it, another woman would do it. That's what you said. Then they're going to throw the heaps of abuse that he did. A lot of it physical, maybe some of it verbal. They're going to say mental. And that then makes it a little bit, it's muddy waters to navigate through. But truthfully, chat, like, once I heard Cassie say, if I didn't do the freak-offs with him, he was going to get another bitch. And I'm like, well, did you end up doing it? Yeah, I ended up doing it. I don't know what we constitute as a choice. And this is the interesting thing about this whole sex trafficking shit is what constitutes as a choice? Does it constitute as a choice when you make that, you have that in your mind saying, if I don't do it, another bitch going to do it, so I'm going to do it? Is that a choice of your own recognizance of your own free will and power? Or is that you feeling coerced? That is like a really central, integral point that's going to determine if Diddy goes to jail for life. Did you make that decision because you were financially coerced? Because there were veiled threats? There were whatever that could have influenced you to make that decision? Or did you say, I want this man because of all the things that I get from this man, and if he wants freak-offs, I'm going to give him freak-offs, and then, essentially, years later, you're now saying you were forced. I don't know. It's going to be up to those jurors. I see somebody on Rumble, Rizby, I see my boy. Shout out to all my people on Rumble. We going over to Rumble soon, so everybody get over to Rumble. Y'all can start already. Start hitting the Rumble. Not Rumble, I mean Kick. My bad. Ooh, Kick. Sorry, Rizby. Everybody start heading over to Kick. Kick.com/academics. He said, you got a point, Act, but, and I understand the but. The but is the weird shit. Diddy is weird. The gay shit. Diddy is gay. The violent shit. Diddy is a domestic abuser. These are all things we can say yes to. But is Diddy a sex trafficker? Or if you put all those things together, is it sex trafficking? That's what this case is about, chat. That's what the case is about. I don't know if we have an easy answer. Does all these people that are testifying for the government have an angle? The one sex worker, he secretly fell in love, seemingly, with Cassie. Cassie, who just got supposedly a $30 million settlement from Diddy, she could break her NDAs by testifying, but the government approached her, which probably was initially looking at her as, you're either a victim or you're a co-conspirator. So she got to flip on Diddy. Who are these other people? The person who worked in the hotel. He says he saw A, B, C, and D. I feel like I'm giving a closing right here, chat. This is like the closing for Diddy's. If we're closing right now, after day 3. The person who said he showed up to the 6th floor at the LA Intercontinental Hotel. He said that Diddy tried to be like, yo, you recorded, and he had to get physical with Diddy. Wasn't in the report. Admitted that he recorded the video selfishly to show to his wife, but never called the cops. Said Cassie didn't want him to call the cops, never put that in the report. Again, this is going to come down to who do you believe, and here's what I'm thinking. Remember, this is in the United States of America. For someone to be found guilty, a jury of their peers, at least 12 of them, has to come to a unanimous decision beyond a reasonable doubt that this person is guilty of said crimes. I've told you what is clear he's guilty of: being a freaky ass nigga, being a batiman, being a domestic abuser. But is he guilty of the crime of being a sex trafficker? That is to be answered, and it will be answered by a jury at some point. After day 3, do we have the answers? I don't know. Let me keep playing. And by the way, this is CBS's News' Jerica Duncan.
Email, which the jurors saw, she said she backpedaled in the email because Combs responded by saying, I know, you don't want to do it. And she said, oh no, well, it's not that. But that was the beginning. That was in 2010, where she brings up in an email that she wanted to have a conversation about this. And in her words, she didn't want to do it, but she felt like she had to do it.
Gosh, it's so difficult to hear all of these details. And since taking the stand, Cassie has been emotional. What made Cassie emotional on the stand?
I think what made Cassie emotional is having to describe the details of the freak-off and why she did it. When she talked about wanting to do it to please Sean Combs, that's when she broke down. Up until that point, she had just been answering the questions. She's a little soft-spoken at times, but that's when she got emotional. When she had to answer the question about if she enjoyed it, that's when she broke down, because she said, I enjoyed being with Sean Combs. And she says, I did it because it made him happy.
What did the expressions of the jurors look like?
The jurors are laser focused on what Cassie has to say. And that's to be expected, right? Because she is the person who will likely be on the stand, according to attorneys, for 2, maybe 3 days. She's the one that was in the relationship with Sean Combs for over 10 years. So she's got a lot to say, and she's just getting started.
Just how important is Cassie's testimony to the prosecution?
I think it really connects the dots, Rachel. When you look at that initial indictment and what's being alleged, she really is the person that has probably the most information about this idea that the prosecution says, which is creating a criminal enterprise for Sean Combs' sexual desires. Something else that the jurors saw today that sort of connects it back to this alleged criminal enterprise are 7 photos of people that were very close to Sean Combs, one even his former chief of staff. And these were all people that Cassandra Ventura was able to name and explain the functions in terms of what they did: security, driver, chief of staff, someone that handled financials. So it's showing that she knew some of these people, again, because she was with him, around him for so long.
What have reactions in the courtroom been when explicit details of these freak-offs are being described?
Honestly, I'm looking at his family a lot as these details are coming out, and they really don't have a reaction. They're listening. I thought it was interesting yesterday that during part of that testimony with the escort, the male escort, the girls left. So Sean Combs has 3 daughters that are in the courtroom. They left for some of that testimony yesterday, but today they are staying through all of that testimony from Cassandra Ventura.
Cassie's testimony is clearly explosive to both sides, both the prosecution and the defense. What other celebrities might we see take the stand in this case?
You know, there was a moment early on when Cassie mentioned Dallas Austin, who she called a friend, who's a producer. So I don't know if that's someone that we're going to hear from. We know that there were pictures shown to prospective jurors that are well-known celebrities, you know, Kanye West, Kid Cudi, Lauren London. We don't know, though, how they fit yet into why they were even asked, do you know these people? Are you familiar with them?
So
Lauren London? Huh?
So the prosecution is questioning Cassie right now, still questioning her.
The defense hasn't even got a chance to, I mean, that might change based on the timing, but, you know, because she's such a key witness, it's likely that she will be on that stand the rest of the day.
What are you learning about the nicknames that were used between Cassie and Sean?
Yeah, we learned that Cassie referred to him as Pop Pop, and Sean Combs would refer to her as CC. The prosecution says, what does CC stand for? She said Cassie Combs.
What kind of witness is Cassie coming off as to the jurors?
I think...
Ooh. Once again, by the way, and you know, as I was talking about what I think Diddy's guilty of and what he's not guilty of, I definitely think he's guilty of this. I think he lied to her, bro. Mad niggas do this. Like, they get a girl, young and impressionable, you string her on. Like, Diddy got a complete family already. Like, I know he just had a new baby, but he has a complete family already. Bro, he's been fucking new 22-year-old girls all his life. Why do you think Cassie's special? He's probably stringing her on with whatever she wants to hear. Nah. Yo, no. Listen, girl, now I'm going to marry you. Like, you going to be my new Kim Porter. You're going to be whatever. I think he definitely lied to her. Of course. You could tell he's lying to her. You know what he said to her ass? He started calling her Cassie Combs. So he's selling her the dream. yo, you're Cassie Combs. He's naming her, and you know the last name Combs means something. He's almost acting like she's that bitch, that queen. She's buying into it, like, oh yeah, nah, I'm his number one, I'm his bitch. That's what's, shit, we finna eventually. And then what happens, as she starts to age, she gets a little bit older, he finds a new chick who he could run the same play on, he dips. Peace. But in that moment of noticing, like, oh, damn, he don't fuck with me like that no more. By the way, I think the same thing happened with Shannon Sharp. I told y'all this. I think Shannon was fucking with this chick. And when Shannon sold her a dream, yo, I'm going to give you a kid. Anytime I'll do the Shannon Sharp impression, this here, Skip. I'm going to give you a kid. Like, I think he was planning to give her, he was telling her, I'm going to give you a kid. Yo, whatever. I'm going to, stringing her along. And then it only when he was starting to move on to a new chick. Because remember, the last couple messages, he wasn't seeing her as frequently no more. That's when she's like, damn, this nigga lied to me. He ain't give me no kid. I ain't getting no ring. I ain't getting nothing. And I done fuck not 10,000, like at least 1,000 niggas. Cassie gets salty. She gets with the trainer. Trainer broke. Trainer's like, yeah, we don't do private jets. We do connecting flights. Like, we do buddy passes. We do Uber pools. We in the back of the plane, not first class. We not. Cassie like, man, fuck that nigga Sean, man. Wasted all my talented beauty and youth on this bitch ass nigga. I'm suing him. I think that's the same thing about. That's what I personally believe. I think when you lie to these chicks, like a lot of niggas lie to women, give them false promises. You know what I said about the Shannon Sharp case? This chick was begging for a baby the whole time. If Shannon Sharp had gotten her pregnant, he would have never caught a case. They're only tight when you leave them high and dry. They have to walk away from the situation with only memories of you fucking them. Yes, they're going to sue. If that chick with Shannon Sharp had gotten a baby, which going to be her meal ticket, she not suing, I promise you. I promise you. Cassie, she was with this nigga for 10 years, dealt with all type of bullshit. People saying that she was a homewrecker with Kim Porter. He done beat the fuck out of her. He done did A, B, C, D, and E. But at the end of the day, she had to leave with nothing with her two long hands. I guarantee you, bro. And the worst part about it, because a nigga like Diddy famous, she got to watch Diddy do this shit again to another bitch. She got to watch Diddy do the same play to another bitch. Another chick come in and be like, yo, you the one. All right, come on, I'm going to get you a spot over there. Yo, come on, let's do the freak. And she, man, fuck that shit. You get what I'm saying? They're watching Diddy do the play. He did it to Gina, did it to some other girls, and then even Young Miami was about to get the play. Man, now you living with this guy who's he might love you, he a trainer, but he broke. Nigga broke is a joke. Y'all splitting bills. Ain't no assistance. Y'all talking about, yo, I don't know if I could afford daycare. I don't know if I could afford babysitter money. That was never the conversation with Diddy. You start resenting that nigga. Somebody come up with a bright idea. Man, sue that bitch ass nigga Diddy, man. That's what I really think. Anyway, let me keep playing.
Naturally, when you look at her visually, people see that she's pregnant and looking like she's due any day now. So they might, have empathy, sympathy for her in that way, but we don't really know. We know that they've been instructed to be fair and impartial. As to what type of witness she's coming off as, she's describing someone that she was, someone she said that was trying to figure out who she was at that time and who she was allowed to be. Now you're looking at somebody that's almost 40 years old, totally different person, but even in describing what was going on at her at that time, taking drugs, trying to please Sean Combs. She's really just sort of laying out the case for her not having a lot of control. So I think that's the takeaway. This is someone who is making it very clear that at that particular time in her life, she says she did not have any control really over what she wore, what she...
By the way, also shout out to all my people on Kick. Big Cap, No Cap. Thank you for the 5 gifted. King Jar, Far, 86. Thank you for the 2 gifted. Tote or Float, thank you for the 5. Bell House, thank you for the 5. Oh my God, Kick is going crazy with the gifted subs. King Jarafar, he actually gifted like about 10 more. Houston Hitter, thank you for the gifted. Also Maconio, thank you for the gifted. Sosa Mac, thank you guys for the gifted. Kick is going up. I appreciate all you guys. Love y'all. And by the way, Lord Niggy, what's up? I see you, my boy.
She did, who she was having sex with. She's a different person now, but I think when she talks about those details and even reflecting on them for herself, as we saw today, she broke down in that courtroom.
Her husband's been by her side. He's in the courtroom. Have you been able to see his reaction?
I was sitting about 2 rows behind Cassie's husband, and he also not showing any emotion that I can see visibly on his face, but just staying there and there obviously to support his wife. But I can only imagine how difficult it must be for everybody listening to these details, but definitely somebody who's as close to her as her husband.
Okay. Next, we have, and this is what we have. Hold on, give me a
Everybody,
second.
I'm here outside 500 Pearl Street.
Shout out to Lisa Evers, man. Lisa Evers has trod the beaten path. She's one of our greatest hip-hop journalists, and I do say journalist when I mean journalist. She's done a great job covering so many things, even from the Vibes Cartel case to the Bobby Shmurda indictment to pretty much even the Casanova situation, the Tekashi 6ix9ine. She's done an amazing job. She also has, I believe, a show called Street Sweepers, I believe, and or Street Soldiers or something like that. And she's really good. Anyway, this is her report. By the way, we're trying to get the feeling of what was said in court. We see the tweets. We read all the tweets, but we're trying to get the feeling of what was happening in court. By the way, for the people who are waiting for the Tory Lanez stuff, we'll talk about that in a short second, okay?
Which is a federal court here in Lower Manhattan, Southern District of New York. And I was in court today for the trial of Sean Diddy Combs, and very dramatic day in court, raising a lot of questions. Very powerful testimony by his ex-girlfriend, Cassandra Ventura. She took the stand. She's about at least 8 months pregnant, got up there on the stand and started to detail very calmly, very methodically.
By the way, is the video, if you're hearing it out of one speaker over the other, is the video, not me.
Without any malice in her voice and without any kind of snide undertones that some people might have expected to hear from her. She detailed the beginning of her relationship with Sean Combs, which was when she was 19. She first met him. She was looking forward to having a recording career with him. She actually signed a 10-album deal with Bad Boy Records, his label, and she thought she was on her way to stardom at that point. Instead, what evolved was a personal relationship where he came on to her. She got involved with him personally, and then soon after they were intimate, she says these freak-offs began. And we've heard a lot of talk in the media about what these freak-offs are, but I want to explain it to you, and it might be a little disturbing and triggering for some people, so I'm just giving you that in advance, but I'll try to be as delicate about it but as accurate as possible. So basically what would happen with these freak-offs, the first one happened in New York City, and basically there would be a man who would be hired. In this first case, it was a male stripper who also worked as an escort. The male stripper would have, or escort, would have sex with Cassie while Combs was in the room in the corner. Now, the first time that they did it, she said that Combs was wearing a white bathrobe, he had a baseball hat on, he had a red bandana covering the lower part of his face, and that he was sitting there in the corner because he didn't want the escort apparently to see who he was. Cassie was dressed in red lingerie. She had red platform pumps, like stripper type of shoes. She was wearing a red wig and sunglasses because she didn't want the escort to, to walk away or to identify her until they knew that this person would keep their secrets with them. So they proceeded to have sex. She proceeded to have sex with him. Combs, all the while, sitting back and giving directions as to what should happen. So he first instructed them to massage each other with baby oil. She later testified today, this afternoon, that there were about 10 large bottles of baby oil that were used in every one of these freak-offs, which was
10? Oh, okay. I see why you had 1,000. If every freak-off was 10 bottles of baby oil, holy shit. But I ain't gonna lie, bro. Like, a little bit of baby oil goes a long way. Like, 10? He wanted a real slip and slide, didn't he?
would last anywhere from 1 to 4 days, and usually the participants would be Cassie, a male sex worker having sex with her, somebody that she was told to hire. She would do the actual bookings from these escort platforms and escort apps and escort websites, and she would be the one that would actually hire the escort to come in there. And then depending upon whether or not he liked the performance, Combs would pay the escort anywhere from $150, but if it went on for multiple days, the escort would be paid up to about $6,000 or $7,000 in.
I wonder if so the escorts, could they leave and come back, or they had to stay? If it's like 4-day FREeKOFF, do you stay all 4 days? And I'm actually surprised. Like, I was surprised that Diddy had to give one of the escorts a Cialis. I'm like, yo, well, actually that guy was a dancer. He wasn't a professional dick slinger.
In cash. So she said that
Chat, my McDonald's coffee's outside. Hold on, let me go grab it. All right.
Red lingerie. She had red platform pumps, like stripper type of shoes. She was wearing a red wig and sunglasses because she didn't want the escort to, to walk away or to identify her until they knew that this person would keep their secrets with them. So they proceeded to have sex. She proceeded to have sex with him. Combs all the while sitting back and giving directions as to what should happen. So he first instructed them to massage each other with baby oil. She later testified this afternoon, that there were about 10 large bottles of baby oil that were used in every one of these FREeKOFFs, which would last anywhere from 1 to 4 days. And usually the participants would be Cassie, a male sex worker having sex with her, somebody that she was told to hire. She would do the actual bookings from these escort platforms and escort apps and escort websites, and she would be the one that would actually hire the escort to come in there. And then depending upon whether or not he liked the performance, Combs would pay the escort anywhere from $150, but if it went on for multiple days, the escort would be paid up to about $6,000 or $7,000 in cash. So she said that these started off, and why would she do something like that? She said she was young and naive. That's a question a lot of people were asking. The prosecutor asked her that directly. Why would you do this? And she said, because I was young and naive and I wanted to make him happy, and I knew that this made him happy. But she said over time, and now we're talking about years, they were doing these FREeKOFFs in a lot of different places. New York, Los Angeles, Miami, Las Vegas, and there got to be a handful of these male sex workers that were the ones who were their favorites and who they trusted. So she said that it became more and more degrading. There were degrading things done to her. She said that the baby oil, Combs insisted that their bodies always be glistening, and to keep this glisten going, they had to heat up the baby oil. They would run it under hot water so that.
Oh shit! Oh, that's some new shit. The heated baby oil. Oh, chat. I got a small fry too. You know I ain't eating 7 hours. I got a small fry. Got my coffee, black coffee. We rocking today. Good temperature. Gotta heat up the baby oil. That's the method.
Las Vegas, and there got to be a handful of these male sex workers that were the ones who were their favorites and who they trusted. So she said that it became more and more degrading. There were degrading things done to her. She said that the baby oil, Combs insisted that their bodies always be glistening, and to keep this glisten going, they had to heat up the baby oil. They would run it under hot water so that the baby oil would be warm when they put it on their bodies. She said FREeKOFF supplies included lots of candles, the baby oil, of course, and then special outfits for her, these very sexy lingerie outfits, stripper type outfits, which she would purchase at Pleasure Chest in Los Angeles or the Hustler store there. And then she described how the relationship devolved, and that, you know, her music career was not going anywhere. To endure the humiliation, was her word, of these FREeKOFFs, which you can imagine, and the dehumanization of them. She had to take drugs, she said, in order to just get through it, and to be able to get through it, because if she didn't get through it, she feared what would happen. What would happen?
I ordered 2 coffees and a small fry. I only brought 1 coffee down here now. Yo, why is McDonald's fries so good? This ain't how regular potatoes taste. They put some type of bullshit on this. This is that GMO. I don't give a fuck. Yo, McDonald's do got like the best fries. I ain't gonna hold you, bro. My bad.
Happened was a beating from Combs, according to her, and she outlined some of the injuries that she sustained when he was displeased with her: busted eyes, black eyes, swollen lip, a broken lip, cuts on her lip, and a lot of hits to her head. And he seemed fond of one thing that we saw in that horrific video from the Intercontinental Hotel in L.A. with the beating was dragging her by her hair into different places. And so a lot of times he would watch, he would direct every move, he would tell the escort what he wanted him to do to Cassie, he would tell Cassie what to do, he would tell them, oh, you need more baby oil, and then they would have to do that. So there was a lot of direction constantly from Combs, which of course is very key to the case that the prosecutors are trying to bring, because according to the legal experts that I've talked to, are very familiar with federal law and actually have tried cases in these courtrooms here at federal court. They say they have to prove for the trafficking, for the RICO part of it, they have to prove that there was coercion, that she was forced into doing this. Because one of the big questions that a lot of people had when we first started to learn details about this case was, if she was coerced, if she was forced, why did she stay with him for so long? And she said she was, she was actually in love with him, that when he was nice, he was charming, and of course he was also, at the time that she was with him, he was at the height of his career. Basically, I mean, he had the Sean John clothing line going, Revolt TV was starting, he was hosting the MTV Video Music Awards, there were a lot of big things, he was getting Grammy nominations, there was a lot going on for him career-wise, he was being hugely successful, even a Broadway appearance, and then of course running the New York City Marathon to raise money for education in under-resourced communities. So she was meeting, she was involved with him at this very, very prominent time in his life where a lot was going on and a lot of attention was on him, and it seemed as if he could do no wrong. Of course, now we found out that was an image, and now we're finding out more about what the reality is for her. Now, while she was on the stand, as I said, she's estimated to be like 8 or 8.5 months pregnant. She was rubbing her stomach, rubbing her belly the way pregnant women do, or they just touch their stomach when you just touch your stomach when you're pregnant, and just kind of like to feel that heartbeat or feel that movement of that baby that you're carrying. And so she was doing that a couple of times during the testimony. She reached for tissues because she was getting emotional. Tears were coming to her eye. At one point, she really did get choked up and had to stop for a moment or two, but the prosecutor kept on relentlessly. And then also she was asked to describe her daily life. Her daily life was basically being all centered around Combs and around making him happy and doing whatever he wanted her to do so that he would not hit her, would not beat her up, or would not punish her. This was the term that she used, this word punishing. And that when he was upset with her, Combs or his bodyguards would take her phones away, take her phone away, take her laptop away, so that she couldn't communicate or do anything. And that he insisted that she be the one to actually book these male escorts. So on all of the transactions, it's her credit card, it's her, her name. She's the one that's actually booking this. But another key piece of the case kind of emerged today of how the prosecution is going to weave this story of racketeering, sex trafficking, transportation across state lines for prostitution. They're basically laying the groundwork for this sweeping RICO case that if Combs is found guilty, he could spend the rest of his life behind bars. He's currently 55 years old. And then what is happening was, she said that his three bodyguards, there were 3 or 4 main bodyguards that were always with him, driving her, that would do whatever he wanted them to do. She testified about how one time he put a gun in her purse because they were going into downtown LA for an event that she was hosting, and she felt very nervous about that. She testified about these bodyguards basically doing whatever he asked them to do. And then also there were these assistants. One assistant, she said, would take care of the money, would give her money, and that by a certain period of time, after that first year with him, he was controlling, he or his business, his employees of Bad Boy Worldwide were actually controlling every single aspect of her life. So I have to give her credit for maintaining her composure throughout, because she's looking across that courtroom. Combs is feet away from her at the table with the defense. His 6 oldest kids, not Baby Love, because Baby Love's too little, but his 6 oldest kids are there in the courtroom. His mother is in the courtroom. There's some Combs supporters who are there, a lot of media from all over the world. She maintained her composure, she maintained her dignity, but she stayed very factual and almost in some cases matter of fact describing how these things were going. And she said he really had a thing for baby oil. At one point, he had a pop-up pool, like a little pop-up kiddie pool set up in one of the hotels and had it filled.
Whoa, we never heard this. I seen a post on Shade Room about this. What the fuck? I seen that. Again, that's what I'm saying. The tweets aren't giving us the whole fucking story still. Or where did I see that? Or maybe it wasn't. I seen somebody put like a little pool thing. It was like a little tub thingy. Here we go.
At one point, he had a pop-up pool, like a little pop-up kiddie pool set up in one of the hotels and had it filled with baby oil, which he wanted her to go into in her heels and in her clothes, which is just unthinkable, some of these things that were going on. But the abuse, the degradation, putting body fluids in her mouth and that type of thing, him and the male escort on various occasions, and she said she reached a certain point where she felt really, really worthless, and that was just so very sad because you got a sense of just this extreme fatigue she must have felt, this powerlessness, and just this tremendous just almost prison, and it's ironic because at the time that they were together, when they emerged as a public couple, it looked very glamorous. She's a stunningly gorgeous woman. He was always dressed to the nines and had all kinds of jewelry. We'd see them on red carpets. We'd see them at these A-list events. And then behind closed doors, it was basically a living hell for her and a real nightmare. But that's the latest here. The family just left the courtroom a short time ago, so the media crowd here is pretty much thinned out. I have a couple more assignments I have to do for Fox 5 News here in New York, which you can watch anywhere in the United States.
Shout out to you, Lisa Evers. We fuck with you. Someone just gave me a cool and a dope lawyer. They said this lawyer is there, and they are providing pretty much good and like impartial coverage. It's called Good Logic. Good Logic. Let's see. Here we go.
It was really bizarre.
Okay, here we go. So I guess he's putting out videos. Here we go.
We just finished day 2 of the Diddy trial, and this afternoon session was a difficult thing to watch. Most of the day today, Cassandra Ventura, one of the 2 alleged victims of Diddy's sex trafficking, was on the stand for the first of what's anticipated to be 4 days of her facing direct and cross-examination.
Oh, so they're expecting for her to be there for 4 days. Today was the first day. Tomorrow is the second day. Chat, how am I going to do this on my birthday? Not my birthday, but because my birthday's on Saturday. How am I going to do this on show day? Because I want to still cover the case, but I have a show to do. Fuck.
Now, this morning...
By the way, shout out to everybody who's coming. I know I haven't been promoting too crazy, right? These academics, please go to Ticketmaster. Go get a ticket. I am coming to New York City to 2 blocks from the FREeKOFF spot at Gramercy Theater. They were doing the FREeKOFFs in the Gramercy Hotel. I'm bringing at least 10 bottles of baby oil. No, I'm playing. I'm kidding. To Gramercy Theater. We're going to have a good time. Come celebrate life. Come celebrate what we've built. Celebrate the chat. And let me celebrate you. Pause. Okay? It is Thursday at 7 o'clock. I appreciate everybody who's traveling near and far to come. If you are able to make that trip, please get a ticket. Show up. By the way, I understand we're out of... I'm into it with Live Nation right now. I don't know if they've seen what I said. Because there are a couple more of y'all that want meet and greet tickets. And I don't know why they're telling me that we can't get more, but like I'm trying to figure it out. If not, we're going to figure out something. But we're trying to get some more meet and greets in there because we sold out initially of them. Then I put some more and then those sold out. So I don't know. Anyway, can't wait to see you guys. But that's happening on Thursday. So it looks like Cassie's going to be on the stand. She was on the stand today, Tuesday. She's going to be on the stand tomorrow, Wednesday. And then Thursday, which is our show, she's going to be on the stand again. And probably till the end of the week, which is Friday. So again, you know, when a witness gets on the stand, you usually have direct, cross, then redirect, and then recross or recross if necessary. Cassie is the important witness here. I would imagine that Diddy's team is putting so much effort into studying everything they said. By the way, this is what I think is happening today. Diddy's team is going to comb over. They probably had somebody, because transcripts won't be ready till a week usually. they're having somebody who was probably taking notes, this and third. They probably have their own pretty much in-house stenographer. They're going to go over and comb over everything she said, go look into it, bring it to the current lawyers and say, whenever we get to interrogate her or, do our cross-examination, we're going to trip her up on her own words. We're going to fucking get her. So I think Diddy's lawyers, he got 9 of them. He's paying out a pretty penny. Trust me. He's paying at least a couple million this month alone just for all those high-priced attorneys. And I got to imagine when they get their chance at CASSIE, everybody is going to be licking their chops. They got to earn their money. Brian Steele, this is where you come in. Mark Agnifilo, that's where you do your thing. Tenny, this is where you could take her to task about her maybe not being a victim, but maybe just being a hoe. You're going to have Xavier. Maybe he's going to be doing his thing. Obviously, Alexandra Shapiro, she's going to be doing certain stuff over there. You're going to have, it's going to be a crazy show. Anyway, let me let this attorney who did go to trial, let me let him speak about this day trial. Here we go.
As I reported, she came across as being very conflicted. This afternoon, the overall vibe that I took was that she was incredibly sympathetic as she detailed all of the control and abuse that Diddy took over her life from the tender age of roughly 21 till 32. Just extended period of her life that was consumed by Diddy. First, coming to him and forming a business relationship where he signed her after she had a hit record to a 10-album deal, but then putting her in a situation where he was never approving any of the recording work that she was continually trying to produce for him, and thereby leaving her doing what she refers to as busy work.
Now, this happens a lot, and I do know a few other names that I've heard through the grapevine. I don't know if it'd be fair if I did say their name because I heard it through the grapevine, nothing direct from the people who signed them. I just always heard that was the story of their career, because I ain't gonna lie to you, when I was a little kid and I used to see a certain amount of people, I saw some bad chicks and I was like, they might have had a song. I'm like, whatever happened to them? You get to find out that was standard and commonplace in the industry. You would have these executives who were these older dudes. They had a lot of money, a lot of power. They would see a young woman who is really attractive and they want to fuck that girl. That girl is not interested in them, but the girl is interested in opportunity. They would dangle that opportunity like a carrot over their head and then turn that person into a quasi-artist where, hey, you're on enough that this is what you do every day, but then also make them dependent enough that they have to move to their every whim. Some of them people ended up on Love and Hip Hop. Y'all can figure out who. And yeah, that happened a lot. Like these guys who wanted to fuck these beautiful women basically never really intended for them to go up. Just intended to get them in the system that they would have to depend on them, that they could have them at their very their whim. And that usually happened to a certain point until those dudes saw another 22-year-old girl and then picked that girl. So I've heard about this where it's like, yeah, Cassie, you bad. He liked you for your look, maybe your personality at the time, but the music was the thing and the hook to get you in. And once they started getting that romantic relationship with you, as long as they financially supported you, they didn't have to really support your dreams. And to keep it real, they were incentivized not to support your dreams. Because here's the thing. If Cassie becomes some big star, Cassie gets multiple options and ways to leave. So you can't blow this person all the way up. And that becomes like almost this repetitive cycle that some people have even noticed. It's really talked about in the shadows and behind the scenes in the music business, but it's real. Dudes want to fuck girls, dangle a career over their head, get them a little bullshit hit, but they need a lot more. Now this person, that's all they do, so they could travel everywhere they want to go. Then you basically just milk their career that they got nothing going on. You're fucking them. They turn from being an artist to now you're a glorified girlfriend. And after that, essentially, they pretty much have no more value. And after years afterwards, you just toss them away and you get another one. I ain't gonna like what I say, but that's what happens. Okay? Again, remember, if you blow Cassie up, and I don't know if y'all remember 2006 when Me and You comes out or whatever that song is, Whenever that song came out, people thought, oh, this girl, like I thought she could go. I never thought she was the best singer. But it wasn't necessarily about only the best singers like the Keisha Coles of this world going. We thought, okay, she could possibly go. I don't think it's a coincidence that nothing really ever happened. Diddy knew if she became as big as like a J-Lo, she's going to get her own team. That's another thing too. You blow this girl up, she's going to start showing up with her own manager. Not the manager you gave her, James Cruz. Her own manager, her own glam team. She now has an entourage, them hating-ass girlfriends that are really in her ear. Girl, you know you can do better. That nigga would be cheating on you. Why you be taking this shit? You know, look at this so-and-so rapper. You could get like a Nelly or something like that. Blah, blah, blah. All gonna fuck up the pimp game. Remember I told you Diddy hit me and said, man, you over here fucking on my pimp game with motherfucking, what's Shorty called? Young Miami. Don't gas her. Don't, hey, I'm keeping a bit right where I need her. I believe it.
Work. Now, Diddy, she says, is 17 years older than her, and during this afternoon session, he took a paternal role as he first formed.
Now, that is sick to me. If, like, the whole pawpaw shit, and Diddy's like, yeah, what do you call your grandfather? Call me that. That, to me, is some sick shit. That's some really sick shit, Diddy. Now, this is still allegation, but still sick.
Transformed their relationship from being business-oriented to being more of a romantic relationship, and several months after that, it started becoming a physical relationship where Diddy was making expectations and setting forward and throwing out the idea of engaging in what the world now calls freakoffs. In case you're unfamiliar with the term, those are voyeuristic situations where Diddy would watch his partner engaging with a random male escort, and he would sometimes film it, sometimes he would not film it, and how he walked her down this path that she was continually engaging in it more and more frequently until, as she testified in her words, it became the entire purpose of her relationship. And that what she was seeking was to have more and more meaningful time with Diddy. And what she described this afternoon was how these freak-offs would have multiple sessions wherein she would engage with a man, he would finish, and then she would go in with Diddy and to a private room, and they would engage, and then she would go back out for another session with the escort. And that she said the only reason she was doing this is because she just wanted to find some way to spend time with Diddy. Now, in large degree, when you're listening to this testimony, if you're sitting on the Diddy side of the aisle, you're saying to yourself, well, she's doing this out of love. This is not a crime. This is not sex trafficking. These are choices that she made. And that's what the defense certainly wants us to think and believe about this case. As we listen to the testimony today, we start getting a crystallization of what the state has in mind here. They spell out here that Diddy is 17 years older than her, has all the money in the world, all the fame and popularity in the world, and starts forming and reforming the relationship that he has with CASSIE, wherein he's directing everything in her life. He's controlling what money she's able to earn, telling her where she's going to live, expecting to have access to her phone, calling her incessantly whenever he wants, and refusing to give up, even sending security to track her down if she doesn't answer her phone, and taking control of her day-to-day activities in that sort of way. Well, this afternoon, we got a clearer picture as to the level of control he had in the sexual relationship, which she says that she only engaged in at all in an effort to try and please him, and that those needs became constant. It started the first time, and then the second time was a few weeks later, and then they started increasing in both frequency and in duration. If we want to get like an idea as to just how controlling Diddy was in these encounters, and I'm not going to get very express right here, I'll go into a lot more detail on my show tonight, this evening on my podcast, which I encourage you to join if you want to hear far greater detail on my coverage of today's trial. But just, I'm going to give you a short rundown here of all the things that Cassie claims that Diddy alone was directing with respect to these encounters. He was directing when they would have them, where they would have them, how long they would have them, what she would wear, from the heels, the lingerie, the nails, that she would wear wigs and mask on occasion, how she would look when people would come to the door. He was directing the ambiance, the darkness in the room, the candle lighting, where he's sitting and where he's positioned, sometimes being in the corner, sometimes being in another room. He's directing how to pregame with drugs in order to make sure that she's in a condition that she's able to actually perform in ways that he would deem to be satisfactory and maintain a sufficient endurance to be able to live up to his satisfaction. He would pick what type of guys would be there, and then would be directing them throughout as to how they perform, continually telling them to put on more oil, which she said every 5 minutes. During these hours-long sessions, he would insist more oil, and that was his particular thing. He was directing them when she had to go back, even if she was vomiting up from the drugs, that he would force her to go out there. He would force her to perform during times when she was at the worst times of her cycle, where she said no one wants to perform during those times. He would direct how many sessions they would have and when he himself would step in, he would decide when he would take Cassie off into a private room and what additional drugs she would need to take in the middle. He taught her how to take the drugs in order to ensure that she would be at peak physical performance. It was just one direction after another. And ultimately, he would be the determining factor as to when they can call it quits and end that freak out. I mean, this is, I understand that the defense wants us to say that they're willing partners. And yes, there's participation here. But I think what ultimately the jury is going to be forced to decide here, and I'm not weighing in with my own decision on this. This is ultimately what this case turns on. The case turns on, you have this woman who's performing because of a combination of factors. There's a love and a hunger to be close to him. There's certainly, and that's free choice, which if that's what her motivational factor is, there's no crime here. He might be a controlling boyfriend, but I think the defense is in a pretty strong position in that scenario to say that's her choice. But then you have to start asking yourself, at what point is she stripped of that choice, that she cannot make a choice for herself? Where if she's being continued.
So again, it's also bringing, by the way, I like this guy. He's kind of pretty fair and impartial. It's kind of bringing up this idea that Cassie is damn near a child. She's a grown woman, but because of the circumstances, she can't make decisions for herself. Or the decisions she's making cannot be taken at face value because they're influenced by other factors.
Drugged up, where she doesn't have any, where her housing is being paid for by Diddy. He has access to all of her phones, and that she also says that she has fear of his very violent temper. We closed out the day actually with display of that violent temper, where she was watching the incident that happened, the infamous incident in the Intercontinental, where she's fleeing a room, and he chases after her at an elevator bank and throws her to the floor before kicking her repeatedly. So when you have a woman who's coming here and saying that she was doing it to keep him around, to keep him satisfied, to fulfill what she felt horribly that was her duty to her boyfriend, and at the same time, she's also doing it because of a fear of how he's going to react violently, then how and other potential dangers that she's facing. Is that something that he's criminally culpable for? And perhaps that plays into the mens rea. You can ask this simple question. If Diddy thinks that she's doing it out of love, does he have sufficient mens rea, sufficient intent that he can be held culpable? Or is there a point which perhaps the jury will feel that Diddy had to realize that she wasn't doing it out of love, but that she was doing it out of other reasons related to his potential violence and or control? Control of her financially, control of all her decision-making, control of her drug intake. These are decisions that the jury is going to have to grapple with, and obviously we're going to have another 8 weeks of trial for them to wrestle with that.
No way it goes 8 weeks. They shot their load. We're gonna get to some supporting people, but we already got this is the big load. I thought they were gonna lead up to it. They came out the gate with it. I can't believe that this is going 8 weeks. I think 6 weeks. 6 weeks, 4 to 6.
I'm going to be here giving you the lowdown on this day.
Okay, he also gave another update that was before, but I think he does a pretty fair
really-
job. We can't tell if he's with Diddy or he's not with Diddy. Here we go.
We have hit the lunch break for day 2.
So this was the lunch break update for him.
That Diddy seemed to visit upon his girlfriend while they were in another room, and that changed the mood and atmosphere and the dynamic in that entire interaction. Now, on cross-examination, by most accounts, he held up fairly well and seemed to retain a great deal of his credibility while he was cross-examined by Xavier Donaldson.
They're talking about Flores. No, actually, no, they're talking about Philip, which is a sex worker. Let's get to Cassie. We just want to hear about Cassie, honestly.
Players, who is the claimant, and the basis of one of the sexual trafficking charges, was going to be next up to testify. And the defense said that they had issues with her current husband sitting in the trial,
Cassie's husband,
for her testimony, because they expect to try and impeach some of her testimony potentially by cross-examining him, bringing him up as an impeachment witness, depending on what Cassie would end up testifying to. So that the state was saying, hey, look, she needs him here as part of her support team. This is a very traumatic thing, and they're specifically referring to impeaching her with respect to an alleged rape that happened in 2018, which she has yet to testify about, but an alleged rape that happened.
Remember, she claims that there was a time either she was upset at Diddy or she was either done with Diddy and Diddy forced himself on her. So just to let you guys know, she does not actually say, or her story isn't that she believes that the entire time he was raping her. She feels there were certain instances that she was raped. Like, for example, in the Shannon Sharp thing, that woman felt there was 2 instances. She's had sex with Shannon Sharp many times, but she felt 2 instances she was raped.
At that time, which they say they might want to use him to impeach. And the judge ended up citing the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure and saying that the defense is correct, that he cannot be there if they're going to anticipate, even if he's not on the current witness list, if they're anticipating they're going to rely upon him to rebut her testimony, they have a right to keep him out of the room. The defense consented out of sensitivity and consideration for Cassie to allow him to stay in the room for much of her testimony, and that when they reach the point of the testimony where she's talking about that part of her.
That's 2018. So we could take by just basic, we're taken basically by what's already known and what we could assume. It was a 2018 point period. So basically he got hired at the end of the relationship with Diddy and Cassie. Cassie falls for him. Cassie breaks up with Diddy, or Diddy breaks up with Cassie, whatever happened, and she leaves with him. So the idea of what they would be asking him about would be only relevant since he only came in the picture in 2018. The defense then says, because the judge agreed at first, this guy, if you're going to use him as an impeachment witness, he shouldn't be in the courtroom. But the defense said, no, he could be in the courtroom, just not when we're talking about anything after 2018, because that's where he like pretty much, enters the picture.
Life that they would hold a sidebar and ask her husband to step out of the room for the balance of that testimony. Now, Cassie ended up taking the stand shortly thereafter, and I want to give you her demeanor, because this is something that you're not going to see if you're reading transcripts, which unfortunately, due to the nature of the way things work in federal court and here, particularly here in New York, all you get are transcripts, which is terrible. It's terrible. So in order for me to portray to you her demeanor, I'll tell you this. She seemed...
Yo, chat, I wonder, you know those glasses? The glasses that could record shit? What's it called? Apple glasses or whatever? Can't somebody like do that and record this whole motherfucking thing? Now, granted, they're gonna ban you from federal court forever, but or maybe anonymous leak it afterwards, right? That could be like a money play, right? But I'm pretty sure they would probably open up an investigation on that. I ain't gonna lie to you. Yeah, I wouldn't even play with the feds.
Seems utterly conflicted. She seems like she's in pain being there. She seems conflicted about testifying about Diddy. It is obvious she still has some sort of emotional connection to him on one level or another.
Really?
Where she feels uncomfortable testifying about him and at the same time somewhat resentful for the way she was allegedly physically abused, psychologically abused, and emotionally abused. That came out in the words that she chose, where sometimes she would, when she was asked questions by the state, like, did he come over unannounced? And her answer would be, sometimes. Well, how frequently? Not frequently. Too often. Sometimes frequently. Not too much. Like, even her words read as being conflicted, and that is thoroughly expressed in her demeanor and her tone, where she seems torn about whether or not she made these choices herself. Some of the language that she chose when she describes her relationship and why she did these things is she sort of says, I was in love. Well, I was in love, and statements like that are statements that the defense, presumably, if I was sitting on the defense team, I would love statements like that. Those are statements that are not expressing control and that she's coerced by and being trafficked by Diddy,
I agree.
But that she made poor choices because she was in love, which is a terrible tragedy, but not a crime that he can be convicted of. And other times she would describe some of the control that she experienced. She described how he bought her different houses and would always be nearby. Now, the relationship starts out as a quote-unquote business relationship, and it quickly evolves into something that goes well beyond that. Shortly after she had a hit album, Diddy signed her to a 10-album contract, or hit song. She had a hit song, and then he signed her to a 10-album contract. But the terms of the contract was that she gets no money unless albums are released. Part of the control that she alleges he exerted over her is that he would give her tons of busy work, force her to produce more and more songs, many of which would never be released and never meet, and that Diddy would never actually approve for release, which meant no money. And he would keep her, and she said when he would call, if you didn't pick up, he would call again, and text again, and call again incessantly. He would send security to her house to find out where she was if she wasn't picking up the call. So while she spent some time talking about the early halcyon days of her relationship, when everything was love and happiness, which started in a trip in Miami, that quickly became something that could seem very controlling. But the question is, will the jury look at that as a controlling boyfriend, or will they look at it as he was actually trafficking her? She did describe some of the freak-offs that she was pushed into trying, and she expressed how uncomfortable she was when she first started it. And yet at the same time, she said that she did it initially certainly out of love and out of a sense of responsibility to do that for her boyfriend. And the freak-offs that she described are where she would perform with a stranger while Diddy would watch. And those freak-offs sometimes could be exercises that would go on for many hours, if not days. And near the end of her testimony this morning, she was talking about how one experience lasted for 4 days, and that he would keep her on drugs. I subscribe to this guy, and she would need days to recover from it, from the exhaustion and dehydration that she would experience. She also described some of the physical abuse and how sometimes she was afraid that depending on his mood, he would get violent with her.
All right, Chad, I done drank this whole coffee, man. Damn. You know, somebody did say coffee helps you lose weight. When I drink a lot of coffee, I kind of lose my appetite. I ain't gonna lie. All right. Yeah, I only ate a small fry today. But I did eat late last night. Anyway, all right, go. Cool. Let's see. I know some of y'all might be diddied out. There is such a thing, chat. There is such a thing. Let me see. Are y'all Diddy'd out? Hey, real quick, let's just go to the Tory Lanez thing. We wanted to give you a proper update on what's going on with Tory Lanez. Through his representatives and also his own Instagram page, they have now confirmed that Tory Lanez, who is in critical condition, he was airlifted to the hospital. An initial report were put out by a source from the prison. Apparently, they were trying to downplay the fact that Tory's injuries were pretty much life-threatening. And they're saying it's a miracle he survived this attack. Apparently, he was stabbed 14 times. 7 to the back, 4 to the torso, and 2 times to the head, and one, including 1 to the left cheek. He put out this on his own personal Instagram by saying Tory was stabbed 17 times, including, well, same thing he told us, right? 7 wounds to his back, 4 to his torso, 2 to the back of the head, and 1 to the side of his face. Both of his lungs has collapsed. He was placed on a breathing apparatus. He's now breathing on his own despite being in pain. He's talking normally. He's in good spirits and deeply thankful to God that he's pulling through. He also wants to thank everyone for their continued prayers and support. There was an audio that kind of came out that was trying to explain what happened. I don't know where this kind of came from.
Everybody, I'm here.
Hold on, give me 1 second. Tory Lanez stabbed. Let's see if we could play the content. Unfortunately, I hate using that word, content. By the way, there is a video of him being airlifted. Here's the video of him being airlifted to the hospital. So this is him being taken off of this chopper. So he was flown from, apparently his injuries were so serious, they flew him from the prison, right? Because the prison does have a medical ward, but they're not really trained to deal with deep lacerations and other things that might be, you know, he had, again, now we're hearing he had punctured lungs or collapsed lungs. They're not trained to deal with all of that. So essentially, they airlifted him to a civilian hospital, and this is him being taken out of the helicopter. Okay. Now, there's an audio. I want to get the full audio. Chat, where's this full audio from? By the way, look at some of the reports they're doing.
President Trump is opening his 4-day trip to the Saudi Arabia.
What the hell?
R&B singer, several victims and rushed to a hospital, and prostitution charges against him.
Rapper Tory Lanez was stabbed 14 times in a California prison and rushed to a hospital. Officials say that attack happened Monday morning at California's State Correctional Institution. Lanez is currently serving 10 years for shooting Megan Thee Stallion in 2020. His lungs collapsed after that attack, but his team says he's now breathing on his own and he's in good spirits. The motive for this attack is unclear. An investigation is now underway. Lanez's team thanked fans for their prayers and support.
Okay. I'll play this audio until I find the full thing.
This morning, brother, the Mex came out and bust on the boy Tory. You know, they airlifted him and all that. So, you know, no, that's gonna respond when we come off this shit. We're gonna respond the right way to that.
They laid the yard down.
No, it happened in the building.
What was it over? It was over some. What he had did he have a debt, a gambling debt, or something?
Nah.
Now, the full call, I believe, I didn't even know this guy like blogs or streams. I heard from Wack he did. So, bro, Wack threw you, a little lifeline. Spider Loke, exclusive jail call from Tehachapi State Prison. Now, they're trying to say that it was Mexicans who stabbed Tory up. And apparently, there's a race war going on within the jail. So there's a race war going on, and it's Mexicans versus black. That's what they're trying to say. I don't know if this is true. We're getting this from, this is going to be an inmate talking to Spider Loke, kind of giving the breakdown on what the fuck happened, because I don't think they witnessed it, but, you know, obviously the prison's going to talk.
Yeah, y'all make sure y'all subscribe.
Here we go.
Hello?
Hey, yeah, I'm ready.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna commercial.
Yo, son. Hello.
My bad, Daddy. I was getting my car at the car wash.
All right, don't trip. Hey, you know the boy Tory Lanez just got hit up there.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, by some Mexicans. I got some people up there calling me. I'm finna record their call. I'm gonna call you back.
All right.
All right. Hello? 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 Shit, the fuck? Hello? Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you now.
What it do, cuz?
Yo, I hear you, bro.
What's Gucci?
What's cracking?
What it do, Five?
Shit, nothing much to look, right? This morning, brother, the Mex came out and bust on the boy Tory. You know, they airlifted him and all that, so, you know, no, that's gonna respond when we come off this shit. We're gonna respond the right way to that.
They laid the yard down?
No, it happened in the building.
What was it over? It was over some. What he had did he have a debt, a gambling debt or something?
Nah, nothing like that. Shit, we don't even really know. We don't even know the whole situation, you know.
So it was just like some foul play. So it's finna be up.
Yeah, it's there for sure with some foul play.
Damn, cuz. Wasn't nobody right there with him when it happened? Wasn't nobody right there with him when it went down?
Yeah, I guess nobody wasn't. He was by himself out there.
Atomic Gun, thank you for the 50. You didn't have a message with your donation, though. I appreciate you, brother. Send a message, bro.
Yeah, he got a whole tier full of necks. He on a whole tier full of necks.
Wow.
Because you already know, once we get off this shit, we press some play on. We press play.
I'm already knowing. God damn. You don't know if he gonna be all right or not either, huh?
Nah, we don't know yet. He gonna be all right there. He gonna pull through though.
That's right. That's crazy because I've been out here.
I'll show you.
I've been the whole time he's been going through what he's been going through. I've been feeling like that nigga got railroaded. I hate to see him in that position. I'm glad.
Yeah, for sure, he got railroaded.
Yeah, he got railroaded. I'm glad that the
That's an innocent man in prison, bro.
I believe it, 100%. How he been programming in? He been programming cool.
Man, all he do is program, come outside, work out, play ball, do him.
That's right. I heard it's been cracking up there too. It was a riot the other day, not too long ago.
Yeah, it was like I want to say like 3 weeks ago it was a riot.
Yeah, I got.
Like 2, 3 weeks. Yeah.
You been straight though?
Yeah, it be cracking up here. Yeah, I been straight. You know me, keeping my head up high. I got 4 months left.
As you should. As you should.
I be out there.
You gotta tap in, come through the black box when you get out here, man.
I got you. I'm gonna fill up at the black box and all that. It's good.
Hey, bud, good. I'm finna. I'm finna get this shit out to the people. Let them know Tory Lanez all right, but he went through something, and I'm glad you tapped in, cuz. Good looking.
Yeah, you already know. Stay up. It's all love.
For Dev Dope. Good looking, Dex.
Yeah, no doubt. Nigga, I'm gonna get you the content as soon as I get it.
All right, cuz.
I love West Coast niggas, man. All right, cuz. On Paru content. The on Paru content is diabolical.
And none of you niggas.
Okay, all right. So we're hearing that there might be like some race war kind of brewing. Don't know fully what the hell is going on, but man, our prayers definitely go out to Tory Lanez. It looks like he is speaking. Looks like he's going to pull through. However, this, you know, if they stabbed him in his face, we're not getting the description on what they stabbed him with, but clearly it was enough for him to get airlifted to a civilian hospital and nothing that they felt they could take care of by just being in the jail facility. Maconio, thank you for the 2. He says, "Yo, love you, Ack. What up with you?" Okay. God damn. Someone says, "Call is the corniest in the county." What? What are you talking about? Homeless crip? What are y'all talking about? Hey, yo, y'all see the whole internet is mad at Aiden Ross? They're mad at Aiden Ross because he spoke on Deutsche. You know, they trying to give him the Drake treatment now. Okay. Deutsche, Aiden Ross. This is what happened. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, let me see. Okay, let's watch the video. No. Oh, he crashed it? Oh, let me hear.
I hope everyone. Oh, Doechii rant. Oh, dude, don't get me started on that bitch. Hey, don't get me started on that bitch. Don't get me started on that industry plant. Don't get me started. You guys can say shit whatever you want about me, but one thing about me is I'm not an industry plant. I've been streaming for like a long time now. Fuck Doechii. The umbrella clip pissed me off. What an entitled, unintelligent piece of shit she is, bro. She deserves, bro. I'm not joking, bro. Stop listening to her music. Cardi and Abel, why would you give her a feature on a remix? You shouldn't have cleared it. She's just the worst. She's a piece of shit. She stole someone like that I used to know. She makes no good music. She's horrible. Jake Future, what's up, my dog? So fuck Doechii. Fuck Doechii. Fuck Doechii. Okay? She has zero talent. I call out talent. I hope everyone.
Okay. Now, a lot of people are upset at Aiden Ross for saying this. Now, I reviewed that Umbrella footage, and I think I played it for y'all, right? Umbrella, Doechii, where she was at the Met Gala, and essentially...
Doechii just made her debut at the Met Gala.
Okay, I don't know if it's going to have the full thing, but this is...
Yo, 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 this is Lee Laurent, and I'm about to play.
Wait, Urban Central now talks? What the fuck? Here we go.
Yes. You're blocked. You're blocked. Yes. Oh. So maybe this clip and all.
Okay.
Andy. Bye.
All right. So essentially, she was shouting at her assistants, "Get me more umbrellas." If you guys are wondering what was going on, it appears like she was getting the finishing touches. The way the Met Gala works is like you go with a sponsor. So if you don't know what the Met Gala is like, it's basically supposed to be like some type of philanthropic type of thing where people go in and to buy a plate or buy a seat there is like a lot of money. They donate some of the money. That's what I've heard. We could probably Google that and get some real knowledge on it. Met Gala purpose, right? The purpose of the Met Gala, let's see.
The Met Gala is an institution at this point. The biggest fashion event of the year, and for good reason.
So yeah, so it's a fashion event. What happens is, like, for example, like Kai Cenat, you get Louis Vuitton, who basically sponsors him. They're going to pay a certain amount that he could go. And I think when they get there, people also donate. I don't know what the fuck happens because we've never seen what happens beyond the red carpet, but they go somewhere and have some fancy dinner. I always thought it was Illuminati-ish because, like, nobody be camera phoning up in there. Like, come on, something's going on. But anyway.
It's one of the biggest and flashiest campaigns for museum donations in the world.
So it's museum donations, I guess?
And simply just very entertaining for us as spectators. But where did it all begin, and how did it evolve into the phenomenon that it is today? The Met Gala itself, as a function, really stems from its roots as a premiere for the Costume Institute's exhibitions.
So it's the first Monday in May, every May, okay.
To understand the necessity of such a...
So it previews latest Costume Institute exhibition, and it raises funds for running of the museum? What museum? I don't know. Whatever.
Colossal event. I'd like to begin this timeline all the way back in the 1920s.
Okay, we don't need to hear we just need to hear what the hell are they doing there, because I've always thought this shit looks like Illuminati shit. So apparently a Met Gala ticket costs $75,000.
So let me break down how the Met Gala works, because I can tell a lot of y'all are confused by this. So the Met Gala is a charity event that helps raise money for the Costume Institute, which is a department within the Metropolitan Museum of Art that promotes fashion through the acquisition and preservation of historical works. It takes a lot of money to maintain a museum, you guys. So the Met Gala is the Costume Institute's main...
I've never heard about the Costume Institute, which is so interesting.
Main source of annual funding. So how do they raise this money? Expensive ass tickets. So the tickets to the gala cost around $75,000 per person, but not every person you see at the gala has paid for their own ticket. What usually happens is fashion brands will purchase 10-person tables, which start at around $350,000, and invite or host celebrity guests to sit at their table. In exchange, those guests usually wear designs from that brand. This is why many of you are so confused when celebrities don't wear the brands you think they should. There are restrictions based on who can afford a table at the Met. So why is Anna Wintour involved? Anna Wintour is Condé Nast.
Wasn't Kanye beefing with her?
Chief Content Officer and Global Editorial Director at Vogue, who has been a Met trustee since 1999. She has a lot of control and power over the event. She influences the guest list, which is limited to around 600 or 700 people, and she even influences what certain celebrities wear. She's turned the Met Gala into a huge media moment and raised more than $223.5 million for the Costume Institute. That's how it works. That's why y'all don't see people wearing BB to the exhibit. That's how it works. So let me break down how the Met Gala.
Didn't we also see, what's the name, at the Met Gala? We saw one of these niggas at the Met Gala. My boy who wears Nike Tech everywhere. Central C. Central C was there. Y'all ain't see Central C? Freestyle Met Gala. He went to the Met Gala. I ain't gonna hold you. Who paid for his ticket?
Yeah, I know I said I'll never go to the Met, but tonight I'm trying to see what famous hoes I can get. I've had sex 4 times this week, I'll explain. My excuses that I'm trying to get over my head. That ain't a quarter ticket plus, take that Richard off. I'm cut from a different cloth, up but I ain't rich enough. Hey. Couple brothers switching up, ignoring what I did for love. Hey. Rap won't ever hit the fan, but if it did, it hit the plug. Snub it in.
Yo, Chad, I've been telling y'all that Central C. Yo, whatever y'all used to think about Jack Harlow, the new light-skinned nigga, that's him. I know he's from UK, but boy got bars, he got hits, and he's definitely cultural. I could tell Jack Harlow ready to switch his, you know what I mean? Jack Harlow ready to be like, all right, fuck y'all niggas, I'm going pop. This dude right here, Sench is black. What, right? He's black. Is he all white or I don't know, but he moved like a black nigga. I ain't gonna hold you. And he's always dropping freestyles. It shows you he has some dedications to lyrics.
Coming back, anyhow they hit me, bro, they big and we ain't jabbing back. Richard Millie, camo straps, sand dust, rose down. I'm the biggest right around my country off the road down. Face chocolate, battery diamond, that's the gold ticket. It's no gimmick, I'm really breaking the world record. Home decors, chrome leather, no IKEA. Recruit the 10 mil quick, flip it like my Rio. No sightseer, my sake of visit ain't tourism. Nike headquarters, I feel important in Oregon. Summertime skin getting olive, I throw the olive. I don't run away from my problems, I cop it up. If my brody up in that pole, he ain't doing us a lot. And I'm still adjusting, tuxedo buttoned up, handcuffed to cufflinks. My mum thinks I'm up to something, she know I'm a hustler. Told her put her trust in us and everything will plan out. Never had a dishwasher, I couldn't leave the plan out. Now I'm living paramount, the picture got a pan out. Bitches gonna fan out, you think that I got bad thoughts. The way that I'm shitting on them. My chain ain't the same as these rappers, their diamonds rubbish. Ask them how much does it cost and they change the subject. Tell the jeweler make what I want and don't ask.
Yo, he said rubbish, that's such a UK term. Jamaicans use it too.
The budget got the same amount of funds for a contract killing, you touch it. We was bottom barrel trappers, we was rock sellers. Now one call away from Rothschilds and Rockfellas. Rock Nation brunch with the tugs, I'm with the hot steppers. Red hot chili peppers, crack rock the Coachella. I ain't with the soul selling, but I'm trying to buy a soul. When I say
I ain't with the soul selling, but I'm trying to buy. Yo, your boy got bars.
Chili peppers, crack rock the Coachella. I ain't with the soul selling, but I'm trying to buy a soul. When I say pain relief, I don't mean Tylenol. Bit for survival, sitting on a high horse. 100-man bust a gorilla, I'll reach the final. I know I said I'll never go to the, but tonight I'm trying to see how many hoes I can.
Oh, nah, that was fire. So I ain't gonna lie, my boy. Oh, he vlogs.
I know I said I'll never.
Sure, no, I'm just telling you. And you know, it's the first. I think that's one thing that Drake's manager, Future, he told me that.
Oh, he vlogs.
Tell my jeweler, make what I want and not ask the.
Oh, he was practicing this before. My bad. We gonna get back on
so
to
what, while I'm in the, how long's the Met?
Wait. Oh, your shot to this brand Trap Star.
Should we bombard it and just hold a nick in? Okay. No way, but we can get these.
Yeah, and then do like that made into a pen.
Maybe that one. I know ask the budget. Same amount of funds for a contract killing, you touch it.
I'll run that and pass me. I'm the biggest right around my country, up the road, down, base, chocolate, factory, diamonds, up the road.
What brand paid for him to go? Oh, this is when he did it. This is the HD version.
Go on 0.5, I come a bit close. I'm trying to see what famous hoes I can get. Sightsee on my sake of visit in tourism. Nike headquarters, I'm feeling important in Oregon. Chain ain't the same as these rappers, their diamonds rubbish. Ask them how much does it cost and they change the subject.
I fuck with it because he always spitting a freestyle. I like it. Okay, all right. Back to this Aiden Ross shit. Let me play one more time. And then apparently, I think TD Punch, you know the West Coast niggas always threatening people, bro. Apparently, he's put out like a little light threat Aiden don't live in LA no more, so I think he should be straight. So let's see.
Oh, Doechii rant? Oh, dude, don't get me started on that bitch. Hey, don't get me started on that bitch. Don't get me started on that industry plant. Don't get me started. You guys can say shit, whatever you want about me, but one thing about me is I'm not an industry plant. I've been streaming for like a long time now. Fuck Doechii. The umbrella clip pissed me off. What an entitled, unintelligent piece of shit she is, bro. She deserves, bro. I'm not joking, bro. Stop listening to her music. Cardi and Abel, why would you give her a feature on a remix? You shouldn't have cleared it. She's just the worst. She's a piece of shit. She stole someone like that I used to know. She makes no good music. She's horrible. Jake Future, what's up, my dog? So fuck Doechii. Fuck Doechii. Fuck Doechii. Okay?
Now, here's the thing, and let me be a little bit nuanced here, okay? I know it's always triggering to us black folks sometimes when you hear any man refer to a woman as the B word. I get it. But also, we should extrapolate beyond just the name calling. Ad hominem attacks are not new to hip-hop. People call people out their names all the time. We got to stop acting like it's a complete attack on someone because someone calls them out their name. Now, if that's what you want to stand on, be like, yo, how dare you call her the B word? I get you. By the way, my opinion on the umbrella situation, I understand high tense moment. I'm not going to say that she's an asshole because that's only one moment in time. I would have to see much more. Sometimes people are stressed. Sometimes people feel like, hey, they have so much on their shoulders. And yes, sometimes you bark at your employees. I'm not saying I necessarily do it mine, but sometimes it's not the best moment when there's a million cameras and million audio devices capturing it. Sometimes, again, she's there trying to changing this thing, million things on her mind. She probably's like, come on, let's get this the fuck going on. I get it, chat. So I actually excuse her for that. You know, obviously that should have happened behind closed doors or maybe never happened at all, but it was a high pressure, intense moment. You know, a brand probably put a lot of money for her to get there. Cool. I don't judge her for that moment, and I wouldn't use this moment to indict her personality or her demeanor unless I seen much more of it. Now, Aiden clearly has a different opinion, like many people have a different opinion. Now, I'm going to say this, and before we get to the TDE stuff, there is, and I'm being very honest and nuanced here, there's a whole discussion that's being had, is Doechii a industry plant? A lot of people feel like she came out of nowhere. People feel like this is a TDE industry plant that has just been planted in the industry. And we all know, we don't got to define what an industry plant is, but sometimes the industry plant, people might just be unaware of their come up. What ends up happening when someone believes someone is an industry plant, they are naturally resistant to that person, and usually that turns to hate. For example, I believe she got nominated or won a Grammy when people felt they only knew one song of hers. She's all over the place, over every cover of every magazine. She's been pushed down our throats via Spotify playlists and other angles where it's like, hey, if you don't like this person, and this is another thing that people rebel at because people like free choice. We live in America. People like free choice. When you almost say, well, if you don't like her, you don't like real hip hop or you don't like black women, people are going to resist her. And I'm not speaking for Aiden Ross. I'm speaking about why I've seen criticisms of Doechii. I have no problem with her. I don't even know how she is. Like, I don't know her personally. I've never talked to her. So I'm not here like, no. Okay? Now, also, I do think she's getting some of the backlash. And y'all going to say, oh my God, you're a dick riding. It's not. I think some of the backlash due to Kendrick is getting to her. Some people that might like Drake, they're going to not be that fond of her. And also, this idea of bots, right? Here's the thing. I'm not saying Kendrick is bots. We see the shows. Kendrick is doing good. But this idea in conversation about bots that everybody likes to duck, when you see a newer artist seemingly getting every accolade, every award, being pushed, and you can't even identify her fan base, right? The thing about most artists, you could be like, oh, that's the Cardi Hive. That's the Barty fans. That's the Nicki Barbs. That's the OVO stands or whatever. You know, no disrespect to them. But you could see it. With Doechii, people feel like it's the industry saying, if you're a good person, and I think this is why people are so opposed to her. Not everybody, because she does have a wave. So many people feel like they have to speak out against her, right? Because me, at this point, I'm like, if she's not my cup of tea, I just won't say nothing. Like, I don't feel she's that offensive, right? But some people feel like they got to speak out about her because they feel the industry is constantly throwing her in our face. She's on the cover of this. She's on this. She's on this. She's on that. She's on this. She's on that. She's on this. She's on that. And it's one of those things where they're like, yo, people are very smart. They're very perceptive. They're like, I know how hot you got to be to get these looks. And they're like, why do y'all all keep telling us this girl is hot without us telling you she is? And that's where a lot of people are coming for. So I see why some people have some vitriol to not only her wave, but when they see her, again, I forgive her. She don't need my forgiveness, but I don't really look at anything with the umbrella thing. But I see why some people are like, not only do I think this industry planted her here, but I think she's an ungrateful and rude person. That's why you're seeing someone like Aiden Ross say what he says. Okay? Now, here's the thing. I try to do a good job of explaining, because what Aiden said, there's a lot of people who also believes. Maybe they don't call out her name, but they believe she's an industry plant. Here's the thing with TDE. TDE operates like how Kendrick operates. They instead of trying to bring people in, they usually take this us versus them mentality. As you can see by the biggest song in the world, Not Like Us. It's like, oh, if you don't get it, you're not like us. And this has happened with many artists. Like, I thought Murray was an industry plant. I thought, well, I didn't think, but a lot of people thought Russ was an industry plant. We've heard this thought about industry plants, and sometimes people then fall back off the idea because they're like, oh, that's a real fan base. We're seeing the work. But this is a natural reaction by hip-hop fans when they see somebody jump out of the blue to them, and they can't see the work for the come up, and then they also see that person everywhere. Now, TDE's not going to understand that. And I think this is one thing about TDE. They start acting like they're gangsters a little bit. I never like it. Look what Punch posted. These internet guys are really going far. It's a difference between entertainment and being disrespectful. I understand it's certain people's brands to say the things they say, but it's going to somewhere else. Eventually, everyone will see each other. No threats. The mere fact you had to write no threats, you know you're threatening, okay? Let's just keep it cool and respectful. Again, the thing, and by the way, I'm giving some unsolicited advice to TDE. Doichi, I think she has tremendous potential in this industry. You guys should try to address some of what people are saying in terms of her being an industry plant, or you're going to get people more and more opposed to her and turn it into a Meg Thee Stallion situation. When you ignore the obvious talking point and you act like, yes, she does have an audience. She does have some buzz and you guys are doing a great job for her. But the people who feel she's undeserving, and maybe, again, it's only if you want to grow her career. You want to grow her career, you're going to have to address that. You don't got to talk to those people, but you have to. If people are thinking she's an industry plant, I don't know. With her next project, next something, show something. Maybe start giving either documentaries or little vlogs that could show the work that she's done, where she's came from, because that's where some people think about that. Now, if Punch is only talking about Aiden calling her the B word, and he's very upset that, that's the case. I mean, I guess to each his own, right? If that's the only thing. But I just want to continually be constructive and nuanced in how I'm critiquing Doichi. A lot of people believe she's an industry plant. And the thought or feelings or people trying to reject her or having some hate towards her, especially when she's succeeding, is because they feel like she has been unfairly, unwarrantedly, and without work or merit given certain spots, put in certain places that other artists that have either worked harder or been around longer hasn't got. That is going to be a messaging problem for you guys. So I get it. TDE Punch. Maybe this is the time you oil up your hands with baby oil and send out messages like you want to punch Aiden Ross in the face because of what he said. But I do want to say, beyond maybe what you're probably going to take as the most disrespectful thing, him calling her the B word, there is some valid points and people are criticizing her. And I'm going to be honest with you, that message is getting louder and louder. I'll give you an example. And I probably shouldn't use my man's name, but I'm going to use my man's name. My man over at Spotify, Carl Cherry. I heard about Deutsche for the first time ever in life by Carl Cherry. That's a problem. If I'm a guy who I'm around many different people, and the first person in life to tell me about Deutsche is a guy who runs Rap Caviar. Now, again, I'm not saying he's not looking into a different side of hip hop and he saw her organically grow. What I'm saying is that for the people that's like me and others, we're like, Doy what? Who what? That's a messaging problem, okay? And by the way, you get I'm always a little bit weary. If I hear about an artist from the label before the fans, I usually do think industry plan. I hear about it from a DSP or someone who works at a DSP rather than the fans, I usually do think industry plan. Let me tell you this. The artists who I know got real fan bases and we could never assume of as an industry plant is usually a street nigga, a hoe, a thot, a stripper, your mans in them. They're the one be like, yo, you ain't listening to this, nigga. You're out of touch. When I'm hearing about it from someone who works in corporate, now I feel like this is a corporate, initiative. So again, TD Punches is unsolicited. It's about messaging. It's about messaging. Okay. Now, I'll give you a fair point. Even if she's an industry plant, she shouldn't garner that hatred where you're calling her the B word, unsolicited. And I agree with that. However, and I hate to put the however, but I have to. Aiden's calling her the B word is not only because he thinks she's an industry plant. It's because he felt she was being disrespectful. And we all know in hip hop, let's be clear. If we think somebody did some shit and they're a piece of shit, we call them a piece of shit. So his real opinion on what she did at the Met Gala by shouting at her assistants is that, oh, she's a B word or she's a piece of whatever, and that's why he's saying it. I hate to, these guys, like whether it's TD or some of these West Coast guys, they're still thinking it's Suge Knight time. Like they're always they don't want to talk to you. They try to act like, yo, we're going to beat you up at some point. And it's like, bro, we have passed that, man. Like, get out of here. You're either going to have conversations. And by the way, I've seen Punch being able to have conversations. Listen, none of y'all going to do nothing to Aiden. Okay? I'm sorry. Unless you send some random crash out like hit a J3. And even then, Aiden rolls around with more security than the cops or more security than Trump. You're not going to do nothing to him, bro. Okay? So even I hate when y'all do that because it devoids real conversation. I've done this segment and y'all could clip it. I know Chat Nigga 101 or whatever on Twitter going to post the whole thing in full. He don't got to talk to me because I don't think he likes me anyway. But just address the things I'm saying, and I didn't call her out her name once. I told you what the majority of people think about her. And by the way, here's the thing. You could say, well, we don't care if people think she's an industry plant. Well, if you don't care, don't respond. Or it shouldn't bother you. But there is a group of people who think that. And then those same group of people are then doubling up saying, she's not only an industry plant, she's an ungrateful industry plant, and she's an a-hole industry plant. Okay? So I'll leave it there. And I wanted to address that in a way because it's so hard having conversations about women who are artists. These guys love to say, oh, you hate women. So we can't have a really qualitative conversation about women anymore. We just got to say, oh, you're the best. Let me kiss your feet. No. Hopefully this was a very sanitized, very respectful version of me giving honest and constructive critique of her. Punch doesn't have to respond, but I hope y'all understand what I'm watching on the landscape of things. I'm watching this on the landscape, okay? Okay, I will digress, and I'll move on. And Punch, stop acting. You ain't about to beat up Aiden Ross. What the hell are you talking about? Talking about no threats. Stop it, man. Okay. Good. Talk about DDG. Check TMZ. What are we doing? What's up with DDG? Huh? What happened to DDG? Halle claims DDG. Oh, boy. If they can't win the public narrative, they make the accusations. Oh my God. Oh my God. Halle Bailey claims DDG attacked her multiple times. Gets restraining order. Oh my God. Halle says she's had enough of DDG allegedly abusing her. She filed a police report and now wants a court order to protect her from the father of her child. In documents, she claims things first got physical in January. They broke up back in October. Halle claims that DDG came over to pick up their son Halo, and she tried to start a convo with the rapper about the visitation schedule. Again, I keep telling you, all these women, something happened, they run to the bathroom, they take pictures, and they keep it in the tuck. They keep it in the tuck. They keep it in the tuck. We never seen these pictures before. She realizes, yo, this is one of the only cases. Yo, right now, shout out to my man Offset. My man Offset called me. Shit, I ain't gonna lie. I want to say the details of our conversation. It's funny because, you know what's funny? I feel fake. I be talking to Cardi. Me and Cardi be on the phone for 2 hours, and I talk to Offset for like an hour. Like, I feel fake as hell because I'm on both of these sides. I low-key got to bet they get back together. Anyway, Offset is losing the public battle when it comes to Cardi B. Offset is losing the battle when it comes to Cardi B. Now, I hate to call it a battle, but it becomes a PR battle. The thing is, when you date a famous woman, a lot of times you have to realize women are more invested in relationships than men. So the fans of your music don't really care too much about your relationship. There's a whole thing called the Shade Room, Hollywood Unlocked, the Neighborhood Talk, Baller Alert. They all care about women and the women that these popular men deal with. Offset can't win. Here's the thing, too, and I told this to Offset. I hope I didn't trigger him because the same day I told him that nigga posted him getting a lap dance with 3 chicks. I said, Offset, the only way for you to cure this, you got to go date another famous chick, bro. Because his thing to me was, bruh, I'm not mad at Cardi or nothing like that, but why come every time these blogs post Cardi and her new man, Stephon Diggs, it's like I'm the subject? And I said, well, bro, that was your wife. He said, well, they're acting like I'm stuck on her. I said, I know. I don't think you're stuck on her because I know you've dated other people since. Here's the thing. Your girl gonna get a more famous nigga and a richer nigga. You just gonna get a better girl. But men, we not checking for the girl you got. Like, okay, yeah, you got a different girl, but nobody cares. Men don't usually go from celebrity to celebrity. You just want a bad bitch. Bad bitch with some tight box. Cardi B can't just get a nigga with a long dick. Pause. She gonna go get a baller who probably got more money and is the quote-unquote upgrade. So now we looking at her and him and saying, damn, Offset, you down bad. You keep dating XYZ and nobody cares or nobody sees it because in everybody's mind, yo, go get your girl back. Yo, Offset, go get your girl back. He been moved on. He did the moving on first. But people won't give him that grace because Cardi got a star. And that's the unevenness. Like, for example, Halle. I'll bring it back to DDG. Halle, Brent Fires. I don't know if DDG got a new girl. But whoever his new girl is probably ain't that popping. And even if she one of them little Instagram models that's got some clout, it ain't Halle. So nobody gives a fuck. Right? So, you know, to bring both points again, I told Offset, I said, I get it. You don't like to be in that mix as your ex-wife is stepping out or your wife, but the blogs are going to do it. The male blogs just don't care about who you date. So that's why everybody on male blogs, like when I post Cardi with her new guy, everybody's like, yo, Offset punching in the air. How Offset punching in the air? Offset fucking like 10 chicks in DR, allegedly. I don't know about that. But nobody cares about that because your girl got a famous man. So it's hard for Offset to win that PR battle where people saying, all right, good for you, Cardi, but Offset is still lit, and we love Offset too. Everything Cardi do, they said Offset is losing. So primarily, and I only gave that story to say it's hard for men to win that PR battle, right? DDG is the first nigga who did it in a while. DDG is the first nigga who did it. And he was taking L's for a while. They used to call him the corny guy. Yo, why Halle with this corny nigga? Yo, Halle could choose up. Cool. After the fiasco where she overplayed her hand and showed that she was either super jealous or controlling, or she was unreasonable when she was saying, don't have my son on Kai's stream. And everybody was like, why not? Kai is like mad cool and he's the father too. You got him posted all over your Instagram. Everybody was on her ass. It's the first time I went on Shade Room and they picked the man's side. Yo, girl, you know it's this kid too, right? Like, you know you don't got to give out permissions. They shamed her. Ever since then, she fell back. She even posted some shit saying, oh, I'm sorry. Listen, I shouldn't have went to the internet. Usually, they're always on the woman's side. DDG takes off on Twitch. DDG's booming. You don't show like that shit, right? DDG with 1,000 girls. I ain't gonna lie, I knew it was a matter of time. Nigga, it's May. They're saying this shit happened in January. She was keeping this shit in the tuck to say, if these motherfuckers don't come around and start loving me again, let me really throw that nigga DDG to the bus. Didn't I tell you? Didn't I tell y'all, chat? Come on. If they can't win the PR battle, because trust me, when a girl go on her phone like this and she look through her DMs and shit like that, you get what I'm saying? When she see that, she gonna be like, man, I don't like this shit. Now she got to throw the allegations. By the way, let me say this to y'all. How y'all think this got to TMZ? I want y'all to do the math with me. Chat. Halle Bailey, Chloe Bailey, they're protege of, look, Halle Bailey and Chloe Bailey, known as Chloe X Halle, are signed to Beyonce's record label and management company. They have been referred to as Beyonce's proteges. Chat, we know the story all too well. How you think this got to TMZ? Maybe there's somebody else in the mix. Maybe they have some connects to that. Trust me, she don't know how to send that shit to TMZ. Let me tell you how it got to TMZ. Remember, I told you that. So now, and remember when I had told y'all when DDG got online and he was talking about visitation and he's like, man, I can't see my kid if I don't ba or I don't ba. And I said, DDG, you want to go to court? And I think he had responded to that. He basically said, I don't want to do this. That's where you fucked up, brother. Because you not going to court. These chicks care about their public perception. She dropped the bomb on your ass. You know what she did? Yo, leak these motherfucking pictures, man. That nigga think he popping and streaming now like he don't need me. He's moving on. He doing this, that, and third. Brands are reaching out to him. Man, drop that motherfucking bomb. They released this shit. Remember, they're saying that this is from January. Chat, it is May. She had this in the iCloud as probably under the folder that says, if that nigga ever try me. Look. Holy shit. Let's read the whole thing. Oh my God. She filed a police report. We're going to try to find the police report. We want to see when that was filed. It probably was filed yesterday, huh? By the way, here's the thing too. DDG. That's because she probably thought you responded to the Brent Fire shit. Come on, let's call it spade. Let's call it spade. So she's like, oh, you trying to play with me? You trying to play with me? I know you ain't trying to play with me, nigga. She said, I know you forgot that I had. This is why sometimes I also tell y'all, men, a lot of times we could clear the air on a lot of things with some of these women, but because of how public perception is, we got to just take our L. Just take our L. Even if we have a perfectly explainable side, you take the L. You know why? If they lose the PR battle, they get to claim an abuse. In documents, she's claiming that things first got physical in January. They broke up back in October. Halle said DDG came over to pick up their son Halo, and she's trying to start a conversation with the rapper about the child visitation schedule. As she was buckling Halo into the car seat, she claims DDG grew agitated and repeatedly said, "Get out of my car, bitch." Hallie said the baby was crying. She got nervous about DDG leaving him in such an agitated state. That's when they allegedly started wrestling, with DDG pulling her hair. Now, here's the thing, and very importantly, DDG is somebody we've watched boxed. I would imagine DDG is several times stronger than Hallie. Apparently, she's buckling the baby in DDG's car. DDG said, "Get out my car." All of a sudden, the details go from there to DDG wrestling her. Let me ask y'all the question. Do you think, as they were arguing, DDG just snapped and beat her ass? Or maybe the wrestling was because she may have tried to put her hands on him first. Not that it matters, because I get it. It never matters when a woman puts their hand on a man, right? Nobody ever cares. But do you notice the lapse in story? DDG says, "Get out my car." Hallie says the baby's crying. So she was nervous about leaving him in an agitated state. That's when they started wrestling. All of a sudden, y'all just start wrestling? Okay. With DDG pulling her hair, slamming her face on a steering wheel. Okay. And chipping her tooth. Now, this is so dangerous here, chat. She's getting a restraining order, but this essentially, who knows if this was captured at his house or her house. This is LA County. Let me tell you how this works. I believe this happened in LA. This restraining order, and because there are two high-profile celebrities, this is going to now invite the district attorney to get a investigation going on. If there's a Ring camera, I guarantee subpoena. Guaranteed. Okay, we need to go see the Ring camera. Because here's the thing with LA County, they're never going to pass up on that, I'm not saying they're clout chasing, but that TMZ moment of them charging somebody. So she took pictures then. That's when they start wrestling. DDG pulling her hair, slamming her face on the steering wheel, and chipping her tooth. Now, keep in mind, all this happened then. Did she call the police when it happened then? Chat, I need y'all to help me understand. She did not call the police, it seems, when it happened then. Did she report the crime? No. Months later, she's reporting this crime. Why do you think? Why not call the cops at that moment? Somebody says, "Oh, I believe she was probably hitting him and he threw off for her." I don't want to make assumptions. I also don't want to flat out call her a liar. But we're just kind of reading this stuff and it's like, really? Really, nigga? Okay, cool. Hallie says she was in pain, crying. And although that stopped the fighting, because she's claiming he grabbed her head and knocked it on the steering wheel and chipped her tooth, she was still worried about Halo. So she remained in the car. Whoa. Time out. That would make too much sense. Remember, it was, "Oh, I'm buckling my kid in your car." Remember, this is supposedly he's picking up his kid from her. She's doing something that makes sense. Well, if I'm giving you my kid, I want to buckle my kid. Even if it's your car, I want to make sure my kid is safe. It's our kid, but, I just want to make sure. All right, bet. Okay, bet. Her turning to buckle the kid turns to them wrestling. Them wrestling turns to him almost strangling her, grabbing her hair, hits her head twice on the fucking steering wheel, right? Chipping her tooth. Does she get out the car? No. Why she says she doesn't get out the car? She was worried about Halo, so she stayed in the car. I'm in the car. I'm in the base. Are we there yet? I'm in the base. She remained in the car for the ride to DDG's house, where she supposedly told his family about what happened. Oh my God. Once they told her they would take care of the baby, she left hysterical with bruises on her arms to accompany her chipped tooth. She attached photos of her injuries in a request for a restraining order. Now, this is fed through some PR company or here is the pictures supposedly of DDG confronting Halle over Brent Faiyaz. Let's go. Daryl Granberry, that's his name. He sends her, it says, pretty much confirms the Halle Brent Faiyaz rumors, keeping Halo away from DDG while Brent Faiyaz plays stepdad in St. Lucia. Nasty work. Nasty. Wait, why they tag me in this? He says to her, this is foul. Bet. By the way, why is the timing on this says tomorrow? Tomorrow, huh? Why does it say tomorrow? The next thing shows Brent Faiyaz. Then he says, wait, why does it say Academic TV? Oh my gosh. Yo, Gran, what'd you post? Gran, what's it? That's my nigga. DG can't see some because Halle took Halo to be with Brent Faiyaz in St. Lucia's. Treacherous. DDG then says, you think you hurt my feelings when you really just ruin your own image. This is a terrible look. Makes you look disgusting and evil. Enjoy your vacation, though, and happy Mother's Day, but just have the same energy when it's my turn to have him. Oh, hell no. See, a woman is thinking, oh, you about to have my kid around the hoes? Oh, hell no. Fuck that. Fuck that. I bet you won't be around no hoes for the next whenever. Okay. Let's keep it going. She also alleges DDG creeped her out in March when he showed up at her home, entered the house without permission, went up to her bedroom, and texted a picture of Halle's empty bed along with a text saying, now I know what you've been on. Halle says she interpreted the text as DDG accusing her of having sex with other people. 4 days later, she claims he really exploded when he came back to the house. By the way, okay, so this is March. Came back to her house. Halle told him she and the baby was sick and she didn't want Halo to leave home. And she claimed this is when things got verbally abusive. He smashed her Ring camera and ran away with Halle's phone. As he drove away, she claims DDG threw the phone out the window and yelled to her, go get it, bitch! The incident prompted Halle to go file a police report. And she says she has the Ring camera. Oh my God, she got the camera on you, bro. She got the footage, bro. Yo, who got to work, man? Yo, who got to work? Imagine her showing up to the goddamn police station talking about, yo, I got to work and I got the content. Oh my God. She says she also has the Ring footage to back up her side of the story. The judge has granted a domestic violence restraining order requiring DDG to stay 100 yards away and gave permission for her to take the nearly 18-month-old Halo to Italy, where she'll be filming a movie for 2 months. So that's like, it's not even family court. Actually, domestic violence is usually in family court. Yeah, it is. So without having to go through a custody battle, she gets 2 months custody. DDG can't see his kid. He can't show up there to Italy. He can't go around Halle within 100 yards. DDG has to also stop posting or streaming about her and her child. Halle claims her ex has been whipping fans into a frenzy by trashing her when he live streams. We're reaching out to DDG for some comment, but there's no comment yet. DDG, she got a couple more tricks up her sleeve. This is one that is aimed to take you all the way out. Gang, let me say this. You need your mama when you're in her presence. She's now saying you're an abuser. She's now saying the next thing she's going to say is that you abuse your son. I'm telling you. I've given you every step, DDG. DDG, bro. The first thing she's going to say is that you beat her ass. The next thing she gonna say is you neglect the child and you abuse the child. Trust. Trust. If you around this person, you need your mother, only your mother. Don't even trust a female assistant, your mother or a sister. Trust. Trust. Also, any further text message conversations, and I don't know if they carved this out yet, they're probably going to have another hearing. Usually that's how it goes with restraining orders because they have a kid. They have to you can't block them from communicating because he would never see his kid for the rest of life. So they might be like, yeah, you could text her, but only about the kid. Or you could text, but through this neutral party. They're going to have to figure out something. There's a child involved. Here's the thing. She just tried to checkmate you, brother. You've been you're one of the content kings. You're on the Mount Rushmore of black content creators. And she liked when you were in the position of being, oh yeah, that's Hallie's boyfriend, or why she with him? Like, why she ain't get a litter nigga? You have upgraded yourself and bossed up. You one of the hottest streamers out here. She ain't like that shit. She went for the juggler this time. She went for the juggler. Whatever sponsorships, deals, you were seen pretty brand friendly. Gone and lost to the days where, DG got arrested a couple times for some bullshit. You've been pretty good recently. You know what jacket she just threw on your ass? You're a woman beater. She don't like that shit. That's what she tried to do. Woman beater, DDG. Try to fuck up all the sponsorship. Try to fuck up all of everything you got going on. She don't like that shit. Keep in mind. She ain't do this in January. And this is why I see why a lot of men suffer in silence. Because when you do choose to speak up for yourself, you run the risk of the other person who, again, it is a superpower in that way to be a woman. If they levy some allegations, those things are way more damaging than anything you could say as a man. Yo, this nigga chipped my tooth, beat my ass, punctured my lung, I got bruises. Oh, wow, wait, hold up. I told you, DDG, this entire time, and I don't know the full situation with y'all, because it looked like you were a little bit toxic too, if that was the messages. She ain't like that shit. You was with every bad bitch on Instagram. Yo, I ain't gonna lie. You know why DDG lit? Yo, and I hope none of these guys find this offensive, but DDG and Platboy Max, they do this like really dope, like, I call them both hip-hop streams. The difference is DDG gonna get the bad bitches. Like, DDG do stream, Platboy Max does stream with girls too. But DDG gonna get the bitches you want. Platboy Max is gonna get some regular OnlyFans hoes. DDG gonna have the bad bitches. The ones you really click on? Yes, those. That's the thing. But they both make music on live. They both do great shit. They're, Max is more of an engineer, but he raps too, of course. DDG, like, he's been doing that. But I watch both guys, I'm like, oh, this is a good, that's their lane. I like it. DDG, though, he got every bad bitch on planet Earth on his shit. DDG got the baddest bitch on the baddest bitches on Instagram on his shit all the time. He's on constant dates. That's the only difference I see. And the thing is, as much as niggas used to clown DDG for being corny, DDG, the baddies love DDG. Go look at his dating history. That's why he bagged all the baddies. So, there's always that one nigga that people call corny, but he getting all the bad hoes. That's DDG. So, Hallie was sitting back. She don't like that shit. She don't like that shit. She don't like that shit. It was only a matter of motherfucking time. It was, now, granted, DDG probably, again, I don't know how or what role Brent Fires played in the breakup. I don't know. Got to get that info from DDG if he'll speak on it, or maybe her. But clearly, you know, he was trying to press like, oh, word, this is what you're doing now? Oh, word. Okay, so this is what's popping. Here's the thing. DDG's fighting this online image about her where she's a good girl. Like, she don't do nothing. Didn't I tell you when I talked about her with the body positivity video? I said, damn, she just seems like a sweetheart. Like, she seems like an angel, like a really sweet person. I look up on Twitch, DDG shirtless with Cooking with Kai. I'm like, God damn, DDG. Nigga look like he about to crack, like he about to clap cheeks. Holy. But this right here, DDG, you'll never forget this one. This was the day that she said, and I'm pretty sure she gave him some warnings. Keep in mind, all these messages, we don't see her response. But it's clearly the gray message. So that's his message. So she must have said something. She must have said something. But we ain't seen nothing that she said to him. I guarantee you know what she said to him? You got one more time to play with me again, pussy nigga. And DDG must have thought he was either too lit or ignored it. And she said, all right, send that Scud missile. She's trying to have that nigga DDG eating ramen noodles for the rest of his life, gang. Try to get him out of here. Let me go to her page. Let me tell you this. It wouldn't surprise me that the day this shit drop, Cassie's also on the stand talking about nigga beating her ass. Like, that's the biggest topic today. Cassie getting her ass beat. Now we find out another person who's beloved is getting their ass beat. Y'all think that's a coincidence? This shit happened back in January. If you think it is, you're not thinking deep enough. Okay. Damn. She laughing at it. This is going to be her watching DDG's next stream. Like, ha ha, got him. Oh, man, DDG. Yo, we got to pray for DDG, man. They got a beautiful child, though. Shout out to Big Halo. Shout out to Halo. Damn. Line that nigga up, man. Fuck. Why she line that nigga up like that? Tory getting stabbed. They trying to put a case on DDG. I'm telling you, don't be surprised. This is how a case gets started. So this happens, right? It's a restraining order. TMZ finna reach out to the DA and say, hey, any comment? You know, there's a star in LA who's claiming that she got her ass beat, teeth chipped. Y'all not gonna investigate it? And she got ring footage. Y'all not gonna investigate it? You know what they're gonna say? We're gonna look into it. They're gonna go to Hallie, be like, you got ring footage. They're gonna look at it and be like, yo, we charging this motherfucker. Watch. I'm telling you, bro, this shit is like clockwork, gang. God damn, line this nigga up. All right. All right, man. What's the saying? Hell hath no more fury than a woman's scorn. Remember that. That's a fact still. Hell hath no fury like a woman's scorn. This is why with women, I be trying to tell my niggas to take the L. I know she piping up on you right now. Just take the L, bro. Just take the L. Just take the L. She piping up on you. Just take the L, gang. She piping up. She going crazy on you. Just take the L. Let me see it on the Shade Room. Oh, my God. Did they post it? Oh, they didn't post it yet? Nigga, when this shit touch When this shit touch the shade room, nigga, this shit gonna be like jet fuel. When this shit touch shade room, it's gonna be like jet fuel, gang. Oh my God, I ain't gonna lie to you. Oh, look at this. Oh, it already hit neighborhood talk. Let's just read comments. Oh my God, look at this shit. Look at this shit. Why the fuck you worried about who she with? Blah, blah, blah. Not our Little Mermaid. Oh, shit. You see, once you see comments like that, not our Little Mermaid. See, this is why we got to watch who we have kids with. Oh, I've had enough. Damn, what's happening today? We're all the people who sided with him. People don't be knowing what goes on in the background. I knew there were more layers to this onion when he didn't petition the court for an emergency hearing regarding visitation. Whole time he playing innocent. I knew something wasn't right about him. DV's never the answer. Report to Twitch that so they could tell you about yourself, sir. What? DDG, you're done. This is why my girl been keeping quiet, sir. The only person ruining her image at this point is you. Leave that young lady alone. And he wonders why his son. Oh my God. Now the truth coming out. Yo, chat, just like that, it's like it's a snap of Thanos' gauntlet. Bang! DDG was winning the PR war. I told you he the only one. Offset can't win. DDG was the only man winning. She said, fuck it. Got the Infinity Stones, fuck it. Bang! Drop that shit. Everybody love her. Oh, that's our Little Mermaid. We love her, we love her, we love her. They're frying this nigga. They're frying him. He been jealous of her. This is why you don't date down. Huh? This is so sad. Oh my God. The crazy thing is DDG have a lot of women that like him, but just like that, bang, that was a Thanos snap. Done. Yo, I'm telling you, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. I was gonna say, I think the best advice I'm gonna give y'all is y'all niggas need to turn gay. Cause like, yo, these chicks got too much power, man. In one snap. But then I realized Diddy gay as shit and he got caught up too. I was gonna say, yeah, become gay. Then I realized Diddy gay as shit. He wasn't even rubbing the semen on himself and he still got caught up in a RICO by a chick. I shouldn't even laugh at that. That's fucked up. Yeah. Yeah, Diddy gay as a motherfucker. Now I was gonna say, yo, niggas, I either gotta just turn, bro, because like, nigga, dealing with a woman right now is like, nigga, you turn hostage. DDG reacted on Aiden's stream? You're lying. Let me go to Fearbug or something. God damn. Yo, how they hit my boy DDG with the Twitch Rico? Oh, this is crazy. They hit my boy DDG with the Twitch Rico. Yo, my boy can't even celebrate his 1,500 copies sold first week, man. They hit him with the Twitch. I'm not laughing at his expense. DDG's my man, so I'm going to cap with you. Look, academics predicted this months ago. Look at this. I'm going to warn you this. I see you trying to defend her. That's a good move, by the way, but let me tell you what happens next. If she can't paint you as a deadbeat dad, which you're not, I'm going to warn you this. The next step is for her to say you were abusive. I want to be very clear. And she just tried, yo, why is my baby dad doing that? And I don't approve of it. And nobody bit. And unless you about to get back with her and go into whatever regime she wants you to get down with, her next attempt will not be as fluky. Women like this don't stop. You've dodged this one, but you got to wait for the bigger one she about to do. Somebody said, Hallie not motherfucking evil? You fucking stupid as hell, nigga. She would have never posted this nigga if she wasn't on that type of topic. Women are only loyal to their emotions. I see. I hate to say it, bro. DDG was on stream when TMZ dropped the article. Oh! That's that shit right there. Yo, chat. Yo, let me tell you this. Yo, in media, you got to know how to do it. Chat, you know when they dropped the quote-unquote lawsuit on me? Nigga, it was 2 days for my birthday. 2 days for her birthday. Boom! Fuck out of here, nigga. We got you. Boom! They know how to get you. Yo, you know who they dropped it on his birthday too? They did it to King Combs the same way. Same lawyer. Was it King? No, Justin Combs. No. It was King Combs' birthday. Boom! They know how to fuck with a nigga. Look at these.
And I feel like.
Oh man, this is fucked up.
And I feel like, damn, bro, should I get a stylist? Why are they saying GGTMZ? Let's see. Why are they saying GGTMZ? All right, I'm looking at her story now.
So you heard phones going off. Shit sound like Hiroshima.
All right, I'm looking at her story now. What?
So you heard DG what?
Oh, fuck.
Oh, they hit that nigga with a Scud missile, man. They hit that nigga like the U.S. Navy SEALs hit Bin Laden's crib when they caught that bitch ass nigga, bro. Remember when, you ever heard the story of how they hit Bin Laden? Bin Laden was chilling. He had 5 bitches up in there getting his cock stuck, all type of shit. Nigga, 3 o'clock, boom! They just jumped in. Navy SEALs, stop, drop, and roll. They ran up in there. Yo, what up, what up? Killed that nigga in like 30 seconds, man. Trust me, that nigga was having a good old time, having a foursome, getting his dick stuck, be like, yeah, I did 9/11, yeah, bitch. Yeah, I'm about to blow up some other shit next, man. Terrorist dick, man. Come on. He getting his dick sucked by 4 bitches at the same time. You know what I mean? In the name of all that shit he was doing. Shit. Navy SEALs ran up in there, killed that bitch ass nigga. 30 seconds later, nigga, dipped. I never heard the story? Oh, man. It was like 3 a.m., man. That nigga just got his dick sucked by 3 hoes. Crazy shit. They ran up in there. He was pushing the bitches like, shoot them, bitch. Get off of me. Y'all see that story? Bitch, get off of me. That nigga was kicking them bitches to catch them fucking AK-47 bullets. All that Allahu Akbar. Bitch, go. You go. I'll see you in another life. That's a fact still. Crazy, man. Damn. Yo, that's that silent attack, man. She knew. Yo, she probably heard about the streamer. This is her and the team. So you said this bitch ass nigga gonna be streaming with Aiden? How many people think gonna be there? Well, he's streaming is gonna get like 20K or 30K. Aiden's streaming gonna get like 40 to 50K. So you tell me they're gonna be like 100K people watching? Man, drop that motherfucker when it's peak viewership, man. Fuck that, man. Fuck that nigga, man. Fuck that nigga, man. That's what she on.
Oh, fuck.
Yo, DDG got to look like he can't even read. I get it. Yo, DDG, I've been there, bro. We love you. You gonna be all right. I don't believe none of that shit. DDG, I've been there, bro. Nigga, when I'm looking, yo, I seen Washington Post hit me up one time. Nigga, I almost turned my screen the other way, nigga. What the fuck? What the fuck? Nigga, I was like a baby. I couldn't even talk. Nigga, I turned my screen upside down. I'm like, what the fuck happened?
Oh, fuck.
Hey, chat, everybody know I've been through this mad times. Mad times. Yo, chat, a motherfucker from CNN gonna hit me. Hey, yo, it's a random number. I'm thinking, well, it's a hoe. I'm like, I bet this shit finna be lit. You know what I mean? Hey, academics, this is a reporter from blah, blah. Do you have any comments about you getting banned from Twitch? Bitch, how the fuck? Get banned from Twitch from what? What the fuck? Yeah, you were groomed up. I'm like, what? Nigga, I'm panicking. Nigga, the fucking reporter called me. Yeah, we're here at CNN. We're about to, we just need some comment for the article. Do you want us to go to your lawyer and PR? What the fuck? Nigga, I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm panicking. You're right. Panicking. I know one of them days. This is why I learned. Let me tell you this. Everything I've been through, I always take it on the chin. Pause, no Diddy. But I know what days like this is for Shannon Sharp, for DDG, for all these niggas.
Fuck all that. Fuck all that. Don't even.
That can't even be real.
Fuck all that, bro.
Yo, this nigga refreshing the page like, nah, no way.
Fuck all that.
But that can't even be real.
But,
that's the thing.
But don't even. But you remember we talked about last night? Fuck all that. Let me say something. It's not.
No, I'm saying, but I don't know.
Yo.
Nah. Don't say something. Yo, Aiden, that's not your baby mom's. Yo, Aiden, let me tell you this. Hallie is punishing DDG not for what he did, because they probably have a toxic relationship behind the scenes. She punishing him for what I said and what you say. That's how women are. Yo, why he saying that? You're like, yo, that ain't got nothing to do with me. Academics, he be figuring shit out. Wait, why? Wait, that's what they think? Bro, I'm telling you, chat, a chick will punish you for what another nigga done said. Why they acting like you like I'm not your girl? You're like, wait, I never said you're not my girl. What are you talking? You know how many times that you crashed out with me about what another nigga said? It ain't me. I ain't say nothing yet. Tell you. That's why I'm like, yo, Aiden, don't say nothing. Because trust, she's watching this stream, and you know what she's saying? Fuck around and get the second wave. This was the preliminary wave right here.
Yo, stop these fake allegations. This is a father. This is a real person. It's a good human being.
But I don't.
But hey, bro, we on stream, bro.
Come on, like I gotta be.
Just don't do it, bro. Come here.
Don't even make no
Fuck all that. That's my real friend. We're not gonna do no false shit to ruin this stream. He's a great human being. He does a lot for a lot of people. He's a man. He's a father, and we're gonna respect him. We're gonna love him. WDDG, and fuck anyone who got anything to say.
Fuck the fake narratives, my nigga. Stop the.
Okay, as long as y'all don't say fuck the baby moms. If y'all say nothing about the baby moms, she on y'all ass too. Well, not y'all ass. She gonna get on him.
Bullshit. We don't want to hear that shit, bro. That shit is fake.
Listen to R. Kelly.
What? Damn. This is crazy, Chad. Why they do my boy DDG like that, bro? It said DDG sent this text at this time. I don't know. Yo, DDG, you gonna be sick watching her take pictures like this. Every picture she take with her kid from now on, she gonna be looking in that camera and be like, yeah, bitch ass nigga. That's all. That's the real caption. Fuck the caption she put. Every picture gonna be like, yeah, bitch ass nigga. You thought you could play with me, nigga. You thought. I'm telling you. Nah, this is diabolical. This is diabolical. Oh my God.
All the time. I think he's stupid. I think he's low IQ, but I don't think he's over here beating on his chick. And if he is, that's some pussy shit.
Yeah, he doesn't give
but,
vibes.
But
even Myron, who doesn't really like DDG for whatever beef they got, he's saying he don't believe it.
He doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't give me woman beater vibes.
Now, granted, I don't know if there's woman beater vibes, but he's just giving his opinion.
Bro, be honest with y'all, he does not give me woman beater vibes. And here's the thing: if he ain't smacked the shit out of Ruby Rose,
wait, hold on, I shouldn't laugh.
I doubt that he was smacked the shit out of that chick.
I shouldn't laugh. I shouldn't laugh. He said he ain't smacked the shit out of Ruby. What Ruby do?
Because Ruby Rose is literally a thought, big thought. And someone, I think Zia told a story one time of how she like yanked this chain, and like it ripped, and he didn't hit her after that. He wanted to, but he didn't. So if he could restrain himself there, DDG doesn't strike me as a woman beater. So, yeah, bro, I think she's probably making this shit up to take the kid from him. That's what I think, chat. Because I know that they've had this custody battle. She don't want him having a son like that. She's using that shit as leverage. So, despite the fact that
I keep telling y'all, chat, DDG will not have that kid when he wants to unless he gets down with her program. It's get down or lay down. Trust.
I have my disagreements with DDG. I don't think he's a woman beater, and I hope he gets access to his son. You know what I mean? Because you need your son at the end of the day. I'm not.
My head down, just working, waking up every day, working, dealing with this shit on the same breath. Nobody will really know. And she got this fucking golden image that I've also protected. And I'm like, all right, cool. I'm gonna keep doing that because I'm a real nigga. But this shit is foul, bro. Like, if I want to come get my son, I should be able to get my son. Plain and simple. The shit that's said to me is so, if niggas heard it, it's on some leave us alone type shit. Damn. I'm like, bro, like, now I can see if I, like, no nigga in the world can tell me that I'm a deadbeat or a bad dad. No nigga in the world can ever say that to me. If my son can talk, he'll tell you my pops is the realest nigga ever. This nigga fuck with me. I wish I can be around him more. I don't get the chance to, bro. It's not cool. Like, it's like, all right, like I have never took my son out of the state before. Never been able to. I don't have permission. Like, it's like I have a fucking second mom. Like, I gotta ask my second mom, hey, can I take my son? Can I take our son somewhere? But if she wanna get up and leave the country and lead the state, I get no say-so whatsoever. I can't say one word. Because she tell me that she the primary parent. Like,
Why y'all saying Ruby Rose claim he hit her? Ruby Rose, DDG. She never said that. Ruby Rose. Huh? DDG responded to alleged leaked DMs claiming he physically assaulted Ruby. Leaked DMs via Ruby Rose hacked Twitter allegedly exposed DDG for being a woman abuser. She made this retweet the same day. Niggas walk past they ops, go home and beat their bitch up. That is hilarious. Not that people do that, but I'm just saying. Yo, females be having some funny tweets. Niggas still call me on no caller ID because you're blocked. Huh? What was the DMs? Is this the DMs right here? I can't see it. Let me make this bigger. Oh, man. They trying to get my man DDG out of pain. Bro, I ain't gonna lie, yo. Yo, these days, chat, they pick a new influencer every week, and they're like, all right, his turn, man. Let's get his ass one out here, bro. Like, this shit is getting crazy now, man. Every week, they pick a new nigga, bro. Every week, they pick a new nigga. In the streaming community, last week, it was the Marley nigga. Now it's DDG. Next week, it's going to be somebody else. Hey, I can't even see these, that I accidentally unlike. Yeah, the worst day is when these motherfuckers. I don't know. I can't find the DMs. Well, I've seen it, but it's too small. I don't want to hurt my eyes. It's probably fake, man. Like, the nigga ain't fucking cheat. Or, I mean, not cheat. He ain't do nothing. See, now I got to try to, like, get my eyes a little bit better. Actually, I got great eyes. I ain't gonna lie. Let me use this computer. I go out, you mad, da-da-da-da. Okay, I can't see it there, bro. This shit is trash. The fuck is this? You think Ruby Rose put that bullshit out? It's probably fucking Ruby, huh? Okay, this is like way back. Ruby. Oh, I forgot Ruby did this. She said, "This is why I'm single," and leaked DDG's messages. Fuck. Trying to get my boy caught up. Wait, Ruby cheated on what's his name? Anyway. Man, I don't think that nigga DDG did shit, man. DDG, we stand with you, nigga. We stand with you, gang. We don't believe that shit, bro. Yo, every week they pick a new fucking streamer. Yo, she lined this nigga up. Nigga, she was in St. Lucia planning this bullshit. What? Oh, man. Wait. Wait. No, I've never seen this before. Yo, what is this nigga on live stream? Shit, I thought that egg shit was crazy. Look at this. My nigga looking at that shit like, what's up, man? I'm getting high as hell. Oh, shit. Oh, boy. Man, DDG, man, we fuck with you, nigga. Here we go.
You all right? You want to sit down? On my lap?
Great, I'm great.
Want to leave? Go to the studio? Mute real quick.
The show will,
No? Just really quick.
The show will continue.
That's fine. Let me talk to you.
Okay, he said the show will go on.
What's your name, nigga?
Yo, what the hell? No way, man. Yo, chat, I got to put this on this. Hey, I think somebody sent me this before. Just send it to me again, bro. Y'all know which drop I'm about to play. Just send me this drop one more time.
It's an evil world we live in.
Just send me this one more time.
But hey, I'm going to keep living and loving life. I love my fans the most. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, it's going to happen. When these racks blue, motherfuckers do whatever for this shit. It's an evil world we live in. But hey, I'm going to keep living and loving life. I love my fans the most. You know what I'm saying? So.
Yo, they're trying to go crazy on that nigga DDG, bro. This shit is bad work, bro. Wait, Stephen A. Smith? Wait, why they got Stephen A. Smith? He acting now? Oh, shit. Yo, let's pray Shade Room don't put it up, bro. Shade Room, do not put it up on my boy. Pause. Like, today's Diddy Day. This is Diddy Day. Fuck. Yo, when news leaked straight to TMZ, nigga sent it. Oh my God. They just posted it to Shade Room. 7,000 comments. They're deep frying him. Look. 7,000 comments in 20 minutes. Oh my God. Look at this. I seen the photos in text. He can't lie his way out of this one. Not the valedictorian. He used to be the dude with money, and now she crushing his ego. She went to the law and not the internet. Good job. Oh my God. Y'all believe anything these females say after you try to protect her image and she pull this. This is Blueface Mama. It says, he gonna make another baby this weekend. Huh? Why Blueface Mama speaking on this? Ain't DDG Blueface friend? Why is she speaking on this? She went to court and he went to Twitch. Love to see it. Before y'all come in here attacking her or saying she lying, she had a Ring camera. God damn. Did he yell at her in his deep voice? Niggas still trying to make jokes, man. Whole time he was talking on the internet, she was talking to the authorities. No Halo on streams, might as well stop streaming. They're acting like that's the reason why he's popping streaming. No, he's not. Bruh, DDG, I'm gonna send my love and prayers, man. Man, Hallie pulled a one up, bro. Look, they're reacting to this clip. Ladies, this is a reminder. The men love their homeboys. Until they release a Ring camera, I won't believe it. There's just no way he did this. I ain't gonna lie. Don't say that, because they'll probably leak the Ring footage, bro. Don't even do it, bro. You did right, Hallie. You documented the abuse and called the cops immediately. It happened in January. Well, one of the things, and then the other thing happened in March. I love Hallie. She went straight to court. Ain't got no time to clout chase. He must have knew it was coming. His reaction tells it all. Fuck. God damn. Oh, this is Cassie? Oh. Is this Cassie showing up? Oh, no. What the fuck is this? Whack responds to claims Floyd is going broke and buying chicks fake Birkins?
Tasha K talking about Floyd next when he go bankrupt and broke, and they figure out he brought the woman fake Birkins. That nigga, them Birkins do not be fake at all. I'm telling you that right now. I done been in there and seen that nigga. I done seen that nigga run the bill. I swear to God, 140, 180,000. And the crazy part about it, it don't even be for occasion. He just get them to have them so when he want to give them to him. Straight up. So I don't know what the fuck Tasha K talking. But like I said, baby, Tasha K wasn't even motherfucking around like in the real Floyd era. She just watching Floyd now.
Okay, so he's defending Floyd. Okay.
I hope everyone. Oh, Doechii rant.
Okay. We seen that already. Krishan Rock.
Y'all seen I was with this nigga named Glock. Long story short, I'm back outside. I didn't want to be though. I really liked Titan. I loved what we had going on. But it came with something. It came with all these, like, drama. Like, for example, I get 3 text messages, right? Boom, boom, boom. I confront him about the messages like, hey, what's up with this? What you on? He just started.
Don't she got Blueface like tatted on one side of her face, bro? I'm like confused.
Interview. That's why I don't really deal with niggas that got bitches, because I don't know what you telling that bitch. I don't know what you want. So when all the truth came to the light,
all right, I really don't care.
Coochie still hairy, bro. You know how proud I am? Coochie still hairy, bro.
Okay. Pusha T at SZA and Kendrick's tour. Yeah, Pusha T nodding like, yo, bro, invite me up there. I want to perform the story of Adidon. Ain't it weird that Kendrick's performing and somebody just recording Pusha T? Whatever. Who's this? Okay. All right. Yo, chat, real quick. It's been a great stream. I need everybody to go over to Kick. Okay. I'm about to gamble for a little bit on Kick, bro. I ain't even gonna hold you. So y'all either niggas catch me tomorrow or y'all come over to Kick. I'm gonna gamble. I'm gonna still talk some bullshit, but I'm gambling. I don't know if I could gamble on YouTube. So I gotta cut YouTube. So kick.com/academics. Y'all catch me over there. Big Act. Y'all catch me over there for a little bit. And if not, I'm going to catch y'all tomorrow. So we actually did 9 hours today. I think that's a W. For the people who don't care about gambling or who don't want more content, fuck it. But catch me over at Kick real quick. Kick.com/academics. I'm about to cut this stream off. Let me read some donations before. I gotta make sure I handle my business. Yeah, these Diddy streams really took up a lot of time, huh? Ain't nothing going on except that, really, though. By the way, thank you guys for all the for all the donations. Damn, you guys really went crazy today. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to make sure I read everything. Did they add Baby Keem to the tour permanently or not? Dreamlit Beats, thank you for the 10. It says, yo, the Puffy stuff is wild, but is it worthy of multiple years in prison? I don't get how this is racketeering. We all, well, not all, a lot of people agree. He's clearly an abuser. He's a weird nigga, kinky, freaky, racketeer. We don't know. Speaker, he says, yo, this is why you don't have kids out of wedlock. Many niggas don't know if you're married. If you aren't married, you legally have no rights to that kid if you don't go to court. Is that true? Or is it maybe a state-by-state basis? So if DDG isn't married to Hallie, she's the mom, so you're saying she has more rights. Really? Bless was letting us know, saying DDG's live right now. With Aiden, he just found out. Is he still live? Let me go to kick.com/Aiden Ross. Is DDG still on there?
The chat. You know what I mean? And that's it. And that's it. Let's make sure my chat's not on screen, please, and let's make sure that my no logos are on stream. I don't want to fuck up anybody's shit. And that's that. All right, that's that.
One thing I like about Kick, no fucking ads, bro.
If you could put your
No ads. All right, I guess DDG was like, yo, bro, let me go talk to my lawyer, which, right thing to do, brother. Okay, big cap, no cap, thank you for the 5. It says, Ack, yo, W stream today, my nigga. You got me through the whole day. Yeah, I went 9 hours. When's the last time Ack went 9 hours? Shit. I'm telling you, y'all got to keep encouraging me to drink these coffees. Because even with some liquor, I could bounce back. Usually without no coffee, like once I get a little bit lit, it's downhill from there, right? Somebody says, Brent Fires told Hallie, bitch, you either picking him or me. That's why she filed. I don't think he was involved. And by the way, I was reading a donation for anybody who tried to clip this and be like, why is that calling her a bitch? That's a donation I was reading. You know how people are sensitive and they'll clip me out of context. Carlos, thank you for the 5. It says, not gonna lie. He seem authentic. She's done Tiny Desk with 50 million views and a song with K-pop star with 60 million views. Huh? What are you talking about? You're talking about Doichi. Okay. Too Vivid says, thank you for the 20, by the way. Says Doichi's like a watered down female Tyler, the Creator, but not Odd Future Tyler. More like anything after Igor Tyler. That's actually, yeah, I feel like she's kind of eclectic and kind of creative. So, okay, I get what you're saying. She also pays for negative press. Not an industry plant, more so like a paid to play, lean into the hate artists like Lil Mabu. Huh. That's a very interesting perspective. I do think she has a PR machine behind her that's paying for visibility for her. I do think so. Brit Hart says, yo, Ack, next show got to be in Toronto. They're talking about the next podcast show. It might not be, but I want it to be. Low key, when is Caravana? Maybe I schedule a show then. Or maybe that's not enough time for tickets to be sold. I don't know. When is Caravana Toronto? I want to go to Toronto then. That's June. That would be a month from now. Y'all think I could get a venue and do that? Yo, if I had like a podcast event, I think, you know, the artists out there fuck with me. I could probably bring out an artist or two. You think so? Maybe that could work? Should I do it then or like do it later in the year? I do want to go to Miami or Atlanta or Houston though. Okay, but next stop is, of course, Thursday, New York. All right. Thank you, guys. Maconio, I read it before, but I'll read it again. It says, I love you, academics. Jay Locks says, I better not hear another black person talking about black and brown. The Mexicans hate us like white folks. I guess they're saying that the Tory stabbing, if there's a Mexican black versus black war, he doesn't like when people act like Mexicans are like blacks because sometimes they don't like it. Indigo763 says, hey, what up, my nigga Ack? Can't make it to the live show, but I hope you enjoy your first birthday celebration with all the chat niggas. Thank you. Hope all is well and hope you're doing good. Thank you so much. BMC Biggs, thank you for the membership. Ice King, thank you for the 10. Says, pray that Nipsey tape don't leak. Ooh. You know, a tape, the one that Wax supposedly knows about or got. Water Taste Yogi, thank you for the 5. It says, Drake No Kia reached #1 on the Billboard Rhythmic Airplay chart, a record extending 40th #1 entry on the chart. So it looked like Drake No Kia is doing pretty good. Look like it's getting the airplay, at least on the rhythmic side. Eric Weston, thank you for the membership. It says, money, they don't want commitment until it runs out of money. Okay, I guess he was talking about the Cassie stuff. T. Simon says, actually was on a 10-album deal. Young when she met Diddy and depending on Diddy, it makes sense why she stayed on top. Why she stayed on top of fear of getting beat. Now, T. Simon, I'm gonna agree with you on that. I don't know if the prosecutors are doing a good job with that though. A 10-album deal is a slave deal, point blank period. So I do think Diddy gave her a deal that she could never get out of, and that's a very bad deal. Now, here's how it works in the music industry, right? Very bad deal. It should never be 10 songs or 10 albums. However, if you really pop off, the only thing is she wasn't really popping off. Diddy was making her get some success, and he could stop it when he wanted. If she naturally had popped off, the label would be incentivized to try to get more music out of her because she's now bringing in a lot of money and attention and interest. Then it's basically like holding out in football. You're saying, I'm not going to drop no more albums until we renegotiate. Give me a little bit more money, less albums. And that's how you could kind of renegotiate, even though shit don't look like Diddy really wanted to make her star at all, right? Alex M. Thinking of the 5 says, the only thing Diddy's guilty of is domestic violence and being a freaky-ass nigga. The sex trafficking is clearly a overcharge. J. Cole, okay, that's what Alex M. said. Then Tony's cool, thank you for the 10. Says J. Cole got dried semen flakes in his eyes after that slap. Oh, my God. Damn. D7 says, Tisa lied on you about the grape lawsuit and you crashed out on her for that. You guys have put the Tito's down, bro. You're forgetting shit. Did I crash out on Shorty? Okay, she probably put some in the correct stuff. I don't know. All right. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to be honest with you. As much as, I know some people in the YouTube landscape, like I know Lovely T.I. that's not her, right? Like LovelyTI that's not this person you're talking about, right? When I did hear about the Tisa Tells person, it feels like they were like kind of like Tasha K-esque, which a lot of those type of women, they like to throw men under the bus, right? So like they want to report that you're a woman beater, that you're a misogynist, and obviously they have a lot of women who follow them, and they kind of look to just tear guys down after. That's what I thought. Oh, yeah, 7 reminded me that, yeah, you crashed out before. Somebody says, yo, you got to play the end of the video of Blood Orange. Of the video Blood Orange, Diddy's soliloquy been saying it. Let me see it. By the way, have y'all gone over to Kick yet? I'm giving y'all some time to go over to Kick before we cut everything. Blood Orange, Diddy. Let me see. Blood Orange, Diddy. It said play the end of it. What the fuck is this? It said he has a soliloquy at the end? For the person who just sent this in, blessed, he says, if the internet ends up being on DDG's side with this, first of all, we're starting to see it on the female blogs. They're not on his side. Secondly, if he survives this, the next thing she gonna say is that he abusive to the kid. That's the next one. He abusive to the kid. All right, we talked about that. It said Diddy had a young Justin Bieber spook, bruh. Somebody said play the Terrence Howard video about Diddy. What Terrence Howard say?
Did you ever have the opportunity where you got invited and you said no consequences when you said no?
Puffy invited me for weeks asking me to come and teach him wanted me to be his acting coach for a while. Go there and he's sitting around just looking. I'm like, okay, what's the material you want to work on? He's just looking at it. Then next thing you know, okay, hey, will you help me? I want to hear your music. So I come over there and I play the music. And he's sitting there just looking at me, like waiting. So then my assistant was like, he wants to hang out with you next week. And I was like, for what? He's like, I think he's trying to fuck you. That's what my assistant said. And I was like, oh, now I get it. So now no more communication. Now you notice to be hands-off with somebody. A number of producers come in to make the approach, and you threaten to punch them in the mouth, threaten to knock their head off for talking to you like, or looking at you like you're a woman. You know, when you approach a real man about his masculinity, you're going to get a real reaction.
Interesting. Okay. Timestamp guy, thank you for the 5. It says, Diddy definitely not the only freaky celebrity. Yeah, there's a lot of them. But to this extent, I never heard that. Celebrity Rich was talking about him and Usher fighting over cereal. We talked about that. Low Life Brer. I think I read the most of these already. We did. Jameson Reacts, you're wrong for saying I should have called Sneeko. You're fucked up. Diddy was chasing Cassidy. Oh, with whatever crust on his nipples. Huh? I got that. I think we read everything. Lad, thank you for the 3 months membership. It says, Ack, we love you. You can never be canceled. Never say never, people, but we've survived so far, and I'm happy for you all right? Ron J77 says, I put the link of Diddy talking extra spicy to Cassie after a terrible performance in your chat Discord. In hindsight, it's wild as fuck. Chat, remind me to play that tomorrow. Could you put it in the chat Twitter, on the chat community on Twitter as well? By the way, I haven't been on Discord in a while. Y'all miss me on Discord? CNG Dusky says, we can't make a poll, Ack. On what platform? I can't make a poll on the Academy? Let me know. So does anyone remember the first? Okay. We read those. Okay, great. Cardinal, by the way, Cardinal Rule, could you send me an email? Send me an email. I did remember your donation, all right? PT Bullet Boy Gaming, he says, Act, set up a P.O. box so we can send stuff. You too damn lazy to do yourself, like a mute button that lights up. Should I make a P.O. box? Maybe, right? Cool. Let me just check King Academics, and then we're going over to Kick. I need everybody to go to kick.com/academics. We're going over there. We're going to be chilling for a bit. Here we go. Okay. King Blaze says, thank you for the 5. America becoming too sensitive, making all these women lie off emotion. Digital Mod says, people are forgetting it's more than just Cassie. The trafficking charges from him flying out sex workers across state, by definition, that is trafficking. Digital Mod, that's a good point you're trying to make, except the sex workers aren't listed as victims, right? So if he was sex trafficking the sex workers, why were they not seen as victims, right? They're just seen as witnesses. Mantra Media says, DDG need to make a new baby and move on completely. K-Flock's attorney says, I'm on Instagram defending DDG until my head spin. Raw rap now says, all I want is money, fuck the fame. I'm a simple man. Tupac Shakur. Checking report says, man, black man ain't safe, man. Jeez, thank you for the 2. It says, play that Joey Badass, Absol, Big Sean Cypher. My man wants some rap, bro. Tanya, what's up with you, girl? She says, this is a top 5 stream this year. Really? I think we did do a lot today. We did do a lot. Appreciate you. Dinner's delayed. It's 100% this is the warning shot. She got the video. Yeah. She got to work. And so they're trying to Kanye that boy. Kendrick Center, what up with you, bro? I haven't been on Discord to talk to you in a while. DDG should learn from YB. Get a ghetto baby moms. Remember when the whole thing happened with YB and Jania walked around with like the Muslim thing on, like you couldn't see her face the whole time? Tanya says, Google her in Paris with the full street shut down. Who you talking about? Oh, you're talking about Kim K? Yeah, Kim K's in Paris. Kim Kardashian, Paris. She's in Paris now. Let me see. Let's see if we could. Remind me tomorrow to chat. We could probably get in a little bit into this, like maybe on lunchtime or something during Diddy's trial. Kim K, Paris. Let's see.
This morning, Kim Kardashian
is handcuffed.
Dollar engagement ring and posting an anchor, but they deny that they were actually
every morning on NBC
gunpoint and robbing her of nearly $10 million worth of diamonds. 2016, Kardashian was staying.
Okay, we'll check that out tomorrow. 3 Digless, thank you for the 10. It says Met Gala is like the Super Bowl of showing off your outfits, so it's like church, but not like every Sunday. It's like an Easter Sunday, right? Cool. Hemi Lifestyle, thank you. It says remember, we are nothing without you, gang. No, I'm nothing without you guys. You guys are so, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. You guys are, you know what I mean? Shit. Trust, you know? And days like this, hopefully I repay to y'all because, you know, even when I stream less than 6 hours, I feel super guilty. Today is a 9-hour stream. I'm like, good. You gave them, we had no intro today, right? We had no intro. So this is raw 9 hours. Pause. GBH, Tidal Wave, thank you for the 20. He said, I've been watching you since the 6th grade. Now I'm 23. Wow, really? And I work at AT&T. I'll be watching your streams live and reruns throughout the day. Keep doing you. Chat niggas will always support you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I can't even lie. Counselor at Large, thank you for the 5. It says, Brian still can't wait to get the ball on Cassie. Buzzer beater incoming. Then he says, Brian still in 6. Yeah, Brian's still going to have to do some number. Atomic Gun, we didn't see a message with your $50, man. I appreciate you nonetheless. Nug, thank you for the 5. It says, after that plane, travel, and show cost, I'm broke. Hook me up with a room for 2 nights. Where you want to stay at? You want to stay at the headquarters? Maybe you can stay at the headquarters. Right? I thought the nigga was going to say, yo, can I get a ticket? Nigga say, yo, hook me up with a room. If that's a real thing, try to talk to me. I'll try to help you out. All right. Afro Hippie says, yo, didn't Kesha have a lawsuit with a producer for the same thing? Dr. Luke? Really? Oh, well, the same premise of, yo, they didn't believe in me. They basically just helped me get on a little bit just to fuck me constantly. I think that might be right. Dr. Luke, Kesha? Kesha versus Dr. Luke. The civil suit was sex-based, blah, blah, blah. They said that, well, he was saying this is a way to extort her, to drop her from her deal. Okay, remind me of this. We'll look into this to see some similarities, okay? This was a lawsuit or civil suit. Looked like there was a back and forth civil suit. Looked like it went to the Supreme Court of New York, so we could look into this. Chat, could somebody take notes for me? We need to bring this up tomorrow. We need to bring some other thing I just seen. So thank you guys for bringing that up. They said the mini pool is on 50 IG. Yeah, 50 ain't shit, huh? Where's the mini pool at? Oh, look at this. It says, Diddy might get the chair after Cruz. Oh, Cruz gonna testify? Oh my God. So Cruz was the manager. James Cruz. Holy shit. Yo, 50 want this nigga to go to jail so bad, huh? Yo, stop playing. Stop playing, bro. Jordan D, thank you for the 5. Act longtime fan. I'm a FedEx driver. Great stream. Oh, damn. Yo, you guys show me too much love. You might gas me up. I might get a big head. No Diddy. Yo, this is crazy. The rubber ducky is crazy. Yo, does AI make these pictures? Like, how do you get these pictures? These pictures are great. Are these like baby oils floating in here? Holy shit. Let me read a couple more donations. Frost Flow, thank you for the 2. Kevin Espinal, thank you for the 2. It says, yo, she dipped and Diddy blew up Kid Cudi car. She can't. Alanda Haslu, thank you for the 5. It says, there's a photo go viral of Lauren London in 2009. Lauren London, 2009, Diddy party in a white dress while she's 6 months old with Wheezy's baby. Is it this? I guess this is the video, right? I feel like you're trying to cook something up right there, Orlando. What are you talking about? Do you think that's kind of indicting that maybe Diddy tried her or something? I don't get it. T-Dot says, never held Mason Cam accountable until they started posturing and saying you wasn't going to violate her. Yeah, that's kind of how I looked at it. Little Rocco says, me and Puff was hopping off the plane, both of us laughing. What lyric is that? Ink by John, thank you for the 5. Larry Roundtree, thank you for the 5. Chief Blitz, thank you for the 5. He said, I heard Jack Harlow and Drewski got his booty banded by Diddy. That's why his career blew up. By the way, you know Drewski's actually suing. He wants a Rule 11 sanction against the lawyer that filed that lawsuit. Remember, they put him in a lawsuit with Diddy, claiming he was at Diddy party that before he got famous, he was actually broke. And now he actually is asking the judge to, did y'all see that? Chat, let's put this on the docket for tomorrow too. If somebody could email me a list or DM me a list or whatever I'm saying for tomorrow, because we're gonna do another long stream tomorrow as well. So just everything I don't want to short or half-ass it right now. So tomorrow, in between tweets and shit like that, we'll kind of flush some of this stuff out. Paper Chase HXT HTX. That's Houston. It's Accu, a wild boy. Uzumayaki, Jalen says, not gonna lie, P. Diddy need to put a hit on Cat Williams. Do you think Cat Williams caused all this? Bad Gal says, yo, Diddy, me want to soak your cocky under the table. Wait, are you saying you want to do that? Or are you trying to joke about some other shit with Diddy? That's a girl that sent that donation. Freak the Gemini, thank you for the 5. It says, Young Miami low-key cooked herself, admitted she was getting pissed on by Diddy. Oh, shit. We forgot. Young Miami admitted she like getting peed on, too. Now, remember when she tried to backtrack? Crazy. Hemi Lifestyle, thank you for the 10. By the way, you guys, get your tickets. Ticketmaster, again, if you're in the tri-state area, Ticketmaster.com, search DJ Academics, and the event is in 2 days. So 2 days. We're less than 48 hours away from this event. I am looking forward to meet all you guys. All right. Uzumayaki says, is he a freak 100%? Is what he did gay? Not sure. What? It's not gay after you heard about semen on his nipples? Are you tripping? Uzumayaki, Diddy gay. Oh, I'm sorry. Bless says there got to be a reason that guy specifically named Rick Ross and Khaled being gay with Diddy in that police interview. He def saw something. The guy also did say Tupac was alive too. So, we can't just think everything he said is true, even though a lot of things he did say about Diddy did come true. Water Tastes Yucky says his son's crying hearing the Nip Nutty Vapo Rub. Oh my God. Les Red says, Meek sucking Diddy's nutty nipples is diabolical. Stop it. Tanya Vincente says, psychologist time. Bro took out his repressed internal homophobia on her with beating her. I actually believe that. I believe that. Misa Honey says, a man is threatening you on camera on Tisa Tells Live. He says he won't go to the trial because he's going to be there. I don't know who it is, but whatever day I pick to go to the trial, I'll be there. Okay? Davis Alpheus says, this sounds like a sugar daddy relationship. Girls in their 20s go hunting for. Maybe culture should discuss that, but Cassie's complicit with Diddy. Yeah, we're kind of, like, Chad, do you kind of think about it like that? Diddy and Cassie, sugar daddy, sugar baby relationship. Same thing with Shannon Sharp and his girl. Or do you say, no, both are abusive? And, I think a lot of women, when women see age gap, they think predator. They're like predatorial. You know what I mean? Miss Honey 20 says he threatened you on Tisa Tell Lives. A man. Okay, cool. Says you ain't coming to the trial because he's going to be there. Well, he don't got to guess where I'm going to be. I'm going to be here at the birthday party. And he's welcome to pull up. Whoever it is. Fruits. Say hit the soundboard. Sony Del Moro, what's up with you? Miss Honey says somebody, okay. Yo, Miss Honey loved me. I ain't going to lie. She was trying to let me know somebody's threatening you on that live act. Be careful. Okay, thank you so much, by the way, sweetheart. Kind Heart Enterprises, thank you for the 2. It says Biggie never beaten those allegations now. Shit. If Biggie, listen, chat. Biggie rapped about a girl being so fine he wanted to suck on her daddy's dick. I know it's a Richard Pryor joke, but come on. Mr. C, his DJ, gay. Diddy, like semen, rubbed on his nipples. Okay. Just a guy. What's up with you, brother? Compa Jam says Cassie not a victim, just a volunteer. Miss Tanya says, all jokes aside, if we have a thought that she chose to stay, the hotel video alone is going to get Diddy convicted because he forced her to stay. Yes, in that particular instance, actually, I think that could have been a kidnapping charge. He's preventing her to leave, and also he's dragging her back to the place. However, I think the idea is not about forcing someone to stay. It's about that could be convicted in a domestic violence stance, which, by the way, I think the statute of limitations has expired on most of those. I think the statute of limitations for domestic assault, even if you got the video, I think it's like 7 years or so. The 2016 video is actually 9 years ago. And that's on the state side, right? Now, if you charge RICO or racketeering, statute of limitations, you know what's good about RICO, at least for prosecutors? It actually eliminates a lot of statute of limitations because you could charge a crime as far back as whatever, even if there's if it's a standalone charge, there's a statute of limitation, because all you got to do is prove a pattern. Remember, RICO Act is all about showing a pattern of committing crimes as a corrupt organization, okay? Freak the Gemini, I guess this is before I read the new tweets. It says, Diddy made her rub the guy's nut on his nipples. I thought you were trolling. I seen that when I saw it. Said, Big Ack, have you researched that his mom's was freaky throwing parties in the 70s? Why would Diddy turn out like that? Tanya, are you trying to say that you believe Diddy's mom was into some of that stuff. And, you know, with all due respect, I'm not trying to, you know, impugn his mom's integrity. And I don't want to even go down that rabbit hole. That kind of seems a little, I don't want to be doing too much, honestly. Dreamlit Beats, thank you for the 10. Says, great coverage, Act. Digital Mod says, yo, isn't secretly filming people making 300 sex tapes a crime? Feds have videos of hidden cameras in guest rooms. Wouldn't he need consent? So it's kind of interesting. Like, you know, after I went through a bunch of drama and bullshit, my lawyers who I consulted with, I was like, hey, I didn't have cameras in rooms. I had cameras in like main areas in my house. Then what happened is they're like, no, the law, at least in New Jersey, I can only speak for New Jersey, don't know about California. We could look it up on stream tomorrow. Is that you could have cameras, what he told me, you could have cameras anywhere, including the bathroom, as long as these videos aren't being used. Now, like, the bathroom shit just kind of seem, so, by the way, I have no cameras in bathrooms. But in every room, there's cameras. And apparently, as long as the videos, if you're the homeowner, as long as the videos aren't being used for some other nefarious purposes or being published, right? When you could record everywhere in your house, supposedly, at least in New Jersey. I mean, I could Google it. Can you? We'll do it tomorrow, chat. We'll do it tomorrow. But that's what my attorney told me. As soon as he told me that, I hit up my surveillance nigga. We had 2 cameras in every room. In every room, there's a camera back there. Right there. There's a camera right there. So the new cameras I got put in, I had no cameras in my studio. There's a camera right there. Yeah, pretty much every goddamn room for me. You know what I mean? When people come to my house, I tell them everything is recorded, audio and visual. Anything that's room, because we also have cameras that's posted on TVs. So, you know, I could see what's going on around the house. None of them, all the room cameras actually go to a separate secret thing that I would have to use a password to unlock. So it's not like I'm peeking on people, even though nobody really comes to my house. I don't let people come to my house no more. But everything in the room is recorded everywhere. For me, like, just for, it's my safety and theirs. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Kay says, Chat Queen from London. Can we get a stream for the birthday? Okay, we talked about that before. Brad says, been rocking with you since the war in Chirac. Keep winning. Thank you, brother. Mr. Club Kicks Blackwell. I think we did read that. It says, yeah, it was about the drugs. I think we have done a good job. Sarah in the chat, shout out to you. Thank you for the donation. She says, I follow you since freshman year in college. I'm 4 years into my career in tech now. Your streams are both my vice and my muse. Oh my God, that's such a very eloquent but really amazing compliment. Thank you so much. 3 Diglett says, say another motherfucking word and this shit is over. Ronald Daniel says, I'm 83, will be 84 next month. Ain't no way you're 84. No way. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt if you donated and said that, though. Mario Rodriguez, thank you for the 20, says, Diddy wearing bathrobes like NASCAR jackets with those FREeKOFF sponsors. J&J, Johnson & Johnson, Glade, Ciroc, bathrobe flooded with a bunch of patches. And it says, shout out to Johnson & Johnson. It says, chill, act. You sound like Louis Armstrong. Who's that? D. Payne says, yo, she only want to make him happy. If Puff got angry when she spoke with other men, okay. Somebody says she ain't innocent, but everybody got choices. E40. Wayne 704 says AUSA is going to run out the clock. They're going to talk until 5 p.m. Cassie's going to go into labor tonight. Ooh, that's a thing. Imagine if Cassie's on the stand so long, she has to go through labor. I do think they would pause the case. She's such an important witness, you cannot continue without her. They would pause the case. There would be a continuance. Swissop, thank you for the 2, says he's seen that Cassie comment, but not our muted ones. What was your muted ones? Are you talking to me? Or somebody? Somebody said Free Diddy's just a freaky ass dude. Chai Skybox, he says Cheek Millie. Raisin Blue says if you're physically able to call or contact the police and don't within the first 48 hours of a sexual assault, it should be dismissed. All this 100 years later shit should be illegal. And he says Free Diddy. Life of Oz says J-Lo is John Doe too. Why would she be John Doe instead of Jane Doe? But thank you for the donations. Life of Oz. Kendrick Intern says Free Diddy Brody coming home. These were all the donations because I'm scrolling up before we heard about the nipple shit. Somebody said none of this shit is illegal so far, so he's Gucci. Daniel, do you have the same opinion now? Rel 220 says FREeKOFF Olympics. Let's go. DJ One Chance says any girl you mess with can file a lawsuit now. Act. You worry about that with any new girls you deal with? I do worry about that significantly with women. I've become. I'm gonna be honest with you. If even women I'm not dealing with, I don't even like to have conversations with women on text messages. I don't like anything that could be innocuous or not innocuous, could be taken in a different light. I don't want people even flirting with me on text messages. Like I've significantly decreased how much I text women. Men, I'll tell you anything. Nigga, eat a dick. Yo, this and I'll say anything to a dude. Markala Adams says you need to have Armand on here one day. I will, or I have no problem doing it. Letitia Latouche says, "Ak, what's your longest freak off?" I don't think if this is what a freak off is, I've never had one. You get what I'm saying? If a freak off is watching your girl getting plowed, I haven't had one. Theron Gibson says, "Ak, hopefully you have a great time for your birthday, and thanks for keeping everyone updated when it comes to the trial. Thank you for watching and trusting me with the coverage." Three Diggler says, yeah, that's the lady from Murder, She Wrote. Or was that the one? I forgot her name. Sorry. Not Sure says, is Daphne Joy's 50 baby mom Jane Doe? She was a single mom and started messing with Diddy in 2020. Interesting. Kiagni Streaming, thank you for the two. It says, here inside the courtroom at Kiagni Streaming, did you really have, if you had audio in that courtroom, they would kick you out and probably hold you in contempt. Trust, no one's going to be in there recording. If the judge realizes, they will lock you up. Trust. Somebody said he's watching your live. What? So why you not at the trial, my guy? Somebody says, next time, can you be on time? I was waiting all morning. Alyssa, I'm sorry. Actually, yeah, tomorrow I want to show up at 8 o'clock. I apologize. So can you be on time? I was waiting all morning. We need you to set an alarm. You got this. We need you for 8 weeks, early morning, Zach. You need to be on time. Thanks. I love you for that, Alyssa. Holding me accountable. Nigga, get to work on time. Y'all know y'all the boss. All right, bet. I think there was one more donation that came in via the Academy. Then I'm going to decompress, get over the kick, just talk some shit. We ain't really covering topics over there no more. So once we get to kick, we ain't covering topics. Gamble, just kind of deal with y'all in the chat a little bit, right? Let's see here. Okay. Actually, it's 10 more minutes until a 10-hour stream. Should I stay on for 10 more minutes on all platforms? Huh. I might just stay on for 10 more minutes, huh? Plan to Tank, thank you for the 5. It says, Act my bro. I'm going to see you on the 15th. Meet and greet, my brother. Don't forget, it's the 15th. Oh, you think I would miss my own show? Germ SFG says, Act, are we getting discontinued Walk Hard with Dirk and Drake? The streets need it. Please do what you can to have it be released. I'll try. I'll try to, ask Dirk's manager. Jordan D says, yo, Ack, longtime fan. I'm a FedEx driver. Great streams. You think it's possible the pregnancy was planned around this to make her more innocent? I don't think someone would plan a life of a child around trial. No, I don't. Now, here's the thing, though. I do think the stress and trauma that this trial has probably put on that relationship with her and Alex Fine probably led to them having another child. You ever been through like a situation and like it just ends up with you even more committed rather than less? So I think that might be, but I wouldn't, again, it's the birth of a child. I just wouldn't be that pompous or arrogant to say the reason why this happened is because they wanted to plan around Diddy's trial. You get what I'm saying? Celebrity Rich says, look up Diddy's mom having freak-offs at childhood home. Like, where y'all getting this? Okay. I'm going to hang out for 8 more minutes on all platforms. Chat, everybody get over to kick.com/academics. Please get over to kick.com/academics. I need everybody over there, but I'm going to take the next 8 minutes because I want to get the 10-hour stream in. At least on all platforms. 4 grams, I see. 4 grams. Let me give you mod. Don't act up though, bro. Mod 4 grams. Mod. Wait. Yeah. Wait. 4 grams. I'm trying to mod you, but yeah, right there. Cool. I gotta click on your name. Okay, I think I added him. I bet. King Bezzy, what up? Shout out to everybody over the Academy. Shout out everybody over by King Academics. You've been heard about Janice? Chat, listen, I know sometimes I cross lines. Am I crossing lines if I look into his mom? I don't want to be disrespectful to the family. They are going through some shit, even though they weren't culpable in whatever he was doing. I don't know if it's fair for me to start digging into the mom's lifestyle. Is it? Is that fair? I don't know if that's fair, chat. Celebrity Rich says, look it up. Bro, I don't want to do it. And the only reason I say that is like, man, I've gone through some shit. I wouldn't want y'all be like trying to punish my mom or make my mom seem weird because of me. I'm just the weird one. I'm the only weird one. Right? And I would imagine like Diddy or anybody else who's accused of whatever is like, yeah, just get at them. Leave their mom and everybody else out of it. This whole idea that Puffy's mom turned him out, like, where did I get this from? Yeah, we gotta leave the collateral. Like, we're getting to the real shit. By the way, so Nina, I see you, girl. We're getting to the real shit with this entire case. We're gonna get to, did Diddy do it or not? If you ask me, and I guess, for the last 4 minutes here, I'll say this. If after day 3, I think this was a huge bombshell that was dropped. I think the prosecutor is trying to paint a Picasso by having Cassie go through a wide range of emotions. They're even conceding certain things that could be used in cross. But Cassie's job is to really not only complete the enterprise by saying, well, the security guards used to deprive me of my phone, deprive me of this, deprive me of a vehicle, deprive me of that, under his command. Keep in mind, when we start talking about, well, has Diddy ever grabbed your phone out of your hands? No, but the security would tell me, or the staff would say, you got to give up your phone. That's what RICO is, where you have other people within the organization doing things. Obviously, this is not necessarily murder or whatever, or like, a gang type of thing, but like, to coerce or to intimidate or to threaten. So it seems like Cassie's going to be doing the heavy lifting. Now, what's going to be interesting is how she deals with cross. So in most of these cases, a star witness like Cassie has sat with the prosecutor for some painstaking amount of hours and probably even gone over what trial will look like. They're probably told her what the questions are going to be, or the line of questions, or the sequence of questions, or things that they're going to ask about that she should be prepared to answer to. And more or less, you would imagine that she understands that, hey, when we ask you, hey, did Diddy ever offer to stop the FREeKOFFs? You might think we want the answer of no, but we actually want the truth, which is, yes, he kind of did, but then I felt he didn't really want, like, you got to give us the truth. You got to give us that because it's going to matter. Now, what they can't really fully prepare her for is going to be solely redirect, right? So, not redirect, I mean cross. On cross-examination, you don't know the demeanor. Here's the thing now, though. She's pregnant. She's crying. Brian Steele, and I'm wondering if they're going to take a fucking, what's the term? Don't take a jackhammer to like a small problem. You want to take a hammer to a small issue. You're going to want to deal with Cassie with some finesse. You're going to want to deal with it as somewhat empathetic, but also understanding the nature of the relationship. You can't go in there, and we've seen Brian Steele's style. We don't know about his style in a sex trafficking case, but his style in the YSL case was, yo, this witness is lying, and really holding people to the fire. I'm wondering if that comes across. Like, for example, during the Tory case, I know we weren't there, we didn't watch, but apparently the lawyer, I think his name was Bias. What was Tory's lawyer? Apparently the lawyer and his approach going at Meg while Meg is sitting there crying about her getting shot didn't go over too well. It was like, yo, you're kind of being heavy-handed with her, talking about, did you lie on Gail? Did you blah? And she's like tearfully saying, yeah, but like the whole world was against me. And people, even though She admitted that she didn't tell the truth always. People sided with the fact that she's emotionally going through a lot, and maybe that would deal with her lying, right? So what does that mean? They kind of discount the fact that she lied. So I'm wondering what strategy they're going to take. I don't know if Brian Steele's going to be the one out there that does it. It could be Tenny. It could be Tenny Garagos. Remember, Tenny Garagos handled opening. If you ask me, I think it would be Tenny. I would say at least Tenny for cross. So how it works, as I said it before, we have direct, cross, then a redirect, and that's when the prosecutor double back, and they could have a recross. Maybe have Tenny do the cross, and then have either, I think Xavier is cool, like, leave him in the back for now, and either Mark or Brian Steele do the redirect, or the recross, I mean. So I think that would be a dope-ass strategy, right? Dreamlit Beast, thank you for the 5. It says 10-hour stream, serious dedication. Who can do what you do? Who can fuck with Ack? Man, you guys deserve it, man. You guys deserve it. She Flowers, thank you for the 2. And I'm counting down the time right here. It's about like 40 seconds. Somebody says, well, all right, well, what about y'all? Y'all done FREeKOFFs? Somebody said Deutsche responded to Aiden. Did she? No, she didn't. She responded to Aiden and deletes it? No, she didn't. She said, shut up. What? Nah, she ain't do that. Nowadays, you can't tell what's real and what's not. Is that real? I think that page Clip Season be just putting up a lot of stuff. Like, there's one page on Twitter that they put up a lot of, like, non-real stuff. Is this it? I don't know. Or maybe this is, well, it looks like they're clipping real shit. I don't know. I don't know, bro. What?
Fuck a black nigga. Man, Diddy G can't whoop me, I'll shoot that nigga in his...
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. All right, people. We have hit the 10-hour mark. It's here on my screen. Let me just make sure it's on my stream screen. Here we go. Did I hit it? I think I did. 10 hours. 10 hours and 1 minute. Chat, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We're going to kick. We're going to look like we're going to try to make it 11 hours. But we're going to kick. So kick.com/academics. Please, if you want to watch me, I'm going to try to gamble on there for a little bit. Thank you, Steak, and thank you, Kick, for all their support. You know, shit. You know, they hit me up and said, yo, Ack, they were trying to say, oh, your sponsors dropped you. Nigga, we trying to do more business with you. I'm like, fuck with the boy. Anyway, let's get over to Kick for a little bit. I'll save the rest of the topics for tomorrow. If you guys are going to pass out or tune out here, thank you guys so much for watching this 10-hour stream. I don't care if you watch an hour, a minute, or you watch the entire 10 hours. I appreciate you. I hope to see you here tomorrow. I'm going to try to get on like 9 o'clock, okay? 9 o'clock. They're going to get in court by like 8:30. They should start up, and we should have some tweets by 9. All right, so I'm going to set it for 9. Okay, chat? Love you guys, and I appreciate you guys for all the support. All right? Get to Kick. Get to Kick. Get to Kick. Okay. All right. There we go.